In the Dark Demon Realm, the sky is dark that a dozen figures stood in front of a volcano that a picture of the star field near the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol is projected in the sky. Lewis shed blood and tears, his eyes were stained red, and his aura was very evil, like an ancient demon, and his power was constantly increasing. Tova said excitedly, "Haha, Lord Lewis, this is about to wake up." Putin breathed a sigh of relief. "I sacrificed 4 demon gods to get such an opportunity. Fortunately, Lord Lewis is about to awaken." Hearing this, Demigula, who fled back, said indifferently, "Although Layla and the others died, but if Lord Lewis can awaken smoothly, our plan will be successful. The day Lord Lewis returns to our Dark Demon Realm, it's time for us to avenge Layla and the others." As soon as Demigula finished speaking, Lewis disappeared directly into the projected screen above. "Master Lewis is gone. Where's Louise going? Could it be that Master Lewis has awakened his memory and is now returning to our Shadowed Demon Realm?" All of a sudden, other angel-level masters in the Dark Demon Realm talked about it, and they began to be ecstatic. At this time, a spatial fluctuation appeared in the void. Demigula also showed a smile. It seems that it really succeeded. No surprises. The person who will appear in the sky must be Mr. Lewis. A hole opened in the sky, and a voice suddenly came. "Demigula, I want you to die." The voice is cold and full of killing intent. In an instant, the Dark Demon Realm seemed to have entered an ice age, icy cold. "It's Master Lewis, but what's going on?" Demigula's face changed. After watching the transformation of Lewis through the projection, there is no doubt that Lewis must have awakened. Why? Why did the awakened Lewis want to kill him? When everyone present heard this, their surprised mood suddenly sank. Lord Lewis wanted to kill Demigula. Could it be because of his wife? Impossible. With that adult's personality, no emotion can affect him at all. It can be said that even if the Dark Demon world he created is destroyed, it still can't make him feel turbulent. Why is this happening? Suddenly, Lewis in the sky disappeared and instantly appeared in front of Demigula. Looking at each other, "Master Lewis, you." Demigula was taken aback. "So fast. Wrong. It's space rules. I want you to die." Lewis raised his hand, pointed at Demigula and the others, and roared, "Erase. People don't talk too much. Just do it directly." Demigula was still in a daze and couldn't react at all. The white erasing light flashed by. Except for Demigula, everyone present disappeared in an instant. Even an angel-level existence couldn't survive Lewis's erasure. This time, there was a burst of spatial fluctuations in the sky, and the angels of the great god broke into the Dark Demon Realm. But the other gods of destruction did not follow. As soon as they came, they saw that Lewis wiped out all the masters of the Dark Demon Realm. For a moment, all the angels looked at each other, and they all saw doubts in each other's eyes. Especially the Great Priest. He couldn't believe that Lewis would do such a thing. Soon, Kasai and the Great Priest revealed a look of surprise. Lewis did not wake up, and he also wiped out all the masters of the Dark Demon world on the ground. "Do not. All the angel-level masters of the Dark Demon Realm are here, and they were all erased by Lewis." Demigula shook his head frantically and said in disbelief, "Why? Lord Lewis, why did you do this?" Up to this moment, Demigula still couldn't figure it out. Their plan was so successful. They first attracted the attention of the High Priest, and then he found an opportunity to attack him once. The power he uses is the dark power endowed by Mech Capra. This power is similar to the erasing of the Great Priest and can completely erase a person from the world. Even going backwards in time cannot bring ties back to life. Everything went according to plan, and Lewis also smoothly entered the extreme rage, and thus entered a state of madness. That adult was crazy and angry. Lewis is crazy, and he will definitely awaken his memory that Lewis's blood-red eyes are the proof. As a result, Lewis returned to the Dark Demon Realm and directly wiped out Putin and the others. Why is this happening? Demigula. At this time, Lewis had scarlet eyes, and the golden arrogance on his body carried a blood-red aura. Lewis lost his mind, and he was dominated by extreme anger the whole time. "I want you to die." Seeing that Demigula was not killed, the aura on Lewis suddenly became illusory, as if he would disappear from this time and space at any time. Time and space erasure. This trick is a reward for Lewis to sign in to the Ninth Universe. Lewis once guessed that if he wanted to use this trick, he would have to cultivate his strength to the angel level, and the rules of time and space would need to be cultivated to the 8th level. This moment, Lewis lost his mind, and the extreme anger was dominating him. His anger only wanted to kill Demigula, even at all costs. Whoa, the silver light is shining in the Dark Demon world. Illusory. It seems that the next second will sink into it. Sensing this force, Demigula panicked. The power of the Time King. King of Time. The ruler of the realm of time, in charge of all time and space. She is the king of time and space, an existence of the same level as the Quan Wong, Salama, and the lord of the Dark Demon Realm. In the sky, the Great Priest was also stunned when he saw this. The power of Lewis made him shake his guess. Isn't Lewis the reincarnation of that lord from the Dark Demon Realm? You must know that erasure of time and space is the ultimate move of the King of Time, just like erasure. Except for the powerhouses above the level of Quan Wong Cosmic Priest, it is impossible for powerhouses in other dimensions to comprehend this move. The main reason is that what is needed to perform erase is the power of light, and the powerhouses in other dimensions do not have this power at all. But although other space powerhouses cannot use erase, they can also use similar moves. Just like the dark power used by Demigula, it can also completely disappear a person from the world of course. In addition to the power of darkness, the lord of the Dark Demon world also knows the power of light, so he will also erase. Coupled with the ignoring physique, this made the High Priest think that Lewis was the reincarnation of that lord, but that adult will not time and space obliteration. Who the hell is Lewis? Ground below, Luis and Demigula confront each other. Lewis was completely controlled by extreme anger, and had no idea what the power of Kingshire was. Go to hell. Lewis's face was ferocious, blood-red light emerged from the golden light, extremely evil. He raised his hand, when the time and space rules on his body were rioting and condensed in his hand. Intertwined, distortion, a series of astonishing changes have taken place in the rules of time and space, forming the power of time and space. The silver light flickers, gorgeous and dazzling. Even a ray of space-time power can shake the entire Dark Demon world, as if it will be broken down into countless time. Spaces in the next second. The power of time and space was constantly condensing, and Lewis kept spurting blood from his mouth. Obviously, with Lewis's current strength, he is temporarily unable to perform this move, but the death of Taisai made his heart soaked in a sea of pain. Even if the forcible use of time and space erasure would bring him great pain, he would not feel it. Moved, whoa. Space-time obliteration formed a silver dragon, roaring towards Demigula. Space-time disorder. In the sky, the face of the Great Priest changed drastically, and he quickly set up a protective shield for his children. "Master Lewis, don't." On the ground, Demigula panicked. In fact, he had already begun to shake in his heart. Lewis was not the adult of their Dark Demon Realm at all, but in order to awaken Lewis, they sacrificed 4 demon gods, and other powerful people in the Dark Demon world were erased by Lewis. He still calls Lewis an adult, just because he has hope. He guessed wrong. Lewis is their adult. "Master Lewis, wake up. You are the master of the Dark Demon Realm. Why are you hurting the Dark Demon Realm?" Demigula gathered his hands together, and the remaining dark power in his body kept emerging. Whoa. The black dragon formed by the power of darkness collided with the oncoming silver dragon. However, before touching it, the black giant dragon formed by the dark force disappeared in this time and space in an instant. And suddenly the entire Dark Demon Realm shook violently. It turned out that Demigula's power was transferred to a different dimension due to the disorder of time and space, and there was no chance to collide with Lewis's power at all. That different dimensional space was shattered directly, and the power that erupted affected the dark demon realm. No, do not want. The silver dragon continued to attack Demicula, and Demicula fell into despair. Even he, a strong man in the priesthood, did not have the confidence to withstand Lewis's time and space obliteration. However, at this moment, an accident happened. The silver dragon that was attacking Demicula stopped suddenly, and then looked at the caster Lewis. Lewis was lying on the ground, his face was pale, blood was spitting out of his mouth, and he was twitching nonstop. They, Mikula, you, give me death. Lewis returned to his normal state. His strength was simply unable to support the use of time and space wipeout, and the forcible use of time and space wipeout caused irreversible severe damage to his whole body. But up to this point, he subconsciously still didn't give up the idea of killing Demicula. Over the sky, Weiss's face changed drastically. He could tell that Lewis was in a very bad state. He wanted to go down. Do not impulse. The great priest held Weiss back, and he pointed to the time and space obliteration that was standing still in midair. This power may explode at any time. If it explodes, even the power of the priesthood should not try to escape safely. But Lewis is my disciple. I can't let him go. Weiss yelled that a few years ago, when he broke into the dark demon realm. Lewis said, if something happens to Weiss, I will definitely break through the dark demon realm. Weiss was very moved, and he was glad that he could become Lewis's master. Lewis is just like Beerus. It can be said that he has seen him grow up since he was a child. Rather than saying it is a master relationship, it is better to say it is a master relationship. Too many things happened today, even he, an angel, couldn't accept it. But Weiss didn't care about Lewis's identity. He just wanted to save Lewis. Go to sleep for a while. The great priest sighed, waved his right hand, a ray of light enveloped Weiss, and Weiss fell into a deep sleep instantly. Bados next to him hurriedly supported his younger brother. Ground below, the silver dragon stood still, and seeing Lewis lying on the ground again, Demicula's heart was beating wildly, and he felt grateful for the rest of his life after the catastrophe. Hateful. Why didn't Lord Lewis wake up? Demicula's face was gloomy. He avoided the silver dragon and walked towards Lewis lying in front. Halfway through, the chaotic spacetime becomes even more frenzied. Demicula's pupils shrank sharply. Could it be? Do not. Seeing the silver dragon trembling constantly, Demicula made a desperate sound to hum. The stagnant silver dragon suddenly exploded with a devastating explosion. In an instant, the entire dark demon world was blasted into space-time fragments by the power of time and space. The great priest in the sky saw this, and hurriedly took his children to escape from the space. But Demicula was not so lucky. He had no time to escape, and the dark demon realm was blasted into space-time fragments, affected by the power of time and space. His internal organs were shattered by the power of time and space. He was hit hard in an instant. Originally, the space of the dark demon realm formed a turbulent flow of time and space. Demicula's limbs were broken, his internal organs were shattered, and his vitality was constantly being lost. He floated motionless in the turbulent flow. The figure of Lewis has disappeared. This time, that a dark figure came here with a black eraser. He was so fierce. Bobo held the black eraser. The little eraser turned his big eyes, glanced around, and then set his eyes on Demicula. Bobo, why is Demicula so stupid? The voice of the black eraser is very immature. It sounds glutinous, and with his big round eyes, the black eraser looks a little cute. It's a bit stupid. Sir Chuanma, please take action. Bobo said respectfully. These guys are really troublesome. Quanimo puffed out his small mouth, full of anger, but he still waved his small hands at a thick and substantive space-time rule enveloped this space-time turbulence. Back in time and space, suddenly, the dark demon realm returned to its original appearance, and Demicula, who was seriously injured, also recovered, but Lewis did not appear here. Where did that little guy go? Quanimo stood on the ground of the dark demon realm again. He bit his little finger and muttered. Bobo looked around and shook his head, expressing his confusion to AT this time. Demicula, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes suddenly. When he saw the black eraser, he was overjoyed. Master all demons. King's palace. The great priest returned here with his children. Wes slowly woke up. Lewis. Weiss jumped up from the ground suddenly. He looked around, and there was no sign of Lewis here. Weiss grabbed Bado's shoulder and shouted, Sister, where's Lewis? Bados couldn't bear it, but she still shook her head. Lewis was able to ignore any injuries, but he forcibly cast time and space erase, and his body had already suffered irreversible trauma. He couldn't ignore the damage he caused himself. If not treated in time, Lewis may. Weiss trembled his heart, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at the other brothers and sisters. The dark demon realm has been blasted into fragments of time and space. Lewis, 10 angels including Kasai, Konik, and Margarita shook their heads one after another. Boom. How can I explain to Lord Beerus? Weiss collapsed on the ground, his eyes glazed over. Enough. Weiss, do you still look like an angel now? The great priest said in a concentrated voice. What is the difference between you and Myers? Here Myers. Weiss stood up and yelled. I used to think that Myers was wrong, but only now did I realize that it was actually us who were wrong. What is the meaning of the existence of angels? Just to cultivate God of destruction. There can be no other emotions, and you can only be in a neutral position forever, just like a machine, after training a generation of God of destruction, and then train the next generation of God of destruction. Never ending. Sad fate. Weiss' words made the hearts of the other angels present tremble, and then shook their heads. Kasai glanced at Weiss and sighed. Wes, these are the missions of our angels. Weiss's face was ashen, and he fell into silence. The entire king's palace was so quiet, and no one spoke. What happened today was so shocking that it is only now that the angels know everything. Demicula and the others guessed that Lewis was the reincarnation of Quanimo. In order to make Lewis awaken the memory of his previous life, they launched an attack on Lewis's wife. The high priest looked at Weiss's dejected expression and sighed. Okay, maybe Lewis is fine. The voice of the great priest sounded in the quiet king's palace, and Weiss raised his head suddenly. Father. The other angels also looked at the high priest. The high priest looked at Weiss. You should be the most aware of the specialness of Lewis. He has the power of the king and the power of the king. Do you really think he will die so easily? Yes, Lewis will definitely not die so easily. He is Lewis. Weiss nodded frantically. A glint of hope finally appeared in his eyes. He never thought that as an angel, he would be overwhelmed by anger one day. Father, where is he now? I didn't expect that Lewis could blast the dark demon realm into pieces of time and space with only the power of the fourth layer of the god realm. This kid is too scary. The great priest glanced at Weiss and then said, the dark demon realm has now become a turbulent time and space. Lewis should be floating in it. As for where he's gone, I don't know. What should I do? Weiss hurriedly said, Father, why don't we go to the time realm king god for help? Kasai on the side said, don't think about it. Every world does not interfere with each other. Do you think Renoya will care about you? West side, thinking about it too. Each world does not interfere with the other unless there's a major event, and the turbulent flow of time and space is a place where even the priest can get lost in it. It is impossible for him to go in and find Lewis. I can't think of a way, and I feel helpless, but one thing I can firmly believe is that Lewis will be fine. That's Lewis. Ignore, perfect freedom realm, erase, time, and space erase. How could ordinary people have these powers? Weiss' flustered heart calmed down a little. Bados finally spoke. Wes, don't worry. Lewis should be fine. I'm more curious about Lewis's identity. Yes, Father, is Lewis really the reincarnation of all demons? Weiss asked hastily. All devils. Taboo exists. All the angels do not know this name until today. Kasai didn't know it first, but when she was ordered by the great priest, she went to the fourth universe to prevent Lewis from erasing Katra in order to let Katra stay as an experience pack for a longer time. That IT was also at that time that she learned from the great priest that Lewis might have something to do with King Quan. Master all demons. The great priest glanced back at the depths of the palace, then waved his hand, leading all the angels to leave the palace of Quan Wang, came to the northern galaxy of the seventh universe. The great priest looked at the angels and said calmly, Master Chuema is actually the elder brother of Lord Quan Wang. Boom, dash. It was like a thunderbolt. The angels were dumbfounded. The great priest ignored the shocked expressions of the angels and began to tell the secrets of the past. The former Quan Wang universe was jointly controlled by the Quan Wang Lord and the Chuema Lord. One world has two supreme beings, which makes the universe of all kings surpass the realm of time and the realm of dragons. But because of something back then, Lord Quan Wang and Lord Quan Demon fought, and Lord Quan Demon was completely blackened because of this. In the end, Lord Quan Demon left the universe of Quan Wang and opened up a dark demon world outside. This is also the reason why the dark demon realm and the universe of all kings are hostile. The great priest told all the secrets. All the angels were shocked, unable to calm down for a long time. They have never heard of such secrets. They only know that the dark demon realm has been fighting against the universe of all kings, but they don't know why. All devils. The lord of the dark demon realm, he is Quan Wang's elder brother, and he has a grudge against Quan Wang. Wise hurriedly said, My lord, is Lewis really the reincarnation of all demons? No wonder the power in him is so strange, and his understanding is so strong. He can easily comprehend the power that others can't comprehend his whole life. Not so much a genius. It's better to say it's a monster. But does such a monster really exist in the world? It turns out that Lewis still has this identity. All the angels looked closely at the high priest. Their eyes were full of curiosity. The great priest looked at his children and said with a wry smile, At first I also thought that Lewis was the reincarnation of Lord Chuema, but only now did I realize that my guess was wrong. More than 10 years ago, Lewis had just traveled to the world of Dragon Ball and awakened the system. As soon as Lewis burst out with that sacred aura, the great priest immediately noticed it. He even went to test Lewis. Guess wrong. Keisai frowned. Konik asked, So Lewis is not Master Chuema? Quan Mo is the elder brother of Quan Wang. It is not too much to call Quan Mo an adult. Okay, listen to me. The great priest waved his hand and said, I went to test Lewis once and found that Lewis can ignore any harm. Ignore any harm? The great priest paused, then asked, Do you think it's possible? Número 11 Gasmi. Makarita shook her head. I don't think it's possible. He can really ignore any damage. Then if Lewis cultivates the dimension to the level of our angels, wouldn't he be invincible? The lifespan of angels has reached eternity. Even if the universe is destroyed, they will not die. That if Lewis cultivates the dimension to the angel dimension, he will no longer have weaknesses, and even if he is sealed, he cannot be killed. But is there really anyone in the world who can ignore any harm? No matter what Makarita said, she didn't believe it. Margarita, didn't you witness Lewis's ignoring when the alternate gods of destruction were fighting each other back then? Keisai said, Right. The angels also nodded. Back then, when Lewis competed with 10 other alternate gods of destruction, he took the attacks of 10 alternate gods of destruction, which was indeed able to ignore the attacks of others. Makarita frowned. Now she couldn't figure out, so she turned her head to look at the high priest. Father, at first my reaction was the same as Makarita's. I thought it was impossible. The high priest looked at Makarita, then shook his head. But when I cast a race on Lewis, he survived my temptation. The facts are contrary to my conclusion. It turns out that there are really people who can ignore any harm. As soon as the great priest said this, the angels gasped. Seeing the children's reaction, the great priest changed his tone. But in the end, I still don't believe that someone can ignore any harm. What? The angels were taken aback. Didn't the great priest just say that Lewis survived his erasure, and then concluded that there are really people, and I have no harm? How now? It is relative to be able to ignore any harm. The great priest looked at Weiss and said indifferently, Wes, if a mortal attacks you, can you ignore his attack? None of the angels present were fools, and the words of the great priest gave them a flash of inspiration. Right? If a mortal attacks a supreme being, even if the supreme is indifferent, it is impossible for a mortal to hurt the supreme. The great priest seemed to see through what the angels were thinking, and said, Yes, that's what I thought at the time. In my eyes, Lewis's identity is definitely not simple. He must be a powerful person, so Lewis can ignore any harm. I've only seen this kind of situation with Lord Quan Wang, Lord Salama, and Lord Time King. The great priest paused and continued. In fact, there's another person who can do this. Master all demons. All the angels spoke one after another. The great priest nodded. Yes, the lord of the dark demon realm disappeared a long time ago. Lord Quan Wang told me that Lord Quan Demon probably entered reincarnation. Until the appearance of Lewis, he can ignore any damage, break the rules, know the rules of time and space, know the free environment, and can use erasure. This made me subconsciously think of Master Chuema, who came back from reincarnation. The angels nodded. No wonder their father thought Lewis was the all-demon. If they knew the secret of the all-demon, they would definitely think so to AT this time. The great priest pointed to a blue planet in the starry sky and looked at Bados. Bados, didn't you say that the former great priest lived in seclusion there? The northern galaxy destroyed by Lewis has been restored by the great priest, and the direction of his finger is the earth. The former great priest. The angels were taken aback. Bados smiled bitterly. My lord, this is what Weiss told me. When Lewis was on the challenge tour of the universe of the king, he went to the sixth universe at the first stop. When he left at the end, Weiss told him that the former great priest lived in seclusion on the earth. Then she found the great priest to explain the matter. Yes, it was only by chance that I learned that the former high priest lived in seclusion on earth. Weiss nodded. He only discovered the identity of the former high priest after seeing Shindo. The former great priest. Could it be that the former great priest is the servant of Lord Chuema? Lewis is in the northern galaxy, and the former great priest also lives in seclusion on the earth, and the two of them often meet on the earth. No wonder father is so suspicious. All the angels suddenly realized. Yes, I had some doubts about Lewis's identity at first, but until Bados told me that the former great priest lived in seclusion on earth, I no longer doubted that Lewis is the reincarnation of Master Chuema. The great priest smiled wryly. But now I realize that I guessed wrong. What? The angels frowned. Master Quan Demon knows the power of light and the power of darkness, but he doesn't know the power of time and space. The great priest said helplessly, Have you forgotten the space-time obliteration that Lewis performed in the Dark Demon realm? What is Super Dragon Ball? Asin looked puzzled. Ever since the old Kai Wangshan came out Kai Wang Excalibur, he found that he really didn't understand too many things. Just like the 5 people of Demigella before, he didn't know who they were. What is the Super Dragon Ball that the old world king god said now? Super Dragon Ball is a wishing bead created by the ruler of the Dragon Realm. He can fulfill any wish. Even those who have been wiped out can be resurrected. Taisai will definitely be rescued. A flash of memory flashed in the eyes of old street king god, that sacred super dragon. He will never forget it. That's great. Ashen jumped up excitedly. The extremely angry appearance of Lewis in the starry sky of the northern Milky Way made him feel distressed. Since he knew Lewis, he had never seen Lewis show such emotions. Loved ones die. This reminded him of the great Kai Wangshan who used to be. In order to protect him, the great Kai Wangshan was finally swallowed by Majin Bu. Asin sniffed. His eyes were slightly red. We must save Taisai. Asin had felt this painful feeling, and he didn't want Lewis to be tortured by this kind of pain. Do not worry. The old world king god also showed a happy smile. Lewis is the hope of their 7th universe, and he does not allow the rise of the 7th universe to be interrupted like this. Mainly, he also felt sorry for that boy Lewis. After finding a way to revive Taisai, in the following time, Asin and the old Kaiwanshan began summoning Weiss on the other side. Weiss is still guessing Lewis's identity with a group of angels. But they could never guess that Lewis's power is too special. Erasure in time and space erase, both of which are the must-kill tricks of the Quanwan universe and the realm of time respectively. If Lewis still has the power of darkness and the power of miracles, then he will gather the original power of all the worlds. Unable to guess Lewis's identity, the angels changed the topic to the dark demon realm of the 5 demon gods. Except for Demigula, the other 4 demon gods have been obliterated by the great priest. Because of his extreme anger, Lewis broke through to the Super 3 state, and his strength also skyrocketed to the 4th level of the realm of gods. The power of the 4th layer of the realm of God belongs to the power of the Real God of Destruction. Lewis has the blessing of his power. He used Erase to kill all the masters of the dark demon realm. As a result, the dark demon realm bleeds profusely. In the next, Lewis even forcibly used time and space obliteration, blasting the entire dark demon world into time and space fragments. Today, the dark demon realm has become a turbulent time and space, and Lewis's whereabouts are therefore unknown. The attitude towards Lewis is different between the angels and the God of Destruction. The God of Destruction hates Beerus and Universe Dash, but except for Conic from the 4th universe, other angels have a good impression of Lewis. Lewis is talented, gentle, and humble. It was also in this incident that he destroyed the hostile dark demon realm in the universe of All Kings. Lewis's current methods can already destroy the entire world. If such a mysterious powerhouse can always stand in the All Kings camp, then the All King universe will soon surpass all worlds again. Therefore, the angels did not object to Weisbeo's leaving Lewis. The angels left the 7th universe, and Weiss also received the call of the old Kaiwanshan. Realm of the King of Gods, Beerus, and Weiss appear here. Old guy, have you really thought of a way to save Lewis? Beerus landed on the lawn, ran to Old Street King, grabbed his shoulders tightly, and shook. Skinny ribs, if you shake me again, my bones will fall apart. Old King God, is what you said true? Weiss also asked hastily. Master Beerus, the ancestor said that as long as we find the Super Dragon Ball. Asin said excitedly. Super Dragon Ball? A bright light flashed in the minds of Beerus and Weiss, and they hugged each other excitedly. That's right, I actually forgot that there's another way. We can find Super Dragon Balls. This is care, is chaos. The two of Beerus have experienced too much in the past 2 days. Even as gods of destruction and angels, their minds are a little dizzy, and they can't think of a way to find the Super Dragon. In the following time, the two Kaiwanshan stayed in the Kaiwanshan realm to manage the 7th universe, and Beerus and Weiss set out to find the Super Dragon Balls in a certain time and space on a blue planet. Houses are collapsing everywhere. Ruins, the whole planet is in. Chaos out on a dilapidated street. A ragged, bruised man lay on the ground. There's a tail wrapped around the man's waist. His silver hair looks crystal clear under the sunlight. However, the man's eyes were blood red, and there was no trace of life in them, as if he had lost all hope, and he looked like a dead body. Ding, successful sign-in the future time and space. Reward. Perfect, comfortable, and extremely artistic conception. This man was none other than Lewis, who was drifting in the turbulence of time and space. After a month of wandering, he came to the future time and space, and signed in successfully. The electronic sound of the system sounded in Lewis's mind. That if this was before, he would definitely be very excited, perfect, and comfortable. That is the last state Sun Wukong entered in the world of nowhere in the Super Anime. With this state, he used his own strength to fight Jiren. If it weren't for his hard work, Sun Wukong would definitely be able to defeat Jiren with this state. Lewis obtained this state, which will also be very helpful in future battles. After all, it is not necessary to use the power of erasure in every fight. But now, with the death of Taisai, his world no longer has any light. When Lewis heard the electronic sound, he was indifferent. His empty eyes were colorless, as if nothing in the world could arouse his mood swings. The system was helpless and wanted to speak, but it didn't speak, so it just fell silent down on a dilapidated street. Lewis just lay on it. The breeze blows, tattered plastic bags, newspapers drift across. The street IT looks desolate. Suddenly, an energy bomb strikes. Boom dash. Half of the street exploded in an instant, and the flames engulfed Lewis. Ding. Immunity in the thick smoke. A silver light flashed across Lewis's body, and the aftermath of the explosion could not cause any harm to him at all. On the 17th and 18th, I want to avenge my brother Gohan. A young man with golden light all over his body was fighting 2 artificial humans. Boom, boom, boom. The aftermath of the confrontation destroyed a single street, and the 3 of them wrestled together. Fight from the ground to the sky, and we fought hundreds of rounds. Quickly, with a bang, the young man turned into a cannonball and fell from the sky. A deep hole was smashed next to Lewis. Lewis. In the deep pit, the young man held his chest and spat out blood. He wanted to get up from the ground, but his whole body was weak. Ha ha. Trunks, aren't you Scion's very proud? You are a coward, and you are hiding behind Son Gohan. But if he can protect you for a while, can he protect you forever? For a month, Sun Wuhan was trampled by me like a dead dog. Now it's your turn. Tell me, how do you want to die? In the sky, number 17 and number 18 descended from the sky and landed beside the deep pit, turning a blind eye to the dead body next to them. Damn it, Gohan. Brother, I'm sorry. I'm too weak to avenge you. Trunks, who was lying in the pit, looked at the pair of demonic android siblings above the pit, feeling angry and guilty. A month ago, Sun Wuhan chose to lure away the man-made man in order to protect him, and when he rushed away, Sun Wuhan had already fallen into a pool of blood. Trunks was very guilty. He was rescued by his brother Gohan, but he couldn't avenge his brother Gohan. Why are you so weak? Trunks was gasping for breath. A sense of hopelessness overwhelmed him. Brother Gohan, I'm here to accompany you. Mom, I'm sorry. You have to take care of yourself. What Trunks couldn't let go of now was his mother, but the 2 artificial humans above the pit had already condensed energy bombs. The powerful force caused the deep pit to burst, and pieces of gravel fell on his head. Trunks knew that he could not resist this attack, but he had no strength to escape, and he closed his eyes in despair down the deep pit. The energy bomb in number 17's hand was getting more and more full, and a contemptuous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This trash turned out to be the son of Scion Prince, far worse than Son Gohan. Stop teasing him. Number 18 next to him narrowed his eyes and glanced at number 17 and 17 shook his head and sneered. I want to play with him, but he's so rubbish that I can't arouse my interest at all. Then kill it. Number 18 chuckled. She did not object to number 17's decision, because she also had no interest in Trunks. The 2 energy bombs were condensed in the hands of the android siblings, and the surrounding gravel seemed to have lost their gravitational force and rose into the air when the 2 attacks are about to be launched. Desperate. I'm desperate too. Obviously the person I love the most is right in front of me, but I don't have enough strength to protect her. The dead corpse next to the top of the pit suddenly opened its mouth. The sudden sound broke the chilling atmosphere. Number 17 and number 18 shrank their pupils sharply and looked in the direction of the sound. This dead body is still alive. The main reason is that the artificial human with divine power in Lewis can't detect it at all, and with Lewis's lifeless eyes. The 2 artificial humans 17 and 18 think that Lewis is dead. Who are you? Number 18 raised her eyebrows and asked in a concentrated voice. Whoever he is, let's die together. Number 17 laughed out loud, and the energy bomb in his hand burst out. Number 18 then threw out the energy bomb. Pierced the void, just when the 2 android siblings thought their attack would kill Trunks, and the dead body, 0.2 purple rice beads appeared out of thin air, dotted on the 2 energy bombs. Whoa, collapse. The 2 energy bombs that hit turned into dots of starlight in midair and disappeared into Shumi. What? Number 18 was shocked. She stared at Lewis. How is this possible? Number 17 was dumbfounded and said in disbelief. I have a combat power of 7 million. Even a Super Scion can't hold it back. Why can you hold it back? Who are you? The two siblings were about to go crazy. How could a random dead body be able to block their attack? In the deep pit, Trunks suddenly opened his eyes. Who is it? Trunks didn't care about the pain in his body. Just for a while, he recovered some strength and rose into the air. When he flew out of the deep pit, he saw Lewis. Silver hair, blood red eyes, and also, tail. This man has a tail around his waist. Trunks' whole mind was greatly shocked. In his mother's narration, except for his uncle Goku and his father, all other Scions died in Frisia's planet-destroying bomb. Did any Scion survive? Also, this Scion blocked the attack of these two androids. Hiss. Wouldn't his strength be on par with number 17 and the others? Are you a Scion? Trunks hovered in the air and shouted. In fact, he really wanted to take this opportunity to escape first and come back for revenge when his power became stronger. But when he saw Lewis's tail, he stopped abruptly. The dead body lay here for 3 days and finally moved. Lewis struggled to get up from the broken ground, but suddenly, a mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth, which was a trauma left by forcibly wiping out time and space before. Without the intervention of other forces, this trauma would be irreversible. Lewis is now seriously injured, and his life is like a candle in the wind, which will be extinguished at any time. Son of Bulma. Lewis spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't look at the two artificial humans, but looked closely at Trunks. There was a trace of tenderness in his blood-red eyes. This is Tai-Sai's nephew, the eye in the sky. Trunks was stunned. This Scion actually knew his mother at this time. Are you a Scion? Isn't Trunks the only Scion left? Who are you? At the edge of the deep pit, number 18 and number 17 retreated more than 10 meters and did not let down their vigilance because Lewis vomited blood. Because Lewis's move just now gave them a great shock. Lewis wiped the blood from his mouth, and he looked at the two artificial humans. Just like in the anime, these two siblings are very handsome and beautiful, but the number 17 and number 18 in this time and space have been devoured by killing. Trunks, take me to Bulma. Lewis ignored the two androids, but looked at Trunks in the sky. I won't take you there. In the sky, Trunks shook his head. Although this Scion saved him, he didn't know this person. Besides, his mother told him that basically all Scions are evil, and it is impossible for him to let his mother fall into unknown danger. Take a tea this time, Lewis said slowly. Your mother's sister is Tais, and Tais is my wife. What did you say? Trunks hovered in the air, ignoring the two artificial humans on the ground, and quickly landed beside Lewis. Take a tea this time. Lewis's face was pale, like a sick child. Trunks held Lewis's shoulder tightly and asked, Are you my aunt's husband? Where's my aunt? Trunks yelled out the last sentence. When he was very young, the Earth was destroyed by man-made humans, and Sun Wuhan took him and Bulma to escape. The outside world was full of wars, and he was hugged by his mother. His mother's arms were very warm, and she would always tell him about the past. She said that if your Uncle Wukong is still alive, these artificial people must not be afraid. It is a pity that Sun Wukong died of a heart attack. In addition, there's another regret for his mother, that is her sister disappeared. His mother said that her sister left the Earth a long time ago, and she lost contact with her later. There is no connection in the dangerous universe, and there's a high probability that there is an accident. Every time he talked about the past with him, his mother would mention this incident. It can be said that this incident is her mother's biggest regret. Trunks knew this very well. He never expected to meet his aunt's husband today. Is his aunt all right? Lewis was grabbed by the shoulder by Trunks, and every time the kid shook him, he touched the wound inside him. Lewis spat out another mouthful of blood. Trunks was taken aback, and quickly let go of Lewis. You, what's wrong with you? Okay, I'm fine. I won't lie to you. Take me to Bulma. I need to find her. Lewis waved his hand, not paying attention to in his original time and space. Without his intervention, there's a high probability that Tai-Sai will have an accident in Tai-Sai in this time and space. Without his intervention, there should be an accident. Lewis knew that each space-time was not connected. That is to say, ties in the space-time had nothing to do with him. But thinking that it was all Tai-Sai, and now there are accidents, Lewis felt very uncomfortable. Take tea this time. A cold voice came from the side. A defeated general, a sick young man, chatted unscrupulously in front of us, and thought he was at your house. Number 18 clasped his hands in front of his chest, looked at Lewis, and smiled contemptuously. You don't think you were invincible just after blocking our attack? She admitted that Lewis blocked their attack just now, which really surprised him. But Lewis's state was obviously not right. Even a blind person could tell that he was seriously injured. Lewis blocked their attack just now, probably with all his strength that if this person hadn't been injured, she might still be a little apprehensive, but he is absolutely impossible to be her opponent in his current sick state. Ha! The last person who thought the world was invincible was that Scion named Vegeta, and he was kicked out of ship by us. Number 17 smiled charmingly. Naturally, he could also tell that Lewis was in a very bad state. With his kid in this state, they could easily kill him. Hateful. Trunks was furious when he heard that his father was insulted, and he wanted to kill the two artificial humans. Trunks. Lewis grabbed Trunks, who was about to rush up, and shook his head. With your current strength, what's the use of you rushing up? Have you forgotten how your big brother Gohan died? Trunks looked at number 17 and number 18 with playful faces, feeling humiliated all over his body. Very helpless, very powerless. Take me to your mother, and then I will teach you to kill them both. Lewis let go of Trunks' hand and said calmly, as soon as the words came out. Ha ha ha. The two man-made people covered their stomachs and laughed loudly. Number 17. I heard you right. This sick bastard preached to this rubbish. Let him kill us with his own hands. Number 18 wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She was about to laugh like crazy. Pointing at Lewis, number 17 laughed wildly. This silly dog is too funny. Comparable to that proud Vegeta. Is it funny? Lewis frowned, and a vast divine breath erupted. The ground with a radius of 1,000 meters was oppressed by an invisible force, and it sank 2 meters down. The coercion belonging to the dimension caused the knees of Trunks, number 17 and number 18 to bend slightly. If number 17 and number 18 were pure robots, they would not be oppressed by the dimension, but they still belong to humans in essence. The oppression of the gods made the hearts of the two artificial humans tremble. Your power. Who are you? The two androids were taken aback. They couldn't feel Lewis's strength at all, but the pressure on them told them that this man was very strong. Wasn't this kid lying on the ground like a dead body at first? He vomited blood several times after getting up from the ground. This kind of sick man can still explode with such a powerful momentum. Noisy. Lewis raised his hand, and a powerful force stirred the air, forming a violent hurricane, and instantly flew the two androids thousands of miles away. Good, so strong. Trunks was dumbfounded. This Scion just blasted those two extremely powerful androids into the air. What is his strength? This time, Lewis spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale again. Trunks worried. Are you okay? Lewis shook his head. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Trunks. I didn't kill them. I left them for you. I will definitely kill them with my own hands. Trunks clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Seeing that Lewis was vomiting blood again, he hurriedly said, How are you doing now? This Scion said he was Tai-Sai's husband, and now he keeps vomiting blood. He will be fine. It's fine for now, but if you don't take me to Bulma, I'm really going to die. Lewis blinked his blood-red eyes and smiled wryly. Lewis wasn't joking. A month ago, he lost his mind and forcibly performed time and space obliteration, which caused irreversible trauma to his body. Because the dimension has reached the level of gods, his lifespan is already as long as that of the king of the world. However, longevity can't make his injury recover. He will die anytime now. Okay, I'll take you to find my mother. You have to hold back. Trunks swallowed. The Scion said it was his uncle, and he didn't know if it was true or not, but his intuition told him that the Scion didn't lie to him. Trunks hurriedly took Lewis to the sky. Western capital. On a dilapidated street. A secret room in a ruin is filled with various sophisticated instruments. In the center of the chamber is an octopus-shaped shuttle. A beautiful woman with blue hair and a tired face was constantly operating in front of the computer. The data is processed by the chip and transmitted to the octopus shuttle through the data cable. Finally done. As long as we collect more energy, we will definitely be able to go back in time. The beautiful woman is none other than Bulma from the future time and space. She holds a special medicine for heart disease in her hand and mutters to herself, tea this time. The sound of footsteps came from above the secret room, and Bulma's heart trembled. She held her breath, not daring to take a breath. Every time Trunks came back, he would lightly tap on the ruins 3 times. The person here is definitely not Trunks. Who is it? Footsteps on the stairs. Bulma's body trembled more and more, and she shrank in the corner. Could it be discovered by artificial humans? No, I just need to collect energy. Bulma was frightened and unwilling. She was holding on to the heart attack medicine tightly, and her nails were directly inserted into the flesh. Thus suddenly, Mom, I'm back. It's Trunks. Bulma was overjoyed. Her tense heartstrings were loosened. She was too tense just now, and now she was limp on the ground, unable to get up. Trunks came down from the stairs, saw his mother limp on the ground, and quickly helped her up. Mom, what's wrong with you? What's the matter? You really scared me to death. Bulma slapped Trunks twice angrily. Only then did Trunks realize that he had come back in such a hurry that he forgot to tap 3 times on the ruins to remind his mother. Trunks didn't linger on this topic. He hurriedly said, Mom, I have news about my aunt. Who? Bulma was stunned for a moment before realizing that she was holding on to Trunks' hand. Are you talking about my sister Tai-Sai? Correct. Trunks nodded vigorously. Where's your aunt? Bulma was overjoyed. Didn't her sister come back from the universe without any accident? But the Earth is being destroyed by artificial humans, and her sister will suffer if she meets those 2 artificial humans. I do not know. Seeing Bulma's anxious face, Trunks hurriedly said, Uncle, please explain to my mother. On the way back, he had already learned something from Lewis. It turned out that Lewis was a scion from the past time and space. Uncle, Bulma was dumbfounded. Her sister actually found a boyfriend? Da-da-da. A figure descended the stairs. With silver hair and blood-red eyes, he looks very evil, but his face is very pale, like a sick child who's been bedridden for a long time. Scion. Bulma quickly saw the tail around Lewis's waist and blurted out directly. Lewis, who came down from the stairs, looked at Bulma and was taken aback. The Bulma in this time and space is really like the one described in the anime. She looks a bit old because of her perennial fatigue. Thinking of the little girl Bulma in the past time and space, she kept saying she hated getting old the most. I would you. Lewis felt sorry for his sister-in-law. Who are you? Aren't all the scions dead? Bulma said in a concentrated voice. Mom, Uncle, shut up, Trunks. Didn't I tell you that scions are all evil? Bulma hated iron for steel. She clearly told Trunks about this, but Trunks directly brought a scion into the secret room. Isn't this bringing the tiger home? Yes, all the scions in your time and space are indeed dead, but I'm not a scion in your time and space. I am a scion in a past time and space. Lewis coughed twice and said, past time and space. Bulma was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly a flash of light flashed in her mind, and she suddenly looked at the time machine, travel through time and space. The notion was just her guesswork. The Earth is hopeless in order to save the world. Even if it's a guess, she has to try. Her time machine has been manufactured, and now she's waiting to collect energy. This scion said that the past time and space, is it really possible to travel through time and space? You said you were a scion from the past time and space, and you said you're my brother-in-law. What evidence do you have? Bulma calmed down a little, watching Louise closely. Evidence. Lewis wiped the blood from his mouth and said helplessly, in order to find Prince Charming, you embarked on a journey to find Dragon Balls in high school. You met Kakarot at Bowsy Mountain. You found the Dragon Ball, and your last wish was fulfilled by Oolong. Louise kept talking about what Bulma had been through. When Bulma heard the past, memories flashed in his eyes. Trunks had heard his mother say this a long time ago, and now he heard again from Lewis, and couldn't help being excited. Lewis is really his uncle. After talking about what happened to Bulma, Lewis told her about her and Tai-Sai. What happened between her and Tai-Sai was told by him. After hearing this, Bulma has already believed half of her heart. This scion is really her brother-in-law. This time. Bulma, the last thing you like when people say you are old. As soon as Lewis said this, boom dash, Bulma seemed to have been struck by lightning. This scion even knew what she hated the most. Brother-in-law, are you really my brother-in-law? Bulma burst into tears. Lewis nodded vigorously. His sister-in-law in this time and space is really miserable. Goku died, Vegeta died, and finally Gohan died too. Only Bulma and Trunks are left to depend on each other. Without the protection of these 3 scions, the Earth fell into a dark and turbulent situation. Trunks was too young to protect the Earth at all. Bulma finally thought of going back to the past through time and space. As long as the past is changed, the future will also be changed. For this reason, she studies the theory of time and space every day, and even creates a time machine. It's a pity that everything Bulma has done is in vain, changing the past time and space, and there will be no change in the future time and space. Because these 2 time and space belong to parallel time and space. There's no connection. Brother-in-law, how's my sister? Bulma hurriedly said. She was most worried about her sister. Lewis's heart was aching, and he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. His whole body was shaking, and Trunks quickly supported him. Brother-in-law you. Bulma's pupils shrank sharply. Did her sister really have an accident? Your sister will be fine. Lewis clutched his chest. Every time he thought of the picture of Tai-Sai being killed, his heart ached. We'll be all right. Bang. The only remaining hope in Bulma's heart was finally extinguished. Something happened to her sister. Aren't you my brother-in-law? Why didn't you protect my sister? Bulma yelled hysterically. She no longer cared about whether she would be discovered by the artificial man. Lewis's face was terribly pale, and he gritted his teeth, desperately trying not to let the blood spurt out of his mouth. Swallowing the blood, he shook his head and said, Bulma, it will be fine. I will definitely save your sister back. I'm here to find you now. Please help me make a Super Dragon Ball radar. Super Dragon Ball Thunder. Bulma looked at Lewis and said, Brother-in-law, what is Super Dragon Ball radar? I only know Dragon Ball radar. Seeing Lewis's pale face, she couldn't help worrying again. Brother-in-law, are you okay? It's okay. I can stand it for the time being. Lewis shook his head, and then said, Super Dragon Ball radar has the same function as Dragon Ball radar, but ordinary Dragon Ball radar can only locate ordinary Dragon Balls, while Super Dragon Balls locates Super Dragon Balls. His current injury was caused by forcibly using time and space erase, and it is very likely that even the angels will not be able to recover. Whether the Great Priest can restore him, he doesn't know, but Lewis knew that his identity seemed to be very special, and Demicula and the others came to him to prove this. It's a very bad thing to get involved with the Dark Demon Realm. He can't find the Great Priest. Otherwise, he might send sheep to the Wolf's Lair. Now the only thing we can rely on is the Super Dragon. I probably understand. The Super Dragon Ball you mentioned should be similar to Namek. Earth's Dragon Ball radar can't detect its signal, so you asked me to create a new Super Dragon Ball radar. Bulma watched her brother-in-law closely. Her brother-in-law came from the past time and space, and just now she heard that her sister had an accident, and now her brother-in-law is seriously injured. Something must have happened in the past time and space. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in her mind. Her brother-in-law came from the past to the future. Since when did her sister have a boyfriend? Since Tai-Sai in the past had a boyfriend. How could she in the future not know about it? Time paradox. It's really a time paradox. Bulma realized something. Her eyes widened, and her eye sockets became red. Bulma's expression startled Trunks, and he asked worriedly, Mom, what's wrong with you? Brother-in-law. Ignoring Trunks, Bulma endured the collapse and looked at Lewis. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Lewis shook his head, smiled wryly, and said, As expected of Bulma. Have you guessed it? Uncle, Mother, what's the matter with you? Looking at Lewis and Bulma, Trunks was very confused. Didn't he just talk about Super Dragon Ball radar? How could his mother suddenly show such a desperate expression? Brother-in-law, is it parallel time and space? Bulma didn't look at Trunks. She stared at Luis. Yes, my time and space has nothing to do with yours, and you can't really go back to the past when you build a time machine. You will only go to a parallel time and space. Luis was very helpless. He thought about hiding it first, but he was destined to be unable to hide it when he appeared here. No way. His sister-in-law is one of the people with the highest IQ in Dragon Ball. Luis couldn't bear it and said, even if you go back to the parallel time and space in the past, and you change history in the parallel time and space, your time and space will not change in any way. As soon as the words came out, the secret room became deathly silent, and if a silver needle fell on the ground at this time, it could be clearly heard. Uncle, is this true? Trunks was dumbfounded. His mother has seen all the hard work she has put in to save the world all these years. Now Luis's words directly deny his mother's hard work. Real. Trunks' heart tightened. He looked at Bulma, worried that his mother would collapse. Thought Bulma's complexion was very pale, just a little bit better than that of Luis. She never thought that she had worked so hard for more than 10 years, and all she had done was in vain. In fact, Bulma has also thought about the time paradox. As one of the top scientists in Dragon Ball, if she can't even consider this point, it will be a failure but Son Goku dies, Vegeta dies, and finally Gohan dies too. There's only one young Trunks left, and Trunks' current power cannot protect the Earth at all. Go back to the past and change the future. This was the only way she could think of. Even if she knew about the time paradox, she could only pretend that she didn't know about it. Now that Luis broke her fantasy, Bulma couldn't accept it for a while. Bulma didn't speak. The light in her eyes began to disappear. Hope was gone. Seeing Bulma's expression, Luis felt sorry for his sister-in-law. Luis was supported by Trunks. He walked up to Bulma and touched her head. Bulma, even if you can't change the past as long as I'm here, your world can be changed. Change? Brother-in-law, how do you change? You have no idea how powerful those two artificial humans are. Bulma let Luis rub her head, but said in despair, Vegeta died by their hands. Gohan also died by their hands. Who else will be their opponent? Luis withdrew his hand, disapproving, and smiled slightly. Trunks and I came back here in a fair manner. Have you seen those two artificial humans appear? Bulma raised her head abruptly, and a hint of color appeared in her eyes. This time, Trunks also hurriedly said, Mom, Uncle is very powerful. I met those two artificial humans just now. I almost died in their hands. Fortunately, Uncle showed up in time, otherwise I would die. Trunks knew that his mother had always wanted to change the future. If her mother really had no hope, I really don't know if she could stand it. What? Bulma said excitedly. Brother-in-law, is this true? Could it be that your power is stronger than Wukong? In Bulma's heart in the future time and space, son Wukong is the strongest. Otherwise she would not tell Trance that if your uncle Wukong is still there, the two artificial humans must not be afraid. Kakarot, Luis let go of Trunks' support and said with a smile, that idiot is no match for me. As long as I want to, I can easily kill those two artificial humans. Having said that, Luis looked at Trunks again. It's just that I didn't make a move because I want to leave them at Trunks. There's only the last scion left in the future time and space. If Trunks cannot grow up, how will the future time and space face Cell, Majin Buu, and Zamasu? Bulma is Tai-Sai's younger sister. Luis loves Wujio. Even if it is Bulma in the future time and space, he is very distressed. He wouldn't allow Bulma to suffer like this again. So he had to train Trunks to stop it all. Uncle, I will kill them. Trunks said firmly. Brother-in-law. Bulma was ecstatic. Her eyes were shining again. She grabbed Luis's arm and swayed wildly. Brother-in-law, why don't you help me kill them now? Her intuition told her that Luis was not lying. Mom, there's no need for Uncle to do anything. I'll kill them then. Trunks clenched his fists, and he personally avenged Gohan-san. Brother-in-law, don't listen to Trunks. If you can really kill those two people, can you help me kill them? Bulma is really afraid of those two artificial humans. It can be said that numbers 17 and 18 are her nightmares. If Trunks misses again by then, her last relative will be gone. Luis glanced at the unwilling Trunks, then said slowly, okay. If it was someone else who asked him so, he would definitely not care, but this is Tai-Sai's sister asking him for help. No matter what, he would not refuse. Great. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes glowed again, and she had hope for life again. And Trunks looked depressed. Luis didn't care about his nephew, and said, Bulma, those who killed the two artificial humans should push back first. You can help me make a Super Dragon Ball radar first, and I have to recover from my injuries first. At this time, he was dressed in rags and bruises all over his body. A few drops of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth from time to time. Luis didn't know how long he could last. Bulma could see that Luis had been seriously injured. Based on her brother-in-law's tone before, it was obvious that her sister had an accident as well. She was a little more at ease when Luis said he would bring her sister back to life. Bulma could see that this brother-in-law who appeared suddenly loved her sister very much, and she believed that her sister from the past time and space would definitely be resurrected. Brother-in-law, I can't make Super Dragon Ball radar without a sample. Bulma also knew that Luis wanted to find another Dragon Ball to make a wish, so she showed embarrassment. A sample? It's very simple. I'll just take you to find a Super Dragon Ball. Luis still remembers that in the Super anime, the planet where the 7th universe and the 6th universe competed was a Super Dragon Ball that S, an alternate god of destruction. Luis learned the teleportation at the level of Kai Wenshin. He knew the coordinates of the universe very well, and he remembered the planet early on. According to the development of the story, the future time and space are actually not much different from the past time and space, and the future time and space are only a little different after the Frieza chapter. Zamasu hasn't done anything yet. The Super Dragon Ball must still be there. Brother-in-law, wait for me. I'll get some tools. After Bulma packed up his things, Luis endured the pain in his body and took the mother and child to use teleportation and left the Earth. This time, Luis did not leave Trunks alone on Earth. The main reason is that if he and Bulma leave, if the 17th and 18th come to the door, Trunks will die. In a pitch-black star field, one of the reddish-brown planets is particularly conspicuous, with a swish. Luis came here with Bulma mother and son. Just as he landed, he spurted another mouthful of blood. Uncle, how are you doing? Brother-in-law, are you okay? Bulma mother and son worried. While worried, they were also frightened by Luis's teleportation. But Bulma also recognized the move Luis used, which was teleportation. I didn't expect that her brother-in-law would do this trick. It's okay, I can't die yet. Luis waved his hand. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, squatted on the ground, and punched out. With a click, the ground began to burst, and a ray of orange light shot out from the crack. Sure enough, it's still here. Luis's tense heartstrings can finally be relaxed. The Dragon Ball is still here, which means that nothing has changed. That is to say, he can find the 7 Super Dragon Balls in the future time and space, and then make a wish to restore his injuries that end this way. When he returns to the past time and space, he can also look for the Super Dragon Balls in the past time and space, and then make a wish to revive Tai-Sai. Bulma, start collecting data. Huh, I didn't see Super Dragon Ball. Bulma looked around, eager to see what her brother-in-law said about Super Dragon Balls. If 7 Super Dragon Balls are found at that time, maybe the Summon Dragon can also fulfill 2 or 3 wishes. In this way, maybe she can also use these Dragon Balls to resurrect Vegeta and the others. What Bulma didn't know was that her idea was doomed to fail. First of all, the Super Dragon can only fulfill 1 wish at a time. After Luis runs out, he can only use it again after the cooling time of the Super Dragon Ball has passed. Secondly, Vegeta in the future time and space has already been reincarnated, and ordinary dragons cannot revive the reincarnated Vegeta. Maybe Super Shenron could do that, but then Vegeta's reincarnation would die too. It's here. Luis stomped on the ground. Bulma was still a little puzzled. Where is it? I didn't see it. Trunks was thoughtful, and weakly said, Uncle, you don't mean that this planet is Super Dragon Ball. Trunks had never seen Dragon Balls, but his mother had described them to him. In his impression, Dragon Balls were only the size of a fist of his. Bulma gasped, no way. Yes, the planet under our feet is one of Super Dragon Balls. Lewis nodded. Bulma, please. Gollum, Bulma's mother and son swallowed sharply. This planet is just one of the Dragon Balls. No wonder the word super is used. Sure enough, human lives up to its name. Soon, Bulma stopped being in a daze. Now her brother-in-law's condition is very bad, and she has to do Super Dragon Ball radar quickly. Bulma began to collect data from the Super Dragon Ball radar, and then built the Super Dragon Ball radar on the spot that he asked for Trunks. He was not idle either. He knew that his uncle was very strong, so he could just ask him for advice on combat and cultivation. From Lewis's observation, Trunks' fighting skills were extremely rough, and his cultivation method was also wrong. But after thinking about it for a while, Lewis also knew why Trunks did this. Not long after Trunks was born, the future time and space were attacked by artificial humans. And Vegeta also died when Trunks was very young. Only Son Gohan was left alone with Trunks and Bulma to escape. In this case, Trunks could not get the correct cultivation method at all. Now, did he have time to practice? If Trunks got the correct cultivation method and had enough time to practice, he would have no trouble killing those two artificial humans. Just like in the Z anime, Vegeta returned to the past time and space, and after being specially trained by Vegeta, his power is even stronger than that of Cell, who has not yet evolved into a full body. While Bulma was making Super Dragon Ball radar, Lewis was also directing Trunks. Time flies. Half a day passed. Brother-in-law, I've finished the Super Dragon Ball radar. Bulma jumped in front of Louise with the Super Dragon Ball radar, like a little girl who hasn't grown up yet. Seeing this, Trunks couldn't help being slightly taken aback. It was the first time he'd seen his mother make such an action. Not to mention, it was quite cute. Lewis also stopped teaching Trunks, turned his head to see Bulma's lively and lovely behavior, and smiled. Is it so fast? He broke Bulma's fantasy before, and now he's brought hope to Bulma. He's still very happy to see Bulma, showing such a little girl's expression. Brother-in-law, there's actually not much difference between Super Dragon Balls and Earth Dragon Balls. Just change the electromagnetic wave induction settings. Trouble you, I'll start collecting Super Dragon Balls now, and after my body recovers, I'll help you get rid of those two humanoids. Thank you, brother-in-law. Bulma clenched her little fist, very happy, totally unmotherly. Lewis habitually wanted to rub Bulma's head, but just as he put his hand on it, he remembered the sister-in-law of this time and space. Not his sister-in-law of time and space. Lewis shook his head and put his hand down again. He took over the Super Dragon Ball radar and began to search for the location of the Super Dragon Ball. Seeing Lewis put his hand down, Bulma sighed. She felt an unprecedented sense of security in her brother-in-law in the past time and space. She shook her head, but it was a pity that Lewis was not her brother-in-law in this time and space. Louise didn't know what Bulma was thinking. He looked at Super Dragon Ball radar. The Super Dragon radar made by Bulma covered the entire universe, and he saw 3 bright spots from the Super Dragon Ball radar. Xiaobai is not sure how many Super Dragon Balls there are in universe dash, so just write casually. One of the bright spots is right under his feet. Very good. There are 3 in the 7th universe, so the other 4 in the 6th universe. Thinking of this, Lewis looked at the 2 of Trunks. I'll take you to the King of the North Realm first, and I will bring you back after I collect the Super Dragon Balls. Speaking of this, Lewis smiled slightly. Maybe you can see Kakarot there. Ordinary people who have made great contributions to the underworld can retain their physical bodies to practice in the underworld. With the relationship between Monkey King and the King of the Northern Realm, maybe the Monkey King in the future time and space has not yet been reincarnated. King of the Northern Realm. Trunks naturally didn't know much about the King of the North, but Bulma was different. The Earth has been helped by the King of the North Realm many times. At the beginning, Sun Wukong learned the King of the King from the King of the North Realm. Bulma knew that the relationship between Monkey King and the King of the North Realm was very good. Bulma said excitedly, brother-in-law, can you really take me to the King of the North Realm? Then can I find Goku and Vegeta in the North Street? You'll know when you get there. Lewis only knew that Sun Wukong should not have been reincarnated. After all, there's so many masters in the underworld, so he would not be reincarnated so easily. As for whether Vegeta and the others have been eliminated, Lewis is really not sure. Let's go. Lewis endured the pain in his body and led the 2 of them to cast it again. Teleporting, he took the 2 of them to King Star of the Northern Realm and saw a familiar figure. That figure is none other than Sun Wu. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged on the ground and meditated, suddenly noticed something, and opened his eyes suddenly. Bulma, Wukong. Bulma was so overjoyed that she ran towards Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Lewis was a little curious about whether Vegeta and the others had reincarnated, but he had more important things to do now, and he used teleportation to leave the Northern King planet. Trunks was left alone in a daze. Why was his mother so happy in the dark cosmic starry sky? Lewis returned to the position where the previous Super Dragon Ball was, looking at the Super Dragon Ball with a diameter of more than 3 kilometers. Lewis smiled. If it was in the past, he really couldn't do anything about such a big Super Dragon Ball, but after he understood the rules of space, it was still easy to collect this Super Dragon Ball. Give me in. Lewis waved his hand, and a huge gap suddenly appeared in the universe's starry-skied, extra-dimensional space. This is his exclusive storage space. A violent attraction from the crack in the starry sky sucked the Super Dragon Ball into Lewis's different dimensional space. After doing all this, Lewis spit out another mouthful of blood. His injuries are getting worse and worse, and time is running out. He moved towards the positions of the other 2 light spots on the Super Dragon Ball radar. In just 1 hour, he had collected all the Super Dragon Balls from Universe Dash, and now only the 4 Super Dragon Balls from Universe Dash remained. When he came to the cosmic barrier, Lewis swung his fist, blasted the cosmic barrier away, and jumped into a dark void. At the same time. In the world of God of Destruction in the future time and space, Weiss raised his head suddenly. Who is it? 6th universe. Lewis came here, and half a day later, he easily collected the remaining 4 Super Dragon Balls in the 6th universe. Now, there are 7 Super Dragon Balls in his storage space. As long as he summons the Super Dragon, his injury should be able to recover. But this time, in the dark cosmic starry sky, 2 figures hovered opposite Lewis, a fat purple pig and a tall, blue-skinned woman confronted Lewis. Who are you, kid? How dare you come to my 6th universe to steal things? You're too tired. Xianpa said coldly. Suddenly, Bado said, Master Xianpa, be careful. There's something wrong with him. Something's wrong. I'm the God of Destruction. I'm afraid he's an egg. Xianpa crossed the bucket waist, and before he finished speaking, his eyes widened suddenly. Dimension of the gods, destroy the breath. This person has a destructive aura, and his dimension is still at the level of God. Who are you? Xianpa's usual laughing and joking expression disappeared, and his face became serious. Lewis looked at Xianpa and the 2, and said indifferently, Miss Bados, Mr. Xianpa, I am the alternate God of Destruction of the 7th universe. The alternate God of Destruction in Universe Dash. When did Universe Dash have an alternate God of Destruction? Bados was dumbfounded. Compared with Bados, Xianpa is even more unbelievable. He knows Virus very well. How could that lazy bastard accept apprentices? But what happened to the destructive aura on Lewis? Apart from the identity of the alternate God of Destruction, Xianpa and Bados couldn't think of other possibilities. Is this guy really the alternate God of Destruction of the 7th universe? Hell, are you really the alternate God of Destruction of Universe 7? Xianpa couldn't help confirming again, but his tone became softer because no one dared to lie in front of the God of Destruction, and there was a high probability that this person was really the disciple with thin ribs. Correct. Lewis's voice was very serious. He really didn't lie, but he didn't say that he was not from the future time and space. Where Xianpa can I go? Lewis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Xianpa opposite him. The moment Xianpa saw Lewis, he knew that something was wrong with Lewis. Obviously, this little guy wanted to collect Super Dragon Balls and wanted to make a wish to heal his injuries. You go. Hearing this, Lewis breathed a sigh of relief. With his current strength, he really might not be able to beat Xianpa. It's better not to do it or not to do it. As for Bados, he doesn't have to worry, because Bados' current power is not yet broken through to the level of the Great Priest, and she must not be able to escape the restrictions of the rules of the universe. S.O. Bados couldn't make a move on him. After Lewis left here, Bados looked at Xiangpa and said with a smile, I didn't expect Master Xiangpa to let this little guy go. Is it for the sake of Lord Beerus? Stop talking nonsense, you can ask Beerus for me. Forget it, that slacker must be sleeping. You can ask Weiss for me, and ask him if Universe Dash has accepted a backup saboteur god. Xiangpa said coldly, if not, this kid dares to come to my 6th universe to steal things, I must kill him. Hearing Xiangpa's order, Bados held the staff and tapped lightly against the void. After talking with Weiss, Bados widened his eyes and said, Master Xiangpa, Weiss said that the 7th universe has not accepted a candidate god of destruction. What? That kid really lied to me. Xiangpa was furious. The destructive aura erupted from his body, and all the surrounding planets were destroyed. Go, let's catch up. The two Xiangpa disappeared in the universe Starry Sky. In the 7th universe, Lewis just returned to the North Galaxy, and he caught Weiss' attention. Lewis didn't know this at all. He took the 7-star Super Dragon Ball out of the one-dimensional space in the starry sky of the northern Milky Way. The moment 7 huge Super Dragon Balls appeared in the starry sky, the huge resonance resounded through the universe. The orange light illuminates the entire starry sky brightly. This huge movement also caught the attention of the king of the Northern Realm. He quickly focused his attention on this star field, and when he saw this scene in the starry sky, he was shocked. Everyone on the Northern King star was very puzzled when they saw the shocked expression of the Northern King, until the King of the North said that the person who brought Bulma and Trunks here, he collected the 7 Super Dragon Balls. The King of the Northern Realm described the magnificent picture of the 7 Dragon Balls gathered together, and Monkey King was shocked. There are still Dragon Balls as big as planets in the world. On Lewis's side, he had no idea how many people's attention his actions had attracted. AT this time. Lewis was also shocked by the scene of the 7 Super Dragon Balls gathering together. But time waits for no one. Lewis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth again, and shouted, Come out, Dragon of God, I will grant my wish. The language he uses is naturally the language of God. He is an alternate god of destruction. When Weiss taught him, the language of God was also one of the courses that Lewis's voice fell. The starry sky became deathly silent. After a while, those 7 Super Dragon Balls haven't changed in any way. Lewis frowned. Could it be that the spell he shouted was wrong? It shouldn't be. This is the spell Zuno said in the anime, and this is also the spell of Weiss. Just when Lewis was at a loss, suddenly, the starry sky shook, accompanied by the violent resonance. The red stars inside the 7 Super Dragon Balls suddenly lit up, and then the 7 Super Dragon Balls began to glow orange for a moment. It seemed as if 7 suns were hanging horizontally in the starry sky. This scene was very shocking. The 7 Super Dragon Balls began to move, and every time they moved a certain distance, the 7th universe trembled. Soon, with the 4 planets as the center, the other 6 Dragon Balls will surround in order. This is easy. The 6 Dragon Balls emitted golden lightning and connected with the 4 planets. In an instant, the 7 Super Dragon Balls suddenly burst into golden light and gathered together, like a newborn sun. The light was very dazzling. When the light disappeared, a huge ancient golden dragon curled up and opened its eyes suddenly, spread the golden wings, howling up to the sky. The gigantic super dragon soared in the cosmic starry sky. After traveling around for a week, it opened its mouth and flew towards Lewis. Coming. Lewis was very excited. He had already prepared for this step. I saw the super dragon flying in front of Lewis and swallowing him in one gulp. This scene happened to be seen by Weiss, Beerus, Xiangpa, and Bados, who rushed over. It's over. The super dragon was successfully summoned by this kid. Beerus in this time and space, he was asleep at first, who thought that Weiss would wake him up and said that someone pretended to be the alternate god of destruction of the 7th universe, and then collected the super dragon balls of the 7th universe and the 6th universe. I didn't expect to rush here, or it was a step too late. Skinny ribs, if that kid makes a bad wish, you'll be responsible for it. Xiangpa yelled, I'm in charge. It's none of my business. When the two brothers were arguing AT this time, inside the super dragon, Lewis was hovering in the dim space, and countless galaxies were floating around like dust. Say your wish. The golden dragon in the void made an ancient and vicissitude sound. Without hesitation, Lewis shouted in the language of God, Let my body recover. There was a sudden silence in the dark space. In the dim space, a golden ancient dragon spread its wings and hovered in the void. IT has golden scales and ruby eyes. The whole body is covered with golden light, sacred and solemn. The eyes of Super Shenlong, who had no emotional fluctuations, suddenly showed a hint of agility, and they were soon full of humanity. Lewis was stunned by this scene. What's going on? In the anime, isn't this super dragon, as long as the summoner says the wish, it will come true? Why doesn't it respond now, and what's? With its eyes? Smart. Human eyes. After a while, Lewis finally couldn't help it anymore, raised his head and frowned. Is it because my wish can't be fulfilled? He once guessed that the super dragon should not be able to fulfill any wish, just like wishing to kill the king. There's a high probability that this wish will not be fulfilled. But the injuries on his body now are just the wounds caused by his forcible time and space erase. He made a wish to restore his body, which shouldn't be a difficult task. A sacred aura appeared more than 10 years ago, and that aura spread to my dragon realm. It must have been erupted by you. The super dragon hovering in the void spoke slowly, its ancient and vicissitudes voice suddenly full of humanity. Hearing this, Lewis's eyes widened. His body kept moving back. He was frightened by the words of the super dragon. How do you know? The candidate god of destruction of the 7th universe in the past. Am I right? Lewis gasped. The super dragon he summoned belonged to the future time and space, but the sacred aura he erupted back then happened in the past time and space. Why would the super dragon in the future time and space know? And also, Super Shenlong spoke in such a tone. Could it be Salama? Lewis blurted out directly that this super dragon must have been taken over by Salama himself, the dragon god Salama, the master of the dragon realm. Also, Salama himself could be connected to the super dragon in the future time and space. This is something that even the king can't do, and Salama has managed to do this. It's too exaggerated. You are very smart. You guessed my identity so quickly. The super dragon opened his mouth wide and said. Lewis stopped backing. He swallowed and didn't speak anymore. At this time, he couldn't calm down for a long time in the void. One person and one dragon. Just so quiet that suddenly, Lewis in the void turned pale. He could no longer suppress the remaining power of time and space in his body, and the remaining power began to explode. The liver and intestines are broken. Heartbreaking. This is an injury caused by Lewis himself, and it does not belong to the negative influence of the outside world on him. His immunity has no effect. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Lewis's mouth. The severe pain caused Lewis's whole body to curl up together, making a heart-piercing cry of pain. Losing his strength support, Lewis fell straight from the void like a T this moment. The huge super dragon in the void said slowly, Your wish has come true. A flash of light flashed in the ruby eyes of the super dragon, and then a vast miraculous power turned into a golden dragon, which descended from the sky and poured on Lewis, who was falling straight. In an instant, all the injuries on Lewis's body were recovered, and the remaining power of time and space in his body was also removed. He opened his eyes suddenly. Have I recovered? Lewis hovered in the void, looked up at the super dragon, then clenched his fist. His forehead burst into blue veins, his back was burning hot, and a violent force in his body surged out like a volcano erupting. Lewis's eyebrows were disappearing. His hair was growing longer, and in an instant his hair was blonde and waist-length. Status, Super Scion 3, Dimension, God Dimension, Power, the 4th layer of the realm of gods. This power and state was broken through when he entered extreme anger. Because of Tai Sai's death, It's great to be back. Lewis shakes his fist. Boom, dash. The power of the god of destruction erupted from Lewis. At this moment, the void in the super dragon's body trembled slightly. Above the void, the super dragon nodded when he saw this scene. Lewis recovered. He flew in front of the super dragon and said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Salama." He didn't know the purpose of Salama appearing here, but Salama's willingness to save him showed that he had no malice towards him. "This is the super dragon you summoned. Even if I don't show up, it will fulfill your wish. You don't have to thank me." The super dragon said lightly. Lewis breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully said, "Master Salama, you are here." As one of the most mysterious characters in Dragon Ball, Salama did not expect to meet him today. Lewis was very curious about the purpose of Salama's coming here. Could it be because of his inexplicable identity? I just want to see how far that little guy has grown. An old voice came from the mouth of the super dragon. "I didn't expect that only a dozen years have passed, and your strength has grown to this point. Your talent is really strong." So it wasn't because of his inexplicable identity, but is it strong? Do not. Not strong at all. If he's strong enough, his ties won't die. Lewis clenched his fist, his knuckles were turning white, and then he asked, "Lord Salama, who am I?" The first time Lewis asked the system about his identity, the system said he was just an ordinary scion. The second time he asked Weiss said he didn't know either. This is the third time that Lewis asked about his identity. He knew that his identity was not simple. No ordinary scion would obliterate it. Space-time obliteration. These powers. Now Lewis desperately wanted to know his identity. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know? Master Salama, don't you know? Lewis's eyes widened. He thought that the legendary dragon god Salama would know his identity. The super dragon did not disappear after fulfilling its wish. It still hovered in the void. After thinking for a while, it finally said, "At first, I thought you were the master of all demons, just like Quan Wong, the great priest, and Demigella. Reincarnation. All magic?" Lewis widened his eyes. "Who is the devil?" Soon he thought of something. The former great priest. While Lewis was thinking, the super dragon continued to speak. "After you use time and space to obliterate, it directly overturned the guess that you are the whole devil. Now I don't know who you are, but I can see that you will not endanger this world, and maybe even make this world further sublimated. Really do not know." Lewis's head was buzzing. Is his identity really that mysterious? Lewis was a little depressed, but he also learned two pieces of information from Salama. It turned out that the great priest and Demigella had mistook him for the reincarnation of that all-demon. Combined with what he knew before, Lewis quickly deduced who the whole devil was related to. It's about Quan Wong. The former high priest, Weiss mentioned, may be the servant of the whole devil. As for another point of information, Salama said that he may further sublimate the world, and Lewis couldn't figure it out even if he tried to break his head. MD, another riddle. "Lewis, if there's nothing else, I'll leave it alone. If you have time, you can come to Dragon Realm to have fun. I welcome you anytime." The super dragon was about to disappear. "Lord Salama, wait. Anything else?" Super dragon looked at Lewis. Lewis looked anxious. "I want to ask if you can revive my ties, by the way." Originally, he planned to find a Super Dragon Ball to recover his injury, and then return to his own time and space to find a Super Dragon Ball to revive his Taisai. But now that I have met the Dragon God Salama himself, maybe I can ask him to help me, by the way. "It's fine, but you don't need my help. Someone has already brought Taisai back to life for you." After finishing speaking, the Super Dragon turned into 7 Super Dragon Balls and disappeared directly into the universe starry sky. "Master Salama, wait, what do you mean?" Lewis shouted towards the position where the 7 Super Dragon Balls disappeared. The universe became quiet again, and soon, Lewis thought of something. Salama said that someone helped him bring Tais back to life, and the only ones who could help him in this way should be Beerus, Weiss, and old Kaiwangami. Old King God, Beerus-sama, Weiss. Lewis's eyes were slightly red, and D was moved by these 3 guys again. Just as Lewis was moved, a cold voice came from beside him. "Boy, dare to pretend to be my alternate god of destruction in the 7th universe. Are you tired of living?" Hearing this, Lewis raised his head suddenly, and he saw 4 familiar figures: Beerus, Weiss, Xiangpa, and Vados from his time and space. And Beerus and the other saw Lewis with long golden hair reaching his waist, and then felt Lewis's strength, and everyone was shocked. The power of the 4th layer of the realm of gods. How is it possible? "I've seen Master Beerus." Lewis came to his senses, and it was not surprising that Beerus and the others appeared here. After all, the scene of him summoning the super dragon just now was so shocking that only. Why did the pig Xiangpa appear here? "Who are you?" Violet light emanated from Beerus, and the entire 7th universe trembled. And Xiangpa hid behind Beerus, pointing at Lewis. "How dare you lie to me, and even steal things from my 6th universe? Skinny ribs, go up and bite him." Beerus, Weiss, Bados, in fact like Pa, he didn't want to be so ashamed. Who let Lewis's power have the 4th layer of the realm of God, and it was full of destructive aura? If he went up to fight with others, wouldn't he be ashamed if he lost? Apart from the 2 angels present, only Beerus was stronger than him, and Xiangpa hid behind Beerus with peace of mind. Suddenly, Weiss found something, his eyes widened. "Master Beerus, he is not from this time and space." Bados said coldly. "Which time and space are you, the god of destruction? Travel through time and space at will. Don't you know that manipulating time is a felony?" The atmosphere in the cosmic starry sky became solemn, and Xiangpa, who had been hiding behind Beerus, also stood up. The 2 brothers had very serious expressions, and their bodies were shining with purple light. "It seems an attack on Lewis will be launched in the next second. I am indeed not from this time and space." Lewis looked at Beerus. "Master Beerus, in the time and space that belongs to me, your heir is me, and I am the alternate god of destruction of the 7th universe in that time and space." Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked at Beerus one after another. The purple aura on Beerus' body suddenly dissipated, and he was dumbfounded. You are the alternate god of destruction of the 7th universe in another time and space." Beerus pointed to himself, and then pointed to Lewis on the opposite side. Lewis nodded. He wanted to laugh when he saw Beerus being so naive. Sure enough, Beerus in every time and space is so cute. "I do not believe." Beerus suddenly said coldly. "If you are really my heir, then it is absolutely impossible for you to manipulate time. Except for the people in the realm of time, other people, even gods, dare to travel through time and space casually. It is a serious crime." Beerus knew his character. There was no way he would accept such a person who dared to commit a felony as an apprentice. "Don't believe me? Then let's fight." Lewis smiled. Don't think you are invincible just because you have the power of the 4th layer of the god realm. Since you are an alternate god of destruction in another time and space, then you should know my true power." Beerus took a step forward, and the dissipated purple energy reappeared. At this time, he was like a giant beast, and the murderous aura emitted was icy cold, as if it was about to materialize. Xiangpa next to him trembled suddenly. His brother was going to be serious. The power of the 5th layer of the god realm. Lewis smiled, his ties was resurrected, and now he was able to fight Beerus again. He was in a good mood. "I originally thought that I would fight with you, Mr. Beerus, after the Cosmic Challenge Tour is over. Who knows what will happen next?" Lewis paused, then smiled. "But it's the same to be able to fight with you in another time and space now." As soon as the words fell, Beerus in front of him suddenly disappeared without a trace. Obviously possessing the power of the 5th layer of the realm of God, who is many times stronger than Lewis, but Beerus strikes first. Lewis might not be able to react to Beerus' sudden move if it was in the past. "It's really fast, but I really think my space challenge trip is just a joke." Lewis smiled at the corner of his mouth. Facing the disappearing Beerus, he quickly adjusted his body, turned his head, dodged, and made thousands of movements in an instant. And Beerus attacked from behind Lewis. His attack speed was extremely fast, and the fist he swung left an afterimage in the sky, but he couldn't hit Lewis. How is this possible? Beerus was dumbfounded. Although he just attacked tentatively, he was a master at the 5th level of the realm of God. Leaving aside strength, let's just talk about speed, reaction, fighting skills, etc. How could a piece of trash whose strength is only on the 4th level of the realm of gods be able to match him? On the other side, Bados frowned. Weiss, this little guy reacts very quickly, and his fighting skills are also terrible. This little guy can fight Beerus with the power of the 4th layer of the realm of gods. Not simple. Weiss nodded. His voice was very dignified. Yes, among all the gods of destruction, Master Beerus's understanding of battle can definitely be said to be number one. I didn't expect that there's someone comparable to Lord Beerus now. The two people in front began to entangle each other again. Obviously, they became serious, and they fought back and forth. The residual power they erupted spread out in circular visible ripples, smashing one planet after another. How is this possible? This little guy has managed to turn his fighting consciousness into a physical instinct. Bados was so surprised that his mouth opened wide. In her observation, every time Lewis was about to be hit, he seemed to be able to dodge the most reasonable way by letting his body instinctively react without thinking through his brain, and he could even fight back. This is the precursor to comprehend the realm of freedom. Weiss swallowed his saliva and said in shock, I didn't expect that besides Mr. Beerus, there's one more person who has reached this step now. Wes, have you noticed yet? This little guy's fighting style is very similar to that of Beerus. Or they're from the same line. Bados was shocked. Could it be? Weiss couldn't believe it. Could it be that he is really another alternate bad god of the 7th universe? In other words, this person is also his disciple. At this time, Xiangpa was already hiding behind Bados and shivering. Fat pig, I was a little arrogant just now. When I be killed? In front up, boom. The fists of Lewis and Beerus collided, the 7th universe trembled, and the entire star field collapsed instantly. Fortunately, Weiss and Bados are here. They waved their staffs to restore the collapsed star field and set up an energy protection shield. You kid. Beerus stepped back quickly. The fist that collided with Lewis was numb. He also discovered that Lewis's fighting skills are very rich, and his physical instinct is about to touch the level of the free state. Besides, what shocked him the most was that Lewis's fighting style was very similar to his own. It could be said that they were taught by the same master. Master Beerus, do you believe me? Lewis didn't show much strength. He looked at Beerus in front and smiled. He knew that no matter what he said, the other party would not believe that he was an alternate god of destruction in the universe of another space-time region. So he might as well propose to fight Beerus directly, because the way of fighting is not deceiving. Even if you were my disciple in another time and space, but you have manipulated time, this is a capital offense. Gritting his teeth, Beerus threw out a large amount of destructive energy, and the dark starry sky was instantly enveloped in purple light. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the starry sky trembled like the twilight of the gods. The picture was very scary. Seeing this, Lewis frowned. The Bulma of this time and space has not let Trunks take the time machine to go to the past time and space, which means that this time and space has not been split, and he has really manipulated time. Does he really want to fight to the death with Beerus from the future time and space? Facing the oncoming wave of destructive energy, Lewis finally chose to resist, and a destructive aura appeared in his fist. Go ahead. Colliding with the oncoming frenzy, Lewis, who didn't know what to do, was suddenly taken aback when he touched it. The power rebounded from the fist is actually only the 4th level of power in the realm of gods. Didn't you mean to kill me? When Lewis was in a daze. Beerus on the opposite side suddenly spewed out a small mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest, and the expression on his face looked very painful. I didn't expect that you, the time-manipulating criminal, are so powerful. Even I, the strongest god of destruction, can't beat you. After I recover from my injuries, I will definitely come back and kill you. Weiss, let's go. Beerus appeared next to Weiss in an instant, pulled Weiss and Bados and ran away, leaving only a fat pig in the universe's starry sky. Xiangpa and Lewis looked at each other, and he was so scared that he ran away quickly. By the way, Master Beerus, your acting skills are a bit poor. In the starry sky, Bados was dragged by Beerus to fly, and she couldn't help rolling her eyes. Weiss, who was also dragged to fly, covered his mouth and laughed. He thought Beerus would really kill Lewis. What kind of acting skills are a bit poor? Haven't you seen how powerful that kid is? Even I vomited blood. Beerus licked his tongue, not to mention, it hurts to bite his tongue. As he said that, he dragged the 2 angels, and the flying speed increased again, lest these 2 angels attack his disciples from another time and space. Master Beerus, I can pretend I didn't see it, can I stop? Bados couldn't help but ask. That's what you said. Beerus stopped for an instant, and looked at Bados with a playful smile. Don't sneak away and attack my disciple again then. Bados was angry and funny and said others are alternate gods of destruction in the 7th universe. What does that have to do with you? I can be okay. Beerus said proudly. You say that he is the alternate god of destruction of universe 7. Then of course I am him, and Weiss is of course his master. You're right, Wes. Beerus looked at Weiss. Weiss nodded, and said with a serious face. Yes, only I can teach such an excellent candidate for the god of destruction. Beerus, Bados, is it so smelly and shameless? In fact, Bados didn't care too much about Lewis traveling through time and space. In the eyes of these angels, manipulating time can be said to be a felony or a trivial matter. Because the universe of the king is so big, sometimes the time will always be disordered due to certain things, and these angels are not surprised if it was someone else. Bados would let Xiangpa take the shot, but the person who manipulates time is another alternate. God of destruction from the 7th universe of time and space, and the power of that little guy has reached the 4th level of the realm of gods. If this kind of genius is dealt with, it will be a great loss to the universe of the king. If there are serious consequences caused by Lewis traveling through time and space, people from the realm of time will deal with it at that time, so she doesn't have to worry about it all. This is also the reason why Vados didn't resist when Beerus pulled her away. After all, Lewis escaped this disaster because of his connections. Just like in the Super Anime, Beerus and Weiss let go of Trunks in the future time and space. Okay, the little guy was seriously injured and came to our time and space just now, and he recovered from his injuries only after collecting Super Dragon Balls. Could it be that something big happened in another time and space? Bados said lightly. My disciple's strength has the 4th level of the God realm. His combat experience and skills are very powerful, even reaching my level. Even he was seriously injured. I'm afraid in another time and space, Beerus didn't go on. His face became serious. Weiss said, we don't care about things in other time and space. We can only rely on them. Besides, there's my father. It should be fine. Beerus nodded. He was a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do to AT this time. The fat pig, Xiangpa, came late. On the other side of the starry sky, Lewis stared at his fist in a daze in the starry sky. After a while, he rubbed his reddish eyes. Have you let me go? Master Beerus is a bit hateful. Let me go into the sand. Lewis, who belongs to the backup god of destruction of the 7th universe in the past time and space, can be said to have nothing to do with the future time and space. But Beerus in the future time and space knew that he was an alternate god of destruction in the 7th universe of another time and space, but finally chose to let him go. Lewis stayed in the starry sky for a long time, sighed, and finally he used teleportation to leave here. King of the North, the king of the Northern Realm, was sweating profusely. He saw the purple figure and his heart was beating wildly. How did he wake up? He was so scared that he quickly turned his attention away. Lord King of the Northern Realm, what's wrong with you? Sun Wukong asked. Trunks and Bulma looked at each other, also puzzled. No, it's fine. The King of the North swallowed his saliva, and when he looked at the starry sky of the universe again, the thin ribs had disappeared, leaving only Lewis in the starry sky. What about people? The Northern Realm King was taken aback. Suddenly, with the sound of schwa, a figure suddenly appeared on the Northern King planet. Brother-in-law. Bulma jumped up excitedly when she saw Lewis recovering from the injury. Well, I'm back. Lewis smiled. Uncle, we're going to go back and kill those 2 artificial humans. Trans looked at Lewis with scorching eyes and couldn't help but said. Lewis, who was seriously injured, could blow number 17 and number 18 into the air, so how strong would Lewis be in his prime? Lewis touched Trunks' head and said with a smile, it's just too trash. You can go back and kill them at any time, but at this time, Lewis looked at Monkey King. Kakarot, where's Vegeta? The voice fell. The Northern Uranus suddenly fell silent, and Bulma and Trunks became depressed. You are the Lewis that Bulma said. I didn't expect other Scions to survive in another time and space. Sun Wukong had already learned about Lewis's origin from Bulma, and sighed. Vegeta and the others have already reincarnated. Really, Lewis guessed right. Vegeta in the future time and space was really reincarnated. But it's true, shortly after the birth of Trunks in the future time and space, the Earth was destroyed by man-made humans. In this way, more than 10 years have passed. Except for Sun Wukong, who has made great contributions to the Yang world, it is impossible for others to stay in the underworld for so long. Lewis, the Earth is in your care now. Sun Wukong stepped forward and said, how about you? Lewis felt a powerful force from Monkey King in the future time and space. At this time, Monkey King may be able to transform into Super 3. Sun Wukong shook his head and said with a wry smile, Chi-Chi was reincarnated more than 10 years ago, and Gohan was also reincarnated some time ago, and I died of a heart attack. Shenlong can't revive me at all. Sun Wukong looked at Trunks again. I can no longer help the Earth, Trunks. You're the last Scion. You can ask Lewis to help you now, but the future of the Earth will depend on you. Uncle Wukong, I can't do it. Trunks said anxiously. He was almost killed by those 2 man-made humans. He's so weak. How can he protect the Earth? Louise next to him patted him on the shoulder and said, Kakarot is right. You are the only Scion left on Earth. You have to do it if you can't. Speaking of this, Lewis glanced at Bulma, then looked back at Trunks and said, if you can't do it, what will your mother do? In the anime, Trunks can be said to be the only Scion who does not wave, because he is not qualified to wave. Lewis didn't want Trunks to feel back by his presence. Lewis does not belong to this time and space, and only Trunks can rely on this time and space. Trunks looked at his mother, gritted his teeth, and said, Uncle, I will definitely not let my mother get hurt. When Bulma heard the news that Vegeta had been reincarnated, she was in a low mood, but now she heard Trunks' words, and she couldn't help feeling warm. She still has a son, and life has to go on. Seeing Bulma's expression, Lewis and Sun Wukong looked at each other, and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Bulma didn't get overwhelmed. Trunks, you have to remember that the power of Science is inexhaustible. I can see that your talent is also very strong. You must protect your mother. When Sun Wukong said this, he thought of Chi-Chi and Gohan again. He failed to protect them. He didn't want Trunks to experience this kind of pain. Uncle Wukong, I will. Okay, let's go back to Earth first. Lewis waved to Sun Wukong, and then disappeared with the determined Trunks and Bulma, who regained confidence in life. After Lewis left, the King of the Northern Realm collapsed on the ground, his face pale. Monkey King was taken aback and asked, King of the Northern Realm, what's wrong with you? Then, that person's dimension is so scary. The King of the Northern Realm trembled when he spoke. Is it not scary to be in the same dimension as Kai Wangshan and God of Destruction? Earth, West Capital. The tall building collapsed, and the steel bars were exposed. The dilapidated streets were full of concrete blocks, and the whole city seemed to be in ruins, in a mess. The breeze blows, kicking up the dust on the street, and the picture is very desolate. Shasound. Lewis came back here with Bulma mother and child. He glanced around and said indifferently, the artificial humans in your time and space really deserve to die. The dilapidated Western capital is the epitome of the entire Earth, and every city has been destroyed by the 17th and 18th. According to Lewis, there are less than 500 million people alive on the entire Earth. The Earth, which used to have billions or even tens of billions of people, has now been killed to only about 500 million people. You can imagine how cruel those 2 artificial humans are. Bulma has a deep feeling for this. She has experienced the pain of being killed by all her relatives and friends. If it weren't for Trunks, she might not be able to stand at long AG. It was also because Trunks supported her that she tried every means to create the time machine. But it's different now. Her brother-in-law from another time and space came to rescue her. Bulma gritted her teeth. Brother-in-law, you must avenge us. Do not worry. Lewis nodded. He naturally knew what pain Bulma had suffered. But compared with Bulma, Trunks suffered a lot. Lewis looked at Trunks beside him. Trunks was only about 13 years old, still a teenager. Trunks saw with his own eyes his most respected brother Gohan lying in a pool of blood. The pain can be said to be heart-piercing. Trunks also entered a state of extreme anger because of the death of son Gohan, thus breaking through to Super Saiyan. The boy in front of him had a determined face, and he didn't show the incurable pain on his face, because he didn't want his mother to worry. Lewis sighed. How distressed it would be for Ties to know what happened to her sister and nephew in another time and space. By the way, Bulma, do you want to become stronger? Lewis couldn't help asking when he saw the crow's feet on Bulma's face. What? Bulma was stunned for a moment, then reacted with a wry smile and said, Brother-in-law, I don't have the talent for cultivation, so I can't become stronger at all. God gave her a top-level IQ, but turned off her cultivation talent. This is why she was surrounded by top-notch masters, but she couldn't even learn a little bit of martial arts. Uncle, can you let my mother practice too? Trunks reacted differently than Bulma. He was excited, because he already knew how powerful his uncle was. Maybe his uncle could really make his mother practice. That if his mother can also practice, it would be a bit whimsical for her to fight the enemy at that time. But at least it would be good for her to have the power to protect herself. It's a bit unrealistic for her to learn to practice, but I can give her a strong chi, which can at least make her fly. Lewis looked at Bulma. By the way, it can also restore you to your youthful state. Really? Bulma was very excited. It doesn't matter whether he can practice or not. The important thing is to be able to regain his youth. Lewis nodded with a smile. With a swipe of his small hand, he immediately opened a different dimensional space and took out 10 universal capsules from it. Since comprehending the rules of space, all his belongings have been placed in a different dimension. Take out the universal capsule. Each universal capsule contains spiritual fruits, and Lewis took out one of the spiritual fruits. Eat it. You can have a strong chi, and it can also make you live longer. He had given a lot of spiritual fruits to the great elder of Namek before, and Bulma and his relationship were closer. This time, Lewis directly took out all the spiritual fruits. Anyway, there are many spiritual fruits destroying the God realm. Just go back and pick them when they're gone. Brother-in-law, you are amazing. Bulma clenched her small fists, so happy that she flew up. She didn't look like a mother at all, that it's no wonder Bulma is like this. If it weren't for those 2 artificial humans, she would be a rich lady. She can live a pampered life, and she will not be forced to change the world and become this old. Bulma really hates getting old. She really wants to rejuvenate herself. Don't look at it, Trunks. This spiritual fruit can only make your mother stronger. You can't rely on it to become stronger, but it can also prolong your life. Lewis saw Trunks' burning eyes and smiled. Trunks rubbed his head and said with a silly smile, Can I? You should practice honestly. Lewis shook his head and looked at Bulma. Only the first few of these spiritual fruits can make you stronger, and the latter ones won't have much effect. However, the effect of prolonging life is still there. Eat it quickly, and I will take you to kill those 2 artificial humans after eating. Okay. Bulma nodded vigorously. She took the spiritual fruit from Lewis's hand and ate it in a few moments. Suddenly, A powerful chi erupted from Bulma's body. Measured by combat power, she suddenly possessed 1 combat power. Sure enough, the physique of the Earthlings, especially Bulma's physique, is still too weak. If a scion eats a spiritual fruit, it can directly increase his combat power by hundreds of thousands, just like Dale's in the theatrical version. Thinking of this, Lewis shook his head, but at least Bulma has some self-protection ability. This can be regarded as a gift from him before he left. Uncle, it's really possible. My mother has really become stronger. Trunks felt the chi in Bulma's body and said happily, Sister, brother-in-law, my body is so hot. Bulma looked at Lewis in horror. She will not explode. It's okay. It's a normal reaction. Okay. Bulma's body was very swollen. She was worried about an explosion, but she was relieved when she heard what Lewis said. After half an hour, she finally absorbed the new energy in her body. Hey, this moment. All the crow's feet on Bulma's face disappeared. Her skin began to become smooth, and her dull blue hair became smooth. The figure is bumpy, youthful, and beautiful. Mom is so beautiful. Trance was dumbfounded. It was the first time he saw his mother so young. Well, Bulma is as beautiful as her sister. Lewis's eyes were very gentle, and he saw ties in Bulma. Trunks, your mother suddenly possessed this powerful chi. She must not be able to master it yet. Just teach your mother a little bit. Uncle, I will. Okay, from now on, you two just remember to eat spiritual fruits often. Lewis narrowed his eyes and said, Now I'm going to avenge you. Let's go. Lewis waved his hand, and he took the two of them and disappeared on the dilapidated street. In the northern part of the earth, in a forest, a pair of siblings are sitting in front of fire. These two people are none other than number 17 and number 18 who were sent here by Lewis. Cough, cough, cough. Number 17 coughed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The scion said he was Bulma's brother-in-law. Why is that? It's too powerful. How can there be such a powerful person in the world? On the 17th, thinking of the coercion on Lewis, he couldn't help trembling. In the information given by Dr. Jarrow, all the scions are obviously dead. Why are there still scions? Number 18's beautiful face darkened, like a femme fatale. It must be that old man who gave us fake information. If the old man is still alive, I will definitely torture him to death. Number 18 clenched his fist and slammed it on the ground. Using it to vent his fear, thus suddenly, 3 figures appeared beside the fire out of thin air. The leader with blood-red pupils and silver hair. This person was accompanied by a beautiful woman and a young man. I want to leave you to Trunks, but my sister-in-law asked me to kill you. Tell me, how do you want to die? Lewis blinked his blood-red eyes. His silver hair swayed in the breeze, and he looked evil. This state of Lewis was caused by entering extreme anger before. He thought that the super dragon would make his injuries recover, and his eyes and hair would also change back to their original appearance. Who would have thought that there would be no turning back? Blood-red eyes, silver hair. This is the normal state of Lewis now. Lewis didn't know what was going on, but it didn't matter what color his hair was as long as his internal wounds healed. You, how did you find us? Seeing the person who appeared, number 17 was shocked. According to the data, Z fighters can find the location of a person by sensing the chi of that person. But he and number 18 are artificial humans. They don't have the so-called chi at all. How could the other party find them? The face of number 18 has turned pale. She was not afraid of her, and number 18's planned to kill Dr. Jarrow before, but now she is afraid. This is the first time she's felt scared. The earth is such a small place. Isn't it easy to find you 2 sewer rats? Lewis looked at the two of them on the 17th and said lightly, Have you ever thought that this day will come? Lewis paused for a moment, shook his head, and didn't say anything else. The artificial humans in the 2 time and space are fundamentally different, so how could they have thought of such a day? Trunks, Bulma, how do you think they died? Lewis's voice was very cold, and he exuded a majestic aura at this moment. Lewis is like a high god, despising everything in the world. Bulma and Trunks were taken aback, but they didn't know that Lewis was originally a god, and he was also an alternate god of destruction. There are tens of thousands of planets destroyed by Lewis, and his murderous aura is simply not something ordinary people can withstand. Uncle, you can do as you see fit. Trunks said weakly. The main reason is that his uncle's state is too scary, for fear that his uncle will send him an energy bomb. Brother-in-law, help me break their limbs and smash their heads. Bulma was taken aback by Lewis's state, but this man was her brother-in-law, and she saw everything he did to her, so how could she be afraid of his brother-in-law? It is good. Lewis glanced at Bulma. He didn't expect his sister-in-law in this time and space to ask him so. But yes, all her relatives and friends died at the hands of these 2 artificial humans. If it were him, he would want to suck their blood and skin them. Besides, Bulma now has strong strength. If she's still as simple as before, this is not a good thing. You, don't come here. Number 18 saw Lewis approaching, and she felt death threats in Lewis. We were wrong. Please let us go. Number 17's face was pale, and his body kept moving backwards. Just 2 steps back, the eternal energy in the body ran violently, and a powerful force burst out. Number 17's 2 hands quickly gathered together, and the burst of force condensed in the palm of the hand. Death to me. It is impossible to escape, so it is better to fight to the death. The strength of number 17 soared to 8 million combat power, and a violent energy bomb blasted out of his palm. Seeing this, number 18 next to her reacted instantly. She used her whole body strength to gather strength quickly, and also blasted out an energy bomb. The strength of number 18 is weaker than that of number 17, but it also has a combat power of 7 million. The 2 energy bombs pierced through the void and instantly fused together. White light flashed. An energy bomb with a diameter of dash meters hit Lewis, and the space was squeezed by the violent force, making a sizzling sound. Too weak. Lewis shook his head, then raised his index finger, pointed at the energy bomb with a diameter of dash meters, and tapped lightly. Boom! It was like the sound of a crystal ball falling to the ground. The energy bomb with a diameter of dash meters just shattered, turned into bits of streamer, and disappeared into the void. Trunks behind Lewis was stunned. If he faced the attack of the 2 man-made humans, he would never be able to stop him. Uncle is so strong. When the 17th and 18th saw this, their bodies kept shaking. The gap was too big. Escape. It's just that they couldn't escape before, but can they escape now? Break me. Lewis twisted his body and suddenly disappeared in place. The next second, he appeared behind number 18 like a phantom. Lewis doesn't know what it means to be sympathetic. He gathers his energy and becomes a blade. Hand up and down, as if cutting a watermelon. Number 18's limbs were chopped off to the ground. Number 18 let out a heart-piercing cry of pain. Number 18. On the 17th, when he saw this, he was furious. This was his sister. He was very angry, but he didn't stop. After all, his life was the most important thing. Even being able to abandon my own sister is really hopeless. Lewis smashed number 18's head with 1 punch, and then appeared beside number 17 in a change of shape. Seeing Lewis next to him on the 17th, fear enveloped his whole body, and he trembled. No, do not want. Please. I was wrong. Let me go. Once upon a time, what number 17 and his sister liked the most was trampling on other people's dignity and undermining their confidence. Every time someone showed a look of fear, he and his sister enjoyed it immensely. Now, it's the other way around. His sister was easily killed by Lewis, and he also felt the death threat in Lewis. Fear. It turns out that fear is not enjoyable, nor is it wonderful at all. Mom, Uncle is so strong. Seeing this, Trunks was very excited that Lewis's movements were not fast. Even he could see clearly, but number 18 couldn't resist at all. 18 had his limbs cut off like a watermelon, and finally his head was blasted. This is the crushing of absolute strength. Number 18, who could easily kill him, just died like this. It's too shocking. Well, your uncle has come to save us. When Bulma saw his enemy die, he was excited, happy, relieved. Mixed feelings. The 18th died, and it was the turn of the 17th. Lewis approached number 17 step by step. Number 17's face was pale. He kept backing away and kept yelling to let him go. You can even abandon your own sister. You are really hopeless. Lewis stopped talking nonsense. His attack methods were simple and rude. Hand up and down. Cut off the limbs of number 17 in the same way. Since you won't let me go, let's die together. Number 17, who had turned into a human stick, let out a heart-piercing cry of pain. He turned on the eternal energy furnace violently, and a vast force gushed out. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted from number 17, like a sun that was about to explode at any moment. Uncle, be careful. Trunks turned pale with fright. The power that erupted from number 17 made him fearful. Once number 17 successfully blew himself up, the Earth would definitely be destroyed. Brother-in-law, run away. Bulma also realized that something was wrong and shouted anxiously. Escape? Lewis ignored Bulma and the two behind him, looked at number 17, whose body was getting bigger and bigger, and smiled contemptuously. If you want to blow yourself up, you don't know anything about absolute power. Back in time, Lewis's face was calm. He waved his hand, and a silver light shrouded number 17's body, and number 17's soaring body shrank back instantly. Without my permission, you can't blow yourself up. Bulma said, let me blow up your head, then I will definitely blow up your head. Die to me. Lewis laughed, clenched his fist, and punched out. Endless mighty force penetrated into space and reached number 17's head in an instant. With a bang, number 17's head exploded like a watermelon falling to the ground. King of the North. Wukong, those two man-made humans are dead. As expected, the Earth will have to be protected by Trunks in the future. Earth's northern forest, it's a mess here, and it can be seen that there's been a battle here, just now. Lewis killed number 17, with his back to Bulma. Looking at Lewis's back, Trunks was stunned, and he pulled Bulma's sleeve. Mom, Uncle, did he just let time go backwards? Can't get a response. Trunks turned to see his mother's eyes were wide open, and her mouth opened into an oath. Manipulate time. Your uncle can manipulate time without using any machines. Bulma came back to her senses. A blush appeared on her snow-white face. She was very excited. In fact, she can also manipulate time, but she needs to use a time machine, but Lewis can rewind time with his bare hands. Can this be done by humans? Suddenly, a light flashed in her head. Bulma swallowed her saliva and said affirmatively, Trunks, your uncle came from the past time and space to the future time and space, so your uncle must still be able to control space. As expected of Bulma. After Lewis killed number 17, he walked back towards Bulma. Bulma really deserves to be one of the top scientists. He only used a little time power, but Bulma guessed that he also has the power of space. Brother-in-law, you are too good. Seeing Lewis coming back, Bulma's eyes lit up. She ran up quickly like a little girl and turned around beside Lewis. Lewis was so praised by his sister-in-law, he couldn't help but lift his chin up slightly, feeling a little fluttering. Seeing this, the corners of Trunks' mouth twitched slightly, speechless but happy. The Earth is finally saved. Okay, I've already killed the artificial humans for you. Lewis looked at Bulma. Now, there are only about 500 million people left on the Earth. If you want to restore the Earth to its previous state, you'll have to work harder. Brother-in-law, you can't take me to Namek. Before finishing speaking, Bulma stopped, because she knew that even if she went to Namek to find the Dragon Ball of Namek, she would not be able to resurrect the dead people on Earth. Vegeta and the others are all reincarnated, and there's no reason for other Earthlings to stay in the underworld. Using so many Dragon Balls is not necessarily a good thing. The current development of the Earth is better on your own. Lewis said that in fact, he can go to the Namek planet and find another Namekian to come to the Earth to become the god, so that the Dragon Balls on the Earth can be restored. Bulma and Trunks will not have no way out in the future, but the evil dragon in the GT anime made him vigilant in the future time and space. Only Trunks is left as a scion. The future time and space is full of disasters. If there is another evil dragon, Trunks may not be able to stand it. After all, those evil dragons need Super 4 to deal with, so it's better not to let the Dragon Ball reappear. Well, my mother and I will make the Earth come back. Trunks nodded. Lewis looked at Trunks and said with a smile, very well, I will start training you next. Are you ready? In his plan, he originally wanted to find the Super Dragon Clan and return to his own time and space after recovering from his physical injuries. However, Trunks and Bulma in the future time and space are really miserable. Lewis didn't want to see Ty's relatives suffer so much, and his Ty's was also resurrected. So he didn't have to go back in a hurry. He wants to train Trunks until Trunks can stop the future disaster. Uncle, I'm always ready. Trunks clenched his fists, but Bulma next to him showed a look of reluctance. When Lewis saw this, he shook his head. Bulma was so smart. Correct. He will stay to teach Trunks, but after teaching Trunks, he will leave the future time and space. Let's go back to Shidu first. Lewis pretended not to see Bulma's expression and disappeared into the forest with the two of them. Western Capital Point 3 figures appeared on the dilapidated street. Bulma, I'll take Trunks to practice first. As for the killing of the artificial man, I need you to tell everyone. Brother-in-law, don't worry, I will tell everyone. You don't have to worry about me. With my current strength, there's no one on Earth who is my opponent except you. Bulma smiled. Lewis nodded. After Bulma ate the spiritual fruit, there's indeed no one on Earth who is her opponent. Lewis took Trunks and disappeared in place, and Bulma also began to tell everyone that the man-made man had been killed. The Earthlings who survived at the beginning didn't believe that the two artificial humans were killed, but the person who released the news was Bulma of the Universal Capsule Group. The surviving people on the Earth all know that Bulma has a son of a blonde warrior and a friend of another. Blonde warrior and has been fighting against the artificial people by relying on those two blonde warriors all these years. There's a high probability that what Bulma said is true. Soon, those Earthlings who believed in Bulma started coming out of their hiding places. After they came out, they found that there was really no trace of the artificial man. The Earthlings who were still watching were ecstatic when they saw this. The artificial man was really killed. For a time, the whole Earth boiled up. The wilderness on the outskirts of Western Capital. Lewis took Trunks to the wasteland and asked, Trunks, do you know about the spiritual time room? Trunks was a little puzzled. What is the spiritual time room? The spiritual time room is a magical room, and our next practice will be carried out in a similar room. Lewis, standing in the middle of the wasteland, stretched out his hands, and the space-time rules in his body were tumbling. The silver radiance spewed into the void and began to transform the space. After half a day, a crack in space appeared in the center of the wasteland, and wisps of time breath came out of it, and the time breath floated outside, distorting the time outside. Obviously, the flow rate of time in the two spaces is different, and a day outside is equivalent to a year inside. The time room created by Lewis is exactly the same as the real spiritual time room, except that the harsh environment is missing. Let's go. Lewis pulled Trunks, who was still in a daze, and jumped into the space crack. Time passed, and 5 days passed. During these 5 days, all the people on Earth believed that the artificial man had been killed, and they were very grateful to the Bulma family. For a time, the prestige of Bulma and Trunks skyrocketed to unprecedented heights. This time, if Bulma or Trunks want to be the king of the Earth people will definitely support them. But Bulma had no interest in the king at all. After she spread the news that the man-made man had been killed, she distributed the universal capsules saved by the Universal Capsule Group. These capsules are full of large machines for rebuilding their homes. Earthlings received these tools and began to rebuild their homes, and the wilderness on the outskirts of Western Capital Point 2 figures jumped out of that space crack. Phew, it's finally out. Trunks let out a heavy breath. 5 days in the outside world is equivalent to 5 years in the House of Time. And Trunks, who was originally 13 years old, has finally grown up. This time, Trunks had long golden hair, and his breath was very stable, at its full power. If measured by combat power, the Trunks in this state reached 200 billion. In other words, Trunks under normal conditions. His combat power has broken through to 4 million. Brat, I didn't expect you to be quite talented. Lewis patted Trunks on the shoulder. Hey. Trunks rubbed his head, giggling all the time. Lewis said again, our scions not only have a Super 2 state, but also a Super 3 state, and even a Super 4 state. The implication of Lewis's words is that after 5 years, Trunks has not only broken through to the full power state, but also stepped into the Super 2 state. Lewis knew that Trunks was very talented, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. Sure enough, every mixed race scion should not be underestimated. As for the later state, you need to develop it yourself. With your current strength, plus my special training on your combat awareness, with the same strength, there are basically not many people who are your opponents. Lewis's special training for Trunks belongs to the level of a substitute god of destruction. He believed that even Monkey King, who was trained by the king of the Northern Realm, if he used the same strength, Monkey King would definitely not be the opponent of Trunks. Come on, let's go back to Shidu. Your mother should be waiting. Okay, Trunks nodded, and Lewis led him into the spot. Western capital AT this time. Great changes have taken place in the Western capital. The collapsed houses have been cleaned up, and the dilapidated ground has been filled up. Uncle. Seeing the scene, Trunks was very excited. This should be Bulma's handwriting. I didn't expect your mother to move so fast. Lewis and Trunks returned to the original location of Manor, but it has not been rebuilt. Only a few houses here. Outside the house, Trunks yelled, "Mom, I'm home." At this time, the door of the house was opened, and a beautiful figure walked out from inside. Trunks. Bulma was taken aback, and she saw Lewis again. Brother-in-law, didn't you take Trunks to practice? Yes, but I've already finished training. Lewis smiled, but Bulma's eyes widened. Why is it so fast? It's only been 5 days. She looked at Trunks again. Trunks is now in the Super Saiyan state. After eating the spiritual fruit, he is more sensitive to power, and he can feel the power in Trunks is very strong. Have Trunks finished his previous training? Okay. Trunks nodded. Uncle uses the power of time to let me enter a time room. 1 day outside is equivalent to 1 year inside. Trunks said everything. After listening, Bulma's pupils shrank sharply, and she looked at Lewis suddenly. Brother-in-law, are you leaving now? Although Bulma was shocked that her brother-in-law could create spaces with different passages of time with his bare hands, but his brother-in-law could even manipulate time and space, so it was acceptable to create this kind of space that only 5 days ago, she guessed that her brother-in-law would leave this time and space after teaching Trunks. Is this moment finally coming? Hearing this, Trunks grabbed Lewis and said anxiously, Uncle, are you leaving? Yes, I'm leaving this time and space. Lewis touched Trunks' head, and then looked at the scene outside. I have killed the artificial man, and your home has begun to be rebuilt. This time and space no longer needs me. To say that this time and space does not need him is better to say that this time and space does not belong to him. Lewis has his own time and space, his wife has been resurrected, and Taisai is waiting for him in the past time and space. More importantly, every time Lewis thought of the picture of Taisai being killed, his heart ached. There are still his enemies in time and space in the past. He must go back for revenge. Brother-in-law, if it wasn't for your appearance, Trunks and I would be finished. I can't bear you. Bulma looked at Lewis with reluctance. Uncle, I still don't know how to transform into Super Saiyan 3. I don't know what you said about the free environment. I don't know anything. Trunks was also very reluctant, saying, I'm afraid I can't protect the Earth, Uncle. Lewis waved his hand and looked at Trunks. With your current strength, you're already able to deal with future crises. Not to mention fighting awareness and skills. Just talking about strength, Trunks has been able to transform into a Super 2 state, and his strength has broken through to 400 billion combat power. There's no need to be afraid of even a complete cell. Not to mention that the 17th and 18th in this time and space are already dead. As for Majin Buu behind, don't worry about that. Because Beerus in this time and space has awakened. The king of the East Realm is afraid of Majin Buu, so he will definitely let Beerus kill Majin Buu. Lewis looked at Bulma again and said seriously, Bulma, your sister from time and space is still waiting for me. Right, her sister in the past time and space had an accident, and she was still waiting for her brother-in-law to go back and rescue her. What Bulma didn't know was that Taisai had come back to life. At this time, she opened her mouth and didn't speak anymore, but her eyes were red. All right, seeing that the atmosphere was a little sad, Lewis said with a smile, Bulma, didn't you create a time machine? If you miss me, or if you encounter problems that you can't solve in the future, you can take the time machine to find me in the past. Right? Bulma and Trunks woke up suddenly, and Bulma said excitedly, Brother-in-law, you said this. When the time comes, Trunks and I will look for you, so don't despise us. Lewis smiled wryly. He just wanted to comfort Bulma and the others, who knew this girl was serious. But, no, I will welcome you to come. Lewis's tone was very serious, and then he said, okay, I'm leaving. Lewis didn't wait for the two to react, and he disappeared instantly. Brother-in-law. Bulma, who was still in a state of excitement, became depressed instantly, and Trunks beside her was also very reluctant. Really gone. Suddenly, Trunks remembered something. He was shocked and said, it's broken. What happened? Mom, didn't you create a special medicine for viral heart disease? We didn't give it to Uncle. So will Uncle Wukong in the past time and space also die of heart disease? As soon as Trunks finished speaking, he realized that something was wrong with Bulma. Why was his mother so excited? Mom, Trunks, you are amazing. Bulma held Trunks in her arms, rubbed his golden hair, and said excitedly, didn't your uncle say that we can go to him if we have something to do? In order to prevent Uncle Wukong from your past time and space from dying of a heart attack, will you have to bring special medicine for heart disease? Trunks was rubbed on the head by Bulma like a child. He was suddenly pleasantly surprised and looked up. Yes, if we don't bring the special medicine, then Uncle Wukong will be finished. Mom's excuse. Hey, this is about Uncle Wukong's life and death. We will bring the special medicine for heart disease. Uncle will definitely not say anything. Mom, when are we going? No hurry. I've already built the time machine, but there's no energy source, and our home has just begun to rebuild. When the situation on the Earth stabilizes, we will collect the energy of the time machine before going there. Lewis was completely unaware of Bulma's mother and child's plan, and at this time he came to the outskirts of Western capital. I don't know if I can travel through time and space with my current space-time rules. Lewis muttered to himself, looking at his hands. He was wandering in the turbulent flow of time and space, and came to the future time and space by accident. Now, if you want to leave, there are actually 3 ways. First, use your own space-time power. Second, go to the old Kai Wangshan in the future time and space, and let the old Kai Wangshan use the time ring to take him back. The third is to take Bulma's time machine. However, the other 2 methods were too troublesome, so he decided to use his own space-time power. Anyway, I can't die. Lewis smiled with immunity. Sometimes he can really do whatever he wants. But for unnecessary trouble, Lewis put away his smile and started to be serious. A strong force of time and space erupted on him. Silver white light flashed across the suburbs, and space-time chaos occurred in the entire suburb. Open it for me. Lewis snorted coldly, raised his hand, and the vast space-time rules rolled out. The space-time rules formed a sharp blade which slashed into the void, and a hole suddenly appeared in the void.go. Without hesitation, Lewis jumped in directly, the god realm of destruction in the future time and space. Weiss projected the image of Lewis leaving. Master Beerus, he left. He doesn't belong to our time and space. It's fine to leave. Beerus looked at Weiss and said lightly, also, have you found any information about him? The 7th universe in another time and space actually found such a talented alternate god of destruction. So he had to make Lewis from this time and space his disciple. His name is Luis, and he belongs to the Scion family. But Luis in our time and space died a long time ago. Died? Beerus widened his eyes. How is this possible? Weiss looked at the information on the staff and said, dumbfounded. Yes, and Lewis of our time and space. His death is related to you, Master Beerus. Impossible. Such a genius guy. How could I kill him? Lewis in our time and space died in the explosion of Star Vegeta. Master Beerus. Have you forgotten what you told Frieza? Lewis, Scion, Star Vegeta, wait. A flash of light flashed in Beerus' mind, and he finally remembered about the Scions. Many years ago, he asked Frieza to wipe out the entire Scion family. This. Beerus clicked his tongue. Lewis died in the explosion on Star Vegeta. So Lewis's death was really related to him. What the hell? Beerus wanted to cry. But who knew there was such a genius in the Scion race? Beerus. Although Lewis in our time and space is dead, I have discovered another genius. Wise said with his eyes shining. Who? The young man that Lewis taught. He was very good. Wes, I wanted to be my disciple. Lewis's original time and space, the 7th universe. Almost 2 months have passed since the battle at the Galaxy headquarters. During that battle, the Galactic Patrol headquarters was first invaded by the Bojack 5. The entire Scion family, except for those who went out to perform missions, the other Scions basically died at the hands of Bojack and the others. Finally, Son Goku and Vegeta appear. The two teamed up to fight against Zanjia and the others. If Zanjia and the others had not possessed the dark power, Sun Wukong and the others would not have been defeated. Zanjia and the others erupted with dark power, and Monkey King and Sun Wukong were not rivals at all. Fortunately, Jebet appeared in time with Patala earrings. Monkey King and Monkey King put on the Patera earrings, and the situation is turned around in an instant. Even the strongest Bojack is no match for Vegeta at all. At this time, Lewis and the others rushed back, but what Lewis didn't know was that Tova released Bojack and the 5 just to lure him back. The last 5 demon gods come. Taisai also died under the dark power of Demigula, while Lewis lost his mind due to extreme anger. He went to the Dark Demon Realm and forcibly used time and space obliteration. The entire Dark Demon Realm was blasted into fragments of time and space by Lewis. Today, Lewis has also disappeared for 2 months, but not many people know about Lewis's disappearance this day. But a space-time fluctuation suddenly appeared in the sky above the Galaxy Patrol headquarters, and Myers and the Galaxy Patrol building reacted abruptly. Who would it be? Myers came to the sky in an instant and looked around closely. The 5 great demon gods of the Dark Demon world came here last time. It won't be them again this time. After all, the Dark Demon Realm that was smashed by Lewis has also recovered. Coming. Myers' whole body tensed up, and he was ready to do it. A hole appeared in the void, and a man with blood-red eyes and silver hair drilled out of it. Which time and space is this? Won't you travel to the wrong time and space again? Lewis gasped, looking around and muttering to himself. Although he already knew the rules of time and space, it was his first time traveling through time and space, and he had no experience at all. During the shuttle trip, he just traveled through the wrong time and space hundreds of times. Among them, I've been to GT time and space, and I've been to super time and space. Lewis knew that he could not interfere with these time and space too much. Otherwise, more parallel time and space would be born. So after he knew that he traveled through the wrong time and space, he immediately left that time and space and continued to travel. Now that he's shuttled 125 times, Lewis is really afraid that he will not find his original time and space. Suddenly, Lewis saw Myers in the sky. Why is Myers here? Lewis said weakly. Do you know me? Myers looked at Lewis like a fool. Don't know me? Damn it. I'm traveling the wrong time and space again. Lewis gritted his teeth, preparing to leave this time and space. Lewis, where are you going? A voice came from behind, and Lewis was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly turned back to look at Myers, and said ecstatically, you know me? Aren't you the heir of Master Beerus? The commotion you caused a while ago is quite big. Myers said lightly, by the way, where have you been all this time? My brother and the others have been looking for you. Haha, I'm finally back. Lewis ignored Myers' words at all, and appeared next to Myers in an instant, hugged him excitedly, and shook him back and forth. Myers was hugged by Lewis. His face was covered with black lines. This guy's crazy. After a while, Lewis finally calmed down and let Myers go, a little embarrassed. I'm too excited about that, you don't mind? No, I just acted like I was hugged by a fool. Myers murmured in his heart, but he asked again, where have you been all this time? My brother and Master Beerus have been looking for you. He already knew about the arrival of the 5 demon gods in the 7th universe. He almost died when the 7th universe exploded. Fortunately, he came to his senses and quickly ran to the world of the king of the 7th universe, and ran away with the 2 kings of the world. Otherwise, Beerus would have died at that time. Find me. Lewis felt warm in his heart. He didn't expect that Beerus and Weiss had been looking for him. Soon, Lewis told what he had experienced. Have you drifted to another time and space? When you shuttled back, you made a mistake hundreds of times. Myers was dumbfounded. Yes. Lewis touched his head and smirked. Is there any problem? Traveling through time and space is a serious crime. The corners of Myers' mouth twitched slightly. I didn't expect you to travel through the wrong place hundreds of times, and the people from the realm of time didn't show up. This is a bit outrageous. Lewis is very helpless. I just want to try my own space-time power, and I don't want to do this either. Lewis thought of something and said weakly, Myers, won't my actions lead to the birth of more parallel time and space? Will not. Myers shook his head. It is easy and difficult to say that parallel time and space are to be born. You said that you just went to another time and space and did nothing. This will definitely not give birth to a new world. How? Parallel time and space. Also, if you really created a lot of parallel time and space, people from the realm of time would have come out to kill you. Before he finished speaking, Myers closed his mouth again. Who can kill this pervert? I can rest assured that. Lewis patted his chest and glanced at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol below. He really wanted to go down and see his people. But now he wants to go back to Destroy God Realm to see if his Taisai has been revived. Myers, I'm leaving first. If you have time, come to Destroy God Realm and ask me for tea. Lewis disappeared without a trace. Lewis disappeared, leaving Myers alone in the wind. This guy is really powerful. He can smash the Dark Demon Realm to pieces. However, who will restore the Dark Demon Realm? Myers hovered in the sky and shook his head. His eyes gradually deepened. Also, blood-red eyes, silver hair. Myers touched his silver hair and smiled lightly. This Lewis is really getting more and more interesting. Myers looked at the Scions at the Galactic Patrol headquarters below again. The Scions are getting stronger and stronger, and they're full of justice, and they have Lewis as their backing. Maybe Scion can realize his dream. Protect peace, protect the universe. Really looking forward to it. Destroy the god. A beautiful woman is sitting by the lake, looking at the rippling lake. Her face is expressionless, but her beautiful eyes are full of longing. Lewis, where have you been? Taisai murmured to herself, grabbed a handful of purple grass, and threw it into the lake. Seen from behind, her tiny back looked a little lonely. Behind Taisai, a cup was hovering in the air. The cup was still half full of water, and a loach was wandering in it. The prophecy fish lay beside the cup, looked at Tais and said, Tais, I want something delicious at this time. A purple cat also slowly walked over, followed by a tall and thin man with a god ring on his head. Taisai, make me something delicious, please. Beerus crossed his arms and raised his chin. If it wasn't for the pleading tone in his tone, he would have looked like a god of destruction. The prophecy fish, didn't you say that Lewis would be back soon? Tais stood up suddenly, stretched out her hand, and grabbed the cup in the air. Her face was in front of the prophecy fish. The prophesied fish was caught before it could react. It was stared at by Taisai's menacing eyes, and the fish couldn't help trembling. Yumi, I'm dead. Beerus and Weiss on the side were also taken aback and ran away. The two of Beerus shrank their necks and ran away. Taisai looked at the two people who wanted to escape here and said quietly, Master Weiss, Beerus, stop for me. As soon as the words came out, Beerus and Weiss stood solemnly. If they ran away, there would be nothing to eat, and they could not run away anyway, but Taisai was so scary. Taisai, please speak up if you have something to say. Don't threaten me with delicious food. Beerus swallowed, turned around, and said hastily. Weiss nodded vigorously, agreeing. Didn't you say that Lewis is coming back soon? Why hasn't he come back yet? Taisai looked at the prophecy fish in her hand, then looked at Beerus and the two, and hummed. Beerus hurriedly pointed at the loach, breaking out in a cold sweat. You have to ask the prophecy fish it prophesied, and what it prophesied has never been missed. The so-called dead friends don't die poor people. Beerus directly threw the blame on the mud prophecy fish. Seeing Beerus's move, the corner of Weiss' mouth twitched slightly. This skinny rib is so cheap, but he didn't dare to make a sound. Let the prophecy fish bear Tai-Sai's anger. That I may have been sleepy, so the prophecy was wrong. Please spare the fish's life, please. The prophesied fish lay in the cup and said, weakly, I am the god of destruction realm. It can be said that anyone can be messed with, but Tai-Sai must not be messed with. Once Tai-Sai gets angry, no one will cook, and if no one cooks, there will be no good food. If there's no more delicious food, Beerus and Weiss will be angry. It's okay for Beerus and Weiss to be angry, but if that little bastard Lewis is angry, it will be more terrifying than the destruction of the universe. When Luis, who was only 6 years old, first came to the world of destruction god, he wanted to set a rule for this kid, saying that in the world of destruction god, besides Beerus and Weiss, he was the biggest. Result, the rules were not established, and the cup in which he took a bath was almost stolen. His grandma's. If you can't follow the rules, use force. After all, this little brat just came to destroy the god realm. So how strong can he be? Even if it is a fish, it is also a fish that is destroying the growth of the god realm, and that brat will definitely not be able to beat it. Who knows? Its entire fishtail was about to break off, but it couldn't hit Lewis at all. It was only later that it realized that this kid could ignore any harm, and it really pissed the fish off. Since then, it has been succumbing to Lewis's coercion. It was agreed that apart from Beerus and Weiss, it was the largest in the god of destruction realm. After the arrival of Ties, its position fell directly to 5th. This made it unbearable. And in order to avoid Lewis and Ties, it simply fell into a deep sleep. It was also during this time that he predicted the news of Lewis's return. So he woke up. Tai-Sai stared at the prophecy fish for a while, sighed, and threw the prophecy fish aside. She left the lake and walked toward the palace of the god of destruction, preparing to cook for Beerus and the others. It is prophesied that the fish is floating in the void, gasping for breath. I am saved. Beerus and Weiss looked at each other. They wiped the sweat from their foreheads and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the back of Tai-Sai leaving, Beerus said loudly again, Tai-Sai, make more tempura. It's delicious. There are also 2 barrels of instant noodles for us. Thank you very much. Weiss quickly echoed. The prophecy fish also wanted Ties to cook delicious food for it, but it didn't dare to speak to Ties because it hadn't realized what it predicted. Understood. Tai-Sai's faint voice came from the palace of the god of destruction. After Tai-Sai left, Billis stared at him. He reached out and grabbed the prophecy fish. Didn't you say that Lewis is coming back? The prophecy fish is not afraid of Beerus and rolled his eyes. It must have come back during this time. How can I miss what I predicted? And also, the prophecy fish looked at Beerus and said angrily, Master Beerus was quick to throw the blame just now. Ha ha ha. Beerus was a little embarrassed, quickly let go of the prophecy fish, then looked at the sky and sighed. Tay's death hit him too hard. The god of destruction should be ruthless, but Lewis can be said to have been brought up by him and Weiss. Lewis, like Xiangpa, is his relative. Beerus felt a little uncomfortable every time he thought of Lewis losing his mind due to despair. After all, he was still not strong enough to even protect his own disciples. I don't know if that kid knows that his Tai-Sai has been resurrected. Beerus shook his head, his voice full of emotion. After Lewis disappeared, he and Weiss found Bulma on Earth. They lived in Bulma's house and knew that Nizi had made ordinary Dragon Ball radar. Ordinary Dragon Ball radar can be made, presumably Super Dragon Ball radar is not a problem. They found 1 Super Dragon Ball, and with the help of the Super Dragon Ball radar made by Bulma, they quickly found 3 in Universe Dash. The remaining 4 are in Universe 6. He and Weiss went to Universe 6 to find the Super Dragon Balls, thinking Kampa would stop him. But Xiangpa said, take it would be bad if. Lewis came back and didn't see Tai-Sai collapsed. Beerus really didn't expect that fat man to say such a thing, not to mention, he was quite moved. Finally, after collecting the Super Dragon Balls of the 6th universe, he resurrected Tai-Sai. Beerus sighed, then looked at Weiss. By the way, what happened to Lewis at that time? At that time, because of Tai-Sai's death, Lewis transformed into that blonde wasteland state, and his power directly broke through from the 2nd layer of God's realm to the 4th layer of God's realm. Beerus knows that all scions can transform, but aren't their transformed pupils all green? Why were Lewis's pupils blood red at the time? And it exudes an extremely evil aura all over the body. I don't know, Lewis has too many secrets. Weiss shook his head and said with a smile, but I believe that Lewis will definitely not harm our 7th universe. Hearing this, Beerus smiled happily. That's for sure. He once asked Lewis, but Lewis said that the 7th universe is his home. Based on these words, Beerus firmly believed that Lewis would not do anything to offend Universe Dash. A cat, an angel, and a loach. The 3 species are just looking at the sky. They are waiting for Tai-Sai to cook them food. Thus suddenly, there was a burst of space fluctuations in the sky. Who is it? Weiss tensed his body. The space rules of the visitor were very profound. Even he was not as good as the other party. Beerus already has a destructive aura all over his body, and the battle 2 months ago left a deep impression on him. Especially the Dark Demon Realm recovered inexplicably later. He was worried that the Dark Demon Realm was playing tricks again. Weiss, Mr. Beerus, could it be Lewis? The prophecy fish next to him suddenly asked, A flash of light flashed in the minds of Beerus and the others. That's right. Didn't the prophecy fish predict that Lewis would come back in the near future? Could it really be Lewis? Beerus and Weiss stared at the sky, their eyes full of expectation. Coming. A hole was opened in the sky, and a figure emerged from it, with blood-red eyes and silver hair. He looked very evil. Weiss, Beerus-sama, prophecy fish, long time no see. Lewis hovered in the sky and waved. Master Beerus, it's Lewis. The prophetic fish held his cup tightly, fearing that Lewis would snatch it away again. Seeing who was coming, Beerus was very excited. Lewis, you are finally back. Lewis was his disciple, and he was really afraid that after Lewis disappeared, he would not be able to find his way back. After all, Weiss said at the time that Lewis had fallen into the turbulent flow of time and space, and the turbulent flow of time and space was a dangerous place that even the level of priest would turn pale. He also knew that Lewis could ignore any harm. Presumably the turbulence of time and space would not have any effect on him, so he was not very worried. But in that kind of illusory place, it is very likely that you will not be able to return if you are not careful. Now Lewis finally found his way home. Master Beerus, it's me, I'm back. In the sky, Lewis was very happy. He traveled through the wrong time and space hundreds of times, and finally returned to his own time and space. Lewis landed. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Beerus came forward, patted him on the shoulder, and kept saying this sentence in his mouth. During the time Lewis disappeared, he felt guilty all the time. Because he once said that without his permission, no one could hurt Lewis. As a result, Tai-Sai died, and Lewis disappeared again. Beerus' tone was very excited, feeling that Beerus cared about him. Lewis sniffed, feeling warm in his heart, looking at Beerus, Weiss, and the prophecy fish in front of him. This is Master Beerus who has been caring about him. This is Master Weiss who taught him to grow up. This is the naughty prophecy fish who sets the rules for him every day. It was also because of their existence that he returned here regardless of traveling through time and space hundreds of times. This time. Weiss looked at Lewis. He touched Lewis's silver hair and was dumbfounded. Lewis, what's the matter with your pupils and hair? Yes. Beerus reacted. Your hair. Lewis also stroked his hair and smiled wryly. I don't know what happened. Tai-Sai was killed by Demicula, and my hair color became like this. Beerus and Weiss glanced at each other. Why did he hear Lewis's tone? As if he wasn't very sad that Tai-Sai was killed. Lewis, I didn't protect Ties. Beerus wanted to speak. Lewis interrupted him, glanced at the palace of the god of destruction, and said, I already know that Ties is resurrected. Master Beerus, Weiss, thank you. He was in a future time and space, and Salama told him that Tai-Sai was resurrected. Lewis didn't need to guess. He also knew that Beerus and Weiss helped. Master Beerus, I'm going to see Tai-Sai first. I'll talk about it later if I have any questions. Lewis suddenly disappeared. Are you still moved? This disappears. Only one cat, one angel, and one loach were left in a daze. Destroy the temple kitchen. Tai-Sai is wearing an apron, which wraps her perfect figure, and she's cooking Byra's favorite tempeh tea this time. Her face was very calm, but her eyes were always flashing with longing. Lewis lost his mind because of her. Because of her, Lewis broke into the dark demon realm alone. Because of her, Lewis fell into the turbulence of time and space and disappeared. Tai-Sai was making tempura, sniffing. Her eyes were red. Lewis, I miss you. Sister Tai-Sai, I miss you too. At this time, Tais heard a familiar voice, and her pupils shrank sharply. Tai-Sai turned around abruptly, only to see that familiar figure appearing in front of her. Lewis. Sister Tai-Sai, I'm back. Lewis, it's really you. Tai-Sai was stunned. The kitchen utensils in her hands fell to the ground, and a stream of heat flowed from her eye sockets. It turned out that the prophecy fish did not lie. Her Lewis really came back during this time. You are finally back. Tais covered her face with her hands. Happy, excited, relieved. All kinds of emotions burst out, and the tears couldn't be stopped. You big bastard. Do you know how afraid I am that you won't come back? Tai-Sai was crying all the time, and when she came back to life, her first reaction was to find her Lewis. But in Weiss's narration, Lewis fell into the turbulence of time and space. Although Weiss didn't explain too much, she knew that the space-time turbulence must be a very dangerous place. During these 2 months, she had been in constant fear that her Lewis would not come back. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm back. Lewis came forward, pushed her little hand away, and wiped her tears. Her tears kept flowing, and he kept wiping them. Tai-Sai's tears finally stopped. She lowered her head. Lewis, don't look, I'm ugly. No, you're not ugly at all. You are the prettiest. Lewis held her tightly in his arms, feeling her soft body and warm body temperature. This was a real feeling. His Tai-Sai had really come back to life. That's nice. The two just hugged suddenly. Tais raised her head, reached out her hand to touch his silver hair. Her eyes were red. Lewis, what's wrong with your eyes and your hair? Silver hair, blood red pupils. Although it is also very beautiful. Only, you turned gray overnight. Did you become like this because of me? Tai-Sai choked up, and tears came out of his beautiful eyes again. No, it's none of your business. Lewis lowered his head and touched her forehead. Whoa, it's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, you would never have become like this. Tais put her hands behind his head, rubbed his hair, and burst into tears. Sister Tai-Sai, it won't look good to cry anymore. Lewis took her back into his arms, and Tai-Sai's cry made him feel distressed. Lewis felt distressed, but in fact, Tais felt even more distressed. She died in Lewis's arms more than 2 months ago. She is Lewis's wife, and Lewis must be in great pain. It's just that she didn't expect that whitening her head overnight really existed, and how much pain her Lewis had to endure. Whoa, no, I don't blame you at all. Lewis shook his head and said distressfully, if you want to blame me, I can only blame myself. You were clearly in my arms, but I didn't protect you well. Lewis was full of guilt, but before he finished speaking, Tais' arms reached out and covered his mouth. Tai-Sai shook her head, and the two of them hugged each other tightly while they were not talking. Half a day has passed, and the two are still hugging. This is the rhythm of wanting to stick together. Tai-Sai, is the meal ready? I'm starving to death. Vera's voice came to I in the kitchen. Lewis and Tai-Sai smiled at each other. Sister Tai-Sai, I'm hungry too. Okay, I'll make it for you. Actually, I want to eat you. Tai-Sai was taken aback, then quickly lowered her head shyly, and said softly, I'll eat it for you in the evening. Hey. Lewis grinned, and no longer stuck with Tais, and started to help cook for Beerus and the others in the hall of the God of Destruction Palace. Lewis and Tai-Sai prepared the meals and brought them out. Byra's looked at Lewis and joked, why are you staying in the kitchen for so long? Lewis pursed his lips, lifted the lid of the plate, and said angrily, you single dog no, you single cat will never understand. Stinky boy, you were angry with me when you came back. Why don't you come back? I don't want to come back either, but here is my cat destroyer, my angel master, my mischievous loach, and more importantly, my sister Tai-Sai. Hearing this, Byra smiled and didn't speak again, and everyone laughed, and the palace of the God of Destruction was filled with joyful laughter. Wait until Lewis lifts the lids of all the dishes, tempura, sushi, takoyaki. There are all kinds of drinks, desserts, fruits beside. Of course, there's also the instant noodles that Weiss can't forget. The eyes of a cat, an angel, and a loach suddenly glowed. Everyone quickly grabbed their chopsticks and was soon immersed in the world of gourmet. Food, unable to extricate themselves. Too delicious. Obviously Taisi has been cooking for us, but this time it is obviously more delicious. Sure enough, emotions can also affect a person's cooking skills. Weiss is right, Mr. Beerus. You must protect the bastard Lewis in the future, so that Tai-Sai's dishes will always be so delicious. Dead loach, there's so many delicious things, and you can't stop your mouth. Don't force me to squeeze you to death later. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. With the awakening of the prophesied fish and the return of Lewis, all members of God of Destruction realm reunited again. Everyone didn't rush to ask where Lewis had been for the past 2 months. They had been eating delicious food and enjoying rare moments of peace. Lewis also enjoyed this moment very much. He experienced the death of Tai-Sai, drifted to the future time and space, and finally came back, and traveled through the wrong time and space hundreds of times. It would be nice if this moment could last forever. But Demicula. Lewis was eating the delicacies made by Tai-Sai. His eyes flashed a cold light. I will not let you go. Soon, the dinner party is over. Weiss looked at Lewis's hair and pupils. What's the status of this kid? Blood red pupils, silver hair. Weiss touched his silver hair again. Could it be? What Weiss was thinking, Beers had no idea at all. In fact, he also had a lot of doubts. That is, where did Lewis go in the past 2 months? Also, Weiss said that the boy Lewis exploded with the power of time and space in the Dark Demon Realm, blasting the entire Dark Demon Realm into fragments of time and space. When did this kid realize the power of time and space again? To know the power of time and space, it is the same existence as the power of light, and it can even be said to be more terrifying than the power of light. And the prophecy fish, lying in the water in the cup, was also looking at Lewis. It woke up this time, and actually predicted 3 things. Everyone looked at Lewis, their eyes full of doubts. Seeing everyone's hesitant expressions, Lewis smiled, and he looked at the prophecy fish. When did you wake up? The prophecy fish leaned against the cup and hiccuped. I woke up just after Tai-Sai was resurrected. I heard that you predicted the news of my return. Correct. How many things did you predict this time? As soon as Lewis said this, everyone pricked up their ears. They only learned the news of Lewis's return from the prophecy fish. As for other prophecies, the prophecy fish didn't say anything. And what Lewis said, could there really be other prophecies? How do you know I have other prophecies? The prophecy fish was dumbfounded. Really? Beerus grabbed the prophecy fish beside him in his hand and was furious. Dead loach, dare to hide other prophecies. Do you want to die? The prophecy rolled his eyes, not afraid of Beerus at all, and said, Master Beerus, don't be so anxious. I do have other prophecies, and there are more than one. More than one. Now, even Weiss opened his mouth wide. As an angel, he can also predict this ability, and the things predicted by the prophecy fish have never been missed. From this we can see the power of the prophecy fish, but over the years, every time the prophecy fish wakes up, it only predicts one thing. Unexpectedly, after waking up this time, 3 things were predicted. The prophecy fish, what else did you predict? Tai-Sai was also curious. Say it. Beerus originally wanted to ask Lewis where he had been for the past 2 months, but at this moment, he was even more curious about the prophecy of the prophecy fish. The first thing is the prophecy of Lewis's return. I won't say that Lewis has returned. The predicted fish wandered around in the water in the cup, and then said, the second thing. It paused and looked at Beerus. Beerus was frightened by the eyes of the prophesied fish. Could it be that the second prophecy has something to do with me? Yes, the second prophecy is related to you, Master Beerus. The prophecy fish said seriously. I predicted that Beerus will have a strong enemy in the future, and your opponent's name is Super Saiyan God. Hearing this, Lewis smiled. He only asked about the prophecy fish because he remembered the plot in the anime. In the anime. Beerus heard the prophecy of the prophecy fish, saying that he has a strong enemy called the Super Saiyan God, but I didn't expect the prophecy fish to predict this so soon on the timeline. This is more than 10 years faster than the normal plot. I have a strong enemy called the Super Saiyan God. Beerus widened his eyes and looked at Lewis. Super Saiyan God. Does this resemble your Super Saiyan? He is the strongest god of destruction, besides Lewis. Who else can compare with him? Beerus couldn't believe it. Could it be that my strong enemy is Lewis? Weiss and Ties looked at each other. How could Lewis and Beerus become rivals? Impossible. Master Beerus, do you think I will be your enemy? Lewis said angrily. At this time. The prophecy fish glanced at Lewis and shook his head. Master Beerus, in my prophecy, that person is not Lewis. Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. He just said, Lewis is his heir. How could he be an enemy of him? Who would that be? Beerus was itchy in his heart, but the prophecy fish couldn't tell the identity of the Super Saiyan God, so he had no choice but to give up. However, at this time, Lewis said, Master Beerus, before Demigula and the others came, I told you that I have a way to quickly improve the ranking of the universe together. Oh, I remember, you said that you have a way to integrate all Scions. Beerus was excited and looked at Lewis. What method? This method is to use the fusion technique of Star Metamor. Lewis wasn't playing tricks this time, and continued. When the time comes, you can go to the old world king god. He must know this secret technique. Actually, what I want to say is that in order to make the ranking of the Earth and universe rise rapidly, in addition to using the technique of fusion, there's also the prophecy of the Super Saiyan God just mentioned. Lewis had thought about telling him about it, when every Scion could transform into a Super Saiyan. But this time he returned, he decided not to keep a low profile. He wanted to let the entire Scion race rise completely, then attack the Dark Demon Realm. What? Beerus was stunned. Does Lewis know who this Super Saiyan God is? Weiss, Ties, and Prophecy also looked at Lewis, their eyes full of doubts. You'll find out soon enough. Lewis shook his head, and when he finished understanding what happened after he lost his mind, he would go back to the clan. Come on again. Not only Beerus was angry, but even Weiss was speechless to Lewis. What about the third prophecy? Everyone looked at the prophecy fish, and Lewis also looked at it. The prophesied fish showed embarrassment, rubbed its two whiskers on its chest, and said weakly, I forgot. Boom. Everyone fell to the ground. This is really the characteristic of the prophecy fish. They can even forget what they have predicted. Beerus, Weiss, and Lewis are very helpless, but there's nothing they can do, and Taisai snickered beside her. All right. Beerus got up from the ground and looked at Lewis. Where have you been for the past 2 months? Everyone looked at Lewis. This was what they were most curious about. After I saw Taisai was killed by Demigula, I lost my mind. I don't know anything about it. Lewis glanced at Ties beside him, feeling very distressed, and vowed that he would never let Ties get hurt again. Taisai noticed Lewis's eyes and shook her head, as if to say, I am not afraid. As long as I can be by your side, I am willing to die. Lewis tightly held her little hand under the dining table and looked at everyone. Later, I drifted to other time and space. Lewis told everything that happened in the future time and space. Listen to everything. Taisai was a little emotional. Lewis, you said that Bulma and her son in the future time and space almost died. Well, even your parents died at the hands of those two artificial humans. Lewis really feels sorry for Bulma and Trunks in the future time and space. Boom. Taisai's eyes were on fire. She clenched her fists and slammed the table hard, causing all the plates on the table to fly away from her. Bulma in the future time and space can eat the spiritual fruit given by Lewis, and there's no reason why Taisai, who's been destroying the living in the God Realm, cannot eat it. The Taisai's current combat strength is already 10. She smashed it so hard that the dining table was almost split in half. Fortunately, Beerus' dining table was made of sacred tree, so there was nothing wrong with the dining table, except for Lewis and Beerus. The three of them all held their breath, not daring to take a breath. Mom, at this time, if you provoke Taisai, you'll have nothing to eat. Don't dare to provoke, dare not provoke. Our time and space are not connected to the future time and space after all, and those two man-made humans were also killed by me. Lewis squeezed Ties' hand and comforted her, but could Ties listen to what he said? Well, I see. Taisai pursed her lips, showing an ugly smile. Lewis squeezed her little hand, and it was not surprising that Taisai would show such an expression. Although the two time and space are different. After all, Bulma and the others in the future time and space are also Taisai's relatives. Just like Vegeta in the anime, when he heard that Trunks in the future time and space had an accident, he was directly furious, wishing to kill the future time and space. After Zamasu appeared, Vegeta took Monkey King to the future time and space to avenge Trunks and the others in the future time and space. After a while, the atmosphere at the table eased up a bit. Beerus looked at Lewis and said with a smile, you still look for the Super Dragon Ball and use the Super Dragon to recover from your injuries. It's pretty smart. In Lewis's narration, Lewis forcibly used time and space obliteration and caused serious injuries. This kind of power involving rules and even laws has no way for ordinary people to recover him. Even the angels in the angel realm can't do it, and only the angels at the priest level can do it. This was the case when Lewis forcibly used a race last time, and because of this, he knew the shortcomings of Lewis's physique. Lewis could ignore any damage, but the damage he caused could not be ignored. Luckily, Lewis knew about Super Dragon Ball, otherwise he would be dead. I'm not looking for Super Dragon Ball. Who can I look for? Lewis saw that Taisai's mood was a little more stable, and then looked at Beerus with a wry smile and said, I can't go to you in another time and space. Find me. Beerus shook his head. You went to another time and space. Although you didn't go there on purpose, it can be regarded as manipulating time. The crime of manipulating time can be big or small. I in another time and space, who doesn't know you, will definitely do it to you. Haha. Master Beerus, you still have self-knowledge. I from another time and space made a move against you. Beerus' eyes widened. He just said it casually. Correct. Lewis smiled, and he told the details again that he fought with Beerus in the future time and space, and used the similarity in fighting methods to convince Beerus in the future time and space to believe him. In the end, Beerus from the future time and space pretended to be invincible, and then ran away with the two brothers and sisters of Bados from the future time and space. This was his disciple who didn't want others to hurt him. Oh ho ho ho, I didn't expect Master Beerus from another time and space to be quite cute. Wes covered his mouth and laughed. Lewis also smiled. Beerus in both time and space are so heartwarming. And Beerus blushed slightly. He seemed to find a hole to get in. It was too embarrassing. But fortunately, in another time and space, he believed in Lewis's identity and didn't bother him again. By the way, when I summoned the Super Dragon, Lord Salama took over the body of the Super Dragon. Lewis said directly, what? You mean Lord Salama? Beerus and Weiss jumped up from their chairs in fright, and the prophecy fish in the cup also jumped out of the water into the air with a shocked look on their faces. Taisai came out of the tragedy of the future time and space a little bit, and seeing the stunned expressions of everyone, her face was full of doubts. Is this shocking? There are even more shocking ones. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Lewis said solemnly, Master Salama, who descended on the Super Dragon, is not Lord Salama from the future time and space at all. He knows me. He told me exactly where I came from. He is Lord Salama of our time and space, and his deity can directly cross countless time and space and come to the Super Dragon in the future time and space. As soon as this is said, quiet. The whole palace of the god of destruction fell silent suddenly. Even if a thin needle fell to the ground, it could be clearly heard. Quickly hiss. Beerus gasped. His pupils were full of disbelief. He shook his head. How is this possible? Except for the realm of time. Master Beerus, Lord Salama can really do this. Weiss interrupted Beerus and swallowed. Did you forget Super Dragon Ball? Hiss. Beerus reacted and took another breath. Seeing the reaction of the two, Lewis was very puzzled in Dragon Ball. He only knows some things about the universe of the king, and he doesn't know anything about the Dark Demon Realm, the Realm of Time, and the Realm of Dragons. What is Salama really able to do this? It's really itchy. The Lewisian couldn't bear it anymore and asked with a frown, Weiss, what are you talking about? Ha, let you keep telling riddles, so there are times when you don't know. Beerus pointed at Lewis and laughed heartily. Lewis, all right. Weiss waved his hand before speaking. Lewis, I didn't talk to you about the space-time problem before. I never had a chance. Let me tell you now. In recent years, too many things have happened. First, other gods of destruction brought their candidates to the 7th universe to fight, and then there was a surprise attack by Katra. In the end, the 5 demon gods of Demigella came directly to the 7th universe. There were too many things, and Lewis hadn't touched the problem of time and space at that time, so he didn't explain it. Hearing Weiss' words, Lewis was stunned. Didn't he talk about Salama? How come the issue of time and space again? Doubts are doubts. He still quietly listened to Weiss' narration. In this world, time and space are the most mysterious existences. Sometimes just a small thing can split a brand new parallel time and space. As for what happened, it's unknown. However, according to the god of the realm of time, she said that if the trajectory of historical development changes, parallel time and space will be created. But no one knows the original trajectory of historical development, so no one can prevent the birth of parallel time and space. And everything in the parallel time and space is the same before the history changes. That is to say, there will be you, me, and him in each time and space. But there is one place in this world that is unique, and that is the realm of time. The realm of time is located at the end of time. The king of time rules the realm of time, and the king of the realm of time under the king of time, she is in charge of the whole time and space. Only people from the realm of time are qualified to deal with time and space issues. With their existence, our world will not cause a time and space explosion due to the problem of too many parallel time and space. Hearing this, Lewis raised his hand like a primary school student and asked, Weiss, why are they the only ones who can deal with space-time issues, can't we? In Dragon Ball, only Trunks and Zamasu in the future time and space are involved in the issue of time and space. Lewis really doesn't understand the issue of time and space, but in the extra chapter, he mentioned the Nest of Time and the King of Time, Chronoa. It's just that he still doesn't know why other people are not qualified to deal with space-time issues. Because people in the realm of time are unique, they're not subject to the interference of time and space, so only they're qualified to deal with time and space issues. Weiss said lightly. Beerus sat on the chair with his arms folded, nodding all the time. When Taisai next heard this, her eyes lit up. Good material. Taisai's reaction was seen by Lewis, and she couldn't help but smile. Did she come out of sadness just now? Do not. In fact, Taisai is still very angry, but she knows that no matter how angry she is, it is useless, because the parents in the future time and space are dead and reincarnated. They can't be resurrected at all. Lewis is also avenged. Her parents in the future time and space, and everything on the future time and space Earth is developing in a good direction. She couldn't show her anger on her face, or as Lewis would worry. So, it is. Lewis suddenly realized when he heard what Weiss said. But, Lewis raised his brows and asked in confusion, what does what you said have anything to do with Lord Salama? I just said that, except for the people of the time realm, everyone else will exist in all time and space, and Lord Salama is no exception, Weiss said solemnly. And the people and things in each time and space exist independently, just like the future time and space Bulma. You just mentioned, she is different from the Bulma of this time and space. Speaking of this, Weiss looked at Tais and comforted him. Tais, you should have heard what I said. The future time and space has nothing to do with you, so you don't need to be too angry. Taisai felt warm in her heart, but she didn't expect Weiss to care about her too. Okay, Tais nodded vigorously. Weiss retracted his gaze, looked at Lewis, and continued. But Lord Salama can send consciousness to super dragons in other parallel time and space, as if he made the super dragon balls in future time and space. Adults can't do it. Hearing this, Lewis blurted out, why? At this time, Beerus on the side spoke slowly. That's because of the power of miracles. Weiss nodded. The power of miracles can transform the impossible into possible. Boom dash, Lewis's body shook. If this is the case, can it be said that Salama in his current time and space can use the power of Salama in the future time and space? Could it be that Lord Salama is more powerful than Lord Quan Wong? Lewis swallowed. Ha ha ha. Beerus and Weiss held their bellies and laughed loudly. Lewis was taken aback, eyes full of question marks. What's wrong? Taisai stayed in the god of destruction realm for so long and knew a lot of secrets. She also wondered why the two of Beerus suddenly laughed. Ha ha, let me take it easy. Beerus laughed until his stomach ached. After a while, he said seriously, no, when we reach the level of world dominance, we can no longer say who is stronger and who is weaker. Even if Lord Salama can use the power of other time and space, it will not be able to help Lord Quan Wong. When you talk about strength, it's nothing more than worrying about people from the Dragon Realm invading our universe of all kings. At the level of Master Quan Wong, there will be no wars with other worlds at all. Of course, the Dark Demon Realm does not count. Once there's a real war between the two worlds, the world will be destroyed, and no one will survive. Do you understand? Beerus looked at Lewis. Lewis nodded. He just asked who was stronger and who was weaker. He was really worried that the Dragon Realm would attack the universe of all kings. After all, in the previous life, many people speculated that Salama was actually the big boss of Dragon Ball, that of course, his worry does not mean he's worried about his own safety. He has immunity and has been able to ignore any damage from the outside world. Even Salama can't even think about hurting him. Lewis is worried about Taisai. With his current strength, if the two worlds really start a war, he really can't protect her. Master Beerus and I were only shocked by your words just now. That's why we said so much. Weiss said with a smile. In fact, these things are well known among the gods, and I've never had the opportunity to tell you before. Lewis was stunned. He really didn't feel it. He only remembered that Taisai was killed by Demigella at that time, and the anger completely filled his mind. The power in his body also undergoes amazing changes under the stimulation of extreme anger. At that time, he only had one belief, which was to kill Demigella. Now Weiss said that he not only killed all the masters of the Dark Demon Realm, but also turned the Dark Demon Realm into space-time fragments. I actually smashed the Dark Demon Realm to pieces. Lewis looked at his hands and muttered to himself that, in a wonder, no wonder he was injured so badly that it was the forced use of time and space obliteration that made him into that kind of irreversible trauma. Everyone looked at Lewis, who was muttering to himself. He was so shocked as the person involved, let alone them. Although the Dark Demon Realm is not as big as Quan Wong Universe, it is still a world, and it is a world created by Chihuahua himself. At that time, Lewis's power was only on the 4th level of the realm of gods. With his power alone, he destroyed a world, and no one would believe it. It was indeed you who destroyed it. Weiss smiled, but his smile was stiff, and he still had a hard time believing it. Call. Lewis took a deep breath, then looked at Weiss and Beerus, and said seriously, Master Beerus, Weiss, I originally planned to return to the Scion family after I came back. Only the Scion clan has risen completely, and then they will attack the Dark Demon Realm. Since they were all killed by me, forget it. Lewis sighed. He was actually a little aggrieved, because Demigella was not killed when he was sober. It feels like he didn't kill Demigella himself. There's no way to relieve him. Hearing what Lewis said, everyone breathed hard. They knew that Lewis had a good personality and was a Scion who was easy to get along with. But at the same time, he's also a Scion who must take revenge, just like Katra back then. When Katra attacked him, Lewis went directly to the 4th universe and killed him with the power of erasure. This time, Demig's moved Tais. Tais is Lewis's reverse scale. With Lewis's character, it's really normal for him to make moves to attack the Dark Demon Realm. Lewis only said to return to the clan, and then asked the Scion clan to attack the Dark Demon Realm. He didn't ask them to help, but he just didn't want to trouble them. Beerus and Weiss looked at each other, their faces full of melancholy. What to do? The Dark Lord ring was smashed by Lewis, but it was recovered by someone. Huh? What's wrong with you? Lewis noticed that there was something wrong with the expressions of the two of Beerus. Tai-Sai beside him also had an ugly expression, as if she was worried about something. Yes, with the prophecy fish. It has already died to the bottom of the cup and dare not look at the next thing at all. Lewis, I have some bad news for you. Beerus swallowed and said, I'll tell you. You must not mess around. Lewis frowned. What's wrong? The Dark Demon Realm was shattered by you, but I don't know who restored it later. What? Lewis stood up from his chair abruptly, and he looked closely at Beerus and Weiss. Really, our 12 brothers and sisters were happy to see the Dark Demon Realm destroyed. I also knew that you would be fine. We knew that we just had to wait for your return. Weiss smiled bitterly. But in the back, I don't know what happened. The Dark Demon Realm has recovered. He was also frightened at that time. The Dark Demon Realm had already been blasted into fragments of time and space by Lewis. So why did it come back again? In order to find the answer, he observed around the Dark Demon Realm for a month, and found that none of the strong men wiped out by Lewis had been revived, but Demigula had recovered. He was there when Lewis destroyed the Dark Demon Realm. Except for Demigula, all other masters in the Demon Realm were wiped out by Lewis. Ordinary power cannot resurrect the erased person at all. Only the miraculous power of a super dragon can do this. With this information, it is enough to show that the Dark Demon Realm was not restored using a super dragon. Who is it? Lewis's face was gloomy, especially his blood-red eyes, which looked particularly evil. The murderous aura emanating from Lewis made the temperature in the palace of the god of destruction drop rapidly, and Tai-Sai's body trembled violently. She stood up quickly and hugged her Lewis tightly. Lewis, don't mess around. I don't want you to help me get revenge. Before that, Lewis just wanted to avenge her, so Lewis disappeared for 2 months if there's another accident, or Lewis come back safely. Do not. No, she must stop Lewis. Sister Tai-Sai, don't be afraid. I won't mess around. Lewis felt Tai-Sai's body temperature, and his murderous eyes became clear. Well, you promised me. You must not mess around. Tai-Sai got out his arms and met his eyes. Seeing the worried look in Tai's eyes, Lewis couldn't help feeling a pain in his heart. Never mind. Never mind. Don't let his sister Tai-Sai worry. It is good. Lewis nodded vigorously, but still looked at Weiss and the others. Master Beerus, Weiss, do you know who restored the Dark Demon Realm? Don't worry, I won't mess around. Beerus and Weiss looked at each other, and they nodded. Weiss said solemnly, in our angel's guess, it is the extremely mysterious Lord, all demon. Apart from him, we can't think of anyone else who would be willing to help the Dark Demon Realm. In fact, apart from the fact that the Dark Demon Realm hates and dislikes the universe, the realm of time and the realm of dragons don't like the Dark Demon Realm. The main reason is that the Dark Demon Realm often uses Dragon Balls to cause time and space to split, which directly provokes the other two worlds. All devils. Lewis frowned. He was no stranger to the name Quanimo. In the future time and space, Salama told him that his identity is not all demons. Only then did he know that the great priest, the angels and Demigula had always regarded him as a demon. Who is the whole devil? Lewis asked. Now he only knows that Shuama has a relationship with the former great priest, and he doesn't know about other secrets at all. Soon, Weiss explained to him the origin of the whole demon King's brother. Another master of the former king of the universe, because of something he fought with Quan Wong, and finally Quan Mo broke away from Quan Wong's universe and opened up a brand new Dark Demon world. Lewis suddenly realized that this is how the Dark Demon world appeared. Looks like it should be him, the big boss of the Dark Demon Realm. No one will help the Dark Demon Realm except him. Is he as strong as Quan Wong? Lewis smiled wryly in his heart. He wanted to mess around at first, but when he heard that it was the whole demon who took action to restore the Dark Demon Realm, he couldn't do anything like that. After all, with his current strength, he can't even deal with the great priest, let alone the ruler of a world. The atmosphere in the palace of the god of destruction eased a bit, and with the affirmation that Lewis would not mess around, Tais naturally believed that her Lewis would not lie to her. She and the prophecy fish leave from the palace of the god of destruction. There were still some leftovers on the dining table, and Weiss waved his staff to tidy up the things on the dining table. And this gathering of all members of the destruction god realm came to an end. During this dinner, everyone chatted. For a long time, Lewis's experience made everyone marvel. First, he lost his mind and killed all the masters of the Dark Demon Realm, and finally shattered the entire Dark Demon Realm. When he came back, he traveled through the wrong time and space hundreds of times. This kind of stupid behavior makes people want to laugh. It's just that Beerus and the others knew that Lewis wanted to try his own space-time power, and it didn't matter if there were no serious consequences to AS for the projection of Salama's consciousness onto the super dragon in the future time and space. Beerus and Weiss don't know how to describe it. They can only say that they know a little more about this kind of master-level powerhouse, and Lewis, through the narration of Beerus and Weiss, knew everything after he lost his mind. He killed all the strong men in the Dark Demon Realm with his own hands. Although the Dark Demon Realm was recovered by the Quan Demon in the end, at least he felt bad for Tai-Sai. After Tai-Sai and the prophecy fish left, only Beerus, Weiss and Lewis remained in the palace of the god of destruction. Wes, I want to know your father's attitude towards me. Lewis sat on the chair, put his hands on the dining table, and rested his chin. With blood-red eyes and silver hair, he looks a bit bohemian. The corner of Beerus's mouth twitched slightly. He was suddenly a little unaccustomed to Lewis's current appearance, but he also looked at Weiss. Since Lewis is not the all-demon, will the great priest continue to let Lewis stay in the universe of all kings? My father doesn't care about you. Wes shook his head. Before that, his father had always thought that Lewis was the all-demon, and before Lewis had really awakened, he pulled him back to the all-king universe camp. As a result, even if Quan Mo truly awakened, he would not forget this period of memory. He didn't know why his father did this, but his father must have wanted to change something. Weiss guessed that his father might want to make the two worlds no longer hostile. After all, the Quan Wong universe and the Dark Demon Realm have been fighting for many years. Before Lewis appeared, although the two worlds did not cause major casualties, they produced many parallel time and space. Too much parallel time and space is not a good thing for the King universe or the Dark Demon Realm died, but all of this is based on the fact that Lewis is the all-demon. Lewis is not a complete demon now, and the power in him is so special. If Weiss thinks differently, he will look at Lewis from his father's perspective, but he will definitely not let Lewis play around in the universe of the king. After all, Lewis's power is too terrifying. If he makes trouble, it will be harmful to the universe of the king. Only, his father didn't care about Lewis, which meant that the whole king didn't care about Lewis. What? Lewis was stunned. What he was most worried about when he came back was the attitude of the high priest and the Quan Wong towards him, that he knew his specialness. Why would the great priest and the Quan Wong let him go? Don't look at me. I don't know either. Weiss shook his head and said with a smile. However, isn't this good? If Lewis was really expelled or sealed by the great priest, he didn't know what to do. Point one side is his father. The other side is his apprentice. It's a headache just thinking about it. Fortunately, his father didn't say anything. Hearing what Weiss said, although Lewis was puzzled, he still let out a heavy breath. Before he came back, he thought about it. What would he do if the great priest and the king couldn't tolerate him? Take Tai-Sai to escape from the universe of all kings and go to the realm of dragons. This is what he planned, because in the future time and space, Salama invited him to the dragon realm, but only. After all, he was still reluctant to leave Quan Wong universe like this. After all, Tai-Sai's family is here. Beerus, Weiss' son Goku, Vegeta, Old World King God, Asin, they're all here too. The seventh universe carried too many memories for him. To be honest, Lewis really didn't want to leave here. Great. Beerus jumped up excitedly when he heard Weiss' words. Seeing Beerus excited, Lewis also smiled. Weiss came over and rubbed Lewis's head. This is the cub he grew up with. After chatting with Beerus for a while, Lewis reconfirmed the great priest's attitude toward him, and he was relieved when he got the same answer. Lewis and Beerus greeted each other, but he was not here, and he left the world of God of Destruction. But he still has more important things to do now, which is to let the Scion race rise completely. There are only Beerus left in the palace of the God of Destruction. Beerus touched his chin and asked, Wes, have you noticed that Lewis's hair color is exactly the same as your angel's hair? I see what's wrong. This kid's dimension will not break through to the angel level. Weiss was silent for a while, and then slowly said, I didn't expect Master Beerus to think so. Beerus widened his eyes and looked at Weiss. You think so too? Weiss nodded. Lewis's current state is too strange, with blood-red pupils and silver hair. I really can't think of any reason other than that the dimension is about to break through to the angelic realm. Above the dimension of gods is the dimension of angels, and before the dimension of angels is the dimension of priests. Beerus scratched the dog, his head, frowned and said, then why can't I sense any signs of a breakthrough in his dimension? Weiss rolled his eyes. It's as if you can sense the angel-level dimension. Beerus smiled awkwardly. He is only at the peak of the god's dimension now, and it is true that he cannot sense the dimension of the angel level. But you're right, I haven't sensed that Lewis is about to break through. Beerus said angrily. Then why did you just hate me? Oh, the atmosphere is a bit dignified. So let's make a joke. The other side. Lewis teleported to Kaiwang God Realm. Old King God, do you know where Planet Metamor is? The old king of the world was observing the seventh universe with a crystal ball, and when he heard this, he was suddenly taken aback. This voice is so familiar. Asin, who was sitting on the lawn, suddenly turned his head and said excitedly, Lewis. The old world king god also turned around to see the figure clearly and said excitedly, when did you come back? When Lewis saw the reaction of the old Kai, the king and the god, it would be a lie if he was not moved. It's been half a day since I came back, and the 2 months I disappeared have made you worry. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. The old king of the world heaved a sigh of relief. Lewis is his alternate god of destruction in the seventh universe. Fortunately, he is back. Asin next to him said, Lewis, where have you been in the past 2 months? My ancestors and I are worried to death. I went to the future time and space. Lewis narrated his previous experience again, and the old Kai Wangshin and the two were taken aback for a while. I went to another time and space to summon the super dragon, and when I came back, I traveled through the wrong time and space hundreds of times. I wonder if this kid wants to go to the sky. You kid won't ask me in another time and space for help. The corner of the old Kai Wangshin's mouth twitched slightly, speechless but looking for you. In the future time and space, Majin Buu has not yet appeared, and the son Gohan in the future time and space also died in the hands of the two artificial people. The old Kai Wangshin in the future time and space is probably still sealed in the Kaiwang Excalibur. Seeing Lewis's expression, the old Kai Osama remembered his own experience again. His face was full of black lines. According to the sameness of history, he in parallel time and space is likely to be sealed in the Kaiwang Excalibur by Beerus. You are not kind. You know that I am sealed, but you don't help me. It's a waste of worrying about you for the past 2 months. I'm so mad. Cuckoo. Asin also thought of the scene where Lewis broke the seal of the old king of the world. He covered his mouth and laughed. Boom. Oh, ancestor, why did you hit me? Exan squatted on the ground, covering his head, and said innocently, what a joke. Copy the duties of Kai Wangshin 100 times for me. The old Kai Wangshin was so angry that even his juniors laughed at him. Asin shrunk his head and walked away from here. During his beating, the cocked feathers on his head swayed, giving him a silly taste. Seeing this, Lewis smiled slightly. The former king of the world, Shun Xian, always looked like he had never seen the world, and often made jokes that today's Kai Wangshin has really changed a lot. Forehead looks a lot more confident. Hey, how did the color of your hair and pupils become like this? The old king of the world didn't care about Asin anymore. He came forward and stroked Lewis's hair. Blood-red pupils, silver-haired. In his first reaction, is this kid's dimension about to break through to the angel realm? After all, angels have silver hair. But if he sensed carefully, he didn't find any signs of breakthrough in Lewis's dimension, and Lewis's current dimension still had to be in the state of God. After Ty's died, my hair became like this. Lewis spread his hands and asked curiously, Master Old Kai, do you know why my hair is like this? Let me think. Old World King God squinted his eyes. He always felt that something was wrong with Lewis. Lewis couldn't help being taken aback when he saw Old Kai's pensive look that he asked Weiss before, but Weiss didn't know what to say. Now that the old Kai Wangshin showed this expression, does the old Kai Wangshin know what's going on? Lewis was overjoyed and wanted to speak, but seeing that the old Kai Ohami was still thinking, he covered his mouth again, not daring to disturb the old Kai Ohami. Time passed for half a day. Old Kai Wangshin walked up and down under the tree, frowning more and more tightly. Lewis was watching from the sidelines. He had already forgotten the purpose of coming to Kaiwang God Realm. He just wanted to know why his hair and pupils became like this. After a while, that's what it is. Under the tree, the old World King God suddenly jumped up excitedly. Lewis asked hurriedly, Old King God, do you know why my hair is like this? Correct. The old king looked over. His eyes were very hot, as if he was looking at a piece of world treasure, and he licked his mouth, which made Lewis feel tight. This old man doesn't want to be gay, does he? Blood. The old World King God spoke suddenly. What? Lewis was taken aback. What bloodline? There's a saying in the mortal world that one thought turns white. The old King Kai turned around with his hands behind his back. Tay's death must have dealt a great blow to you. That's why your hair turned white. But your pupils also turned blood red, which shows that my inference is wrong. So I associated your state with the dimension again, but your dimension has not changed. It is still the dimension of the gods, and my guess is wrong again. The old king of the world paused for a while and looked at Lewis. Finally, I thought of the reason for the blood. Scion blood. Lewis was full of doubts. What does this have to do with Scion blood? This time, looking at Lewis, the old Kai Wangshin's tone was unbelievable. Your Scion blood has been sublimated. Lewis wanted to ask a question. The old king of the world continued. 2 months ago, didn't you transform into Super Scion 3? The transformation of Super Scion is the proof of the sublimation of blood. According to his observation, the strength of Scions will be affected by emotions. It can be said that the more angry they are, the more powerful they will burst out, that he will even break his shackles due to anger, and then transform into a brand new Super Scion state. He studied for a long time and finally figured out why this happened, that in fact, transforming into a Super Scion is the sublimation of the Scion blood. The Scions used anger as the fuse to ignite the bomb of their bloodlines, allowing their own bloodlines to continuously break through the limit. This must be the case with Lewis now. Tai-Sai's death gave him a huge boost and then allowed him to break through to Super Scion 3. But the stimulation Lewis received didn't just make him break through to Super 3. The extreme anger made his blood continue to sublimate. Super 4. The old king of the world said excitedly, Lewis, your current bloodline will definitely allow you to break through to Super 4. What? Lewis opened his mouth wide. That's Super 4. Not right. Shouldn't Super 4 regain their sanity in the state of the golden giant ape and then be able to break through? Wrong. Silver hair. Could it be the legendary Super 5? Lewis looked at his hands, breathing very rapidly. Can I become Super 5? At this time, the voice of the old world king god came. It turns out that I have been wrong all along. I used to say that your Super Scion transformation is a wrong path, but at this moment, I was wrong. The old world king sighed, looked at Lewis, and continued. Sure enough, existence is reasonable, and nature is evolving towards perfection, let alone human beings. Lewis, your path of Super Scion transformation is correct. If you transform into Super 4, I believe that the shortcomings of Super Scion will disappear. Lewis came back to his senses and shook his head. What the old world king god said is right. In the Super 4 state, violent emotions, physical burden, high consumption, all these shortcomings will disappear. It can be said that Super 4 is another normal state, which belongs to returning to basics. But the old Kaiwanshan was wrong again. He can not only break through to Super 4. His current bloodline is likely to be sublimated in the direction of Super 5. If Lewis can really transform into Super 4, then his power will definitely become stronger. The strength of Lewis is the strength of the 7th universe. Okay, Lewis, what are you doing in Kaiwan God Realm? The old king of the world suppressed the excitement in his heart. He remembered what planet Lewis was looking for here. Lewis let out a heavy breath, and he didn't tell the old king of the world about his current situation. As for becoming Super 5, he felt that he might not be able to do it yet, but his blood must still be sublimating. There will always be a breakthrough one day. Lewis also endured the excitement in his heart and said, I would like to ask the old king of the world, do you know the planet Metamor? This is the purpose of his coming to the realm of the king of gods. He wants to make the Scion clan rise completely. Metamor star. The old king of the world rubbed his chin. This planet is a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember why he was familiar with it for a while. He searched for the location of the planet in his mind and found it quickly. It's in the Carl Galaxy in the northern Milky Way. What are you looking for? Didn't you ask Jabiter to bring 2 Patera earrings to my 2 tribesmen in the first 2 months? Lewis said about Bojack's invasion of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The art of fusion. The old king god widened his eyes suddenly, and he finally remembered why he was familiar with Metamor in the universe. It may be difficult for him to judge which is the strongest race, but if you want to talk about the most special race, it must be the Metamor star. A long time ago, this area of the universe was disrupted by people from the Dark Demon realm, and Beerus was still asleep at that time, that he is just the king of the world, and he has no way to deal with the strong in the Dark Demon world. When he was at a loss, the Metamor star stood up. The Metamor star taught the fusion technique to 2 strong men in the universe, so the 2 strong men fused together to form a brand new warrior. The power of that warrior is terrifying, even reaching the peak of the first layer of God realm. Of course, just the power of the peak of the first layer of the realm of God still can't help the strong in the Dark Demon world. However, with the fusion fighter shot, the movement of his fight with the Dark Demon powerhouse directly awakened Beerus. In the end, the powerful dark devil who invaded the 7th universe was blasted into stars by the destructive energy of Beerus. You want to learn their fusion technique? The old king of the world narrowed his eyes and smiled. Old king god is wise. Lewis chuckled. The old realm king god exclaimed. The Metamor stars are such an amazing race. They even used the wisdom of mortals to develop a fusion technique that can be compared with the Patera earrings. And we don't have many Patala earrings. If our 7th universe is invaded by many people from the Dark Demon world, and you and Beerus are not here, then our 7th universe will be in trouble. The old king of the world said solemnly, using the fusion technique to create a brand new fusion fighter. This idea is not bad. Lewis looked at the old king god. So, the old king of the world laughed loudly. I have no objection if you want to learn the art of fusion. I wish that all of you Scions could learn this art of fusion. After knowing that Lewis wanted to learn the fusion technique, he immediately guessed Lewis's intention that today's Scion family has developed very well. Each Scion is very powerful, and there are even many Super Scions that if you use Patera earrings, you can't make many fusion fighters at all. But the art of fusion is different. As long as you learn it, you can create many fusion fighters. Then, the 7th universe will be developed. The more I think about it, the more excited I get, the old king of the world said excitedly. I will tell you the location of Metamor now, and I will go with you. It is good. After Lewis knew the location of Star Metamor, he used teleportation to take the old Kaiohami and disappeared in place. Asin, who was hiding in the distance, was taken aback. What's wrong with the ancestor? But the ancestor is gone. Doesn't it mean that there is no need to copy the duties of the king of the world 100 times? Cool. In Lewis on the way to planet Metamor with the old king god. Earth Heaven. Son Goku, Vegeta, Bardock, and King Vegeta are all here. Kakarot, you said you merged with Vegeta and transformed into a new state. Bardock was dumbfounded 2 months ago because Kiki was pregnant and needed someone to take care of her. Bardock and Giant stayed on Earth to take care of Kiki. Bardock did not participate in the battle of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, but a strong aura erupted from the direction of the Galactic Patrol headquarters at that time. Bardock felt the power, and his whole body was terrified. Those powers are simply not something that mortals can erupt. Later, a flash of light struck from the universe. The Earth exploded in an instant, and the 7th universe was also destroyed. Bardock, Giant, and Kiki are all dead. The Great Priest used time travel back, and the 7th universe was restored, but Bardock and the others didn't know it. Monkey King and Vegeta came back and told the whole process of fighting Bojack. They used the Patera earrings to defeat Bojack. That's right, there are 3 states above the Super Saiyan state. One is Super Saiyan full power, the other is Super Saiyan Ash, and the last one is Super Saiyan Ash. If you don't believe me, you can ask Vegeta. Monkey King pointed to Vegeta next to him. So Bardock and King Vegeta looked at Vegeta. Being stared at by such burning eyes, Vegeta was a little uncomfortable. He pretended to be cold and said, isn't it just a Super 3 state? What's the fuss about? What's all the fuss about? The corner of Vegeta, King Badak's mouth twitched slightly, and even Monkey King was speechless. Sun Wukong said, Vegeta, can you transform into a Super 2 state? Less chattering. Vegeta was a little guilty and yelled directly, trying to hide his embarrassment. The 3 of them suddenly rolled their eyes. You are wearing garlic. Okay, let's go ask Mr. Bobo. He will definitely let us break through to the Super 2 state. The gods observe the lower world from the edge of the heaven, and Bobo follows the same time. There's also a black eraser sitting on the ground, playing with the sand. Monkey King and the others didn't know when such a little boy came to the heaven. This little guy looked very dark, almost the same skin color as Bobo. Could it be Bobo's relative? Sun Wukong was a little puzzled. He and Vegeta walked toward Bobo, but his eyes kept falling on that little K-I-D-A-S if aware of Sun Wukong's gaze. The kid on the ground raised his head, showing 2 wipes of white teeth. His smile looked innocent. He was a cute little guy. What happened? Vegeta frowned, because Sun Wukong had stopped at this time. Bardock and King Vegeta also looked at Son Goku. Little friend, are you Bobo's relative? Sun Wukong ignored everyone. He walked to the side of the little boy, squatted down, and reached out to touch the little boy's head. Bobo beside Tianshan turned his head abruptly. Seeing Monkey King's movements, he swallowed his saliva, so bold, and the eyelids of the gods kept twitching. He saw with his own eyes that Bobo brought the little kid out of the cemetery of the gods. I could see this time. The heavens suddenly became quiet, and only the sound of rustling from the collision of leaves could be heard, and the atmosphere in the heaven became strange. Feeling the eyes of Bobo and Tianshan, Monkey King looked up, then lowered his head again. The little boy raised his head. His eyes met Sun Wukong's clear eyes. Profound, psychedelic. Sun Wukong's head exploded with a buzz. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and he entered a black nothingness. The nothingness is terribly quiet, like an endless black vortex, which can make people lost and unable to extricate themselves. Imbobu's relativa. Suddenly, the black eraser grinned, and his smile instantly pulled Monkey King back from the endless black vortex. When Bobo in the distance heard this, his heart warmed up. You hello. Sun Wukong looked at the little boy as if he had seen a ghost, and quickly retracted the hand that was placed on the little boy's head. What's wrong with you? Vegeta came to Monkey King, who had just noticed Monkey King's strange expression. It's nothing. Sun Wukong shook his head, and he took another look at the black eraser playing with sand and sand on the ground. This is a weird kid. Nothing. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, and he also looked down at the child on the ground. The appearance is very strange, but there are many species with strange shapes in the universe. This child is nothing special. Mr. Bobo, I want to ask how we can transform into Super Saiyan Ash. At this time, Monkey King and Bardock had already arrived at Bobo's side, and Vegeta also hurried here, for fear of missing key information. Basic strength, degree of blood sublimation, and finally anger. Bobo glanced at Master Chuanma, who was still playing in the sand. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Unexpectedly, his Master Chuanma was not angry. What do you mean? Monkey King and others have long known how powerful Bobo is, especially Monkey King, that he has waited to go to heaven since he was a child, and he has been taught by Bobo many times. Basically, he can answer any questions he asks, and Vegeta naturally also knows that Bobo is special. He has been on the earth for many years, and he's also practiced in the heavens with Monkey King for several years, eye in his eyes. Bobo is like that kind of sweeping monk who looks ordinary, but in fact is a hidden master. Popo taught him in accordance with his aptitude, which also made his strength and fighting soar rapidly. Basic strength, the degree of blood sublimation, anger at the end. What does this all mean? Bobo's words made Monkey King and the others very puzzled. Mr. Bobo, what do you mean by these words? Bardock asked doubtfully. Bobo glanced at the crowd and said calmly, the basic strength refers to your current normal strength. Among the four of you, only Monkey King and Vegeta have the hope of becoming Super Saiyan Ash. After the Battle of Bojack, Sun Wukong's normal strength broke through to 6,000 million, and after 2 months of precipitation, he finally broke through to 7,500 million. And Vegeta's normal combat power has also exceeded 7,000 million. With their current level of strength, it is enough to support their transformation into a Super 2 state. When Monkey King heard what Bobo said, they couldn't help being overjoyed. Can't we? King Vegeta pointed to himself and then to Bardock. After the Battle of Guilana, Badak's normal power broke through to 400 million combat power, and now he has increased his combat power by another 200 million, and finally reached 600 million combat power. King Vegeta was stimulated again by Bardock, a low-level fighter. He trained hard and broke through from 300 million to 500 million combat power. It's a pity that, like his son, he always lags behind Bardock and his son. No, Bobo's words made Bardock and the other side AT this time. Monkey King hurriedly asked, what do you mean by blood and anger? Bloodline refers to the bloodline of your scions. Bobo's explanation is similar to the old Kyohami's explanation to Lewis, even more detailed than the old Kyohami's explanation. After Bobo finished speaking, Sun Wukong and the others also understood the meaning that if you want to transform into Super Saiyan 2, basic strength, blood sublimation, and anger are indispensable. Okay, you all know how to transform, so let's leave the heaven first, and I will observe the lower realm with the gods. Bobo glanced at Quan Mo, who was playing in the sand, and he ordered Sun Wukong and the others to drive away. What? Monkey King and the others were taken aback for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Everyone was about to leave the heaven when Chuanma on the ground suddenly pointed at Sun Wukong and said, Bobo, I want him to play with me. Sun Wukong was slightly taken aback. He walked up to Quan Mo's side and wanted to reach out to touch Quan Mo's little head, but remembering the scene just now, he took his hand back again. Little brother, my son was just born, and I'm going back to accompany my Kiki and Gohan. Sun Wukong blinked his clear eyes, and his smile was very gentle at this moment. 2 months ago, Chi-Chi was 7 or 8 months pregnant, and a few days ago, his son was finally born, named Sun Wuhan. The moment Sun Gohan was born, Jiren, who was far away in the number 11 universe, his eyelids twitched suddenly, as if something bad was about to happen. Then you want to play with me next time? Quan Mo stretched out his little hand. Sun Wukong saw the small hand stretched out by Quan Mo. He laughed. He also bent down and stretched out his hand and shook hands with the little kid on the ground. Okay, I will play with you next time I come to heaven. This scene is very similar to the picture of Monkey King shaking hands with the Quan Wong in the anime, that only the king has become the devil. After Sun Wukong and others left, only Tian Shun, Bobo, and Chuanma remained in the heaven. The god of heaven was very tactful, and he hurried back to the temple, leaving only Bobo and Chuanma outside the temple. Bobo looked at Quan Mo on the ground and said weakly, Master Quan Mo, are you interested in Monkey King? Quan Mo played with the sand in his hand and raised a smiling face. This little guy is very interesting. I want to play with him. Bobo smiled. I didn't expect Sun Wukong to be able to arouse the interest of Lord Chuanma, but also, Sun Wukong's mind is very simple. This kind of person often has an inexplicable charm, which will always make people feel attracted to him. Good impression. Hey. Quan Mo smiled silly and didn't speak. Bobo saw Quan Mo's stupid look, 2 black lines across his forehead, but he was completely black. No one could notice his speechless expression. By the way, Lord Chuanma, that little fellow Lewis, Bobo hasn't finished yet. Quan Mo put away his smirk and said with a serious face, leave him alone, let him play as he pleases. Maybe he can still comprehend my dark power. What? Bobo was dumbfounded. The whole demon ignored Bobo's expression and murmured to himself, if this is the case, in addition to the power of miracles, he has gathered the power of light, the power of darkness, and the power of time and space. There were a few white rays of light in the sky, and it was Monkey King and the others flying in the sky. Bardock looked at King Vegeta. How are the people doing now? He didn't participate in Bojack's battle. When he and Jine were taking care of Kiki on Earth, King Vegeta was suddenly sent to Earth by Vegeta. When King Vegeta was sent to the Earth, his clothes were torn, his body was covered with bruises, and even the tail of his bow was broken. You can imagine how fierce Bojack's battle was. Fortunately, 2 months later, King Vegeta's tail finally grew back. It's all good. After that battle, they have worked harder to cultivate. Presumably, Raditz, Bibbert, and Theodore will all be able to transform into Super Saiyan soon. King Vegeta asked Vegeta to take him back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, and he was very satisfied with the current situation of the Scions. Ugh. Bardock clenched his fists and said coldly, I never thought there would be such a powerful guy in the universe. Our Scion family is still too weak. Bardock always thought that the current Scions are already very strong. After all, there are 5 Super Scions, but I didn't expect that in the battle 2 months ago, the power that Bojack and the others erupted could spread to the Earth, and the entire Scion family almost died in their hands. This is enough to show how powerful Bojack and the others are. Those guys came from nowhere, and their aura is also very evil, but fortunately, Vegeta and Kakarot fused together and wiped them out. At this time, King Vegeta looked at Vegeta, who was flying beside him. By the way, can you and Kakarot still merge now? Vegeta shook his head. No, when the time for our fusion is up, the god attendant took back the Patera earrings. Without the earrings, Kakarot and I can't fuse at all. Vegeta glanced at Monkey King again. To be honest, his haughty heart couldn't accept the fusion with this low-level fighter who had always surpassed him. But the power after the fusion can actually fight Lewis with a few tricks, which is simply intoxicating. It was taken back. You want to take it back? King Vegeta's tone was very reluctant. That's right. Why don't you snatch such good earrings? Bardock also showed a pained expression. The two were like bandits. They want to grab everything they fancy. The corners of Sun Wukong's mouths twitched slightly. They were speechless. Do you know the identity of that god attendant? What identity? He is the bodyguard next to Kai Wangshan. Who is Kai Wangshan? Is there a Super Saiyan awesome? King Vegeta and the two looked over. Vegeta said angrily and funnily, Father, haven't you always been afraid of Master Beerus? The king of the world is covered by Master Beerus. King Vegeta and Bardock froze instantly. Kai Wangshan is covered by Beerus? If Monkey King and Vegeta snatch the 2 earrings, can the Scion family survive? Mom, almost kicked the steel plate. King Vegeta swallowed sharply. It's a good thing you didn't snatch it, otherwise Lewis wouldn't be able to save us. Bardock patted his chest and said with a sigh of relief, You are right, we Scions have repented, and we can no longer steal other people's things like this. The 2 bandit chiefs would admit that they were cowardly. What the hell? Ha ha ha. Seeing their father's expression, Monkey King and Sun Wukong burst out laughing. Okay, let's separate here. I'm going back to see my grandson. King Vegeta, you have to practice hard. Don't let me and Kakarot break through to the Super 2 state first. Bardock smiled cheaply, and after he finished speaking, he pulled Monkey King and flew quickly in the direction of Bowsy Mountain. Get out! King Vegeta and his son were furious, and a burst of power made the whole sky tremble, but Bardock and his son had already run far away. In the universe, point 2 rays of light flashed past, but when they passed a desolate planet, the light stopped. Lewis, this planet is not qualified, destroy it. These two people are none other than the old King Kai and Lewis. They went to planet Metamore without using teleportation. The old Kai Wangtian wanted to take this opportunity to let Lewis destroy more unqualified planets, so that Lewis would not run off again at that time. It is good. Lewis nodded, raised his hand, condensed a piece of purple destructive energy, and aimed at the yellow planet in front of him. Just looking at that planet, I feel a little familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere. Lewis turned his head and asked, Old King God, what is the name of this planet? Wampaxing, what's wrong? What? Lewis's eyes widened, and the destructive energy in his hands disappeared. Damn it, almost made the god of war of my Scion clan disappear. This dead old man is really unreliable. Fortunately, he asked in advance, what happened? Seeing Lewis put away his hands, old Kai Ogami was full of doubts. Lewis said unhappily, Master Old Kai Wangtian, you are really messing around. Don't you sense that there are two people on the planet? When Lewis came to this world, he would naturally not let Broly go, but after he became an alternate god of destruction, he has been busy practicing and erasing Katra. There's no time to find the god of war of the Scion family. How is it possible? This planet was created by me back then. It's just that after so many years, there's nothing at all. The old king of the world was talking. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and said in days, there are really people. In the induction of the old world king god, apart from some irrational monsters, there are actually 2 human beings on Wampa planet. In deities, humans refer to mortal species with intelligence. The old world king god frowned. How could this happen? Lewis looked at the planet below and smiled. Master Old Kai, let's go down and have a look. In Dragon Ball, Broly seems to be the same age as Monkey King. At this time, Broly is an adult, and he really wants to see how far the god of war of the Scion family has grown. It is good. The old king of the world is also a little curious about why there are 2 humans in Wampa planet. The 2 flew down to Wampa Star. In a cave on Wampa Star, a burly man was eating monster eggs when he suddenly saw 2 rays of light flashing across the sky outside the cave entrance that Broly's clear eyes lit up, and he rushed out. Broly, where are you going? Paragus was also eating the monster egg, so he hurriedly put down the eggshell in his hand and followed it out. When I got out of the cave, I saw only 2 figures flying from the sky. Boom! Paragus' body shook, and then he jumped up excitedly. Someone is coming. Finally, someone came to this place where the birds don't shit. King Vegeta, do you know what I've been doing for the past 20 years? King Vegeta, when I go back, I will definitely kill you. Paragus was so excited that tears filled his eyes. He half kneeled on the ground, grasping the sand with both hands, and the tears dripped wildly on the yellow sand. When Broly was born, Broly had dash combat points, which was higher than that of Prince Vegeta, and King Vegeta exiled his genius son to the Wampa Star on the edge of the northern Milky Way in order not to be shaken in the status of their royal family. The environment of Wampa Star is very harsh, with countless yellow sands and frequent storms. This kind of environment is simply not something people can live in. In order to bring Broly back, he snatched a spaceship and went to Wampa Planet, but the spaceship was damaged on Wampa Planet. Without the spaceship, he couldn't survive in the starry sky. He and Broly couldn't go back, but in fact Paragus can actually go back because Lewis made a wish to Shenlong back then, that is to allow the Scion family to survive in the starry sky. But how did Paragus know this? He has survived on the harsh environment of Wampa for more than 20 years without food, without clean water. He hates King Vegeta so much. Now that people are here, it proves that there must be a spaceship. Having a spaceship meant he and Broly could escape from the planet. When Paragus was incoherent with excitement, Broly had already soared into the sky and flew towards the 2 people in the sky. In the sky, Lewis and old Kai Ogami noticed Broly's figure, and they stopped in the air. It turned out to be a Scion. The old king god widened his eyes, looked at Lewis next to him, and asked in doubt, how can there be your people on this planet? Lewis spread his hands, pretending not to know, and replied, how do I know? The old king looked at Lewis for a while, shook his head, then looked at Broly who was flying towards this direction, and said in admiration, this kid lives on this kind of planet, and his strength can be cultivated to such a degree. Weird. Broly's normal power at this time has reached 3 million combat power, and the normal power can crush Frieza, which is very terrifying. If he transforms into the legendary Super Saiyan state, his strength will increase by more than 50 times, and the multiplier of the increase can increase endlessly with a violent emotion until the body can't bear it. Strangeness. The old king touched his chin and found Broly's power very strange. Why is his power so violent? I haven't seen such violent power in other Saiyans. In the eyes of the old Kai Wangtian, Broly at this time is like a great ape, and a violent aura emanating from his body is about to materialize. Can you not go berserk? The corner of Lewis's mouth raised slightly. This is the legendary Super Saiyan coming. Broly was getting closer and closer, and the old street king hurriedly approached some Lewis. Only by Lewis's side could he feel safe. Whoa. A berserk breath rushed towards his face, and Broly instantly appeared in front of Lewis and the 2 of them. There are 2 scars on Broly's face. He is full of tendons, and his body is as strong as a cow. It was the first time Lewis had seen the god of war of the Scion family. Broly was really the same as in the anime. Without being violent, he looked no different from a normal person. And Broly's strength is also very strong. If he transforms into the legendary Super Saiyan state, in today's universe, no one can beat him with a single body. You're human. Broly smiled innocently, but he stuttered a bit, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. Seeing this, the old king of the world was stunned for a moment. The aura exuded by the Scion in front of him was obviously so violent, but why was his eyes so clear? Just like a child with the heart of a child. This kind of look in the eyes of the old Kai Wangtian has only been seen on one person, and that is Monkey King who fought with Bojack and the others before. Your clansman. The old Kai Ogami looked at Lewis suspiciously. It's just that Lewis ignored the old Kai Wangtian. He flew forward, came to Broly, and smiled slightly. Hi. My name is Lewis. What's your name? My name is Broly. Broly was thrilled to see Lewis smile. The first time he'd seen anyone other than his father. Seeing Broly's simple-minded appearance, Lewis smiled, and Broly is quite cute without being violent. Broly, I am your clansman. May I take you away from this planet? Lewis pointed to the tail of his waist, and his tail danced wildly behind his ass like a rope. You were playing acrobatics? The old world king god rolled his eyes, but Broly was excited. You also have a tail. Broly also frantically danced his tail. Point 2 big men frantically waving their tails in the air. The picture is extremely weird. Old world king god. Lewis put his tail back, looked at Broly with a smile and said, shall I take you out of here? Leave here? Broly was taken aback. Why did you leave here? Broly has never left Wampa, and has no idea what the outside world is like. The environment here is too bad. It's not a place where people can stay. But I have been living here. Lewis looked at the endless desert on the ground, with sandstorms blowing around from time to time. Broly has survived in this environment for more than 20 years. Lewis felt sorry for the big guy, and said, there's clean water outside, a lot of delicious food, and more importantly, your clansmen. Let me take you out, okay? Delicious? What is delicious? Broly scratched his head. He had absolutely no idea what something delicious was. But this delicious one, and those clean water sources, it sounds like it should taste good. Broly swallowed, trying to speak that AT this time, a whistling sound came, and Lewis looked into the distance. Lewis, it's my father is here. After Broly talked to Lewis a few times, he was speaking more fluently now. Soon, Paragus came to Broly, and said coldly, Boy, hand over the spaceship and I can spare you. The old Kai Wangshan glanced at Lewis. Is this old scion so bold? How dare you say such a thing to a candidate god of destruction? Lewis's eyes became cold, and he was about to make a move. Broly said cautiously, Father, he said he's our clansman. Our people. Paragus was taken aback for a moment, and he shifted his gaze to Lewis's waist, tail. Paragus' pupils shrank sharply. You are a scion. The Scion family is ruled by King Vegeta, and now some Scions have come to Wampa. Could it be that King Vegeta wants to completely destroy him and Broly? King Vegeta, at this point, you still refuse to let us go. Paragus was furious. His whole face was twisted into a ball, and he said fiercely, but do you really think your people can kill us? Paragus talked to himself in the air alone. His words and deeds were very strange, like a lunatic. Seeing this, old Kai Wangshan asked in confusion, Lewis, what's wrong with him? Hate has completely blinded his eyes. He is hopeless. Lewis said lightly, in fact, he also understands Paragus. King Vegeta was too ruthless before. In order not to shake his throne, he chose to exile Broly, that if he were Paragus, he would definitely hate King Vegeta too. What the hell? The old world king god didn't know the hidden story. He couldn't understand what Lewis was saying at all. Death to me. Paragus suddenly stopped yelling madly and directly attacked Lewis. An energy bomb blasted out his hand. The white energy bomb rushed towards Lewis like a wolf. Lewis had no expression on his face, and the old king god beside him didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Just this kind of rubbish. You dare to send it, King Vegeta. Paragus sneered, and the expressions of Lewis and the others were very calm. But in his eyes, they were unresponsive expressions that really, the energy bomb he threw landed a solid hit on Lewis. Boom dash. A huge explosion resounded through the sky, leaving only a cloud of smoke in the air. Lewis, Broly yelled. This is a friend he just met. Why did his father kill Lewis? Seeing the friend he just met was killed, Broly's emotions fluctuated. Garbage that can't even respond. King Vegeta, you dare to send it. Paragus didn't notice Broly's expression. He suddenly regretted killing Lewis because he didn't know the whereabouts of the spaceship. But since Lewis and others have appeared here, it shows that Lewis and his spaceship must still be on Wampa. As everyone knows, Lewis and old Kai Wangshan didn't come here in a spaceship at all, and naturally there would be no spaceship for him on Wampa. Seeing that he had killed the two of Lewis, Paragus turned around to look for the spaceship. Suddenly, is this all your strength? A voice came out of the smoke, and Paragus' body shook violently. When Broly heard this, the violent emotion in his mind instantly disappeared. His eyes quickly recovered, and he excitedly said, Lewis, you are not dead. Your father is such rubbish. How could I die at the hands of such rubbish? A powerful force erupted in the thick smoke, which was blown away instantly, and the two of Lewis appeared in the sky again. Paragus' strength does not exceed points of combat power at most. Even if he does not have immunity, if he just stands still and lets Paragus fight, Paragus will not even think about hurting him at all. How is this possible? Paragus' eyes widened. His attack clearly hit Lewis. Why didn't Lewis get hurt? In the past 20 years, my strength has reached 8,000 points. Why can you survive my attack? 8,000 combat power. In the entire Scion clan, there are not many Scions who can reach this level. Even King Vegeta only has a combat power of over 1. Why? Paragus looked at Lewis in disbelief that Paragus' thoughts at this time were still stuck 20 years ago, and he had no idea that the Scions had undergone earth-shaking changes. Call. Paragus exhaled heavily and said coldly, no wonder King Vegeta sent you here. It seems that you still have 2 brushes, but I can't beat you. Can't Broly beat you? Paragus commanded Broly. Catch him, Broly. I want to press him for the whereabouts of the spaceship. Broly said anxiously, Father, no. Lewis is my friend. He had only just met Lewis, but he already considered Lewis his friend. Huh? You won't listen to me. Paragus' face turned cold, and he took out a controller from his pocket. When Broly saw this controller, his body trembled suddenly, which was the fear from the bottom of his heart. Broly, catch him. Hurry up. Father, don't. You don't listen to me. It's impossible not to teach you a lesson. Paragus pressed the controller. Zzz, a sound of electric current sounded on Broly's neck, and Broly's body twitched violently, screaming in pain. Let you not listen to me. Paragus' face was stern. He saw Lewis, as if he saw King Vegeta, so he directly adjusted the current to the maximum. Zzz, wisps of electric arcs danced around Broly's neck, and millions of volts eroded Broly's body and mind. Seeing this, old Kai Wangshan frowned. He already knew that the 2 Scions in front of him were father and son. Why did Broly's father treat him like this? Lewis, the old world king god, turned his head to look at Lewis, just about to speak. Destroy. Lewis had already raised his hand, and shouted out the 2 most ruthless words in the universe. The ray of purple light blasted towards Paragus, and Paragus instantly disappeared. Seeing that Paragus was destroyed, the old world king didn't react at all. The god said calmly, isn't there a saying among mortals that a tiger's poison does not eat its son? I didn't expect that a father and son would treat their son like this. Lewis withdrew his hand and shook his head. My lord, the king of the old world, all the poisons of tigers are fake. In this universe, only the weak and the strong prey on strong. For the sake of profit, there are more betrayals between relatives. The old king of the world didn't know what to say for a while. Then he glanced at Lewis, angrily and funnily said, I have lived for so many years, and I still need you to teach me, brat. After finishing speaking, old Kai Wangshan gave Lewis a chestnut like knocking acid on the head. Lewis chuckled, but didn't avoid it, and let the old king god hit him on the head. Anyway, he wasn't the one who hurt, because the power of the old Kai Wangshan couldn't even trigger his immunity, let alone hurt him that really. Oh, why's your brain so hard? It hurts me to death. Old Lord King God, are you interested in seeing the power of our Scion race god of war? What? Okay, even if you're not interested, you can't refuse. Lewis folded his arms and looked at Broly in front of him. Hearing this, the old world King God followed and looked forward to this moment. Broly was roaring like a wild beast. His mood fluctuated greatly, and his berserk breath kept breaking out. That only, without the torment of Paragus, the electric shock device around Broly's neck no longer burst electricity. Broly hovered in the sky, gasping for breath, and his mood slowly stabilized again. Seeing this, the old world King God turned his head too. Look at Lewis again. You said this is the god of war of your Scion clan? Yes. The strength of your Scions will change with your mood swings. The power of this Broly has indeed skyrocketed just now. But it would be a bit ridiculous to say that he's the god of war of your Scion clan. The old King God squinted his eyes, kept looking at Broly in front of him, and said again, if he's the god of war of the Scion clan, then what are you? The old world King God hasn't finished yet. Suddenly, there is something wrong with Broly in the sky ahead. He's staring at the place where Paragus disappeared. Quiet. The sky became deathly silent. Like the tranquility before the storm, the old Kai shuddered, and he felt an extremely violent force emerging from Broly. The power emerging from Broly's body was even more terrifying than Bojack's before. Broly, just as the old Kai was about to speak, Broly in front of him yelled suddenly, Father! Boom dash! Broly clenched his fists tightly. His clear and bright eyes were instantly covered by the color of rage, and the grass green light burst out loudly. With Broly as the center, a grass green beam of light is formed, and the beam of light spreads towards the surroundings. The sky paled in an instant. Whoa! A flood of power erupted on Broly, and Broly's hair suddenly turned grass green. Legendary Super Scion status. The normal combat power of 3 million is instantly increased by 50 times, reaching 150 billion combat power. But the death of Paragus made Broly completely swallowed by violent emotions, and the multiplier of the power increase continued to increase. Increase the strength by 100 times, breakthrough to 300 billion combat power. Increase the strength by 105 times, breakthrough to 315 billion combat power. increased the combat power by 300 times, breaking through to 900 billion combat power. Back then, Lewis had been cultivating in the God of Destruction realm for so many years, and his normal combat power was only more than 700 billion, but Broly surpassed Lewis's power just because of his father's death in an instant. The magnetic field of the sky and the earth became chaotic, the space kept vibrating, and the entire Wampa star was crumbling, as if it would explode in the next second. I'm a mother. Old King Kai was taken aback, and he quickly hid behind Lewis. What a monster. Terrible. This power is even more terrifying than the power of Majin Buu back then. No wonder Lewis said that Broly is the god of war of the Scion race. Haha, I really transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan state. Sure enough, the relatives of every Scion protagonist cannot be touched. Lewis watched Broly transform step by step and laughed. Monkey King is so. Bardock is so. So does Broly. Even Lewis himself cannot escape this law. You're a bit insidious, kid. Were you responsible for that Bardock last time? The old king of the world hid behind Lewis, speechless. No, I'm doing it for their own good. Didn't you see that I just killed his father, and Broly broke through to Super Saiyan state? Old Street King God rolled his eyes, but he kept looking at Broly in front of him and said solemnly, no, this Broly state is very wrong. He is different from the Super Saiyan you transformed into. It seems that his power in the state can increase endlessly. It should be said that Broly's state is called Super Saiyan state. Hearing this, Lewis glanced at the old Kai Wangshan behind him. The old man's eyes were as sharp as ever. In this state, Lewis was about to explain, but when he saw Broly rushing towards him, he said calmly, I'll talk to you later. I'll play with Broly first. After finishing speaking, Lewis enveloped the old Kai Wangshan with a wave of destructive energy. His destructive energy shield can withstand the full blow of the 4th level master of the realm of gods. Unless there is a master at the level of a god of destruction, the old Kai Wangshan is absolutely safe in this energy shield. When I looked again, Lewis had already appeared in front of Broly. Broly's hair turned grass green and his muscles swelled. Like a giant ape, if measured by combat power. Broly's strength has reached an astonishing 900 billion combat power. This is still Broly without any professional training and fighting. Let me see how strong the legendary Super Saiyan is. Lewis got a little excited. He clenched his fists and rushed forward tentatively, not daring to use too much force, for fear that he would accidentally beat Broly to death. After all, after forcibly using time and space erase last time, he put himself on the verge of death, and Lewis's normal power also broke through from the peak of the first layer of the God realm to the second layer. Even though Broly now has 900 billion combat power, under the power of the second layer of the realm of gods, Broly is still no different from an ant. Boom dash, Lewis's fist rushed out, and the void shook slightly. Losing his mind, Broly felt the danger instinctively, clenched his fists, and rushed forward. Two fists the size of sandbags clashed together. Boom dash, the force generated by the collision stirred the air, forming an endless storm, and the storm blades blew towards the surroundings. Luckily, the old world king god in the distance was protected by Lewis. Otherwise, these storm blades could cut him into pieces. It's kind of amazing. Lewis looked at Broly in front of him, and slightly exerted force on the clenched fists. Broly immediately backed away. Roar. Broly roared like a giant ape, as if he felt ashamed because he took a few steps back. The grass green light burst out suddenly, a T this time. Broly was like a grass green light ball, and the entire desert sky completely turned into grass green. The violent power penetrated through the space and penetrated into the desert. The desert suddenly exploded, and then the inner shell of the planet was exposed. Broly's power skyrocketed again. Breakthrough from 900 billion to 1,000 billion. I'm sick. Is there any need for this kid to be so exaggerated? The corner of Lewis's mouth twitched slightly. He just pushed Broly back slightly, and the kid's strength unexpectedly skyrocketed again. The fists were still touching each other, but no matter how much Broly's strength soared, it was useless. His strength could not threaten Lewis at all. But Lewis still withdrew a large part of his strength to make himself weaker than Broly. Otherwise, he would really be a little bully. Boom. After Lewis regained some of his strength, Broly instantly repelled Lewis. Like a cannonball, Lewis slammed down on me, the hard planetary crust. Boom dash. The planet's crust exploded in an instant. Countless magma rose into the sky, and a pungent sulfur smell was everywhere. Roar. Broly let out a howl, and he turned into a grass green light, streaked across the sky, and attacked Lewis in the magma. Boom. Boom. The two fought against each other in the magma, and the force generated by the collision caused the magma to roll. For a moment, the entire desert became a sea of magma. Seeing this, the old Kai Wangshan's mouth twitched violently. I'm afraid this is not trying to destroy the planet. But this planet was originally a substandard planet, so it would be fine if it was destroyed. Suddenly, two figures flew out of the magma. Broly kept roaring, and he and Lewis hit the ground from the sky. In an instant, the sky was filled with phantoms of two people. And with the earth-shattering collision sound, the erupting force swept across the entire planet, and the planet was constantly trembling. Boom. The two collided and separated again. Broly roared, raised his hands high, and a grass green energy bomb suddenly appeared. He wanted to throw it in the direction of Lewis, but Lewis appeared behind him in an instant and kicked it out. The force of thunder blasted behind Broly, and the grass green energy on Broly's hands suddenly dissipated, and Broly arched his body, letting out a heart-piercing roar. However, Broly, who was enduring great pain, his body stiffened abruptly, turned around and condensed a piece of energy and slammed it hard on Lewis. Boom dash, Lewis was suddenly enveloped in smoke. Broly flew into the sky, throwing grass green energy bombs his hands non-stop. The Prince's tactics. Broly, who lost his mind, actually used the Prince's fighting method. Boom dash, boom dash. Lewis's location was constantly bombed. AT this time. One Paxing finally couldn't hold on. Crack. The Star Core couldn't withstand the impact of 1,000 billion combat power. It split in two, and then a flash of fire appeared in the Star Core. Boom. The sky and the earth were destroyed, and the Wampa star exploded in an instant, forming dust in the universe. Fuck me. What kind of monster is this? In the cosmic starry sky, the old Kai Wangshan was taken aback. He wasn't worried that Lewis would be killed by Broly. He could see right away that Lewis was playing water, but even if he was playing water, Broly wouldn't be able to beat Lewis. There's no doubt about that. And the reason why the old king of the world was taken aback was that Broly kept growing in the battle. The aspects of growth are strength, speed, reaction, fighting skills, fighting experience. Previously, Broly was still weak in battle, but at this moment he can already be regarded as a strong fighter who has experienced many battles. This Nima is really like a god of war. When the old king god was shocked, the cloud of smoke in the starry sky suddenly dispersed, and the figure of Lewis reappeared in Broly's sight. I could see this moment. Lewis didn't have any injuries on his body. Not even the god of destruction costume on his body was damaged at all. As expected of Broly, Lewis laughed. Although Broly's current strength is still too weak for him, it's hard not to be excited to be able to face the god of war of the Scion family. Roar. Broly saw the reappearance of Lewis. He was still intact, angry. Boom dash. Broly's pale eyes instantly turned grass green, and he entered a state of extreme rage. The destructive power broke out on Broly again, and his power increased from 1,000 billion fighting power to 2,000 billion fighting power. This moment, even Beerus, who was destroying the god realm, sensed this power. Wes, quickly find out what's going on for me. Master Beerus, look. Inside the palace of the god of destruction, Weiss waved his staff, projecting a picture of Broly entering a state of extreme rage. Taisai, who was next to her, covered her mouth and said in surprise, Lord Beerus, Lewis is also beside me. Lewis is here? That's all right. Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was the people from the Dark Demon realm who were playing tricks again. Master Beerus, the power of this Ion is about to reach the first level of the god realm. Weiss frowned. Scion? What Scion? Beerus was taken aback, and soon he found the tail behind Broly's ass. He was taken aback. I'm sorry, except for that fusion fighter. When did Scions have such masters again? The prophecy fish? Come out for me. Sleeping in the corner, the prophecy fish suddenly woke up, and it hurried to Beerus and asked, What's wrong with Master Beerus? Tell me, is he my strong enemy? Strong enemy? You mean the Super Scion God? The prophecy fish looked at it carefully for a while, then shook his head and said, It's not him. He is nothing like the figure in my mind. Not him. If this guy wasn't a so-called Super Scion God, how could he be so strong? Beerus murmured. According to his observation, Broly's power is almost touching the first layer of the God realm, thus suddenly. Look, Master Beerus. Looking at the projected screen, Weiss was a little surprised and said, The Scion who fought against Lewis is actually quickly comprehending his fighting skills, and his strength is getting stronger and stronger. In the screen, Broly has entered a state of extreme rage, and his power is close to the first level of power in the realm of gods. Soon, Broly rushed towards Lewis's position, and he quickly entangled with Lewis. Lewis is also clearly on the loose, keeping his power under Broly forever in the face of Broly's attack. Lewis saw the trick, and didn't say that he defeated Broly in an instant. His actions seemed to guide Broly step by step, teaching Broly how to fight, and Broly's growth rate is also terrifying. In terms of strength, he has already broken through the bottleneck of mortal power, and he'll be able to break through to the first level of the God realm in the next step. In terms of reflexes, Broly couldn't react at first, but with Lewis's guidance, his reflexes became more and more agile. It can be seen that this guy's lost his mind. Why can he keep growing? Beerus felt a little weird. But more of a shock to Broly, it turns out that besides Monkey King and Vegeta, he has such strong guys. In universe - Master Beerus, this kid's talent is very good. Are you interested in making him your alternate god of destruction? Weiss looked over and said jokingly, Wes, do you know that you're trying to provoke my relationship with Lewis? Beerus rolled his eyes, let alone Broly, even if there were 100 more Louises who couldn't compare to him. Cuckoo, hearing the funny conversation between the master and the servant, Ties beside her laughed like a silver bell. She looked at the projection screen again. Lewis had blood-red pupils and silver hair. Really handsome. Tai-Sai couldn't help but lick her mouth. She remembered that Lewis said he wanted to eat her, but ran away before eating her. Damn it. Tai-Sai patted her hot cheeks to calm herself down. Laughing to death. I can't calm down at all, okay. The original location of Wampa. Lewis and Broly were colliding, and Lewis had been guiding him, and the two fought into the depths of the starry sky. The powerful force erupted by the two made the starry sky tremble continuously, and countless planets were blasted into pieces wherever they passed. As expected of Broly, Lewis blocked Broly's fist and said with a smile, Okay, let's do this first. Today's Broly is almost able to fight, and there is no need for him to guide it. Let you take a look at the angel's imperial skills, perfect and comfortable. Perfect freedom is the reward for Lewis to sign in the future time and space before, and this is the first time he has used it. As soon as the words fell, a silver radiance flashed across Lewis. His whole body was covered, and the overwhelming airwaves rushed towards the surroundings like hot water vapor. In an instant, the entire starry sky was illuminated by the silver light emanating from Lewis. This spectacular picture is exactly the same as the scene of Monkey King's last explosion in the World of Nowhere in the anime. Broly's fist was blocked, but Lewis's chain surprised him. He was about to attack Lewis again, but found that Lewis had disappeared. Roar! Losing his mind, Broly roared. He was frantically looking for Lewis. However, countless figures of Lewis suddenly appeared and the cosmic starry sky dyed silver, and each Lewis looked extremely real, and all of Lewis's demeanor is ethereal. Do whatever you want. No restrictions. Naturally, moved. With Broly as the center, each Lewis is like a silver sharp sword flying towards Broly in the center. This scene is like a return of 10,000 swords. Get hit in the face, shot in the belly, the leg was shot. Broly couldn't dodge the punches to the flesh. The reaction developed by Lewis just now is useless at this moment. A second later, Broly turned into a pig's head pie. He lost his mind and felt fear instinctively. Let's sleep for a while. Lewis appeared behind Broly, raised his hand, put his fingers together, turned into a hand knife, and slashed the back of Broly's head lightly. Broly passed out in an instant. The violent aura on his body was slowly disappearing, and the power close to the realm of God was also slowly dissipating. Lewis catches Broly and takes him back to the old Kyogami. You kid is really messing around. Let you destroy Wampa Planet, but you didn't let you destroy all other qualified planets. Seeing the messy starry sky, the old Kai Wangshan was speechless. Haha, I was wrong. I will restore them right now. Lewis handed Broly to old Kyohami, and he flew to the front. Lewis, who had just exited the state of perfect freedom, suddenly had a burst of power from him. Eyebrows are disappearing, silver hair dyed blonde. Super 3 state. The power broke through to the 4th floor of the realm of gods. Back in time, Lewis used the time rule to protect the old king and god, and then released the time rule on his body towards the universe and starry sky. Miracle reappears. All the shattered planets have been restored, and even Wampa has been restored. This kid is really scary. The old world king god supported Broly, who was stunned by Lewis's hand. After Vegeta and Bojack fought before, Lewis also used this trick to turn back time. But that was seen with a crystal ball, and the scene in front of me was witnessed with my own eyes, and shocking it is difficult to express in words. Lewis returned to the old King Kai, and took him and Broly back to Wampa. As soon as they returned to Wampa Star, a figure flew from the sky. It was Paragus, who was destroyed by Lewis before, and he was also restored by Lewis. Hand over the spaceship. Paragus flew in front of Lewis, and was stunned by Lewis before he could finish speaking. Lewis allowed Paragus to fall into the desert. Anyway, with the desert as a foreshadowing, he couldn't fall to his death. I thought you really destroyed this guy, but I didn't expect you to restore him. The old king of the world handed Broly back to Lewis, laughing. Ha. I will destroy this kind of person whenever I see one, but I don't want to be resented by the god of war of my Scion clan. Lewis glanced at the unconscious Broly. Broly, who is not violent, is just like Monkey King. He is very simple and cares about his relatives. Paragus is Broly's biological father. Even though Paragus has been torturing him and using him, Broly is unwilling to see his father die. Just like the theatrical version of Dragon Ball Super, Broly, and it is like this. Lewis sighed. If he wanted to bring Broly back to the Scion family, he had to solve the problem of Paragus. Kill Paragus? No. Otherwise, Broly will definitely resent him. And in this way, it is impossible for Broly to become the god of war of the Scion family. But what should I do? After thinking for a while, Lewis shook his head. I can only continue to exile you. With Paragus' resentment towards King Vegeta, he will never settle down when he returns to the Scion clan, that it's better to continue to exile him, and at most change to a better planet for him to stay. After figuring out how to solve Paragus' problem, Lewis looked at old Kyohami. Old Kyohami, can you see Broly's situation? The old Kai Wangshan said angrily. You kid, are you trying to test my eyesight? Don't dare. Humph. Old Street King raised his chin slightly and said arrogantly. You really think I'm that rookie assin? If I can't even see Broly's situation, I've lived for so long. I'm really alive on the dog. Lewis, is it really good to compare yourself to a dog? The old king of the world kept looking at Broly, who had passed out, and said seriously, Broly's state is different from that of you Scions. Why is it different? Lewis smiled. He would like to see what the old world king god would say. The Scions of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, including you. The old world king glanced at Lewis and said, your blood is sublimating in a new direction. The higher the degree of blood sublimation, the less violent emotions will affect you. Lewis nodded. The old king of the world is right. This is in line with the characteristics of Super Saiyan. As for the legendary Super 5, he still doesn't know this yet. What about Broly? Broly, the old world king god, said meaningfully. His blood is returning to his ancestors. The bloodline of your other scions has sublimated to a certain extent, and will only become less and less affected by violent emotions. But Broly is different. He will only be more and more affected by violent emotions, and eventually become a beast that completely loses its mind. Am I right? The old world king god raised his chin again, very arrogant. Hiss. Lewis gasped. He knew that the old Kai's eyesight was amazing, but he didn't expect the old man's eyesight to be so sharp that I was really right by the old world king god. Broly, he has the legendary Super Saiyan physique, which is an anti-ancestral physique that only appears once in 1,000 years. A Saiyan with this kind of physique, without practicing, his strength will continue to increase. After entering the berserk state, you will lose your mind, and then become bloodthirsty and warlike. Old king god, since you have seen Broly's problem, do you have a solution? Lewis was referring to the problem of Broly going into a berserk state easily. There are actually many ways to solve Broly's problem. What? Lewis was taken aback for a moment. He once thought about getting Broly back. As for how to solve Broly's berserk problem, he also thought of a way. That is using Dragon Balls. Now the old world king god actually said that there are many ways. How is this possible? Broly is easily dominated by berserk emotions. That's because of the berserk factor in his blood. In the final analysis, his mental strength is insufficient. The old king god did not directly say the method, but pointed out the reason why Broly easily entered the berserk state. The old king of the world sighed. If Broly can control his violent emotions, then there will really be an invincible god of war in your Scion race. Lewis rolled his eyes. He must know that. You must know that in the theatrical version, even the Monkey King in the Super Blue state is not the opponent of Broly who has entered the extreme berserk state. You should have thought of a way to find Dragon Balls, right? Lewis nods. The old king touched his chin and said calmly, using Dragon Balls to remove Broly's violent emotions is actually not good, because berserk emotion is a unique characteristic of his physique. If his berserk emotion is removed, then Broly will be useless. Old Lord King God, we can let Shenlong. Before Lewis could finish his sentence, the old King Kai interrupted him again. You must want to make a wish to the dragon again, so that Broly's mental power will become stronger, so that he can control his violent emotions by himself. Am I right? Lewis was silent. He didn't expect the old world King God to guess what was in his heart. The old world King God shook his head. It is unrealistic to make a wish to make Broly's spiritual power stronger. What? Lewis was taken aback for a moment, then thought of something. Isn't the desire to make Broly's spiritual power stronger the same as the desire to make others stronger? Shenlong can't make a person strong, and Lewis knows this. The old king of the world said again. Since Shenlong can't make Broly's spiritual power stronger, then we can let him cultivate his own spiritual power to become stronger. Then what are we going to do? Have you forgotten the spiritual fruit? Yes. Lewis was very excited. Spiritual fruit. It is the most common fruit in the God realm. It can increase a person's strength, and it can also increase a person's lifespan. In addition, he can also increase a person's spiritual power, as evidenced by the word spirit in its name. Just as Lewis was excited, Broly woke up. He slowly opened his eyes, muttering the word father all the time. Are you awake? Lewis let go of Broly, let him hover in the air, and said with a smile, how do you feel now? Broly regained his sanity. His previous terrifying power has disappeared. However, from his observation, Broly's current normal strength has grown by more than 10 times compared to before. In other words, Broly's normal combat power has broken through to more than 30 billion. You kill my father. Broly came to his senses. He stared at Lewis fiercely, and a violent aura on his body erupted again. Boom dash. As if a red prehistoric giant ape had come into the world, Broly's substantive violent aura distorted the space slightly. The old king of the world swallowed sharply. If this guy can control his violent emotions, how powerful will he be? Will he finally break through to the first level of power in the realm of gods with the power of a mortal? Do not. Absolutely more than that. The old king of the world can no longer estimate the future of this monster. It is really impossible to see through it. I didn't kill your father. If you don't believe me, look at that man in the desert. Lewis looked at Broly, who was about to lose his mind again, and then pointed to the desert below. That a gleam of clarity flashed across Broly's pale eyes, and he looked in the direction of Lewis's finger and saw an elderly figure lying on the desert. It's Paragus. My father's not dead. Broly's pale eyes gradually returned to a rational look, and he looked at Lewis suddenly. I clearly saw you kill my father. I want to kill him. This kind of person is not worthy to be your father at all. He has been using you all the time. You should know it clearly. Lewis pointed to the green fur around Broly's waist again and said calmly, this is your good friend's ear. Broly's pupils shrank sharply. Lewis actually knew the origin of the green fur on his body. He looked down at the green fur on his waist and touched it again. It was Xiaoba's ears. Xiaoba, a green monster on Wampa, has been practicing with Broly since he was a child. When he was very young, his father knocked off Xiaoba's ears in order to let him practice well. Since then, Xiaoba has turned against him. How would you know? How do I know it's not important? The important thing is that you are my people. I want to take you away from Wampa Star. Are you willing? Seeing that Broly was silent, Lewis looked at Broly and said again, the environment of Wampa Star is too harsh. It is not suitable for human survival at all. There are a lot of delicious food outside, and there are endless sources of clean water. Lewis said again what he said before. To be honest, he really felt sorry for this big guy. Broly was exiled by King Vegeta when he was a child, and the place where he was exiled was still a planet with an extremely harsh environment. Here, there's no food, no water source. There are only countless yellow sands and storms, and his father's been using him. It's really big. Ugh. Lewis sighed deeply. And Broly heard again that there's good food and clean water, but when he grew up on Wampa Star, he only had one good friend, and he was a monster friend that he asked for what Lewis said. He had no idea at all. Delicious. Is that green monster egg liquid delicious? And clean water. What is clean water? Is it the green liquid that Xiaoba took a bath in? Broly remembered that the liquid in Xiaoba's bath still had green smoke. He once drank a little, but he didn't know how to express the taste. Just after drinking it, he was still weak for half a month. Even the physique of the legendary Super Saiyan can hardly bear it. It is conceivable. You should also know that you can easily lose your mind. That kind of berserk state will bring you endless power, but without reason. You will only be a monster who only knows how to kill. Lewis looked at Broly and said, I can find a solution to your violent rage. Do you want to come with me? In fact, Lewis could take Broly away directly, but he didn't want to force him. But if Broly didn't want to go with him, he would just act as if he had never been to Wampa. It's just a pity that he couldn't bring back the god of war of the Scion family. Broly lowered his head. He looked at Paragus lying on the desert and continued to say nothing. Really don't want to? Lewis frowned and said unwillingly, I'll take you away. There are Kakarot, Vegeta, and other members of your tribe outside. You will definitely be able to become friends with them after you go out. And you're a legendary Super Saiyan. The Wampa planet can't tolerate you at all. The outside world is where you can flex your muscles. Lewis wasn't done yet. Kakarot. An inexplicable anger flashed in Broly's eyes, and his chest began to heave. Kakarot! Kakarot! Broly clenched his fists. His forehead burst into blue veins, and he roared like a beast. Seeing this, the old world king god wondered, what's wrong with him? Lewis's eyes lit up. He ignored the old world king god and continued, you don't want to beat that guy Kakarot? If you go out with me, you will definitely beat him to the ground. As for the person Broly cares about, besides Paragus, there's actually another one, that is Sun Wukong. Broly and Sun Wukong were born on the same day, and they were assigned to the same nursery as babies, and their training cabins were connected together. Every time Sun Wukong is frightened by the power that Broly radiates, he will cry loudly to it was he who cried so much that Broly would remember him forever. Lewis grinned. Maybe he could use Monkey King to lure Broly away from Wampa. Broly, you must really hate Kakarot, right? I'll take you out to beat him up, okay. And his Kakarot's father also looks exactly like him. Then you can beat 2 at once. It's really not good. When Sun Wutian is born, you can beat 3 at once. Sun Wukong's family. Lewis, you are lofty. You are amazing. Kakarot. Broly has been chanting Sun Wukong's Scion name. His expression is ferocious, but his reason has not disappeared. It can be seen from his face that he is trying to restrain his violent emotions. What about my father? Hearing this, Lewis was overjoyed. Broly was finally willing to go out with him. His grandma. If he had known that Kakarot's name was so useful, he wouldn't have been so earnest. Mistake. Lewis said hurriedly. You should know how your father treats you. I will take him to a planet suitable for living. You can visit him anytime. The implication is that he will not bring Paragus back to his family. Okay, I'll go with you. Broly nodded. After he agreed to go out with Lewis, the violent emotion in his mind was slowly subsiding. Mainly because when he heard the name Kakarot, he wanted to beat this guy up. When Lewis said that he was able to beat up the Kakarot family, he couldn't help but be happy, which is very strange. As for what Lewis meant, he couldn't understand at all, but Lewis said that he could change another planet for his father, that's great. And he can visit his father whenever he wants. Alright then, let's find a habitable planet for your father first. Lewis looked at old Kaiohami, the old king god nodded. He was also very happy that Lewis could bring this monster back, so he quickly found out which planet was suitable for human habitation. After getting the location, Lewis left Wampa Star with the old Kai, Broly, and Paragus. There was an episode when everyone was leaving. Originally, when the old Kai Wangshan left, he asked Lewis to destroy Wampa Star, but Lewis said he would keep it. Although the environment of Wampa Planet is harsh, and it is a substandard planet, it can be regarded as Broly's home. No matter what, Lewis wants to keep Broly's home so that Broly won't be homesick but never return. Hearing what Lewis said, Broly felt a strange feeling in his heart. He couldn't describe this feeling, but his whole body was warm. Maybe going with Lewis is the right choice. 7 days of past point 3 figures suddenly appeared in the Cow Galaxy. Old Kaiser, which one is Metamor? That light blue planet in front is it. These 3 are none other than Lewis and the 3 of them. During these 7 days, Lewis took Paragus to a planet suitable for human existence. After Lewis continued to exile Paragus, when he left the planet, in order to prevent Paragus from escaping from the inside, he asked the old Kai Wangshan to teach him a sealing technique, and finally he sealed the planet just like Beerus sealed the old Kai Wangshan. After that, Lewis destroyed unqualified planets all the way, until today, he came to the vicinity of Metamor Star. Lewis, does that planet have a secret technique that can control my violent emotions? Broly asked. 7 days have passed. Broly is now speaking fluently, and he doesn't seem to be stuttering at all. Maybe, even if it doesn't exist there, Wes will definitely have it. Lewis looked at Broly and said with a smile, how is the outside world? Very good. Broly cherishes words like gold. During these 7 days, he was first stunned by the bright starry sky. It turns out that there are not only yellow sand and storms in the world. Thinking of the former Wampa planet, it's no wonder that Lewis said that it was not a place for people to stay. Entering the starry sky is the beginning of his new life journey, and after that, various things that refresh his worldview continue to appear. Yes, Lewis said, there are many delicious foods out there, and there are endless sources of clean water. He didn't understand what it meant at first, until he tried the food and purified water that Lewis gave him. Broly still remembers his shocked expression at that time, and he will never forget the feeling of eating delicious food for the first time in his life. Haha, let's go. Wait until you can control your violent emotions, then I will take you to beat Kakarot. Lewis didn't care about Broly's sparing of words. After all, this big guy had never communicated with people much, and he was doing pretty well now. Seeing this, the old king of the world is also looking forward to the monster Broly being able to control his emotions. In this way, it will be difficult for the 7th universe not to rise. Lewis took the 2 of them and flew in the direction of Star Metamor. Star Metamor looks light blue from the outside. There are many rivers, seas, and many forests. It looks similar to the environment of the Earth. Xiaobai didn't know what the Metamor star looked like, so he made it up himself. Destroy the gods. It has been a month since the first battle between Lewis and Broly this day, but a figure appeared in the sky with blood-red pupils and silver hair. Taisai, who was writing a novel by the lake, saw this figure and said happily, Lewis, why are you back? I missed you, so I came back. Lewis suddenly appeared beside Taisai and held her in his arms. I miss you too. Tais put her arms around Lewis's waist and buried her head in his chest. Okay, don't be silly. Didn't you fight another Scion before? Why are you back? You also know. Nonsense, that big guy is so powerful. The aura he erupted has spread to the god of destruction realm. Well, that big guy's name is Broly. Lewis hugged Tais tightly, explaining Broly's identity softly in her ear. In order for him to control his emotions, I took him to planet Metamor, and I just happened to go there to learn a magical move. After hearing this, Taisai asked, is there really a secret skill to control emotions on planet Metamor? Really? Lewis smiled. It was only after he went to planet Metamor that he discovered what kind of race the Metamorians were. The Metamor Star people advocate martial arts, and martial arts gyms can be seen everywhere, and almost all the people are soldiers. They also have a lot of secret skills, all of which were developed by generations of powerful people on planet Metamor. Among them are fusion techniques, spiritual nirvana, such magical secret skills. Seeing this, the old world king god couldn't help but lament that the wisdom of the Metamor stars is really smart, but the combat effectiveness of the Metamor stars is not high. This is a bit of pity. You're leaving again? What did you promise me before? It's been a month. Taisai raised her head and blurted out anxiously. Lewis looked down at Tais, a little puzzled. What did I promise you? You lied. Tais was ashamed and angry. She could only hide her head in Lewis's arms, smelling his masculine breath. She couldn't help feeling restless inside, and her fair little face flushed with shame. This guy clearly said he wanted to eat her, but he ran away after the dinner a month ago. Taisai also thought that Chi-Chi had given birth to Sun Wuhan, and she had been with Lewis for so long, but her stomach didn't move at all, but a little angry. What did I lie to you? Tell me. Lewis rolled his eyes and quickly remembered something, held Tais' small face in his arms, and said with a smile, if you don't tell me, how would I know what I did wrong? Bastard, you know that. Taisai looked at him, pouted her mouth, and said angrily, ha ha. Lewis lowered his head and kissed Taisai's rosy mouth, then hugged her tightly. His sister Taisai is so cute. The two hugged like this, and Taisai's faint voice came, Lewis, I've been with you for so long, but my stomach hasn't moved at all, and Chi-Chi has only been pregnant with Goku for less than a year, and now that Gohan is born, my stomach still hasn't moved. Am I useless? Taisai lowered her head and touched her stomach. When Lewis took Sun Wukong to the planet Yadrit to learn teleportation, Kiki found her home. After Sun Wukong came back from Yadrit, Chi-Chi married Sun Wukong directly. After that, Monkey King, the 3 Scions, and Gura fight. After Sun Wukong and the other solved Gula, Lewis went to other universes to challenge. The Bojack incident, the arrival of the 5 demon gods. Up to now, Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong have been together for less than 2 years. As a result, Chi-Chi gave birth to Gohan in less than 2 years. Taisai is so envious. Sister Taisai likes boys? Or girls? Lewis rubbed her little head and smiled. Taisai was taken aback for a moment. She looked up at Lewis and asked in confusion, what boy or girl? I'm telling you to have a baby, what? Taisai asked in surprise. You want to have a baby with me? Sister Taisai, please don't say all those wolf and tiger words. Please be ashamed. Fart, I've been waiting for you for so long. I'm gonna have a baby with you. Hurry up. Life, immediately. Lewis hugged Taisai with a happy smile on his face. It has been more than 20 years since I came to the world of Dragon Ball. If you count the time in the spiritual time room, it will be even longer. Regarding the matter of having a child, he always wanted to let nature take its course, and did not say that he pursued it too much. Because he traveled to the world of Dragon Ball, had a system, became a Scion, and married Taisai. To be honest, he still feels like a dream. Until now, when Taisai said that she wanted to have a crystallization of love with him, he realized that everything was true. Child. Looking at Tais in his arms, Lewis felt a strange feeling in his heart. Is he going to be the age to be a father? Ugly Lewis, hurry up and have a baby. Life, immediately. Lewis laughed loudly, and he disappeared without a trace while hugging Tai-Sai. Soon, a melodious movement sounded in a room in the God of Destruction realm. A month has passed. Lewis supported his old waist and walked out of the room, a tea this time. Lewis's face was slightly pale, and his legs were trembling a little. Sister Tai-Sai, I will teach Kakarot and others the fusion technique first, and I will continue the human-making project with you when I come back. If he doesn't go out for a month, he can't stand it even if he is in the divine dimension. How did his Tai-Sai manage to stay alive? Sure enough, there are no plowed fields, only exhausted oxen. Lewis disappeared into the God of Destruction realm. At this moment, Beerus and the two by the lake finally unlocked the ear seal. Weiss, among other things, this kid's endurance is a bit exaggerated. Master Beerus, I sense that a new life appeared on Tai-Sai. Really real. Ha ha ha. The two laughed at the same time. They have grandchildren. Lewis left from God of Destruction realm. At this time, Broly was still practicing spiritual nirvana on Star Metamore, and Lewis came to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. In the lobby of the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. Many Scions come and go. Lewis walked into the hall. His appearance made the Scions who came in and out slightly stunned. Blood red pupils, silver hair. More importantly, this person has a tail. Scion, when did the Scion family have such a guy? When a Namek planet was about to explode, it was Lewis who rescued the group of Scions. They had also seen Lewis, and then they knew that there was such a strong Scion family. But now they can't recognize Lewis because Lewis has changed so much. Who are you? Raditz just came in from outside the hall and was taken aback when he saw Lewis. Lewis ignored Raditz. He glanced at the Scions around and nodded. These Scions are now much stronger than before. In fact, the promotion of Scions is really terrifying, especially after the Battle of Bojack. Every Scion realizes that the universe is not as simple as they imagined. It turns out that there are such terrifying powerhouses hidden in the universe. Even Super Scions are no match for Bojack. And the others. It is also because of this that the Scion family cultivates harder. Today, if measured by combat power, the combat power of each Scion has exceeded 40. The exaggerated increase is the reason for the awakening of the S-cells. Lewis touched his chin, thinking, who are you? Why do you look so familiar? Raditz asked again. Hey, your kid's strength is pretty good. Lewis then looked at Raditz. If the promotion of the Scions in Hall is a bit exaggerated, then Raditz's promotion is really a bit terrifying. I look forward to the moment when you can transform into a Super Scion. I look forward to the moment when you transform into a Super Scion. Lewis smiled. Unexpectedly, Raditz's power is about to reach the threshold of transformation. That's right. Raditz's normal power has broken through to 200 million combat power. In addition to Vegeta, King Vegeta, Monkey King, and Bardock, Raditz has become a number one of the Scion family. You are Lewis. Raditz didn't react until he heard Lewis's voice, and hurriedly said respectfully, I've seen Lord Lewis. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the hall. Master Lewis? Is it the Lord who rescued us back on Namek? His voice is very similar. It should be him. I heard that Lewis-sama is the hidden powerhouse of our Scion family, and he's also a god. I heard that too. The uproar stopped quickly, and all the Scions respectfully said to Lewis, I have seen Mr. Lewis. Seeing this, the other cosmic beings in the hall widened their eyes. Who is this person who can make these proud Scions call him an adult? Okay, where's King Vegeta? Lewis waved his hand. Lewis-sama, King Vegeta, and my father are both on Earth. Raditz looked at Lewis adoringly. This is the disciple of God of Destruction, Beerus. On Earth, Lewis was taken aback for a moment, and soon he remembered what Tai-Sai had said before Sun Wuhan was born. You and who else? Lewis pointed to Raditz, and then pointed to one of the Scions in the hall. You come with me. Gracie pointed at herself, startled slightly. Yes, it's you. Lewis only felt that this kid looked familiar. Correct. At that time, before the explosion of Namek, he wanted to take away the Scions, but this kid stood up and contradicted him. Gracie, please stop talking nonsense. If Lord Lewis tells you to leave, just leave. Raditz said coldly. Yes. Gracie nodded vigorously. Lewis smiled and didn't care about the previous episode. He led the two of them and disappeared into the hall down on the top floor of the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. Myers, standing by the window, shook his head. He was going to continue guarding the Galaxy prison. I hope the Scions will become stronger soon. Earth, Bowsy Mountain. Here the mountains and rivers are beautiful. The birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. Next to an upside-down bowl-shaped house, several large men were fishing by the stream. Kakarot, can fishing really be practiced? Yes, when I was young. Bobo let me go to a strange forest where I learned to fish with an old grandfather, and after I learned how to fish, my sensory ability became very strong. Vegeta, is what Kakarot said true? I didn't know this. I came to Earth later. Goku, Bardock, Vegeta, and King Vegeta are fishing by the stream. Giant, Bulma, and Kiki set up a grill next to them, grilling various delicacies in the Temple of Heaven. The Black Eraser is sitting on the edge of the heaven, looking in the direction of Bowsy Mountain, drooling. Bobo, it looks very fragrant. Bobo on the side smiled. Master Chuama is going to find Monkey King. Okay. Quan Mo's little head nodded vigorously, and suddenly he narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. How did this little guy come to Earth? Hey, it's Lewis. Soon, Bobo realized that he was also a little strange. Forget it. Let's not look for Sun Wukong now. It's not time to meet the kid Lewis. Quan Mo moved his gaze to the direction of Bowsy Mountain again, and he kept swallowing. Bobo, do you want to ask Sun Wukong for some instant noodles? Master Quan Mo should like it. Bowsy Mountain. Sun Wukong and the others are fishing, and Chi-Chi and the others are baking various delicacies. Suddenly, there was a schwa, and three figures appeared beside him. Who are you? Monkey King and the others suddenly stood up from the side of the stream, staring at Lewis. The IT was just that after seeing Raditz and Gracie. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Father, this is Lewis. Raditz smiled, and Bardock's reaction was exactly the same as his previous reaction, and they didn't recognize Lewis. Lewis, Bardock frowned. Why did your hair turn silver? Sun Wukong was taken aback for a moment, and then happily said, is this a new transformation? Vegeta was shocked. Lewis, what transformation is this? Vegeta said kingly. Is it Super Saiyan Ash? Lewis, I didn't expect Monkey King to be quite smart. However, according to the old world king god, his state is indeed a new transformation, but the bloodline is still sublimating, and the transformation has not been completely successful. I'll tell you later. Well, I come to see you for something. Lewis smiled. He walked up to Bulma, picked up the barbecue that Bulma had baked, and nodded directly. Bulma also knew that this person was her brother-in-law, but she rolled her eyes and didn't say much. Meanwhile, G-Nei and Chi-Chi laughed loudly. They, the alternate god of destruction, were actually like children. What's up? Sun Wukong and the others were a little puzzled when they saw Lewis eating the barbecue. After the Bojack fight, Lewis disappeared, almost 4 months now. Kakarot, Vegeta, how do you feel about the fusion? Lewis sat at the table, drinking a drink and nibbling on the barbecue. Feels good. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, and the power after fusion was simply intoxicating to the beginning. He was able to fight against Lewis because of the fusion. It turns out that the power of the alternate god of destruction is so powerful. Even after he and Vegeta merged, he was no match for Luis. Luis really deserves to be one of the most noble gods in the universe. Vegeta is also nodding vigorously. That power is too powerful. It would be great if he himself could have such a powerful power. Lewis looked over and said, do you want to continue the fusion? What do you mean? Son Goku and Vegeta looked puzzled. But Bardock said happily, Lewis, did you snatch the Patera earrings? King Vegeta blushed with excitement. By the way, Luis, you are the alternate god of destruction. Even the Kai Wangshan would not dare to have any objections to you. Luis, did you snatch the Patera earrings? What the hell? Is this a group of bandits? Lewis's face was full of black lines, and he said speechlessly, the Patera earrings belong to Kai Wangshan. I have no right to control them. Don't think about it. What? Everyone was taken aback for a moment, and then showed disappointed expressions. Lewis shook his head. He didn't expect this group of people to be obsessed with fusion. Especially Vegeta. It's really strange that this guy doesn't dislike merging with Monkey King. Seeing the disappointment on everyone's faces, Lewis said angrily and amusedly, I can't control the Portella earrings, but I have other secret skills to fuse you together. And this time I'll not only bring you the fusion technique, but also make you gods. Fusion technique. God. Sun Wukong and the others came to the dining table, and even Bulma and the others stopped their movements and pricked up their ears. Lewis, what is the fusion technique? The name sounds like it has something to do with fusion. Could it be that this fusion technique can fuse two people? Vegeta looked at Louise, who was eating barbecue, and said excitedly. Seeing Vegeta's excited expression, Lewis frowned slightly, and he looked at Monkey King again, who also showed a look of longing. Lewis put down the barbecue and said blankly, since what did you two guys like fusion so much? Because it's powerful. Vegeta clenched his fists, and he stared at Lewis. Only by fusion can we have a chance to fight you. Stared at by Vegeta's scorching eyes, Lewis felt a little baffled. I didn't mess with you. Why did you show a cannibalistic expression? Even King Vegeta and Bulma were taken aback by Vegeta's expression. They had never seen Vegeta with such emotions. What's wrong with this guy? What everyone doesn't know is, Vegeta is actually a proud Scion prince. When the Scion family was still working for Frieza, he never obeyed anyone. Even Frieza. Vegeta believes that one day he could defeat Frieza himself, and then lead the Scion clan to rule the entire universe. Until the appearance of Beerus that year, everything changed. The Scion becomes the Galactic Patrolman, and Lewis becomes the alternate god of destruction. Lewis, when he was a child, Lewis only had a few hundred points of combat power. But what about Vegeta? Vegeta was born with 1,000 combat power, but Lewis was taken in by Beerus as a backup god of destruction. But Beerus didn't even look at him. Vegeta felt that his dignity was trampled underfoot by Lewis, and his arrogant self-esteem could not accept this. These are the words that Vegeta has always kept in his heart, and he's never said them to anyone. But Lewis came to Earth more than 10 years after he became an alternate god of destruction, and he was frightened by the strength Lewis showed. It's no wonder that Beerus accepted Lewis as his disciple. Lewis's talent is so strong that he has grown beyond his reach in just a dozen years that he's the prince of the Scion clan. Could it be that he can't catch up with Lewis in his life? Vegeta at that time was depressed and hostile towards Lewis. But what Lewis did next made Vegeta completely recognize Lewis. Lewis first took Vegeta and Sun Wukong to learn Kaiu Quan from the king of the North Kai, and then took him to Star Yadrik to learn teleportation, defeat Frieza, kill Gura, destroy Bojack. Gods are different from mortals, and what happened later was not done by Luis himself. But Vegeta knew that Luis had been paying attention to everything about the Scions. Vegeta felt that Luis was the patron saint of his Scion clan. He didn't know when it started, but he kept his unwillingness in his heart forever, and he became a little respectful towards Luis. Insufficient strength is one reason. The other party's identity as an alternate god of destruction is also a reason. Vegeta thought that he would never have the chance to see Luis' true power in his life. It wasn't until he got the Patera earrings that he saw hope. He was fused with Sun Wukong, and that power should not be too terrifying, although he was still defeated when he fought against Lewis. But Vegeta saw the true power of Lewis, and the unwillingness in his heart was released. One day, he will catch up to Lewis. He is the prince of the Scion clan, and the Scions don't need Lewis to protect them. He will protect his race. Fight me. Lewis frowned, and in the past, Vegeta and Monkey King had always wanted to fight him, but he refused. The main reason is that the power gap is too great, and Lewis doesn't want to bully them at all. That turned out to be. It turns out that Vegeta and the others have always wanted to fight him. Yes, these two are the protagonists of Dragon Ball, so why wouldn't they want to compete when they meet a strong player? Lewis looked at Sun Wukong again. What about you? That I also want to compete with you, but I know that I can't beat you alone, so I want to use fusion too. Monkey King didn't continue. He rubbed his head and smiled. I thought you were lost in the power of fusion. Lewis sighed and said, it's my fault. If you challenge me in the future, I will definitely not refuse. But Lewis's tone was very serious. You must not be captured by the fusion power. Its strength is not your own strength. Saying that, Lewis instantly turned into a Super Saiyan 3 state. Hum. The space was slightly distorted, but Lewis's power was well controlled, and the surrounding environment was not damaged. Super Saiyan 3. Kakarot, is this the Super Saiyan dash you were talking about? The eyebrows disappeared. The hair grew longer. Brother-in-law is so handsome. I can't feel the power of the gods, but Lewis's oppression is so strong. It's too strong. Luis has become stronger than before. Sure enough, I guessed right. Luis can really transform into a Super Saiyan 3. Everyone exclaimed. They were all shocked by Lewis's Super 3 state. After everyone's emotions became less agitated, Lewis said, fusion is like our transformation. Only when the normal state becomes stronger, the fused fighters will be stronger. Remember one sentence. The real strength is the strength of oneself. You should understand what I said. If you're obsessed with obsession and really waste yourself because of fusion, then you're really pitifully stupid. When Lewis spoke, he was looking in the direction of Bardock and Vegeta. He had already understood the minds of Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong just now. These two guys just wanted to use the power of fusion to compete with him, and they didn't say they were addicted to the power of fusion. Now what Lewis is worried about is Bardock and King Vegeta, and even the entire Scion family, because later he will teach them both the fusion technique and the making method of the Super Saiyan God. Lewis, you don't need to say more, we understand. Bardock and King Vegeta looked at each other, and they nodded. They all understood what Lewis said. Indeed, fusion is not their own power after all, and it would be really stupid to indulge in it. I've already reminded you of what should be reminded. Lewis took a tissue from the table, wiped his hands clean, then stood up from the chair, looked at everyone, and said with a smile, you guessed right, I brought you the fusion technique, and this fusion technique is just as you imagined. It can fuse two people together without the need for Patera earrings. Really? Vegeta's breathing became short of breath, agitated. Sun Wukong also looked closely at Lewis, and Bardock and King Vegeta were already hugging each other nervously. As for Raditz and Gracie, they had no idea what Lewis was talking about. Lewis smiled, then nodded. Really? Awesome. Bardock and King Vegeta jumped up excitedly. Lewis, can every one of us Scions use that fusion technique? Vegeta quickly calmed down and raised his doubts. If all Scions can use the fusion technique, then the entire Scion race will rise completely. Lewis smiled slightly and said, yes, as long as you learn the fusion technique I taught you, each of you can fuse together. As soon as the words came out, Bardock and the Scions couldn't stand any longer and flew into the sky excitedly. Developed. It's hard to not develop now. Lewis, are these guys fools? After everyone calmed down, Lewis began to teach them the fusion technique. Lawn by the stream. If you want to integrate, there are actually two prerequisites. The first one, the two are about the same size. Second, the strength of the two is about the same. Both Vegeta and Kakarot meet these two conditions, and Bardock, you and King Vegeta may also be able to fuse. Come on, let me learn the movements of the fusion technique. Lewis doing fusion moves on the turf. Stretch your hands to level your shoulders. Bend your knees and lift them up. Stand on tiptoes. Bend down and touch your index fingers. A single action seems to be nothing, but is extremely ugly when it is coherent. Of course, Sun Wukong, a martial idiot, didn't feel anything, but Vegeta had already covered his face. Is this the action of the fusion technique? What a shame. Bardock King. Vegeta, Raditz, and Gracie were not much better either. Their faces turned into monkey butts, flushed, wanting to laugh, but not daring to laugh. Bulma, who was watching from the side, couldn't bear it anymore. She clutched her stomach and burst out laughing. Brother-in-law, why is the fusion technique you mentioned so funny? I laughed so hard, haha. Bulma laughed, and Kiki and Jine laughed too. Their laughter was like a fuse, directly igniting the powder keg. Haha, Lewis, don't blame me. I can't hold back anymore. Haha, how could there be such an ugly movement in the world? No, I can't take it anymore. I need to calm down. Vegeta laughed until tears came out, and he jumped straight into the creek. Lewis, how about destroying them? After a small episode, Bardock and the others still learned these movements honestly. Especially Vegeta, he was the one who laughed the loudest just now, and it turned out that he's also the one who was learning the fusion technique most seriously. The power of fusion is too tempting. After all, Vegeta and the others succumbed to the powerful power. Everyone was practicing fusion movements, while Lewis and Bulma had a big meal. Kiki, do you and Kakarot have a child? Lewis asked. Okay. Chi-Chi's snow-white face flushed with embarrassment. Hold it out and let me see it. Lewis wanted to see the strongest single fighter. Kiki and Jine looked at each other, and Jine nodded, as if to say that Lewis, the patron saint of the Scion family, don't worry. Chi-Chi went back to the house and carried Sun Wuhan out. He handed Sun Wuhan to Lewis carefully. His name is Sun Wuhan. Go on, give Uncle a laugh. Lewis took the baby son Gohan, teasing him. The three women at the table were speechless. When the girls were speechless, Lewis observed Sun Wuhan seriously. Sun Wuhan did not disappear because of a change of history. Sun Wuhan is still the same Sun Wuhan. Lewis couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, as long as the strongest single fighter didn't disappear. During his observation, Lewis soon discovered that there was a good power hidden in Sun Wuhan's body. Kiki, what do you want Gohan to do in the future? Lewis looked at Kiki. Chi-Chi said firmly, let him be a martial artist. Lewis showed a satisfied smile. Back then, he asked Tai-Sai to brainwash Kiki. Well, now Chi-Chi finally got her heart, but yes, what's the use of being a scholar in a world like Dragon Ball, where the sky is destroyed at every turn? Kiki, how about I find a teacher for Gohan? Lewis said with a smile. Teacher? Who? Old Realm King God. Lewis remembered that the mysterious Gohan was developed by the old Kai Wangshan, and that dead old man must know the power of Son Gohan very well. Chi-Chi agreed quickly. Genie was very excited. Bardock had told her about the priesthood of God of Destruction and Kai Wangshan long ago. She knew what Kai Wangshan meant. Okay, Chi-Chi was also excited. Back then, Tai-Sai gave her a popular science about the gods in the universe. The King of Realms is a god of the same level as the God of Destruction. With such a god as Gohan's teacher, Gohan will definitely become very strong. But before that, I think it's better to give Gohan to another person first, so that Gohan's future achievements may be even higher. Brother-in-law, who are you talking about? Bulma looked over. Jine and Kiki also stared at Lewis closely. Lewis laughed. Pick. To be honest, he hasn't met Piccolo for so long since he came to the world of Dragon Ball in the anime. Piccolo is Son Gohan's godfather. Son Gohan and Piccolo have a very deep relationship, and Son Gohan's ability to become the strongest single fighter in the future is also inseparable from Piccolo's training. So Piccolo is really important to Son Gohan. What? Kiki turned pale in shock. Lewis, are you talking about Piccolo? I'm talking about the second generation of Piccolo. He is different from the big devil Piccolo. Lewis shook his head and said, if you believe me, when Gohan is old enough to practice, he will give Gohan to Piccolo for a year. Kiki promised Lewis. At this time, Sun Wukong and the others came over. Lewis looked at Sun Wukong. Have you all learned the fusion technique? Learn. The fusion movement is very ugly. If it weren't for the powerful power, Vegeta, including Bardock and the others, would never learn this kind of movement. But of course, Sun Wukong doesn't care about being so stupid. He really wants to experience the feeling of fusion again, because he'll be able to compete with Lewis. Chi-Chi came to Sun Wukong and hurriedly said, Wukong, Lewis said that he will give Gohan to Piccolo for a year. Well this, before she finished speaking, Sun Wukong put his hands on Kiki's shoulders and looked at her, tenderly. I believe Lewis, he must have his reasons for doing this. Don't worry, I will keep watching Wukong in secret for food. Hearing this, Chi-Chi wanted to open her mouth, but in the end she didn't speak anymore. Lewis glanced at Kiki, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a satisfied smile. If this is Kiki in the anime, how could she give her son to Piccolo? It seems that the gold content of Tai-Sai's brainwashing is still rising. Lewis teased little Gohan, then raised his head to look at Monkey King and the others. Since you have all learned fusion movements, let's try it first. Bulma and Jine also left the table, wanting to come and witness the so-called fusion. And Kakarot come first. Vegeta stood up, his eyes full of longing. Bardock and Vegeta looked at each other, and they both sighed at the same time. They were preempted. Don't worry, there's a chance. Let's go to the open space over there. Lewis smiled at the two of Bardock. He hugged Sun Wuhan, and then took Bulma and the others to move to the open space in the distance. Soon, Monkey King and the others all came to the empty space. Master Raditz, what is the fusion that Lord Lewis and the others have been talking about? Can two people really be fused together? Gracie and Raditz followed. He had been on Earth for half a day, and he couldn't understand what Lewis and the others said from beginning to end. The main thing is that the Scions only know that Bojack and the other five were killed by Monkey King and Vegeta. As for the details of the battle, the Scion family is completely unclear, so basically few Scions know about fusion. You asked me, who do I ask? Raditz stood behind Bardock and the others, looking at the two Monkey Kings in the open space ahead. He said solemnly, although I don't know if the fusion technique can fuse two people together, I know that Lewis will never joke. And I have a feeling that from today onwards, we Scions will definitely be different. At this time, Monkey King and the two were ready. Let's start. Lewis held Gohan in his arms and shouted to the two Monkey Kings in the open space ahead. The voice fell. The entire Bowsy Mountain fell silent in an instant, and the atmosphere was very dignified. Bulma quickly leaned against Lewis, and she could only feel it when she was beside her brother-in-law. And Kiki also hid in Jine's arms, so Bardock quickly stood in front of Genie. Moved, Monkey King and Vegeta in the open space in front of them bent their knees at the same time, stretched out their arms and shoulders, tiptoe, stomping in small steps. The action was extremely ugly, but Vegeta endured the shame in his heart, and after the last action, the two index fingers touched together. Fusion, hum! A white ray of light flashed across the sky, and the world lost its color instantly. It didn't make a mistake, it's a pity. Lewis felt a little regret that he didn't get to see that fat and skinny Gogeta. But the dazzling light broke out in the two Sun Wukong. He quickly hugged Gohan and turned around. The others also covered their eyes. The dazzling light made them dare not look directly. Boom, dash. Earth shaking. Whoa. Howling wind. A powerful force erupted, and all the clouds in a radius of 10,000 miles in the sky were scattered. In the heavenly temple. Chuema lay on the edge of the heavenly realm, with two round eyes staring in the direction of Bowsy Mountain. Bobo, Monkey King, and another Scion have merged. Sun Wukong and Vegeta's talented good. They are now fused using the fusion technique of Star Metamor, and the normal power has reached the first level of the God Realm. Bobo prays from the side. If you transform into the Super 3 state again, you will break through to the peak of the second layer of the God Realm, just like before. Not bad. It seems that the universe of Quan Wong is very interesting now. Quanimo wrung his little fingers and murmured in his small mouth. A Lewis, a Monkey King, a Broly, and Monkey King's son. They're all Scions. Quanimo sat up from the ground. His grape-like eyes suddenly lit up. Bobo frowned. It really is Bowsy Mountain. Terrifying power erupted from the center of the dazzling light, and this power was like a god descending into the world. Bardock, King Vegeta, Raditz, and Gracie felt the power, and their bodies kept shaking. Okay, so scary. King Vegeta, have you seen it? The fusion technique taught by Lewis can really fuse two people together. Look at the far, it's so dazzling. Did you see it? The dazzling light slowly disappeared, and a figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Colorful streamers appeared on Gogeta. He was wearing a small black vest and white pants. Seeing his evil eyes and the confident smile at the corner of his mouth, Bulma and Chi-Chi were immediately infatuated. Good, so handsome. My husband is so handsome. Fart, this is my husband. Okay, my husband, mine. My. Bulma and Kiki got into a fight, while Bardock and King Vegeta opened their mouths wide in shock. Really blend. Developed. The Scion clan will take off completely at this time. Lewis, fight with me. The power of Gogeta exploded, and he disappeared from the open space, turning into a golden light and attacking Lewis in the process of flying. Gogeta instantly transformed into the Super 3 state, and his power broke through to the peak of the second layer of the Realm of Gods, which is exactly the same as Vegeto's power in the Super 3 state. P.S. It is said that Gogeta is the sum of the power of two people, while Vegeto is the multiplication of the power of two people. But I always feel that the strength of the two people is similar, so let's treat them as equally strong. I feel invincible after merging, but I said that I will not refuse your challenge again. Are you ready to be hit? Lewis held Gohan in his arms, with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. When Chi-Chi saw this, she hurriedly stopped fighting with Bulma. She was worried that her son would be hurt. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Lewis is the alternate god of destruction. Bardock shook his head at Chi-Chi. Before Lewis transformed into a Super 3 state, Lewis's sense of oppression made him unable to resist. Yes, soon as Bardock finished speaking, the scene in front of him made everyone's eyes widen. I saw Lewis holding Gohan with one hand, and he instantly turned into a Super Saiyan 3. But Lewis is different from Gogeta. Lewis's power is well controlled, and he is not very violent. It seems to be because the blood in the body has been sublimated to Super 4 or above. Lewis didn't use other force, just brute force. He raised his index finger. The power of the fourth layer of the Realm of Gods is poured into the index finger, which is the power of the god of destruction. Lewis stepped forward a little, and a golden light suddenly dissipated. Gogeta stopped in midair with a look of astonishment on his face, looking at Lewis, who was holding Gohan with one hand. His pupils were full of disbelief. Just as Gogeta was about to speak, a white light appeared on him, and Monkey King and Vegeta, separated from the fusion state instantly, got blown away. Everyone's eyes widened, and the originally noisy Bowsy Mountain became quiet, deathly silent. The power that Gogeta erupted just now was so terrifying that it couldn't withstand one of Lewis's fingers. So weak. Really, at this time, Monkey King and Vegeta were lying on the grass, and they passed out in a coma. Lewis has returned to normal, which is what he expected. The fourth level of power in the Realm of Gods and the second level of power in the Realm of Gods are not at the same conceptual level at all. At the levels above the Realm of Gods. Each level is worlds apart. A master of the second level of the Realm of Gods can completely beat 10 masters of the first level of the Realm of Gods. The higher the level, the more obvious the gap. If only pure power is used, Lewis is not even Beerus' opponent. You must know that Beerus is the strongest god of destruction, and he has the power of the fifth level of the Realm of Gods. It's not for nothing that it's normal for Gogeta to be blown up. After all, Monkey King and Vegeta in this time period are still too weak. After all, Sun Wukong was just born at this time, and it was because of his intervention that both Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong could have the power they have now. Otherwise, Vegeta may only have 1.8 combat power at this time. Ignoring the two people on the ground, Lewis looked at Bardock and King Vegeta. Come on, you two also try to merge. King Vegeta and the two remained motionless. Bardock, King Vegeta, come try to see if you can fuse. Seeing that the two didn't respond, Lewis frowned. Okay, let's try to. King Vegeta and the two came back to their senses, and they hurried to the open space, for fear that Lewis would also punch them, in the eyes of everyone expecting. Bardock and the two began to perform fusion movements. Soon, another white light flashed. Really? Son Goku and Vegeta can fuse, and their father can also fuse. Raditz. Then I go. White light flashed, and a fusion warrior wearing the special costume of Star Metamor appeared in everyone's eyes. The warrior fused with Bardock and King Vegeta is very similar to Gogeta, except that he has a beard on his chin, which is the characteristic of King Vegeta. Handsome, but not quite handsome. If you really want to be serious, even this fusion fighter is a bit old-fashioned. The corners of Giant's mouth twitched slightly. Obviously his husband is so handsome, but this is what he looks like after fusion. It's all King Vegeta's fault. Chi-Chi also covered her mouth. She wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to laugh. After all, this is a fighter fused by Wukong's father, so keep a respectful attitude. And Raditz, a rebellious boy, couldn't help it and burst out laughing. Bulma has Lewis as her backer, and she's also not afraid of Bardock and King Vegeta, and she also laughs wildly while covering her stomach. The newly fused warrior didn't dare to have any objections to Bulma, but he gave Raditz a cold look, and Raditz quickly covered his mouth. What's your name? Lewis asked while holding Gohan in his arms, suppressing a smile. I am neither Bardock nor King Vegeta. I am Vegeta. Vegeta wanted to say that I was the one who was about to defeat you, but the person in front of him was Lewis, so he quickly shut up that Lewis's face was full of black lines, and he could hear what Vegeta wanted to say behind him. Isn't this mantra Gogeta's? Could it be that every fighter fused using Metamor Star Fusion would say that? Also, it seems that every warrior fused with Metamor Star Fusion is very arrogant and arrogant. Crazy is a little crazy, but the strength is not bad. Lewis looked at Vegeta and nodded. The original normal power of Bardock and King Vegeta was only 600 million combat power. Now integrated, Vegeta's normal power has broken through to 6,000 million combat power. If Vegeta is compared with Gogeta, it will be far behind. One normal state has the first level of power in the Realm of Gods, and the other normal state has only 6,000 million combat power. There's no comparison at all. Sure enough, not every Scion is a protagonist. You all succeeded in fusion at one time. It seems that you have mastered the fusion technique. Lewis held Gohan in his arms, looked at Vegeta, and then at the two Monkey Kings on the ground, but I didn't see them become fat or thin. To be honest, I still feel a little regretful. At that time, you will teach the fusion technique to the people of the tribe. With the fusion technique, our Scion family will definitely become stronger. Yes, Vegeta was very excited. With the fusion technique, it will be difficult for the Scion family not to you want to dominate the universe. As soon as the thought arose in Vegeta, he snuffed it out. Dominating the universe means quitting the Galactic Patrol, but Beerus ordered it to join the Galactic Patrol. Don't dare to provoke. Don't dare to provoke. Let's protect and support the universe honestly. Lewis didn't know what Vegeta was thinking at all, and said with a smile, don't be so excited. This time I brought back more than just this. What? The crowd exclaimed. Especially Raditz and Gracie, they have long been stunned by the fusion technique. Is there anything more shocking than the fusion technique? At this time, the two people who were unconscious on the ground also woke up. What are you guys saying? Sun Wukong still feels a little dizzy until now. He touched his head and asked. Vegeta also held his head and looked at everyone. Didn't I tell you when I first came here? Not only did I bring back the fusion technique for you, but I also made you gods. Raditz asked curiously, Lewis, what is a god? Gracie frowned and said, Master Lewis, you said you want us to become gods? Are you gods like you? Everyone was shocked. If Lewis could really make them gods like him, then Lewis, is this true? Brother-in-law, can I also become a god like you? Master Lewis, if possible, please let Raditz and I feel like a god. Everyone spoke one after another, and they were very excited. Lewis hugged Gohan. The corners of his mouth twitched violently. It was nothing. I really thought he could just make a person a god. Lewis was speechless. The god he was talking about was naturally the Super Saiyan god, but it was not a real god. Super Saiyan God. It is nothing but the spirit of the gods, no corresponding dimension of the gods, and no lifespan as much as the gods. The Super Saiyan God can only be regarded as a false god. I can only make the Scions gods. As for Bulma, don't even think about it. Lewis glanced at Bulma. Can I? Brother-in-law, you Scions are really hateful. Bulma suddenly pouted, looking a little cute. Lewis smiled. It turns out that not only Kiki has become different from the anime, but Bulma has also become different. In fact, since Ties came back, Bulma finally let go of her inner worries, and she became more cheerful, especially with an invincible brother-in-law like Lewis, who would dare to mess with her. Bulma, who has no trunks yet, still maintains an air of innocence at this time. But Vegeta saw Bulma pouted, and his heart tightened suddenly, because every time Bulma got angry, he was the one who got hurt. Vegeta winked at Bulma, as if to say, show me some face outside. If you want to beat me, go back and beat me again. Bulma seemed to understand Vegeta's expression, and pouted angrily. Sun Wukong noticed Vegeta's movement and grinned, but when he saw Kiki's cold eyes beside him, his neck shrank suddenly. This is still the blame for his proposal before agreeing to Lewis. The aura of the gods cannot be felt by mortals, and you should be aware of this. Lewis hugged Gohan, took 2 steps in the open space, looked back at Sun Wukong and the other Scions, and said, now I have a way for you to sense it and let you have it. Lewis took another look at Raditz and Gracie next to him. These 2 were brought to Earth by him, plus Son Goku, Vegeta, Bardock, and King Vegeta, a total of 6 Scions. Just right. Then what are we going to do? Sun Wukong was very excited. 2 times of fusion, 2 times of fighting with Lewis. Both he and Vegeta were in a passive situation because they could not sense Lewis's breath. That if they could sense the aura of the gods, they believed that even if they lost to Lewis, they would not lose so ugly. Vegeta was also full of excitement, and the fusion technique proved that Lewis would not lie. It should be said that Lewis never lied to them Scions. If they become the so-called gods again, then the Scions will completely become the first race in the universe. Let 5 Scions with a heart of justice, and then focus their light of justice on another Scion. Lewis said, heart of justice? Light of justice? Everyone was very puzzled. They had never heard of these 2 things, and Raditz and Gracie looked at each other. Need 6 Scions? It turns out that the meaning of their coming to Earth is this. The fusion technique of Star Metamorph can only maintain the fusion state for half an hour. If the force is too large, the time will be shortened. Lewis stepped forward, handed Gohan back to Kiki, and looked at everyone. When Vegeta's fusion time is over, you should try to concentrate your power on one of them first. The method of making a Super Saiyan God is what he knows from anime. In fact, Lewis also has a little understanding of what the light of justice is. However, the authenticity of the Super Saiyan God is unquestionable because the prophecy fish predicted the information of the Super Saiyan God. It is good. Sun Wukong and the others endured their excitement and began to wait for Vegeta's separation. Soon, after half an hour, a white light flashed, and Vegeta split into 2 people instantly. Lewis said, try it first. Vegeta and the others nodded, and they went to the center of the open space. Let me come first. You pour your power into me first. Vegeta said coldly. What about me? Monkey King is very anxious. He also wants to experience the power of the gods first. Kakarot, don't compete with me. I will come first, and you'll be next. You guys okay? Sun Wukong didn't argue anymore and shook his head helplessly. The others had no objection, and soon under the command of Lewis, with Vegeta as the center, Sun Wukong and the 5 Scions held hands, and the 6 formed a circle in the open space. Start instilling strength. As Lewis's voice fell, Bardock and the others began to pour strength to hum. A powerful airflow erupted on the 6 people, and Lewis blocked Bulma and the others. Brother-in-law, Bulma tugged at the corner of Lewis's clothes, but seeing that his gaze was on Vegeta and the 6 of them, she had no choice but to swallow her words back. With the infusion of power, Vegeta's power is getting stronger and stronger. A golden flame erupted on Vegeta. This scene is very similar to the scene in GT, where Sun Wuhan and Xiaofeng transmit power to Sun Wukong, who is in the Super Force state. 1 million combat power, 2 million combat power, 1 billion combat power. Vegeta's power was still rising, but Lewis shook his head. There is no divine breath. The method of instilling power is wrong. Lewis looked at the 6 people in the open space and said, okay, stop. Sun Wukong and the others stopped pouring power. Vegeta looked over and asked in confusion, what's wrong? The method is wrong. No, how is it possible? I clearly feel that the power in my body is getting stronger and stronger. Vegeta, your strength is getting stronger and stronger, but can you sense the divine spirit in me? Hearing what Lewis said, Monkey King and the others looked at Vegeta. Vegeta's face was serious. He shook his head. I can't sense it. Lewis, King Vegeta was taken aback and wanted to speak. Don't talk. Let me think about it. On the lawn, Lewis rested his chin and began to think, why not? When Lewis was in deep thought, the heaven at this time. Master Chuanma, can they really make a Scion a god like this? Bobo looked in the direction of Bowsy Mountain with a shocked expression that if Lewis's method of creating gods is true, then the Scion clan will be unstoppable. How can that be? Quan Ma Huan hugged his little hands, sat on the edge of the heaven, and said with a smile, if this is true, then who else will cultivate the dimension? But Lewis never missed what he said. I didn't say Lewis couldn't create gods either. Quantimo puts the word spirit firmly on his face. His usual childishness has disappeared, and he has become serious. To cultivate the dimension to the level of a god, in addition to super high talent, it also takes a lot of time. Lewis is the most talented existence I've ever seen. Others have to practice for tens of thousands of years to break through to the divine dimension. But he only needs a few decades. Quantimo turned his head to look at Bobo and said, every god is a precious treasure of a world, even the dark demon world I opened up. It is impossible to create the dimension of gods. Lewis's method is at most just creating false gods. Still good. Hearing Quantimo's words, Bobo was slightly taken aback. Quantimo nodded. There is nothing but the breath of the gods, but there is no dimension of the gods, so they can only be regarded as false gods. But even if it is a false god, this method is against the sky. Chuanma kept looking at Lewis below. He has never heard of any race that can become a false god by infusing it with the light of justice. If you want to say that the method is against the sky, it is better to say that it is Lewis against the sky, and it is the race of Scions that is against the sky. Suddenly, Bobo looked at the lower realm, frowned and said, Master Chuanma, it seems that Lewis and the others are about to fail. It's normal to fail because their approach is not right. Quantimo continued. Infusing the light of justice is not infused in this way. They're just transmitting chi now. My lord, what should I do? Why do you care so much about this? Chuanma glanced at Bobo, who suddenly trembled. I just want to know if Lewis can create a false god. Ha ha ha. Quantimo laughed, then looked at Bobo and said seriously, Bobo, you're my family, so you don't have to be so nervous. The previous scenes are vivid in my mind, and it was Bobo who rescued him back. Yes, Bobo's heart warmed. Quantimo returned to his previous childishness and laughed and said, the light of justice has nothing to do with justice. Bobo's eyes widened, and his former calm expression disappeared completely. The power of Scions actually comes from a certain factor in their body. The more this factor is awakened, the stronger their potential will be. Chuanma glanced at Bobo and said with a smile, the sublimation of the bloodline that you talked about with Vegeta before, in fact, the two sayings are similar. Quantimo paused and continued. Anger is the trigger for Scions. It can unleash the potential of Scions in the form of power. And the light of justice mentioned by Lewis should be to infuse the power of the 5 Scions into one person, so that the potential of the person who receives the power will reach an astonishing level. Skyline. Ha! It seems that little guy Lewis guessed that I'm on Earth. Master Chuanma, are you going to see him? No, it's not time to meet him yet. With his special nature, maybe he can really comprehend my dark power. It won't be too late to see him again at that time. Yes. Bowsy Mountain. Lewis stared at the sky. After a while, that Lewis's expression became more and more dignified. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Monkey King and Vegeta looked at each other, and both saw doubts in each other's eyes. Monkey King asked, Lewis, what's wrong with you? He met Lewis on Earth. At that time, he was practicing in the heavens, and Luis suddenly appeared in front of him. He only knew that Luis, like Vegeta, was a member of his clan when he saw Luis's tail. Knowing Lewis for so long, Sun Wukong has never seen Lewis show such an expression. Lewis, is there another enemy? Vegeta clenched his fists and spoke aside. Wouldn't it be another strong man like Bojack? King Vegeta and Raditz asked anxiously. Lewis didn't respond. He kept looking at the sky, and after a long time, he let out a heavy breath. He was the one who smashed the Dark Demon realm, and he must have entered the sight of the whole demon. Why did the whole demon let him go? I'm Phoenix. Lewis really couldn't figure it out. He shook his head, then he looked at the crowd and asked tentatively, if I'm in trouble, will you help me? King Vegeta and Bardock glanced at each other. Lewis is an alternate god of destruction. What trouble could he encounter? Also, scions of their level can't help the troubles encountered by the alternate god of destruction. Ha ha ha. Seeing that everyone was silent, Lewis suddenly burst into laughter, but his laughter was full of sarcasm. Lewis didn't expect that he tried every means to make the scions rise up, but Bardock and the others, Master Lewis. Suddenly, Bardock knelt down on one knee, clenched his right fist, and put it on his chest. We scions are today because of you, Lewis. If it weren't for you, we scions would have been killed by Lord Beerus long ago. Destroyed. You took Kakarot and Vegeta to learn Long Quan, and you took them to learn teleportation. Mr. Weiss told us secretly that you've always been concerned about the safety of our scions. Now you've brought back the art of fusion and the method of becoming a god. Everything about us scions can be said to be bestowed by you, Luis. I, Bardock, will follow Lord Lewis to the death. Bardock's voice resounded throughout Bowsy Mountain. Hearing this, Lewis originally thought he was funny because he had done so much for scions. But in the end, Bardock and the others chose to keep silent when they heard that he was in trouble. That I it because he's afraid that he will implicate the Scion family. But now, Lewis said in astonishment, Bardock, Master Lewis. Suddenly, King Vegeta, next to him, knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, I'm the current leader of the Scion clan, but the Scions are today, all thanks to you, Luis. If you weren't an alternate god of destruction, I would have given way to you long ago. We see everything you do. In my heart, Lewis, you are the patron saint of the Scion family, and you are the king of the Scion family. Swear to follow Lord Lewis. King Vegeta's last words were sonorous and powerful. He and Bardock knelt on one knee. The two senior scions made such a move in front of Lewis. The picture was extremely shocking. Lewis, who wants to trouble you? I'm the first to say no. Vegeta's eyes were very cold. He didn't kneel on one knee like the two of Bardock, but his expression told everyone that he would always stand by Lewis's side. After all, Luis is the goal he's been chasing after, and Vegeta does not allow anyone to trouble Luis. Such disgusting words would be uttered by the proud Vegeta. Lewis felt warm and wanted to speak. Sun Wukong stepped forward and patted Lewis on the shoulder. His eyes were full of firmness. Even though he didn't say anything, Lewis understood the meaning. Lewis glanced at Monkey King, rubbed his nose, said there would be a line not to be moved, and then looked at Bardock and King Vegeta, who were kneeling on one knee. Get up, let's talk about other things later. Let's let you all become Super Saiyan gods first. Super Saiyan God? Bardock and King Vegeta stood up from the ground, and originally wanted to ask Lewis what trouble he had encountered, but the title of Super Saiyan God instantly distracted them. Lewis, the god you're talking about, is the Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong asked. Correct. Lewis nodded and said, okay, I mentioned the source of our Scion's power earlier, but in fact, our source of power comes from the sublimation of blood. But if you want to sublimate the blood, you need to activate a certain factor. The more the factor is activated, the higher the blood can be sublimated. This factor is called S factor, and it can also be called S cell, and the activation of this factor requires a specific condition. That's why we Scions will live in an ordinary age. From the moment you get rid of Frisia and join the Galaxy Patrol, it is doomed that we Scions will rise. In the lawn clearing, Lewis kept talking. When Vegeta and the others heard this, they realized that this was really the case. Back then, their Scions were the most powerful and only had a combat power of just over 1. After joining the Galaxy Patrol, their strength began to improve by leaps and bounds. It's no wonder that we Scions have undergone such changes. It turns out that we are destined to rise in the dark. Bardock was shocked. No. King Vegeta shook his head and looked at Bardock. It's all because of Luis. Hearing this, Vegeta's heart trembled suddenly. Correct. Still because of Lewis. He saw everything in the corner of King Vegeta's palace back then. Originally, the god of destruction wanted to destroy the Scion family, but because of Lewis, Beerus finally let them go. Bardock's eyes widened. Lewis, you. Lewis smiled, didn't say anything, and continued. To become a Super Saiyan, it's actually very simple. That is to infuse the S-factor power in 5 Scions into one person. Lewis looked at the crowd and said slowly, use the powerful blood power to break the shackles of mortals and gods. S-factor power, blood power. Sun Wukong and the others still couldn't understand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, just do as I say. Lewis said with a smile. Come on, you continue to surround yourself. Under the command of Lewis, Sun Wukong and the others came back to their senses and began to hold hands, forming a circle with Vegeta as the center. Close your eyes and calm your mind. Hearing Lewis's voice, everyone slowly closed their eyes. The 6 people on the lawn didn't make any move. They kept their eyes closed out quiet. Only the sound of running water can be heard by the stream. Focus on your back and feel the mysterious power of your back. Lewis saw that the 6 people in the open space were already in a calm state and said softly. Lewis's voice slowly penetrated into the ears of Bardock and the 6 of them, and everyone began to feel the power that Lewis said. Blank. Everyone with their eyes closed frowned. They didn't sense the so-called mysterious power in their backs. Don't worry. Our blood power is there. Feel it slowly. Lewis's voice came again, and everyone's restless hearts gradually calmed down. Half an hour passed. The 6 Scions in the open space were still motionless. At this time, Bulma and the others also packed up the things on the dining table and came here. Kiki was about to speak, but Lewis raised a finger to silence her. The 6 people in the open space suddenly frowned, and they all sensed a mysterious force on their backs. Roar. A shocking ape cry seemed to sound from the back, and everyone was shocked. Next to the open space, Lewis saw the expressions of everyone and said happily, I have sensed that power. Yes, that mysterious power is the power of our blood. You guide it out, and then infuse it into Vegeta. Everyone followed what Lewis said, guided it out, and poured it into Vegeta with their hands. Coming. Lewis sensed an unusual aura and shouted excitedly. Bulma and Jine watched Vegeta closely. Is the Super Saiyan God about to appear? Kiki hugged Gohan and hid behind Lewis, lest Vegeta's burst of power would affect Gohan. Every time the Scions make a breakthrough, they will cause a lot of destruction, and Kiki knows this very well. Earthquake, with Vegeta at the center. The 6 of them were instantly covered by golden arrogance. Goku, King Vegeta, and Bardock instantly transform into Super Scions, and Raditz hair is also constantly flickering. He is using his blood power resonance to make himself break through to the Super Saiyan state. Swish, swish, boom dash. A powerful force erupted on Raditz, and his long hair instantly turned golden yellow. It's like the Super 3 state. Lewis, how did Raditz become a Super Saiyan 3? Jine shouted excitedly. I'm sick, this guy is really like a Super 3 and Super 1 state. Lewis secretly complained, but still said, Raditz is not broken through to the Super 3 state. He is still in the Super 1 state. What? Jine's face darkened, and soon she became happy again. Even if she was in Super state, it would be pretty good. You pay attention. Lewis released a force to protect the 3 of Bulma and the others, and then looked at the 6 people in the open space. I saw Vegeta suddenly floated up in the grass, and an overwhelming aura erupted for Vegeta. Refined, a golden beam of light shot up into the sky. The white clouds in the sky were instantly dyed golden, and soon, under the traction frame of certain force, the golden clouds began to rotate counterclockwise at the same time. Monkey King, King Vegeta, Bardock, Raditz, and Gracie floated up. The dense breath was erupting, and the 6 people were suddenly covered by light blue light. In an instant, all the breath suddenly disappeared. Even the golden beam of light disappeared. Suddenly, refined, a silver beam of light appeared in the center of the ring of 6 people, and the beam of light spread towards the surroundings. At this time, Vegeta's spirit seemed to be shaking. Vegeta frowned, and he looked up sharply to hum. In an instant, Vegeta's hair turned crimson, and the mortal power in his body transformed into the power of a god. At the same time, this vast divine spirit spread out from the earth, past to the underworld, past to the palace of the god of destruction. Son Goku is exactly the same silhouette as the Super Saiyan god had prophesied. It's him. The prophecy fish pointed at Son Wukong on the screen and shouted excitedly. Is the Super Saiyan god I prophesied? Who? The guy behind the red-haired Saiyan? You mean Monkey King? Beerus asked, pointing at Monkey King. Correct. The prophecy fish swam around in the cup, then jumped out of the water, and it was also very happy to see the person it prophesied appeared, because Beerus has been teasing it, saying that its prophecy will be false. How could the prophecy fish bear this kind of insult? Prophecy is its housekeeping skill, and now it can finally prove that it is not wrong in prophecy. Wes, let's go. It is good. Weiss took Beerus soaring into the sky, leaving only the prophecy fish with a confused face in midair. It this time. Taisai walked out of the palace of the god of destruction and shouted, Master Beerus, Weiss, it's time to eat. After a while, it is predicted that Yufei will return to the palace of the god of destruction. The prophecy fish, what about Weiss and the others? Going to find that Super Saiyan god. Earth, heaven. Wow. Chuema lay on the floor of the heaven, looking in the direction of Bowsy Mountain. His 2 big round eyes were full of excitement. Bobo, they have really become Super Saiyan gods. Bobo stood beside Quanimo and praised. Lewis is very smart. I really didn't expect him to find the correct method that Master Quanimo said, but the race of Scions is also really terrifying. Bobo frowned and looked at the sky. Hey, Lord Chuenma, Beerus is flying to the earth. Never mind that skinny cat. Yes, Bowsy Mountain. Above the clearing by the stream, Vegeta hovered motionless, but his burst of crimson light dyed the entire cloud in the sky crimson. The aura of the gods is permeating, and Bowsy Mountain at this time is like a sanctuary. It's done. King Vegeta returned to normal, and he jumped up excitedly. Son Wukong widened his eyes and said in shock, the momentum is so terrifying, I can't feel Vegeta's breath at all. Bardock turned his head and hurriedly asked, Lewis, is this the Super Saiyan god you're talking about? Strange. Lewis did not respond to everyone's questions. He kept looking at Vegeta in the sky. Why only the power of the first layer of God Realm? Lewis was a little surprised. He didn't expect to gather the blood power of 6 Scions to allow Vegeta's power to break through to the first level of the God Realm. This is even worse than the power of Gogeta, the fusion of the 2 Monkey Kings. How could this be? While Lewis was in a daze, a crimson figure appeared in front of him, clenched his fist, and smashed it towards his face. Lewis was still thinking about the power of the Super Saiyan god, but a silvery glow came instinctively from him. Perfect and comfortable mood. Follow your heart. Luis dodged Vegeta's attack gracefully and took to the sky. Seeing that Lewis dodged his attack, Vegeta caught up with him, and he was out of action. Punch and kick. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The fists and feet were gesticulating, quickly, as if the wind was blowing away, and the afterimages spread all over the sky. Facing Vegeta's attack, Lewis fought and retreated. He rested his chin with one hand, and it was obvious from his expression that he was still thinking, hateful. I can clearly sense your divine breath. Why can't I hit you? Vegeta was furious. He thought that he lost so badly in the previous match with Lewis because he couldn't sense the breath of the gods. Who would have thought it was not at all? Vegeta looked at Luis, who had been dodging. If Luis hadn't looked pensive, he really believed that Luis was taking this exchange seriously. After being able to sense the aura of the gods this time, Vegeta discovered that Lewis had never used all his power during sparring with him, and he had been playing with him all the time. Lewis, I hate you. A sense of shame swept over his body. Vegeta's chest kept rising and falling, and the first level of power in the realm of gods burst out suddenly. He turned into a red dragon and attacked Lewis. The sky shook violently. It was about to hit Lewis. Lewis, who was thinking, seemed to understand something, raised his head and smiled slightly. Okay, stop making trouble. Lewis raised his hand, condensing a piece of destructive energy. Vegeta, who was attacking quickly, saw the destructive energy in Lewis's hands, and his pupils shrank. Vegeta slams to the brakes in the air. Stop making trouble. Stop making trouble. The proud Vegeta-san hurriedly nodded and bowed that a man can bend and stretch, and he has done all the shameful moves of fusion. There is no shame in bending over the alternate god of destruction. Go down. Lewis glanced at the second child of the millennium and stopped joking. He put away his destructive energy and landed on the ground. Lewis probably wants to understand why Vegeta's Super Saiyan God only has the first level of power in the realm of God. It's the reason for the power of the S-Factor. The creation of the Super Saiyan God requires 5 Scions to infuse the S-Factor power, which is the blood power. But this method is like infusing Chi, which does not belong to Vegeta's own S-Factor power, and will be gone after it is exhausted. This is different from fusion fighters like Gogeta. Fusion fighters are brand new people. Fusion fighters have already fused the talents, potentials, strengths, all aspects of the 2 people together. The talents and potentials possessed after fusion belong to the fusion fighters themselves. Even if only 2 people are fused, Gogeta's power is not comparable to that of the Super Saiyan God. Besides, Gogeta is the fusion of the 2 protagonists of Dragon Ball. How can this be compared with the ordinary Super Saiyan God? Lewis and the 2 landed. The crowd rushed up. Vegeta, how are you feeling? Vegeta, can you sense the breath of the gods? Vegeta, how much stronger are you now than Gogeta? Facing everyone's questions, Vegeta explained to them arrogantly, he's indeed a Super Saiyan God in this state, and his strength is a little worse than that of Gogeta. Hearing this, Bardock and the others were taken aback. The strength of gathering 6 people is not as good as the fusion of 2 people. Lewis had no choice but to explain to everyone, so that everyone knew why. Although the power of the Super Saiyan God is not as good as that of Gogeta, but the ability to sense the breath of the gods is not comparable to fusion fighters. There are gains and losses. King Vegeta and the others are very excited. With the fusion technique and the method of creating a Super Saiyan God, it is difficult for a Saiyan to think about flying now. Good things happen today. Raditz can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Only then did Bardock remember that his eldest son could also transform. Monkey King laughed loudly. Brother, your Super 1 state is really like a Super 3 state. Vegeta patted Raditz on the shoulder. Raditz was his follower. He was also very pleased that the first one could transform into a Super Saiyan now. That my hairstyle is like this, I can't help it. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Raditz smiled awkwardly. Ha ha. Everyone laughed at AT this time. Lewis looked at everyone. Okay, anyway, you all have more chances to transform into Super Saiyan gods in the future. So let's let the Scions rise quickly. Vegeta, take your father and the others back, and then give the fusion technique and a method of making the Super Saiyan god to the clansmen. Yes, Vegeta nodded. Lewis said before that he was in trouble and asked if they would have an assistant to help. Obviously, Lewis must be in trouble to ask this question. The reason why the Scion family can exist today is because of Luis. Lewis can be said to be another king of their Scion family. If Lewis speaks, Vegeta will definitely lead his people to go all out. This is also King Vegeta's inner thoughts, even if he is exterminated. After saying goodbye to Vegeta and Bulma, he left Earth with King Vegeta, Raditz, Gracie, Bardock, and Giant. Only Lewis, Bulma, and Sun Wukong are left in Baozi Mountain. Sun Wukong looked up at the sky and sighed. Chi-Chi, father, and the others have gone back. Chi-Chi hugged little Gohan and was a little bit reluctant. Well, during the time I was pregnant with Gohan, my mother and the others took care of me. Lewis glanced at Gohan and Kiki's arms, and he also proposed to leave. His sister Tai-Sai is still destroying the God Realm and waiting for him to go back to make a child. Brother-in-law, are you going back? Vegeta is gone too. Why don't you take me to destroy the God Realm? Bulma asked eagerly. Lewis, why do I go back to make children? Let you destroy the God Realm. How can I make it? I'm still going to destroy the planet. Where can I take you with me? Lewis shook his head, then remembered something, looked at Sun Wukong, and said with a smile, Kakarot, you have to work hard. Otherwise, when Saiyan Clan returns, I'm afraid you won't be able to stand it. Of course he was referring to Broly. Sun Wukong, Bardock, and the future Sun Wutian. Broly should be very excited to see this family of three. What? Monkey King was full of doubts and was about to ask. Lewis suddenly raised the sky. Why are the two of them here? Did they sense Vegeta's divine aura? Brother-in-law, who's here? Lord Beerus. That skinny cat. As soon as Bulma finished speaking, two figures appeared in the open space, and Beerus yelled at Bulma, You are the skinny cat. Your whole family is. Just wanted to scold Bulma's family, but after looking at Luis next to him, forget it. Beerus walked slowly to Monkey King, looked him up and down, and muttered, This guy doesn't look like my strong enemy. Hearing this, Lewis didn't know why Beerus came to Earth. He was looking for his opponent. Beerus poked Sun Wukong's chest with his finger and said lightly, Show me the Super Saiyan God you transformed into. Monkey King smiled wryly and said, Master Beerus, to transform into a Super Saiyan God, you need 6 Saiyans. I can't do it alone. Can't transform. Beerus' eyes instantly turned cold, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Lewis came over, put his arms around Beerus' neck, and whispered in his ear, Master Beerus, please accept it as soon as you see it, okay? Don't wait until there are no steps. Don't look at the murderous look on Beerus' face, but Lewis knows how important Monkey King and Vegeta are to Beerus' heart. I in the ranking of the average human level index in the universe. Priesthood is not included in it, so the ranking of the universe needs to be supported by the top experts in the universe. Sun Wukong and Vegeta are the faces of the 7th universe, and Lewis knows that Beerus has been paying attention to Sun Wukong and them. Beerus, can you show me some face, boy? I'm here to tell you not to make the atmosphere so stiff. You're clearly trying to tear me down. Okay. Beerus was pissed off by Lewis, but he still took back his aura. As everyone knows, Sun Wukong overheard their whisper conversation, and Monkey King was speechless for a while. This god of destruction is so funny. Okay, what's the matter with that Super Saiyan god? Beerus pushed Lewis away and looked at him. Wes also looked over. Lewis originally wanted to go back and destroy the God Realm to explain. Now that Beerus and the others have come to Earth, he also told everything. After hearing everything, Beerus' eyes widened. The Saiyan family can rely on 6 Saions to make a false god. There's a breath of gods in the air, but there is no dimension of gods and spirits, and it can be manufactured in large quantities, plus fusion. You use Saions. Beerus pointed at Lewis, trembling as he spoke. Lewis smiled and said, What happened to us Saions? Beerus took a deep breath, and then said excitedly, I'm so fucking developed. Lewis, Weiss, Monkey King, Bulma, Kiki, Little Gohan, now my 7th universe is still taking off? Take off, take off. On the lawn, Beerus was twisting his waist like a snake maniac, dancing that disgusting little dance. Again. Lewis and Weiss' scalps were numb, but they remembered that Beerus had danced this dance before, and it was because Lewis killed Kitra that he did it. Now again, I'm dying. Lewis pulled Weiss directly and ran away, leaving Beerus dancing a disgusting little dance on the lawn. Beerus, belatedly, looked at the sky and shouted, Hey, I haven't gotten a car yet. Beerus hurried after him. Earth's Nandu Islands, inside a cave, a wizened old man in a jacket and a black hat with an R on it. That force is too strong. Why does Sun Wukong become so strong? No, I must hurry up and make my ultimate killing weapon. Dr. Jero glanced at the sleeping chambers with numbers 17 and 18 printed on them, then shook his head. He continued to operate in front of the supercomputer. In the cosmic starry sky, there are 2 figures hovering here, and a purple cat flies quickly from a distance. Beerus snorted angrily. Lewis, Weiss, you two are too hateful. I haven't gotten a car yet. Lewis smiled. Who made you so disgusting, Mr. Beerus, and Weiss and I are waiting for you? Otherwise, you would have flown back to the God of Destruction realm by yourself. Weiss sniggered from the side. He and Lewis didn't take Beerus when he left the God of Destruction realm, and then let Beerus fly from the God of Destruction realm to the Earth alone. You guys have a bit of conscience. Beerus nodded in satisfaction and said, Let's go back to the God of Destruction realm. There's still a surprise waiting for you in the God of Destruction realm. He was referring to the fact that Tai-Sai was pregnant with a child, and Lewis didn't know it yet. So please, what surprise? You'll know when you go back. Mysterious and mysterious. Lewis shook his head. He was going to use teleportation to take Beerus back to destroy the God realm. Correct. Lewis hovered in the starry sky, turned to look at Beerus and the others. You two don't come to Earth in the future. The atmosphere in the starry sky suddenly became solemn. Beerus thumped his heart. What's the matter? Beerus and Weiss looked at each other, and Weiss said, Did something happen? Wes, didn't you say that the fairy beans on Kakarot's body were only owned by the former high priest? Ugh. Wes nodded. Beerus next to him suddenly had an ominous premonition. A flash of light flashed in his mind, and he blurted out, Lewis, you mean that Master Chuema is on Earth? Lewis frowned, but he didn't expect Beerus to think of this. But of course he doesn't want Chuema to be on the Earth because the Earth has Tai-Sai's family, and Sun Wukong's family is also there. Who knows if the whole demon will mess around on the Earth? And Weiss also reacted, and the tone was very sure. In the past, I only knew the identity of the former great priest. I didn't know who the former great priest served. Now that I know all the secrets, since the former great priest is on Earth, Lord Chuema must also be on Earth. Now I have a doubt, that is, Lewis just went to the Earth. Why the Lord Chuema didn't do anything to Lewis? You must know that Lewis smashed the world he opened up. This is where Weiss was puzzled, and in fact it was also where Lewis was puzzled. Lewis, he wiped out all the masters of the Dark Demon Realm and smashed the Dark Demon Realm to pieces. As a result, when he went to the Earth, the whole demon didn't even do anything to him. I don't know why, but even if the whole devil wants to attack me, he can't kill me. At most he can seal me. Lewis looked at the two of Weiss and said, You are different from me. You should not go to Earth. Lord Beerus, Lewis guessed rightly. The Dark Demon Realm and our All-King universe are hostile forces. We should try not to go to Earth. Weiss said with a serious face, hateful. Beerus clenched his fists, and the destructive breath shattered the surrounding starry sky. If he can't go to the Earth, doesn't that mean he can't eat all kinds of delicious food? Damn it. Never mind. Compared with my life, no matter how delicious the Earth is, I have to give it up. Wes, how many instant noodles do we have? There are still 3 million barrels of instant noodles. There are only 3 million barrels of instant noodles left. It's a bit small. Forget it. This amount of instant noodles is still enough for us to eat for a few years. Let's talk about it after we finish eating. Weiss nodded seriously. When Lewis heard this, he was dumbfounded to my day. 3 million barrels of instant noodles. When did these two guys collect so much money? Well, I don't know, Master Beerus. You go back to God of Destruction Realm with Lewis first. I have to tell my father about this. Weiss waved his hand and was about to leave when he turned around again, looked at Lewis seriously and said, Lewis, congratulations. You're going to be a father. After finishing speaking, Weiss waved his staff and disappeared in the starry sky in the next second. I'm a father. Lewis looked at the place where Weiss disappeared and was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly became pleasantly surprised. He grabbed Beerus' shoulder and shook it vigorously. Master Beerus, do you have Tai-Sai? There is it. Beerus was dizzy from being shaken by him, and he hurriedly said, Taze is still waiting for you. Let's leave this star field quickly. Is this what Weiss meant by surprise? It's a real surprise. Lewis pulled Beerus and left here directly using teleportation. Destroy the gods. Taisai was lying on a sun lounger by the lake. She was touching her belly. Her eyes were full of maternal brilliance. After Lewis came out of the room, Weiss came to tell her that she was pregnant. This news is really a big surprise. Didn't Lewis say to teach Kakarot and them to fuse? Why did it take so long? The corners of Taisai's mouth curled up slightly. She really wanted to know what Lewis would look like when he knew she was pregnant with a child. Suddenly, there was a schwa by the lake. Sister Taisai. Lewis appeared next to Tais in an instant, carefully picked her up from the chair, and they hugged her tightly. Beerus, who was brought back. Then I go, just go. Beerus snorted arrogantly, and then left the lake in a cool manner. Little did they know that Lewis and his wife didn't even look at him. Lewis laughed and said, Sister Taisai, I'm not very strong. Didn't you say you want a child? I hit it right away. Lewis, you little bastard. You are so shameless. You dare to say anything. Tais was hugged in his arms, blushing. Didn't I learn this from Sister Taisai? You kept saying that you're gonna have a baby with me before. Lewis grinned, and he was surrounded by a sense of happiness, which was so good. Stop talking. Taisai was so ashamed that she couldn't bear it. How could she say such wolfish words before? At this time, Taisai's little face was as red as a ripe apple. She stretched out her hand and quickly covered Lewis's mouth, for fear that he would say any more wolfish words. Ha ha ha. Lewis was covered, but he kept laughing. He was really happy. He was finally going to be a father. Taisai hid her little face in Lewis's arms, listening to his powerful heartbeat. Today was the happiest day for her. Taisai is pregnant with a child, and Lewis has no plan to leave God of Destruction Realm. He will always be with her, Hades, for the mission of destroying the planet. Lewis handed these tasks back to Beerus, although Beerus was very reluctant, because in the past 20 years, Lewis has always helped him. But seeing Tai's threatening eyes, Beerus immediately obeyed. The main reason is that Taisai threatened him with delicious food. How could he bear it? The task of destroying the planet was handed back to Beerus, and Weiss just returned from the high priest. The first time Weiss came back was to see Tais and asked her if she felt any discomfort. Facing Weiss' concern, Tais was very moved, and she said that she was not uncomfortable. She even felt that Frisia was resurrected in front of her, and she could beat Frisia to death. Beerus and Weiss just smiled and did not dismantle Tais. Now that Tais is pregnant, they try not to arouse Tais' mood swings. After comforting Taisai, Lewis asked how Weiss was doing. What Lewis was referring to was, of course, what the great priest thought about the presence of all demons on earth. Weiss said everything the high priest said to him. The great priest made him and Beerus act as if they didn't know that the whole devil was on the earth. That is to say, let them do whatever they should. Both Beerus and Lewis were extremely shocked. This is the Chuanma who is hostile to Quan Wong universe. Why would the great priest say such a thing? Shouldn't the Quan Wong be alarmed at this time, and the Quan Wong would take action himself, and then set off a bloody world war? Lewis only felt that his brain was not enough, but he also noticed that something was wrong, because the great priest's attitude towards him was to let him go. What hidden secrets are there? The matter is too brain-intensive. Even Weiss can't figure it out that I really don't understand, and Lewis and the others don't think about these things anymore. There will be a day when the truth will be revealed in the following time. Lewis has been accompanying Taisai in the God of Destruction Realm, and Beerus asked Weiss to take him out to destroy the planet. After all, the 7th universe is developing rapidly. Beerus doesn't want those unqualified planets to drag down his 7th universe. Speaking of the rapid development of the 7th universe, it is naturally inseparable from the rise of the Scion race. The rise of the Scion family is all thanks to the fusion technique and a method of making the Super Scion God. The fusion technique was brought back by Lewis from Star Metamor, and the method of making the Super Scion God was also figured out by Lewis. In the past 20 years, the Scions have grown from a group of more than 2,000 to 10,000 in fusion, and a method of making the Super Scion God were brought back to the Scion family by Vegeta. All of a sudden, all Scions have mastered these two secret skills. Every 2 people can fuse. Today, the weakest Scions have a combat power of over 40. They can't transform into Super Scions yet, but they have fusion. The fuse fighters have at least a combat power of 2,000 million, and each fuse fighter can transform into a Super Scion. Transforming into a Super Scion increases the combat power by 50 times, and each fusion fighter has at least 10 billion strength. Besides, every 6 Scions creates a Super Scion God. The Super Scion God has the aura of a god, and its power cannot be perceived by ordinary people. If you don't fight, no one will know how strong the Super Scion God is. However, Vegeta has competed with the Super Scion God created in the clan. Vegeta discovered that none of these Super Saiyan gods could compare to Fusion Warriors. In other words, the power of the Super Saiyan God has not reached more than 10 billion combat power. Compared with the Super Saiyan God he turned into, the gap is really 2 big. In fact, this is normal, because not every Saiyan is the protagonist. Vegeta is a little dissatisfied that the Super Saiyan God in the clan only has this fighting power, but compared with the previous Saiyans, the current Super Saiyan God is already very strong. Also in battle, Super Saiyan God actually has an advantage over fusion fighters, because the breath of Super Saiyan God cannot be detected by mortals. Therefore, in a competition within the Saiyan family, it is often the Super Saiyan God who wins in the end. With Fusion Warrior and Super Saiyan God, the Saiyan clan rises completely. Coupled with the fact that the old Kai Wangshan manages the 7th universe, the ranking of the 7th universe has skyrocketed, directly promoted from the middle and lower reaches to number 3. Seeing this, Beerus and the old Kai Wangshan couldn't agree with each other. Sure enough, the Scion family is the lucky star of the 7th universe. In the future, if Quan Wong wants to erase the universe again, it will not be their 7th universe's turn. Time passed like this for half a year to IN. The past 6 months, Taisai's belly has grown bigger and bigger, and Lewis has been accompanying her in the God of Destruction realm. The emotions of pregnant women are always erratic. Seeing that Tais was in a bad mood, Lewis even went to the earth, and then brought Bulma here to accompany Tais. Sure enough, Chuanma didn't do anything to him before, but this time he brought Bulma to destroy the God realm. Chuanma didn't do anything either. Although Lewis felt very strange, it was not the best move for him. Today, half a year later, destroy the lakeside of God realm. Where are you going, Lewis? Taisai looked at Lewis, who wanted to leave with a big belly. Bulma also asked with a puzzled face, Brother-in-law, if you don't accompany my sister, where are you going? Lewis came to Taisai, kissed her white forehead, and reached out to touch her big belly. Didn't I tell you half a year ago that I took Broly to Metamor to learn spiritual nirvana? Now, the time is up, and I'm going to bring him back. Then go and come back quickly. Tais didn't think about Broly until she heard what Lewis said. Only Bulma was confused, and she had no idea who Broly was. Okay, I'll be back soon. Lewis smiled, and then used teleportation to leave the world of God of Destruction. Metamor star, blue sky and white clouds, blue ocean, lush forest. The environment of this planet is very similar to the Earth. In front of esoteric tablet in the center of Metamor star continent. A big man sat in front of the tablet, and their eyes opened. He saw a grass-green giant ape slowly disappearing from his pupils. Call. Finally learned spiritual nirvana. This person is none other than Broly, whom Lewis brought here. There was a Metamor star beside him, and Sharp smiled and said, Congratulations, Mr. Broly, for learning spiritual nirvana. Thank you, great Elder Sharp, for taking care of me in the past 6 months. Broly said sincerely to 8T this moment. Broly has learned to communicate and understand some ways of the world. Our star Metamor welcomes everyone who loves peace. Besides, you were brought here by the alternate God of Destruction, so you don't have to be polite. Just as Sharp finished speaking, there was a sound of schwa. Next to him, and a figure appeared. Lewis. The Forest of Steels is located on a small island, surrounded by the ocean. Lewis appeared here, looked at the 2 people next to him, and said with a smile, Broly, Elder Sharp, long time no see. Sharp said respectfully, I have seen the alternate God of Destruction. Lewis nodded to Sharp, and looked at Broly, who was sitting in front of the mystery tablet. How about it? Can you control your violent emotions? Half a year ago, he and the old king god brought Broly here, in addition to learning the fusion technique. Another purpose is to find the secret skills of spiritual cultivation for Broly. Star Metamore really deserves to be the holy land of martial arts in the 7th universe. Lewis really found the secret skill of spiritual cultivation called spiritual nirvana. Here, as long as he learns spiritual nirvana and matches it with spiritual fruits, Broly's spiritual power can be rapidly improved. The stronger the mental power, the easier it is to control the violent emotions. In this way, Broly can maintain his sanity in the berserk state. Well, I can control my emotions now. Broly stood up from the ground, rubbing his head and laughing foolishly. That's good. Lewis reached out and poked Broly's strong chest. Broly's muscles were very stiff, and there was an extremely violent energy in his body. This big guy has grown again in the past 6 months. Elder Sharp, then I'll take Broly away. If you run into any trouble, just call Weiss, and I will come help you as soon as possible. Although Lewis is an alternate god of destruction, he is not like the bandit Beerus. Lewis is still very grateful to those who helped him. Thank you, alternate god of destruction. Sharp is very excited. This is the promise of the alternate god of destruction. With Lewis's promise, Star Metamore can rest easy in the future. Seeing that Lewis was about to leave, Sharp hurried forward and said, alternate god of destruction. Although Broly can control his violent emotions now, the strength in his body is still rising. If he stops practicing spiritual nirvana, he will still have the risk of losing control. For unnecessary trouble, please let Broly practice spiritual nirvana all the time. Broly, did you hear me? Lewis looked at Broly. Broly is the legendary Scion physique. Even if he does not practice, his strength will continue to grow. The stronger the strength, if Broly's mental power doesn't keep up, Broly will still lose control. Thank you, Elder Sharp. I will always practice spiritual nirvana. Broly nodded, his tone very grateful. After bidding farewell to Elder Sharp of Star Metamore, Lewis took Broly and left here. Sharp looked at the disappearing Lewis and muttered in his mouth. King Kai and God of Destruction have reappeared in the universe. It seems that the 7th universe is about to rise again. Lewis took Broly away from Metamore, and the two did not return to God of Destruction, nor did they go to Earth, nor did they go to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Lewis leads Broly out of Green Star. Go and see him. Lewis released the seal on the planet. Broly's face was complicated. He turned into a ray of light and flew into the planet. Lewis was waiting just outside the planet. Not long after, Broly flew out of the planet with his head downcast. How's it going? He still wants to use me. He told me to kill you, and then asked me to go back to planet Vegeta to kill King Vegeta, and then let him rule the Scions. Will you blame me for sealing your father on this planet? Lewis looked at Broly. Lewis, you brought me and my father out of Wampa, and you took me to Metamore to learn spiritual nirvana. Elder Sharp is a very good person. During the past 6 months, he taught me about spiritual nirvana. I also learned from Elder Sharp. Learn a lot from him. Broly looked at Lewis and shook his head. I'm not the same person I used to be. I already know what's right and what's wrong. I won't blame you. Besides, this planet is very suitable for human survival, and my father is also living well here. Letting him stay here is the right choice. Hearing this, Lewis breathed a sigh of relief. Not that he was afraid of Broly in the anime. Son Goku, Vegeta, and Broly are his 3 favorite characters. He really didn't want to be an enemy of this big guy. At this time, Broly smiled. Also, I remember you said you would take me to beat Kakarot. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Lewis's mouth twitched slightly. Kakarot Bardock, you rat-tailed juice. Go. I'll take you to see Kakarot right now. He must be very interested in you too. Lewis laughed, and he took Broly and used teleportation to leave here. Earth, Bowsy Mount, in front of Monkey King's house, there was a schwa, and the two of them appeared here. Lewis glanced at the direction of the sky. Did Shuanma still not attack him? When Lewis was puzzled. Lewis, you said Kakarot is here? Where is he? Broly walked into the room with fighting spirit in his eyes. But the room was empty, and there was no one there. Lewis didn't care about Quan Mo's affairs. He walked in and frowned. Where did you go? At this time, there was a big explosion sound from another direction of Bowsy Mountain. Boom dash. Lewis and Broly looked at each other. Go. The two disappeared instantly, got on the other side of Bowsy Mountain. Pick, will you agree to my terms? If you don't agree, I will beat you all the time. Damn it, Sun Wukong, you are too deceitful. Piccolo climbed up from the deep pit. At this time, he was dressed in rags and looked very embarrassed. Monkey King flew down from the sky and landed beside Piccolo. Why don't I ask you to help me take care of Gohan for a year? Anyway, you are idle. You are right. I am to your uncle. Piccolo's forehead burst out with blue veins, and his chest kept bending up and down in anger. Death to me. Piccolo jumped up from the ground, condensed an energy bomb in his hand, and smashed it hard at Monkey King. Don't bother. You can't beat me. Sun Wukong smiled, clenched his fists, and grabbed the incoming energy bullet. With a bang, the energy bomb was instantly crushed, turning into a little bit of starlight, and dissipated in Sumeru. Piccolo was so angry, he couldn't figure out how Sun Wukong could become so strong. Piccolo still wanted to resist. 2 figures suddenly flew in the sky, and appeared beside Monkey King in the next second. As soon as Broly landed, he saw the familiar face. Kakarot! Kakarot! Boom! A violent emotion rose in Broly's mind, but with his powerful mental power, Broly instantly controlled his violent emotion. The rage was under control, but his hair had turned grass green. Legendary Super Saiyan status. Now into the stimulation of violent emotions. 0.5 billion combat power, 10 billion combat power, 500 billion combat power. The forest on Bowsy Mountain was instantly destroyed by Broly's burst of power. Seeing that Broly had controlled his emotions, Lewis nodded, but was left speechless by the big man's actions again. Nemus torn down Monkey King's house as soon as he came. Lewis quickly used the time rule to restore the surrounding forest on Monkey King's side. He had already flown to Chi-Chi's side, protecting her and little Gohan. As for Piccolo, he was already blown away by this powerful wave of air. Broly controlled his emotions, and his strength stabilized at 500 billion combat power. Kakarot, I'm gonna beat you up. Broly's whole body was covered with grass green light, and he disappeared in place, attacking Monkey King. Lewis, who is he? On the other side, Sun Wukong yelled at Lewis as he protected Kiki behind him. Broly is like a monster. The pressure on him is too great. Just let him beat you up. I will protect Kiki and Gohan. At some point, Lewis appeared beside Monkey King and took the little Gohan from Kiki's hand. Sun Wukong was relieved when he saw Lewis hugging Gohan, his grandma's. As soon as the green-haired monster appeared, he said to beat him up. Do you really think he is a vegetarian? Facing the oncoming Broly, Sun Wukong clenched his fists. A powerful burst of power exploded, and his hair turned golden yellow. Super Saiyan full power. The strength has broken through from the original 7,500 million combat power to 37.5 billion. Sun Wukong turned into a golden light and collided with the attacking Broly. Isn't it enough to let him beat him up? Why do you still resist? It's a sin. On Lewis's side, he covered Gohan's eyes so as not to frighten Gohan. That really. The collision took less than 2 minutes. Oh, the tragic screams of pain resounded throughout Bowsy Mountain, and Monkey King suddenly fell from the air, smashing a deep hole in the ground. Goku. On Lewis's side, Kiki was shocked, and she wanted to go over. Kiki, don't worry, Broly won't mess around. Lewis pulled Chi-Chi back and continued. Kakarot hasn't fought for a long time, and he needs his fight now. Kiki looked at Lewis and asked suspiciously, really? Lewis nodded that it has been more than a year since Bojack's battle. During this period of time, Monkey King has basically not fought much except for his daily practice. It's not that Monkey King has never done anything. Half a year ago, when Monkey King and Vegeta used the fusion technique of Star Metamore, they had a discussion with him. But at that time, Gogeta was directly killed by him, which was not considered a match at all. This time Lewis didn't really ask Broly to bully Monkey King, but wanted Broly to pressure Monkey King. Perhaps this opportunity can be used to allow Monkey King to break through to the Super 2 state. After all, it has been a few years since Monkey King turned into a Super Saiyan. It stands to reason that the blood in Monkey King's body has been sublimated enough for him to turn into Super 2 with the affirmation of Lewis. Kiki felt relieved the other side. Monkey King climbed up from the deep pit, and after eating a fairy bean, his injuries recovered instantly. Sun Wukong looked at Broly who fell from the sky, and said in a concentrated voice, "Who are you?" "Huh, my people." Sun Wukong frowned. He noticed the tail around Broly's waist. Soon, Sun Wukong saw the color of Broly's hair again, and wondered, "What's the matter with your state? Is it Super Saiyan state? Why is your hair green?" Broly landed on the ground and didn't answer Monkey King's words. He watched Monkey King recover and was a little puzzled. "I beat you up. Why are you okay?" The corner of Sun Wukong's mouth twitched slightly, and he was relieved when he knew that Broly was a clansman. At first he thought Broly was an enemy, like Bojack. "I don't know why. I was very happy when I beat you up, but Lewis told me not to go too far, so I stopped after I beat you up." Broly's eyes sparkled, and he said, "But you're fine now. You can still beat me up again, hee." Broly, with a grass green light all over his body, walked towards Sun Wukong step by step, and powerful power surged from him. Monkey King only felt that he was being watched by a wild beast, and the unparalleled sense of oppression made his scalp tingle. What kind of monster is this? After being shocked, Sun Wukong became excited again. It is interesting to fight this kind of person. He just fought once, and he already knew the gap between himself and Broly. Broly's strength was simply not something he could compete with. That being the case, come and try my trick. Sun Wukong's eyes froze. He didn't transform into a Super Saiyan full power state. It's still normal. Sun Wukong let his body relax, and soon an ethereal aura emerged from him, and his body became agile. Eye in the distance. Lewis felt a little surprised. He didn't expect Monkey King to break through to the realm of freedom soon. What? Broly was slightly taken aback seeing Sun Wukong's state, and when Broly was in a daze, Monkey King moved. Sun Wukong changed form. He appeared next to Broly. Broly came back to his senses instantly, and he punched Sun Wukong beside him. Boom. The space trembled suddenly, but Broly's fist pierced Sun Wukong. After image. "Big guy, I'm here." A voice came from behind Broly, and Sun Wukong raised his leg and kicked him sideways, and a powerful force blew up a violent gale. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and rebounded with the force of the impact. He twisted his body, spun 360 degrees in the air, and kicked again, but then Broly moved. A thick palm grabbed Sun Wukong's right leg. Fortunately, Sun Wukong avoided Broly's grasp by relying on his body's instinctive reaction. Sun Wukong poured all his strength in his right leg and kicked Broly hard on the neck again. Boom! With the two at the center, a powerful wave of air erupted from the impact was pushed out. The wind howled, and the force that Lewis had just recovered was destroyed again. But Broly is still motionless. In the distance, Chi-Chi covered her mouth, feeling incredible about this scene. Except for Lewis, Sun Wukong can be said to be the strongest Saiyan in the entire Saiyan family. Who is this strange Saiyan who can withstand Sun Wukong's 2 attacks? Lewis held Gohan in his arms, watched the battle ahead, and said calmly, "Kakarot's current state is about to touch the realm of freedom. In this state, although Kakarot's reaction is fast, Broly may not be able to do anything to him for a while. But Kakarot doesn't have the power boost of a Super Saiyan. His power in this state is really weak. With his current power, he can't do anything to Broly. It's like in a Super anime. Facing Jiren, Monkey King has just entered the free state, but because his strength is too weak, even if Monkey King's speed is full and his reaction is full, he can't help Jiren. Then what should I do?" Chi-Chi was very worried. Unless Vegeta comes here to fuse with Kakarot, Gogeta should be able to defeat Broly. Lewis teased little Gohan in his arms, then raised his head and looked ahead. "Of course, I brought Broly here not to let Gogeta defeat him, but to see if Kakarot can break through to Super 2 state." Boom! Ahead, Broly burst out with a powerful force, and after Sun Wukong was blasted away, he kept shouting Kakarot and followed suit. 1 silver and 1 green. The 2 rays of light chased in the sky, colliding with each other from time to time, and the overflowing violent power rubbed against the air, making a sizzling sound. For a while, the mountains and rivers were broken, and countless broken trees were rolled into the sky. The picture is extremely spectacular. Faced with a strong man like Broly, Sun Wukong's blood boiled. He knew his own advantage, so with his flexible body skills and quick reactions, he's been fighting against Broly in guerrilla warfare. Broly is in the state of the legendary Super Saiyan. He is very powerful and has 500 billion fighting power, but he is still slipping around in the face of Monkey King's fighting style. Sun Wukong became more and more excited. He felt that if he continued like this, he would definitely consume Broly to death. But what Monkey King doesn't know is that the legendary Super Saiyan himself is a warrior who exists to fight. That Broly's ability to learn and adapt is terrifying. He quickly adapted to Monkey King's fighting style and was able to respond. Turtle School, Qigong Wave. In the sky, Sun Wukong blasted a Qigong Wave towards Broly on the opposite side. Boom dash! Broly was hit, and the thick smoke instantly enveloped him. Under the cover of the thick smoke, Monkey King twisted his body quickly and appeared behind Broly in the next second. Monkey King wanted to repeat the same trick, hit Broly, and ran away. But Kakarot. Broly turned his head at an extremely weird angle, looking at Monkey King angrily. How is this possible? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Didn't this guy been sneaked around by him all the time? How can you react this time? Monkey King wanted to pull away quickly, but it was too late. Broly punched Monkey King in the stomach. Powerful power penetrated into his body. Sun Wukong arched his body and spurted a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha, it's my turn for Kakarot. Broly smiled foolishly, and he threw his fist the size of a sandbag at Monkey King again. Broly's punch was as heavy as a mountain peak. Sun Wukong was hit in the back, and he was like a shell fired from the chamber, smashing hard to the ground. Boom dash, the ground broke, and a deep pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters suddenly appeared. In the distance, Lewis tutayed. As expected of Broly, he has adapted to Kakarot's fighting style so quickly. Then Kakarot will be miserable next time. Sun Wukong ate fairy beans in the deep pit. He didn't believe in evil, so he flew into the sky again and continued to use the ethereal state to entangle with Broly. But Broly's reaction speed is terrifying. He can teach Monkey King to be a man with just 1 fist. Oh, sure enough, as Lewis said, what happened to Monkey King next was extremely tragic. Punched to the flesh, Sun Wukong was unilaterally crushed in the sky. Even if he gave up his ethereal state and turned back into Super Saiyan at full power, it was useless. He was still no match for Broly. Quickly, broken limbs, visceral damage. Sun Wukong's injuries became more and more serious. If Lewis hadn't told Broly not to go too far, Sun Wukong would probably be dead at this time. Wukong! In the distance, Kiki shouted anxiously. She wanted to go over, but Lewis held her back. Don't go. Kakarot seems to be breaking through. What? Kiki turned her head to look at Lewis, who kept saying that he brought this monster here to let Monkey King break through. Yes, or Wukong really going to break through? Lewis nodded. The Saiyans lived in a peaceful age, and as time passed, the S-factor in their bodies would be activated more, and the amount of S-factor determines the degree of sublimation of Saiyans blood. The level of sublimation of Sun Wukong's blood can definitely support the transformation into a Super 2 state. According to Lewis's observation, Sun Wukong's current power began to drift. 1 skyrocket. 1 sudden stop. This is definitely a rhythm to break through. It's just that there seems to be something close to it. Monkey King has never made a breakthrough, and under Broly's attack, Monkey King's injuries have become more and more serious. If you don't take this opportunity to break through, Monkey King doesn't know when you'll have to wait. Lewis knew this very well, so he sent a voice transmission to Broly. Be gentle kid, don't beat Kakarot to death. In front of him, Broly was beating Monkey King. He glanced at this side, and he really listened to his words obediently, and the intensity of beating Monkey King was much lighter. After a while, Broly released the water of the entire Pacific Ocean, but Monkey King still did not break through. No, Sun Wukong won't be able to transform until he dies like this. When Lewis saw this, he flew up into the air with Gohan in his arms and shouted, "Kakarot, have you seen Gohan? You are his father, and Gohan is watching your miserable appearance. I see it. Are you doing this to set an example for little Gohan?" As soon as Lewis finished speaking, Monkey King in front endured the severe pain in his body and slammed away from Broly's attack. He glanced back at little Gohan in Lewis's hands, and then at Broly, who was emitting green flames all over his body. Sun Wukong's limbs were broken, but he reached out and took out a fairy bean and stuffed it into his mouth. Even the severe pain couldn't make him have any mood swings. At this time, Monkey King was so calm and scary. The air pressure suddenly changed. Crackling. The ions floating in the void were pulled by an inexplicable force, gathered together, and kept beating beside Monkey King. It's done. On Lewis's side, when he saw an electric arc appearing around Sun Wukong, he knew it was done. Little Gohan, you're awesome. Lewis kissed Gohan's tender little face, and he landed on the ground. Chi-Chi hurriedly asked, Lewis, is Wukong going to break through? Correct. Lewis nodded and changed his tone. But don't have your hopes up for Kakarot. Even if he breaks through, he can't be Broly's opponent. Broly has been able to control his rampage, and the power he is exposing now is not his real power. Half a year ago, when Lewis and Broly were fighting, Broly entered a state of extreme rage, and his power was close to the first level of the realm of gods. Sun Wukong's current strength is only 7,500 million combat strength. Even if he transforms into a Super 2 state, his strength will only increase by 100 times. With a power increase of 100 times, Sun Wukong only has 75 billion combat power at. Most point 75 billion combat power, why should I fight Broly? In the sky ahead, Monkey King ate fairy beans, and all his injuries recovered. Broly noticed that Sun Wukong was making some kind of breakthrough. He was very sensible, and he didn't say that he would kill him while he was sick, because beating a stronger Kakarot is fun. What? Sun Wukong clenched his fists, blue veins popped up on his forehead, and a vast force gushed out. Boom dash. The world instantly turned pale. Monkey King's hair is all standing up, leaving only two bangs, crackling. In the sky, countless arcs danced around Sun Wukong. His eyes were extremely cold. Super Saiyan 2. The power has broken through to 75 billion combat power. At this moment, the entire Earth was enveloped by Monkey King's aura, heavenly temple. Bobo Sun Wukong is amazing. Yes, it is. It's a pity that I still can't beat that Broly. Yes, it is. A messy mountain of buns. I in the sky. Monkey King has broken through to the Super 2 state. This power. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. The surging power fascinated him. Come again. Sun Wukong's expression was very cold. He disappeared into the sky in an instant, and appeared in front of Broly in the next second, punching Broly in the stomach. Boom. Broly didn't move at all. Another punch in Broly's face, still motionless. Kakarot, it seems that your strength is still not strong enough. Broly stroked his grass-green hair and smiled foolishly. How is this possible? Monkey King turned pale with fright. He broke through to the Super 2 state, but he still can't beat this guy. Just as Monkey King was about to speak, Broly raised his fist again, and it's that punch the size of a sandbag again. Don't slap your face. Don't be angry. I'll make Baozishin recover right away. Lewis glanced at Broly in the sky, shook his head and smiled. Chi-Chi was very angry at first, but when she heard what Lewis said, she was slightly taken aback. Let Bowsy Mountain recover. What do you mean? Lewis was holding Gohan with one hand, and raised his other hand in the air. Backflow. A silver light streaked across the original location of Bowsy Mountain. The miracle has appeared. Pieces of rubble were rebonded into Bowsy Mountain. The figure of Monkey King retreated from the deep pit, and Piccolo also emerged from the pile of rubble on the other side. Bowsy Mountain has been restored to its undamaged appearance. Lewis, seeing the scene, Chi-Chi was dumbfounded, and she wanted to ask what kind of miracle this was. Lewis ignored Kiki. He stopped Sun Wukong in the air, and grabbed it again. The purple flames on his body immediately turned into a giant claw, and grabbed Broly in the air. Okay, stop messing around. Lewis hugged Gohan, and brought Kiki back to the ground. Chi-Chi looked at Lewis's back and wanted to ask something, but saw her old pig's head cake. She hurried to Monkey King, stretched out her hand to caress his face, and said distressfully, Wukong, how are you? It's okay to nest. Sun Wukong has a pig's head on his head, and his words are leaking. He says, okay, you've turned into a pig's head, Wukong. Hurry up and eat fairy beans. Fart 4 merchants, skin trauma. Don't use fresh beans, Shindo. You also said that you don't need fairy beans. You can't speak clearly. Chi-Chi said angrily and funny. Sun Wukong was told by Chi-Chi that he finally ate a fairy bean. The pig's head disappeared instantly, and the injuries in his body recovered. This moment. Lewis came over, and Broly followed behind him. Lewis pointed to Broly and said with a smile, Kakarot, let me introduce you. This is the Saiyan God of War I told you about earlier. Mus? Sun Wukong suddenly had a flash of light in his mind. He remembered that when Lewis taught them the fusion technique and the method of making a Super Saiyan God half a year ago, he said before leaving, you have to practice hard, otherwise you may not be able to stand the return of the Saiyan God of War. It's him. Sun Wukong suddenly realized, and asked anxiously, Lewis, the God of War you mentioned earlier is Broly? Correct. Lewis nodded with a smile. Sun Wukong swallowed. He turned his head and stared at Broly. He had already seen Broly's strength in the fight just now. This guy could be called a monster. In strength, and no matter how much his strength grows, Broly can easily catch up to him in skills and responses. He entered the ethereal state, that is, the prototype of the free state, and was able to play with Broly at the beginning. But after only a while, Broly was able to react and attack. Broly's growth rate is shocking. This guy seems to exist only for fighting. Sun Wukong shook his head and smiled wryly. No wonder you say he's the God of War of the Saiyan race. Broly is indeed strong, but in the universe, there are many strong people like Broly, or stronger than Broly. Lewis patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder. There are people beyond people, and there's a sky beyond the sky. If you realize your own shortcomings, continue to practice hard. Lewis was telling the truth. At this stage, Sun Wukong and the others are not strong enough. Even Broly and even Gogeta, they are very weak existences in the universe. Not to mention those potential bosses. Just say that the alternate gods of destruction in every universe now have the second level of power in the realm of gods. Sun Wukong and his powers are at most only the second level of the god realm. And Sun Wukong and Vegeta must be fused, or Broly enters the state of extreme rage. Only by using additional means can one possess the second level of power in the realm of gods. How can one talk about fighting alternate gods of destruction from other universes? But don't forget that those alternate gods of destruction can also destroy energy. The destructive energy has been separated from the category of chi, which belongs to the rules. If you want to fight against the rules with the power of mortal, you must have at least the power of the third layer of the realm of gods, Sun Wukong. And the others are really not strong enough now. Hearing Lewis's words, Sun Wukong's heart was shocked. There are many strong people like Broly, even stronger than Broly. At this time, Lewis had already looked at Broly beside him. How do you feel? Cool. At this moment, Broly returned to his normal state, and he, who had always been naive, understood Lewis's words. Lewis is talking about how it feels to beat Monkey King. Needless to say, it must be cool. Seeing Broly's happy expression, Lewis laughed loudly. You will be even happier in the future. How is one Kakarot enough? And Bardock and Sun Wuqian too. Sun Wukong's family said, Lewis, you are really not a human race. Kakarot, where's Vegeta? Lewis looked at Sun Wukong, who had lost his mind. What Lewis said just now made Monkey King unable to calm down for a long time. He came back to his senses and said, Vegeta has been staying at the Galactic Patrol headquarters for the past 6 months, and he only comes back once or twice. He should still be at the Galactic Patrol headquarters now. Is it at the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol? That's fine. I'll take Broly back to the Scion family first, and take a look at how our tribe has developed. Do you want to go? Taking Broly back is just a plan of Lewis. And he also needs to make Vegeta transform into Super 2. After all, the second child of the millennium. No matter what Lewis said, he didn't believe that Vegeta could surpass Monkey King, that in order for these two guys to improve quickly, they really became fathers and mothers again. Destroyed, tired. I still want to beat Piccolo until he helps take care of Gohan for a year. Go ahead, I won't go. Sun Wukong shook his head and said. Lewis nodded and didn't say much. He handed Gohan back to Kiki and left here with Broly. Looking at the position where the two of Lewis disappeared, Monkey King sighed. Kiki hugged little Gohan and asked, Goku, what's wrong? No, I suddenly feel so weak. No, you are the strongest in my heart. Kiki looked at little Gohan in her arms and hummed. That Broly is too hateful. Don't worry, Goku. We will wait for little Gohan to grow up in the future. You two beat him together. Ha, good. Monkey King was in a good mood, so he flew to the forest. Pick, how about helping me take Gohan for a year? Monkey King, who are those two people just now? They're my people. I'm asking you. Can you help me with Gohan? If you don't help me, I will continue to beat you. Damn it, you insist on me helping you. Okay, then I'll help you lead him. I'll train him to be your opponent, and when the time comes, I'll make you father and son enemies. Ha ha. Earth, Nandu Islands, inside a cave. It's that amazing power again, damn it. Then why is Monkey King so damn strong? Hurry up, my ultimate murder weapon will come out soon. Monkey King, just wait, I will definitely kill you when the time comes. Galactic Patrol headquarters. There are people coming and going on the planet, and it is very lively. All the people who come here are cosmic beings from other planets. They come here to issue entrusted tasks. Have you heard? Nappa-sama can also transform into a Super Saiyan state. You mean the bald Nappa? Sure, you want to die? That's a Super Saiyan. My mind. But having said that, Master Nappa's transformation is really funny. How to say, others have golden hair when they transform into Super Saiyans. They're not too handsome, but Mr. Nappa has a bald head and no hair at all. When he transforms, he looks like he's wearing a big light bulb. Only 2 eyebrows turn golden. Ha ha. At this time, 2 figures walked through the crowd. Can Nappa transform? Interesting. Lewis secretly smiled, and he led Broly to the Galactic Patrol building. When he came to the Galactic Patrol building, suddenly a gentle voice came from his ear. Louis, I am upstairs. Myers. Lewis was taken aback for a moment. Why did Myers ask me? Broly, sit here and wait for me. I'll come as soon as I go. Lewis didn't wait for Broly to respond before he disappeared into the hall on the roof of the Galaxy Patrol building. A thin figure stood here, wearing the uniform of the Galaxy Patrol, looking up at the deep starry sky. Lewis, do you know what I've been doing all these years? Guard the universe. Lewis appeared next to Myers and said calmly. Myers turned his head and said with a smile, yes, I'm not like my brothers and the others. I think angels are actually human beings and a member of the universe. Why do we angels have to abide by the rules of neutrality? Myers looked up at the deep starry sky and said with a sigh, the starry sky of the universe is really fascinating. My dream is to protect the universe well, but there are always sins polluting it. Over the years, I've been in charge of 104 star fields, and I've seen too many crimes. I captured all those criminals and put them all in the galaxy prison. But it doesn't work at all. Evil is always everywhere, and it will spawn more after a while. Myers kept talking, and Lewis kept silent, just listening. Listening to Myers' narration, Lewis found that Myers and Thomas were a bit alike, and they were both a little bit jealous, but there's an essential difference between Myers and Thomas. Thomas believes that human beings are the source of evil, while Myers just wants to protect the universe, so he doesn't like evil. Myers didn't say that in order to protect the universe, he would completely wipe out evil. Myers' way of arresting those criminals should have a lot to do with Myers being an angel. Angels see through everything in the world, and the world itself has 2 sides. Human beings are the source of evil, but at the same time, they're also the source of goodness. Only those that hinder development can be called evil. Just like Frieza back then, he was very evil personally, but he was doing things for Beerus and did not hinder the development of the universe. Frieza couldn't even be called a sinner. Frieza is not considered evil, but the Scions at that time were definitely evil. At that time, the Scions disobeyed Frieza's orders, ran rampant in the universe, burned, killed, looted, and did all kinds of evil. They could be said to be the most evil race in the Northern Galaxy. In the anime, what the Vegeta trio did before they invaded Earth proves this. Lewis, you Scions have changed. Myers looked over and said, in the eyes of us angels, Frieza isn't even considered a sin, but you Scions were different before. I know, you know, that's right, you have become an alternate god of destruction, and you should understand the laws of everything in the universe. Myers smiled and was in a good mood. Scions used to be evil, but they're different now, especially after you brought back the fusion technique and the method of making the Super Saiyan God. The Galaxy Prison I guard has saved a lot of crimes. Mus? Myers was taken aback that, in the eyes of angels, the power of the second level of the realm of gods may not be anything, but in the mortal world, Broly's power is definitely considered a master. It is not too much to say that Broly is the god of war of the Scion race. Congratulations, in this way, your Scion family has become stronger again. Haha, it's okay. Lewis is very proud that the Scion family can develop in this way, but he interfered with it. Suddenly, a violent breath came from the Galaxy Patrol Hall. It was Broly's breath. Lewis frowned slightly. I'll go down first. Come find me if you have anything to do. Looking at the place where Lewis disappeared, Myers sighed and muttered. The rise of you Scions has indeed deterred many evil people. The crimes in prison, the Galaxy Prison, are also much less, but there's still a lot of hard bones imprisoned. The Scion family needs to be stronger. Hall of the Galactic Patrol. The 2 teams faced each other. Broly on one side, Bardock, Vegeta, and King Vegeta on the other. The other cosmic beings watched the play in the corner of the hall. Who is this guy? How dare he confront Prince Vegeta and the others? Doesn't he know that the person opposite him is a Scion? Prince Vegeta and the others are all capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. This kid is dead. Uncertain. What do you mean? Didn't you notice that the kid also has a tail around his waist? Scion? He's also a Scion. Why does this Scion show such an expression to Prince Vegeta? You ask me who I ask. You'll know if you read it next time. The Galaxy Patrol Hall has an area of about 3,000 square meters. In the center of the hall, Broly's eyes are shining with green light, and he is very excited. Kakarot, didn't you say you won't come? Why are you here? It wasn't long before Broly punched Monkey King, and the feeling of punching to the flesh was already etched into his mind. After beating Monkey King once, he was completely fascinated by the feeling of beating Monkey King, and now seeing Monkey King again, his fists itch again. On the opposite side, Vegeta turned his head to look at Bardock and said, why do you look so similar to Kakarot? Someone has misidentified you again. 2 black lines crossed Bardock's forehead. I am his father. Isn't it normal that we look alike? King Vegeta next to him chuckled and said, what do you look like? It's exactly the same, okay. Kakarot, can I ask you something? Broly saw that Monkey King didn't touch him, and his fists became more and more itchy. Bardock looked over and saw that the other party had a brown tail wrapped around his waist, and his body was as strong as a cow. He sensed the opponent's strength again. Bardock could sense an extremely violent power in Broly's body. Bardock was shocked and said, who are you? Why do you have a tail? And your power? Vegeta and King Vegeta also noticed the power in their eyes at this moment. Broly was like a great ape, and the aura emanating from him was appalling. Bardock took a deep breath. He and Vegeta and his son looked at each other, walked out, frowned, and said, who are you? How do you know my son? Although Broly's aura is terrifying, They will all transform into Super Saiyan, so there's no need to be afraid of him. What Bardock and the others don't know is that Broly can also transform, and even transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Son, a flash of light flashed in Broly's mind, and he blurted out, Kakarot is your son? Are you Bardock? Lewis said something when Wampa Star took him away. He will take you to beat Kakarot in the future. If it is impossible, there will be Bardock and Sun Wuqian waiting for you. Broly hurriedly asked, you are Bardock, right? And Sun Wuqian, you know me? Bardock pointed himself. He had never met Broly. Why would this guy know him? Also, who is Sun Wuqian? Why does this name sound a bit like Monkey King? You're really Bardock, haha. No wonder Lewis said that. You and Kakarot are exactly the same. It's really cool to beat two at once, no, three at once. Broly licked his dry lips and rubbed his fists together, looking like a madman seeing a fun toy. You know, Lewis? The three of Bardock automatically stared and ignored the words that they didn't understand, and their attention was all on the Lewis that Broly said. Yeah, he brought me back. As soon as Broly said this, the three of Bardock breathed a sigh of relief. Although not afraid of Broly, Broly still brought some pressure on them, and Broly has a tail and knows Lewis, so he should not be an enemy. But why haven't they seen this Scion? In Bardock, when the three were in doubt, with a schwa, Lewis returned to the hall. Another unknown Scion. Why are there so many unknown Scions today? But this new Scion, why is his hair silver? Can't Scions transform? Maybe it's a new state of Scions. Yes, you are so smart. In the hall, the appearance of Lewis caught the attention of the cosmic beings who were watching the show, and they talked one after another. Lewis, who is he? Is he a member of our tribe? Vegeta looked at Luis and asked. Lewis came over and nodded. Yes, I brought him back. Let's go. This is not a place to talk. Let's change to another place first. Lewis waved his hand, and a space force enveloped Broly and Bardock. Galactic Patrol Headquarters is left with a group of chattering cosmic beings. In the dark starry sky, 5 figures suddenly appeared. They were Lewis and the others. There's a yellow planet in the dark starry sky. From the outside, the planet is full of potholes. It can be said that there is nothing else except yellow sand. Wampa Star. The yellow Wampa Star is so conspicuous. Broly instantly recognized it as Wampa Star. Broly smiled and said, Lewis, why did you bring me back here? Bringing you back here is mainly to let King Vegeta admit your mistake. Lewis turned his head to look at King Vegeta. His voice was cold. King Vegeta, do you know what you did wrong before? Lewis's reaction startled Vegeta, and he said weakly, I have done many wrong things before. Which one are you talking about? Lewis, Bardock, Vegeta, Broly, beat him up. Just remember not to kill him. Lewis twitched the corner of his mouth. This old guy is a bit hateful. It is good. Broly rubbed his fists together. Lewis took him away from Wampa, gave him the secret of spiritual nirvana, and took him to beat Kakarot. His father had never been so kind to him before, and he could see all the kindness Lewis treated him, and he would definitely listen to what Lewis said. Are you ready to be beaten? Broly looked at King Vegeta. Lewis's words puzzled the three of King Vegeta, especially King Vegeta, who had indeed done many wrong things before. For example, let the Scion family follow Frieza. For example, he's afraid that someone will threaten his throne, so he chooses to attack his own people. If it was in the past, King Vegeta would never think so, but now more than 20 years have passed, and the Scions have also become the first race of the 7th universe. Every time I think of what I did before, Vegeta feels like an idiot. Especially the matter of choosing to do something to his own clansmen. King Vegeta has never forgotten it. At that time, he really entrapped many talented clansmen. Lewis, what do you want? Vegeta shouted. Don't worry, I will let Broly keep his hand. If you are worried, I will allow you to help your father. Lewis glanced at Vegeta, then looked at Bardock and smiled faintly. Or you can go together. If you go together, it's best to merge directly. Otherwise, you won't be able to stand it. After finishing speaking, Lewis didn't talk nonsense and waved his hand. Broly, fuck me. Boom dash. A berserk aura erupted from Broly's body, like a scourge. The frightening aura shook the starry sky to Broly's normal combat power. 5 million. And King Vegeta normally only has 500 million combat power. 500 million combat power is already considered a strong party in the universe. But in front of Broly, he is no different from an ant. Whoa. Broly appeared in front of King Vegeta and slammed a heavy punch. King Vegeta only felt a surge in his internal organs, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. And then his body moved rapidly, like a cannonball, and King Vegeta slammed straight into the depths of the starry sky. Along the way, countless meteorite blocks were all smashed into pieces. Father, seeing this, Vegeta was furious. With a boom, he directly entered the full power state of Super Saiyan. Strength, 7,000 million fighting power asterisk 50 billion equals 35 billion fighting power. The powerful force stirred up the starry sky, and endless starry sky storms blew up, and the planets with a radius of a million miles were crumbling. Lewis hurriedly protected Wampa Star. Vegeta turned into a golden light and charged towards Broly. But Bardock remained where he was. Lewis folded his hands and said with a smile, Bardock, aren't you going to help them? Bardock shook his head. Although this guy named Broly is very strong, Vegeta has already transformed into a Super Saiyan. No matter how powerful Broly is, he can't be Vegeta's opponent. Really? Lewis chuckled. His smile made Bardock feel ominous. Could it be? Bardock quickly turned his head, and soon he saw a jaw-dropping scene. I saw Vegeta quickly across the starry sky, and caught up with Broly in an instant, and he punched at full power of Super Saiyan. Broly got shot in the back. Just when Bardock thought Broly would be blasted, Broly turned around blankly, and a green light burst out on him. Legendary Super Saiyan status. Strength increased by 100 times. Combat power. 500 million. Broly stretched out his hand and grabbed Vegeta's neck, exerted strength in his hand, and threw Vegeta in the direction of King Vegeta. For a while, King Vegeta and his son were flying in the starry sky. I thought only me and my subordinates knew about Broly's existence, but I didn't expect you, Bardock, to know about it. King Vegeta sighed. Back then I was narrow-minded and short-sighted. I was afraid that someone could threaten my throne. So when I knew the power of Broly's birth, I secretly exiled him. Father, are you really doing such a stupid thing? Confused, Vegeta clenched his fists. Furious, born with the combat power of one. If such a genius grows up, it will be terrifying. King Vegeta was scolded by his son. He couldn't hold back his face, and said coldly, Vegeta, if it was you back then, you would have made the same choice as me. Facing a genius like Broly, he just chose to exile him. But if it was Vegeta at that time, King Vegeta knew the character of his son. Vegeta would definitely kill Broly in his infancy. Lewis on the side squinted his eyes. Sure enough, knowing his son is like a father, King Vegeta was right that in the anime, Vegeta in the early stage was a ruthless Scion, such as Nappa, who just lost to Monkey King, but was directly killed by Vegeta. If Vegeta knew that Broly was threatening his status, baby Broly would definitely be dead. King Vegeta glanced at Vegeta and said lightly, that is to say, after joining the Galactic Patrol, all of us Scions have undergone earth-shaking changes. So now you'll feel how stupid what I did before. Being watched by his father, Vegeta's body took a few steps back. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Because what his father said is true. At this time, King Vegeta flew in front of Broly. I didn't think there was anything wrong with my decision before, but now I am wrong, Broly, I'm sorry. King Vegeta's voice is very guilty. Changed. Seeing this, Lewis sighed in his heart. King Vegeta has really changed, and everyone has changed too. Lewis, do you still want to beat him? Broly's experience made him have the same innocent heart as son Wukong. He was simple-minded, and he didn't feel resentment when he heard what King Vegeta said. Faced with King Vegeta's apology, he didn't feel anything at all at this moment. Broly was a little overwhelmed. He didn't know what to say to King Vegeta. What a fool. Lewis was dumbfounded by the big guy like Broly, and then sighed. What King Vegeta did to you? Doesn't matter if you kill him. Vegeta and Bardock stared wide-eyed. Lewis, Lewis glanced coldly at Vegeta and the two, then turned to look at Broly, and said softly, "So are you going to kill him?" Broly rubbed his head, looked at Lewis, and said weakly, "I don't know, I'll listen to you. If you tell me to kill him, I will kill him." Lewis, don't. A terrifying power erupted from Vegeta's body, and a combat power of 35 billion soared to 40 billion in an instant. If Lewis really wanted Broly to kill his father, he would stop Broly. "Lewis, are you really going to kill King Vegeta? He is the leader of the Saiyan clan now." Bardock was very nervous, for fear that Lewis would really let Broly do it. King Vegeta on the side saw Bardock and his son pleading for him, and a warm current flowed through his heart. He never thought that those cold-blooded Saiyans would plead for him one day. Maybe such a Saiyan is the real Saiyan. Hearing that Broly asked him to make a decision, Lewis was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. "No, I won't make the decision for you. If you really want to kill him, I will definitely not stop you." This is what Lewis really thinks. Only he knows how miserable Broly has been these years. This is all caused by King Vegeta. He won't make decisions for Broly. At this moment, the three of King Vegeta held their breath and looked closely at Broly. "Then, forget it then, don't kill him." Broly smiled foolishly. The three Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. King Vegeta said weakly, "Broly, why did you let me go?" Lewis was also curious, and he looked at Broly. Broly pointed to Lewis and said with a smile, "Lewis said you are my people. He said that I am the god of war of the Saiyan family. He asked to protect the Saiyan family, so I will not kill you." Lewis's heart trembled, unexpectedly. What he said before, Broly had always remembered in his heart. Lewis rubbed his sore nose. Why is this big guy so naive? "Lewis, you." King Vegeta looked at Luis. He didn't know what to say, because he and even the Saiyans owed Luis too much. Vegeta on the side said gratefully, "Lewis, thank you very much." As the son of King Vegeta, he naturally didn't want his father to die at the hands of Broly. Bardock also came to Lewis and patted him on the shoulder. "Thank you. The Saiyan family is improving rapidly, and if the leader is changed rashly, it may cause violent turmoil in the Saiyan family, which is something he does not want to see. I'll talk about my thanks later. Broly, beat King Vegeta for me. No, beat Bardock and the others together." Lewis's face turned cold. Although Broly spared King Vegeta, he really felt sorry for the big guy Broly. "Okay, I like beating people the most, especially Bardock, who is very similar to Kakarot. It would be great if Kakarot and Sun Wutian were here too." Broly's eyes lit up. He began to rub his fists, and a violent power in his body surged. Boom. The starry sky is trembling more and more. Broly controlled his violent emotions, and he instantly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan state, and his strength stabilized at 500 billion fighting power. "Hit him. Let King Vegeta see how strong the Saiyans he exiled were." Lewis yelled, but as soon as Lewis finished speaking, Broly turned into a beam of light and attacked King Vegeta. With Broly's speed, Vegeta couldn't react at all. Grass green light flashed beside King Vegeta, and Vegeta immediately vomited blood, and his body slammed into the planet next to him. Under the huge impact force, the planet exploded. "Father." Vegeta sensed that the aura of King Vegeta has not disappeared. It seems that Broly kept his hand. "Then I'd like to see how strong the monster who was born with one combat power is." Vegeta felt relieved, and put his fingers between his eyebrows. "Teleport." Swish. Vegeta appeared behind Broly, with his hands together. A golden light spot the size of a rice bead appeared in the palm of his hand, and the surrounding pressure suddenly increased. Ultimate flash cannon. Violent Qigong waves sprayed out from Vegeta's hands. The powerful force squeezed the space, and the space was slightly distorted. Boom dash. Broly was completely engulfed in the flames. "Bardock, if you don't want to be beaten, go and merge with my father." Seeing Broly being hit by himself, Vegeta did not let down his vigilance. "Broly wasn't caught by you." Before Bardock finished speaking, he was punched in the abdomen. When he looked down, Broly's sandbag-sized fist was on his stomach. Whoa. The powerful impact instantly knocked Bardock into the air, and he also slammed in the direction of King Vegeta. "I knew it." Vegeta swallowed. In his senses, Broly's strength was terrifyingly amazing. He also felt the power of Broly and Gogeta, and he never thought that Broly could reach this level by himself. Lois says Broly has a legendary physique. Grass green hair. There was a buzz in the brain. "Correct," Vegeta said in disbelief. "A Super Saiyan who only appears once in 1,000 years." Vegeta once thought that his transformed state was the legend that Saiyans have been circulating, that it was later discovered that it was not. The legendary Super Saiyan is bloodthirsty and possesses terrifying fighting power. Even if this kind of fighter does not practice, his strength will keep skyrocketing over time. "So you're the legendary Super Saiyan." Vegeta pointed to Broly in the starry sky and said in shock. After Broly blasted Bardock away, he showed a happy expression, and he began to slowly fly towards Vegeta. Broly, don't mess around." Vegeta suddenly shuddered, and the closer Broly got to him, the more he shuddered. Vegeta suppressed his body tightly, but it was useless. It's like the suppression of blood. He actually has a kind of fear from the bottom of his heart. "How can that be?" Vegeta looked at his hands and murmured, "I'm a Saiyan prince. I'm afraid." "Broly, you." Vegeta gritted his teeth and stared at Broly. Unforgivable. With a roar for Vegeta, the 40 billion combat power exploded, and the golden light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire starry sky. Lightning fast, Vegeta appeared in front of Broly in the blink of an eye, and blasted away with one blow. Broly raised his hand to grab it, and Vegeta's fist was immediately caught. No matter how much he twitched, he couldn't move an inch. He's a majestic Saiyan prince. His fist was grabbed by others, and he couldn't move. Vegeta became annoyed and said, "Let me go. Don't let go. I'm going to beat you." Broly bared his big teeth and smiled naively. He pushed hard, and Vegeta slammed back like a bowling ball that a grass green light pierced the starry sky, and Broly quickly caught up with Vegeta. "Infuse power into your legs. Kick it hard." Boom. Vegeta was kicked, and the impact produced a powerful shockwave that spread around. Along the way, all meteorites were annihilated by it. Before it was over, Broly caught up with Vegeta again, and two kinds of lights flashed in the starry sky. Grass green and golden yellow. Chase and escape. Every time the two colors collide, there will be a tragic cry of pain. A T this time. Vegeta was like a toy, being ravaged by Broly, and the arrogance of the Saiyan prince disappeared at this moment. "Aren't you going to beat my father and Bardock? Why did you just hit me?" "It was my father who provoked you. Can you stop messing with me?" A figure slowly floated out of the flames. Crackling electric arcs danced around him. The figure became clearer and clearer. When that figure fully appeared, he saw his long blonde hair reaching his waist, and his eyebrows completely disappeared. Super Saiyan dash power. 6,000 million fighting power asterisk 400 times equals 240 billion fighting power. Sure enough, Vegeta can also transform into Super 3. In the distance, Lewis looked at Vegeta, who was fused with the two of Bardock. Vegeta's ability to transform into a Super 3 state was also within his expectations. After all, the two of Bardock are the fathers of the two protagonists of Dragon Ball, and both of them can transform into Super Saiyans. It is not surprising that they can transform in a Super 3 after fusion. "Realm of the King of Gods," Exine excitedly said. "The ancestor is a fusion fighter. The current Saiyan is so strong. That's for sure." Old World King God raised his chin slightly, very arrogant, that he and Lewis brought back the Metamor Star fusion technique. With the fusion technique, the Saiyan will only get stronger and stronger, which means that his 7th universe is getting stronger and stronger. Old Ancestor, can that fusion fighter beat Broly? Impossible. The old king of the world put away his arrogant expression and became serious. Broly belongs to the anti-ancestor Saiyan. He is far from what these ordinary Saiyans can compare. The old king of the world glanced at Exine and said solemnly, Did you forget that when Broly fought with Lewis, his power almost broke through to the realm of gods, and the old king of the world lowered his head again, looking at the grass-green figure on the crystal. And Broly has been able to control his berserk emotions. That is to say, he's been able to control the power of the extreme berserk state. Hell, King of the North. It's terrifying, it's terrifying. With this group of scions around, my northern galaxy is destined to be as stable as Mount Tai. Now who would dare to make trouble in my northern galaxy? Ha ha ha. Starfield near Wampa Star, golden and green rays of light confront each other in the starry sky. What kind of move is this? It can make two people merge together. It feels so strong. Broly hovered in the starry sky. His whole body glowed with grass-green light. He was a little curious when he saw the fusion warrior Vegeta. Wanna beat us? Suffer. Vegeta didn't talk nonsense, and with a flick of his hands, two sharp Qigong waves blasted towards Broly. Although I feel that you are very strong, but this strength is not enough. Broly smiled foolishly. He clenched his fists and rushed forward twice in a row. Boom, boom. The two Qigong waves exploded instantly, and the starry sky filled with various energy media suddenly resounded with a deafening explosion. I'm here. A golden light flashed across the cosmic starry sky, and Vegeta, taking advantage of the cover of the smoke, had already come to Broly's side and swung his fist towards his chest. More than 200 billion combat power exploded. Boom. Broly flew backwards and smashed toward the planet in the distance. The planet was pierced through, and an earth-shattering explosion occurred immediately. The next second, another golden figure quickly chased after Broly. Broly, give me a trick. Ultimate flash cannon. Vegeta joined the battle, and Broly, who had just stabilized his figure, was hit by Vegeta's Qigong wave again, and Broly flew backwards again. This time it directly crashed into 3 planets before stopping. Broly was floating in a piece of star debris. He clutched his numb chest, coughed twice, and said excitedly, I didn't expect that Bardock and King Vegeta would be so powerful when they fused together. Happy, come again. The berserk aura on Broly's body exploded. At this moment, he seemed like an abyssal giant ape waking up from a deep sleep. Roar, the entire starry sky is shaking. What kind of monster is this? In the distance, Vegeta swallowed when he saw this. He punched with all his strength just now, but Broly seemed to have been injured at all. My attack is on him. Isn't it the same as scratching an itch? Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling a little aggrieved. At this time, Vegeta appeared beside him. Vegeta, Broly is the legend of our Scion family. Legend? Vegeta's eyes widened, and he hurriedly said, You mean that legendary Scion who only appears once in 1,000 years? Correct. No wonder. No wonder Broly was born with the strength of Dash. It turns out that he is a legendary Super Scion. Vegeta was shocked. His face suddenly changed. I have something to say later. Broly is coming to beat us up. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent aura that was about to materialize came from the star in the distance. Immediately afterwards, a grass-green light danced rapidly, and the starry sky was covered with the afterimage of Broly. Vegeta and Vegeta looked at each other and said in unison, Go. With a sound of schwa, the two disappeared in an instant. Boom. Boom. 2-to-1. Dull collision sound accompanied by dazzling light flashes in the starry sky. Hit from top to bottom. Every collision will set off a huge wave of air, and the planets with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles will continue to tremble, as if they will be shattered by the power of Vegeta and the 3 at any time. Crackling. The ions at the center of the collision are pulled by a strong force, and quickly gather, together to form a zigzag arc like a sea of thunder. The picture is extremely terrifying, but even though it was 2 against 1, in the face of absolute power, a large number of people was useless. Boom. Vegeta's cheek was hit by Broly. The violent force distorted his cheek, and severe pain eroded his body and mind. Enduring the pain, he threw an energy bomb into Broly's chest. Boom. Dash. Broly was shrouded in gunpowder smoke, but a burst of green flames rose into the sky, and the gunpowder smoke dissipated instantly. Broly jumped and appeared behind Vegeta. He swung his fist a little harder. Vegeta vomited blood directly, and then smashed towards the depths of the starry sky. Broly turned around, aimed at the ragged Vegeta in the sky, raised his hands, and sprayed out a violent Qigong wave. As soon as the Qigong wave appeared, the starry sky boiled instantly. Seeing this, Vegeta relaxed his body slightly, and tensed his whole body in the next second. Starry sky cannon. A blue Qigong wave shot out from his palms. Looking from a distance, 2 Qigong waves were rapidly approaching and collided together in the next moment. Boom dash. The powerful force set off a violent storm in the starry sky, and countless sharp wind blades blew towards the surroundings, as if to split the starry sky. 2 Qigong waves confront each other in the starry sky. Zizizi. The powerful force squeezed the space, and the space was slightly distorted, making a piercing squeezing sound. Broly has been releasing water all the time, otherwise his explosive 500 billion combat power would have killed Vegeta and the others long ago. Haha, Bardock, King Vegeta, try harder. Broly exerted a slight force on his hand, and the confrontational Qigong wave suddenly squeezed in the direction of flattering him. Hateful. Pressed by Broly's mighty force, Vegeta's arms began to bend. Give it to me. In the sky above, Vegeta exhausted his whole body strength. His arms straightened suddenly, and the 240 billion combat power burst out. The Qigong wave he ejected suddenly expanded in a circle, and Broly's Qigong wave stopped moving upwards. All of a sudden, the 2 groups of Qigong waves stopped moving again and continued to confront each other. However, the sound of thunder suddenly lit up in the depths of the starry sky, followed by golden light soaring into the sky. The powerful force stunned Lewis, who was watching the play, and he turned his head to look deep into the starry sky. That's the direction Vegeta was sent flying by. Broly, what? Lewis squinted his eyes, and he found that the power of Vegeta was erratic. Get on it. Are you going to break through to Super 2? Lewis was a little surprised. In fact, he brought Broly back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters for another purpose, which was to transform Vegeta into a Super 2 state. He thought that Vegeta would be able to break through if he had to call Vegeta the second child of 1,000 years as before. As a result, under Broly's pressure, Vegeta was about to break through. Lewis rubbed his chin and didn't scold Vegeta. It's a pity. Vegeta, are you polite? In the starry sky, Broly and Vegeta confronted each other. Just when he didn't want to play anymore, he sensed a powerful force emerging from the depths of the starry sky and turned his head away. He recovered again? How strange. Broly clearly remembered that Vegeta was seriously injured. Why did Vegeta recover and become stronger? Boom dash. At this moment, the golden beam of light in the depths of the starry sky suddenly exploded, and a vast power spread from the depths of the starry sky. Power. 80 billion fighting power. Breakthrough. Lewis murmured. Following Lewis's gaze, I saw Vegeta in the depths of the starry sky. He was dressed in ragged clothes, with blood on the corner of his mouth, yet he was covered with lightning, and his eyes were extremely cold. Broly, it's my turn. An angry voice came from the depths of the starry sky. Broly, who was confronting Vegeta, suddenly found that the breath in the depths of the starry sky disappeared. I'm here. Vegeta teleported over Broly in an instant. He took advantage of Broly's confrontation with Baggett and couldn't move. He gathered his hands on his chest. Super ultimate flash cannon. Whoa. The bright golden light rushed towards Broly. The high temperature generated by the 80 billion combat power seemed to boil everything in the world. Even Broly could feel this hot feeling. Broly, stop playing. Lewis, who was watching a play in the distance, suddenly spoke. Vegeta has been able to become a Super 2 state, although he did not break through in his insults. But his other goal of bringing Broly back has also been achieved. As soon as Lewis finished speaking, the starry sky suddenly became quiet. Broly is confronting Vegeta in the air above Chi-Gon-Bo, and Vegeta is sneaking up on Broly. The screen seemed to be frozen at this moment. Boom, dash. Unparalleled power erupted from Broly, and the frozen picture suddenly shattered. A grass-green giant ape flashed across Broly's eyes, and his eyes were instantly soaked in grass-green, extreme rage, strength, close to the first floor of the realm of gods. Grass-green arrogance ignited around Broly, and the starry sky was covered by grass-green light all of a sudden. The gloomy aura was extremely oppressive, and this star field was like the field of killing gods. Crack. Before Vegeta's super ultimate flash cannon hit Broly, it was directly scattered by Broly's powerful force in mid-dash air. At the same time, Vegeta was not much better. The Chi-Gon wave he was confronted with also disintegrated instantly, and Broly's Chi-Gon wave slammed towards him. Fortunately, Vegeta reacted quickly, and Vegeta used teleportation to take Vegeta away. Lewis told me to stop playing, then I'm really going to beat you. Broly is like a prehistoric giant ape. His voice reverberates across the starry sky. Hunting time begins. Is it revenge on him? Originally, King Vegeta looked at Broly with fear in his eyes, but when he heard Lewis's words, the fear in his eyes disappeared immediately. Yes, the things he did to Broly and his son before. Even if Broly killed him now, it would not be too much. King Vegeta lowered his vigilance, but Vegeta stared at Broly closely. He didn't want his father to be killed by Broly. King Vegeta. In the starry sky, Lewis spoke again, and King Vegeta and the others looked over. Paragus isn't dead either. Now that Broly beat you up, it's considered revenge on you. Lewis kept looking at Broly and asked softly, "That's it. Since you chose not to kill him, let the previous matter end like this." Broly smiled foolishly. "Lewis, I'll listen to you." Bardock said suddenly, "Lewis, you said that Paragus is not dead?" King Vegeta heard Lewis say to let the previous things end, and he was still immersed in the world of joy. But Bardock's words made him react, and quickly said, "By the way, since Broly came back alive, where's Paragus? I apologize to him. Leave nothing about Paragus. Why?" People are very puzzled. Especially King Vegeta. Paragus is his former subordinate. He believes that as long as he apologizes sincerely, Paragus will forgive him. Forgive. If Lewis knew what King Vegeta was thinking, he would definitely show sarcasm. Today's Scions have undergone such changes, but it is all thanks to King Vegeta, who led the Scions to join the Galaxy Patrol. But Paragus didn't participate in it. He still belonged to the evil Scions before, especially King Vegeta still did this too. Their father and son. Paragus has long been blinded by hatred. This kind of Scion is no longer suitable to return to the Scion family. Seeing that Lewis didn't explain, King Vegeta and the others didn't ask again. "Lewis, you said to bring Broly back to the clan." Then Bardock hesitated to speak. Vegeta and his son also looked at Lewis. Lewis didn't speak. He waved his hand, and a vast force of time swept across the entire starry sky, and all the destroyed planets were restored. Seeing this, Vegeta and the others shook their heads. They had seen Lewis's ability a long time ago, and they thought that the master of the candidate god of destruction was Weiss, and Weiss would also have this ability. The three were not surprised that Lewis would go back in time. Originally, I wanted to bring him back to the clan, but in a situation just now, it seems that he's not suitable to stay in the clan. Lewis restores the destroyed planet and looks at Broly this time. With a schwa, two figures appeared in the starry sky. "Lewis, let him stay in our realm of the king of gods." The person who came was none other than the old Kai Wangshan and Kai Wangshan Exine. "You are here." Lewis smiled and introduced to everyone. "The two of them are the king gods of our seventh universe. I have seen the two kings and gods of the world." Vegeta's tone was very respectful, and he continued, "Before the battle with Bojack and the others, thank you Lord Kaioshin for the Patera earrings." Hearing this, King Vegeta and Bardock also remembered the battle a few years AT that time. The two of them still complained why Vegeta and Monkey King didn't snatch the Patera earrings. Later, they knew that Kai Wangshan was the one who destroyed the shroud, so they suppressed that idea. Thinking of this, Bardock and King Vegeta hurried forward and saluted respectfully. "I've seen the two kings of the world." The tone of the three of them were all very polite, but Broly looked at the old Kai Wangshan with a happy face and said, "Old man, long time no see." Old man, Vegeta, and the three felt tense. Broly won't offend these two king gods. "Brat, half a year has passed, and you still call me an old man." The old king god flew in front of Broly and angrily knocked him on the head. Boom! Hiss. Old Kai Wangshan held his right hand and said cursingly, "Your kid's head is as hard as Lewis's." The painting style is very strange. King Vegeta and the three of them looked at each other. Why is this king of the world different from what they imagined? Lewis ignored everyone's expressions and asked, "Old King God, did you see what happened to Broly just now?" "I see." The old king of the world patted Broly on the shoulder, glanced at Lewis, and said in a concentrated voice, "When you left planet Metamore, did Sharp tell Broly to continue practicing that spiritual nirvana?" "Have." "That's right. The stronger Broly is, the harder it is for him to control his violent emotions." The old king god turned his gaze back to Broly, but Broly didn't speak, just kept smiling. Broly's current situation is obviously because his mental power is not strong enough, so he lost control. In this way, it is not a good thing for him to stay in your Scion group. The old Kai Wangshan continued, "Let him stay in the Kai Wangshan realm, where there's a strong aura of gods and countless spiritual fruits, which will help him grow." After the old Kai Wangshan finished speaking, Lewis fell into deep thought that in fact, what the old World King God said is right. Broly's mental power is not strong enough if he's allowed to stay in the Scion group. Once he loses control, it will be a catastrophe. This is not a good thing. The Kaiwan God realm has the aura of gods as well as spiritual fruits. And the most important thing is the well-informed old Kai Wangshan. IT is the most correct choice for Broly to stay in the realm of the king of gods. "Broly, what do you mean?" Lewis looked at Broly. It was useless for him to agree. Broly had to agree. "Okay, this old man is so much fun." Broly said with a smile as he put his arms around the neck of the old Kai Wangshan. Compared with King Vegeta and others he's not familiar with, Broly is more willing to follow the old King God. After all, he was able to leave planet Metamore and learn spiritual nirvana, which is also due to the old world King God. The old Kai Wangshan-sama is right. Let Broly stay in the Kai Wangshan realm. Lewis took a meaningful look at the old Kaiohami and Kaioshin. Asin shrank his neck immediately, thinking to himself, I said Lewis would see through a trick. It turned out that the old Kai Wangshan saw Broly losing control in the crystal ball, so he had the idea of taking Broly to the Kai Wangshan realm. The first reason is that the king of the world is suitable for Broly to survive. As for the other reason, is that the old Kai Wangshan wants to train a powerful person. If you want to say why, then you have to talk about what happened after the old world King God was sealed. First, Majin Buu invaded Kaiwan God realm. When the old King God came out of the seal, the seventh universe encountered Bojack's invasion again. Coupled with the fact that Lewis and the Dark Demon realm have enmity, the old king doesn't know when the Dark Demon realm will attack the seventh universe again. Various combinations. The life of Kai Wangshan is too fragile, and he will be killed if he is not careful. In this way, the god of destruction will also be implicated. If there isn't Zeon protecting them, then Lewis and Beerus can fight with their hands free. Yes, for the sake of the seventh universe, the old Kai Wangshan wants to train Broly to be the god of war in the Kai Wangshan realm. Haha, since Broly agrees. The old King Kai broke free from Broly's grasp and said cheekily, then I'll take Broly away. After finishing speaking, the old Kai Wangshan quickly winked at Exen, and Asin took Broly and the old Kai Wangshan and immediately used teleportation. Lewis, Broly, seeing Broly being taken away, Vegeta and the others became anxious. Broly is the legendary Scion brought back by Lewis, and they have seen Broly's power before. How could a tribe with such talent be taken away? Lewis had already guessed the thoughts of the old Kaiwangshan, looked at the three, and said seriously, actually, when Broly returns to the family, our Scion family is still developing normally, and with the current strength of our Scions, there's no other race that can resist it, so naturally there's no need for Broly to take action. Take it away, just take it away. The old Kaiwangshan-sama is right. The Kaiwangshan realm is the most suitable place for Broly to stay. Only there can he grow faster. Also, don't worry about Broly being abducted. Broly is a member of our Scion family. Lewis glanced at the three of them, smiled softly, and said, Broly promised me that he will protect our Scion family. If our Scion family is in danger, Broly will definitely not stand idly by. With his back to the three of them, Lewis looked in the direction of King Kai, God Realm. His eyes were full of firmness, and as soon as Lewis said this, the three of Vegeta opened their mouths, but did not speak again. That's the end of Broly's matter, and the development of the Scion family also learned from Myers that Lewis has finished everything when he came out this time, and he is going to go back to destroy the God Realm. After all, Taisai was pregnant and was still destroying the God Realm, waiting for him to go back. I'm leaving, just call Weiss if you need anything. Lewis waved his hand to leave. Vegeta suddenly said, Lewis, I can transform into the Super 2 state. I reached this state one step ahead of Kakarot. I'm not the second in 1,000 years. Vegeta still remembers how he turned into a Super Saiyan. At that time, in order to provoke him, Lewis directly called him the second child of 1,000 years. How can his proud Scion Prince bear it? As soon as Lewis turned around, he heard this, and he turned around again, with the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Sorry, I went to the earth before I came here, and Kakarot broke through to the Super 2 state before you. So Vegeta, you are still the second child in 1,000 years. Crit. Vegeta's body trembled. How is this possible? Fake. Absolutely fake. Vegeta was so angry that his chest rose and fell, and he was furious. Impossible. Luis, please explain it to me. However, Lewis has disappeared. Damn it, I don't believe it. Vegeta erupted with a powerful force, shaking the stars. Bad Doc and King Vegeta next to them were too weak to speak, for fear of being beaten by Vegeta. Broly followed the old King Kai to the KO God Realm, and Lewis also returned to the God of Destruction Realm. Scions still developed normally. However, not long after the three of Vegeta returned to the Galactic Patrol headquarters from near Wampa, the Scion family knew that Vegeta had been able to transform into a Super 2 state. Super 2 state is actually not uncommon for today's Scions, because many of their fusion fighters can break through to the Super 2 state, of course, on a single body. Vegeta is the first existence they know that can transform into a Super 2, that actually not, really speaking. Lewis is the first Scion who can transform into Super 2, Monkey King is the second, and Vegeta can't even be the second child of 1,000 years. Except for Bad Doc and King Vegeta, other Scions naturally don't know. Everyone in the Scion family is very excited. With the first single Super 2, there will be a second one. They all looked up to Vegeta and began to practice desperately. Soon Theodore and Bibbert also transformed into Super Scions after Nappa. Now those who could transform into Super Scions are Lewis, Broly, Son Goku and Son, Vegeta and Son, Raditz, Nappa, Theodore and Bibbert. A total of 10 Super Scions. Moreover, the Scion family has been affected by fusion, and many Scions are aware of the conditions for transforming into a Super Scion. As time goes on, more and more Scions will only be able to transform into Super Scions, of course. It will take time for all Scions to break through to Super Scions. As for Broly, after Broly was brought to the Kaiwangshan realm by the old Kaiwangshan, the old Kaiwangshan picked off all the spiritual fruits of the Kaiwangshan realm and then handed them over to Broly, so that he eats it every moment of every day. Broly is very obedient, and he really eats the spiritual fruit all the time. Coupled with the practice of spiritual nirvana, his spiritual power soars rapidly. Broly, who would lose control when he burst out with all his strength, completely controlled that power after his mental power skyrocketed. But if Broly's power continues to skyrocket, his spiritual power is still not enough, and Broly has to continue to cultivate his spiritual power. Yes, the strength becomes stronger. The mental strength must also be cultivated to keep up, otherwise Broly will still lose control. This is not the way. For the sake of his god of war, the old king of the world, he started scratching his head again. Old Kaiwangshan thought for a long time, and finally thought a solution once and for all. The so-called don't break, don't stand, break, and then stand. Since Broly will be controlled by violent emotions, it is better to let him be controlled by violent emotions directly. Then let Broly find himself in the berserk state. In this way, Broly will definitely be able to get rid of the control of his berserk emotions, and truly become a master of his berserk emotions. If Lewis knew the old Kaiwangshan's idea, he would definitely say, isn't this the method of super force transformation? Old Kaiwangshan increasingly felt that this method was feasible, but this method was very dangerous. If Broly gets lost in the berserk state, Broly will completely become a berserk warrior who can only kill. So sufficient preparation is needed, and Lewis must be informed to let him help out. Of course, everything is still too early. The main reason is that if Broly wants to find himself in the berserk state, he also needs strong spiritual support. In the following time, Broly has been cultivating spiritual power in the realm of the King of Gods. Time flies. Half a year has passed. Nothing major happened in the 7th universe, and nothing happened in the Quanwang universe, and everything went on as normal. Today, just half a year later, a major event is happening in the God of Destruction realm of universe. A cry of pain echoed in the Destruction God realm. Lewis, I hurt. Taze, are you gonna give birth? Weiss, hurry up. I'm coming. A ray of light flashed across the sky, and Wes instantly appeared in Lewis's room. Lewis sat on the edge of the bed, holding Taiz's little hand tightly. When he saw Weiss coming, he hurriedly said, Wes, please. Bulma was also standing aside, nervously said, Wes, my sister will trouble you. Weiss nodded, and he looked at the bed, where Taisai was sweating profusely in pain. Taisai, hold on, it will be soon. So Weiss waved his staff, and saw a blue light shining on Tai's belly, and then a baby flew out. It was a boy. Wow, the baby that flew out cried loudly in the air. Sister Taiz, are you alright? Lewis ignored the little guy floating in the air, and he held Tai's little hand tightly. It's much easier to unload the stomach. Taiz sat up from the bed, and Lewis quickly supported her. Hearing the conversation between the two couples and Lewis, Bulma and Weiss next to each other looked at each other, a little dumbfounded. Okay, don't cry, your father and I are tired of shouting. Lewis caught the little guy in the air, and the little guy really stopped crying. The little guy was white and clean, with big round eyes staring at Lewis all the time, and he wanted to stretch out his little hands to scratch his father's face. That Lewis's eyes were gentle, and he lowered his head dotingly, letting the little guy paw at him. The new life was touching his cheek, and Lewis only felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart, like the feeling of blood resonance. Am I really a father? Lewis hugged his son. Motionless, he's been in the Dragon Ball world for more than 20 years, and he finally got married and had children in this world. A sense of belonging arises spontaneously. Lewis, let me see. Taisai sat on the edge of the bed and tugged at the corner of Lewis's clothes. Sister Taiz, he is very cute, especially his little mouth, which is just like yours. Lewis came back to his senses and was about to show the little guy Taiz. Bulma and Weiss were next to them, were about to leave the room and let Lewis and his wife be gentle first. Suddenly, boom dash, a powerful force broke out on the little guy. 1,000 points of combat power, 2,000 points of combat power, 10,000 points of combat power. The power is still rising, and the whole room is crumbling. The two Weiss who were about to go out stopped, and Bulma was taken aback. The power of her big nephew was terrifying. The moment the little guy burst out with strength, Lewis hugged him, and the newborn little guy's strength continued to skyrocket. 10 million combat power, 20 million combat power, 1,000 million combat power, A purple ball of light permeated Lewis's body, enveloping the burst of power from the little guy. The little guy's strength finally stagnated at 1,000 million combat power, and at this moment, the little guy's hair instantly turned silver. Exactly the same hair color as Luis. Tai-Sai by the bed covered her small mouth, dumbfounded. Lewis, why is your son so powerful? Bulma swallowed. Brother-in-law, what's wrong with my big nephew? Lewis, your son seems to have inherited your blood. Weiss has been staring at the little guy in Lewis's arms, and he can feel that this little guy has a very strong blood power in his body. This is the unique power of science. Louise hugged his son, stroking the little one's silver hair. Super 5 bloodlines. Lewis murmured. He has never forgotten what the old Kai Wangshan once said to him. His hair turned silver because of the sublimation of his blood. As expected of my son, ha. Lewis hugged the little guy and smiled happily. Lewis thought that his child was a mixed-race scion, and his talent should not be bad, but I didn't expect his child to directly inherit his blood. This is the bloodline of the 5th level. Of course, Lewis also knew that his son had a bloodline of Super 5 levels, not to say that his son could directly break through to Super 5. This is unrealistic. The same is true. Just like Sun Wutian and Trunks in the anime, they can easily transform into Super Scions because their father's blood has been sublimated to the Super 2nd level. The two inherited their father's blood, but it doesn't mean that they can directly transform into Super 2. Transformation has to start from Super 1, step by step. However, with the blessing of Super 2nd level bloodlines, they will easily break through to the Super 1st state, and the same is true for Lewis's son now. Lewis's bloodline is very strong. With the blessing of this bloodline, perhaps his son will be able to transform into Super 1 in a few days. Lewis, can you give him to me to teach you? Weiss looked at the little guy in Lewis's arms with bright eyes, and he could see that this little guy could have such a powerful force because he inherited Lewis's blood. If he taught him, this little guy might surpass Beerus in the future. Surpassing Beerus means that this little guy's power will break through to the angel realm. Angel realm. So hungry. Weiss licked his mouth. His appearance made Lewis's heart tighten, and he quickly hugged his son. The main reason is that Weiss looks too much like an uncle who sells goldfish. Let's talk about this later. You go out first. Lewis said with a look of disgust, and then pushed Weiss and Bulma out of the room. Outside the door, Beerus had been waiting here a long time ago. Seeing Weiss's unwilling expression, he asked hastily, Wes, is Ty's born? What happened to that force just now? Also, what's the matter with your expression? Beerus asked 3 questions at once. Seeing that Weiss was still staring at the door, he turned his attention to Bulma. I don't know that. Bulma pursed her lips, cursing all the time in her heart. Her brother-in-law was so hateful, she was pushed out of the room before she hugged her eldest nephew. Bulma pouted and left here, leaving Beerus alone. Only then did Weiss come back to his senses. He looked at Beerus and joked, Master Beerus, your grandson's talent is too strong. Why don't you die early so that I can directly let Lewis's son take over from your position? Beerus. Inside the room. Lewis was completely unaware of the situation outside the door. He carried his son to the bedside and handed it to Tais. Sister Tai-Sai, what is the best name for my son? You decide. The power her son erupted just now also startled her, but since this is her son, Tai-Sai will naturally not be afraid. This is not. The little guy was smiling in her arms. Called Douglas. Well, I listened to you. Shortly after Douglas was born, Bulma heard that Vegeta had returned to Earth, and she asked Lewis to send her back. After Tais unloaded, Lewis took over the task of destroying the planet again, and he took Tais into the universe. They asked for Lewis's son Douglas, Beerus. Weiss and the prophecy fish will bring, in Lewis's words, his sister Tai-Sai, finally unloaded, and he and his wife had to live a good life together. Anyway, there are Beerus, prophecy fish, and Weiss in the God of Destruction realm, and they will definitely be able to take Douglas well. When it comes to raising children, Beerus was unwilling at first, but seeing Douglas' cute appearance, especially Douglas's soft little hands, and his waxy little face that Beerus' heart, which was as hard as a stone, softened into tofu. The prophecy fish said that it would take Douglas, but Beerus shot it flying. How could his disciple and grandson let the loach be brought to death this day? So Beerus ran around with Douglas every day, wishing he could tie the little guy on his belt. Fortunately, Lewis didn't know what Beerus was thinking, otherwise Beerus would suffer, and a month later, Lewis took Tais to travel around the universe and destroyed an unqualified planet. Sister Tai-Sai, how about taking you to the realm of the king of the realm? Okay, I haven't been to the realm of the king of gods yet. Never been. Lewis was taken aback for a moment, as if Tai-Sai had never been to the realm of the king of gods. Then let's go, I'll take you to the realm of the king of gods. The environment there is beautiful, and I'll take you to meet Broly by the way. Going to see Broly was the main purpose of Lewis, because some time ago, the old king god asked Weiss to bring him a few words that it's about Broly. It's just that Tais hadn't given birth to Douglas at that time, and Lewis wanted to accompany Tais, so he didn't go to the realm of the king of gods. Now that Douglas was born, Lewis took advantage of his free time to go to Kawan God realm to see what happened to Broly. With a sound of shwa, Lewis disappeared from the universe with Tai-Sai, realm of the king of gods. Under a big tree, a big man was sitting cross-legged on the lawn, with his eyes closed. Wisps of spiritual power emerged from him. It was none other than Broly. There were 2 figures standing beside him, and Xan felt the overflowing spiritual power of Broly, and said in shock, Ancestor, Broly's spiritual power is so powerful. Only with such a strong mental power can he control the violent emotions in his body. The old world king god looked at Broly with a serious face and said, but this will only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Asin asked suspiciously why. As soon as the words fell, there was a schwa, and Lewis appeared next to her with Tai-Sai. Because Broly's power has risen too exaggeratedly. Even if he tries his best to practice spiritual nirvana, his spiritual power will eventually be unable to keep up with his power one day. Lewis, seeing the person coming, Asin said in surprise, you are here. The old king of the world put his eyes on Tai-Sai again, and said with a smile, Tai-Sai, I heard that you gave birth to a child. Why didn't you bring the child for us to see? I have seen the 2 kings and gods of the world. Tai-Sai saluted, and then said with a smile, I asked Master Beerus to help me bring Douglas. Douglas. The old king touched his chin and laughed loudly. Weiss, Beerus, Lewis, and Douglas. Each of you has a word for C. Okay. Suddenly, the old Kai Wangshan reacted abruptly, stunned, and said, Tai-Sai, you said let that slacker take care of the child for you? Yes. Tai-Sai said with a smile. Old Kai Ogami thought he heard it wrong, until he saw Lewis's smile. What the hell? That slacker didn't even take the initiative to destroy the planet, so he actually helped Louise and the others take care of their children. Old Kaiser, what should Broly do now? Lewis brought back the topic. After hearing what Lewis said, Tais turned her attention to Broly on the lawn. This was the first time she saw Broly with her own eyes, and she had only seen it on the screen projected by Weiss before. Broly is very strong. Lewis said he's the god of war of the Scion family. Looks really strong. I thought of a solution once and for all. The old world king god said solemnly. But this method is very dangerous, and I will need your help when the time comes. What way? What can I do for Broly? I want Broly to be completely controlled by extreme rage, and then let him find himself in the state of extreme rage. The old king god looked at Lewis and said, you are the person with whom Broly has the best relationship, and I will leave it to you to let Broly find himself again. What? Lewis was shocked. Isn't the method that the old Kai Wangshan said is the method of super force transformation? Seeing Lewis's expression, the old king god wondered, do you think there is something wrong with my method? It shouldn't be. He has been observing for a long time, and it must be possible to use this method. Not only Broly, even scions like Lewis, if they want to break through to Super 4 in the future, they can also use this method. No, I'm just a little surprised. I really didn't expect the old Kai Wangshan to think of such a way. Lewis thought about this method. Maybe he can really use this method. Broly belongs to the atavistic bloodline, and his bloodline develops in the opposite direction to that of ordinary scions. Ordinary Scions will not be affected by violent emotions until they reach Super 3 and Super 4, but Broly's atavistic blood will always be affected by violent emotions. However, if the former wants to break through to Super 4, he needs to enter the original form of the Great Ape and transforming into a Great Ape is actually a kind of returning to the ancestors phenomenon, and Broly's legendary physique itself is known as the humanoid giant ape, and the giant ape transformation can be said to be not much different from Broly's humanoid giant ape state. Transforming to Super 4 is a way to get rid of the influence of violent emotions. So, can Broly also use this method to solve his violent emotions? Maybe it can also allow Broly to unlock new forms. Of course, I don't even look at who I am. Praised by Lewis, the old king of the world had his hips akimbo. With a proud look on his face, Lewis was also amused by the appearance of the old King Kai, and asked, Old King Kai, when shall we start? The time has not come yet, and I believe you are not ready either. The old world king god is wise. Don't worry, I'll let you know when the time is right. You just have to prepare a way for Broly to get back to himself. With his hands behind his back, the old Kyogami glanced at Broly on the lawn. Yes, Lewis nodded with a smile. Looking at the old Kai Wangshan, although the old man looked foolish, his knowledge and eyesight were nothing to say. Lewis admired the old man from the bottom of his heart. Knowing Broly's situation and finding a solution to Broly's berserk, Lewis and Taisai stayed in Kai Wangshan realm for a while without bothering Broly, and then left Kai Wangshan. After all, they had left God of Destruction realm for more than a month, and if they didn't go back, Lewis worried that Douglas would not recognize them. Earth, Bowsy Mountain. It has been almost 2 years since Son Gohan was born out on this day, in front of Bowsy Mountain. Pick, I'll leave Gohan to you. Wait, I will definitely make Son Wuhan turn against you. Piccolo flew into the sky with little Gohan in his arms. Chi-Chi held Monkey King's arm and looked worriedly at the little Gohan who was taken away. Wukong, do you think Gohan will be spoiled by him? Will not. Son Wukong shook his head, looked at Piccolo, and said with a smile, I've been observing Piccolo for the past 2 years. He is different from his father. Although Piccolo is also very cold, his killing heart has disappeared. Gone. I also discovered that Piccolo is secretly protecting the Earth. What? He is secretly protecting the Earth. Chi-Chi stared at Monkey King with wide eyes. It's unbelievable, but it's true. Son Wukong nodded and continued. Before Piccolo was practicing in the forest, when he encountered people on Earth who were cutting down the forest, Piccolo just wounded them and didn't say he wanted to kill them so that the forest would not be destroyed. Pick has really changed. Maybe that's why Lewis asked me to hand Gohan to Piccolo. Son Wukong looked up at the sky and smiled faintly. Piccolo, I just don't want them to disturb my practice. Speechless.jpg. Okay, I'll follow secretly. If Piccolo takes action on my son, I won't spare him. Monkey King let go of Kiki's hand. He concealed his breath and bounced towards Piccolo. Kiki, a man who doesn't match his heart. At the same time, Shidu, Bulma's backyard. Bulma, that I have something to do with you. Vegeta rubbed his hands and came to Bulma's side, stuttering a bit. Bulma lay on the beach chair and glanced at her man. Vegeta's hesitant expression was hilarious. Bulma chuckled and said, What's the matter with you? Just say something. Vegeta blushed slightly and said, Look at Luis. Call me brother-in-law. Well look, you see my brother-in-law has a child. Do you want a child too? After speaking, Vegeta's face was as red as a monkey's butt. What? Bulma was taken aback. Ha ha ha. Bulma came to her senses, clutching her stomach and laughing loudly. She didn't expect that such words would come from the mouth of a proud Scion prince. Vegeta was also very embarrassed. He wanted to dig a hole and get in. But he doesn't want to do this either. Lewis is a child. Son Wukong also has a child, but he doesn't have a child. So where does he put his face? Also, the last time he broke through to Super Dash, he thought he would reach it one step ahead of Monkey King, but in the end he was still the second child in the millennium that Lewis said. The shameful title of second child in 1,000 years has been attached to him tightly. He is a proud Scion prince. How can he bear it? Vegeta knows that he still has great hope of surpassing Monkey King, but it is impossible to surpass Lewis. Since he can't surpass Lewis, let his son surpass Lewis's SON in a sense. This can be regarded as a kind of transcendence. What's so funny? Vegeta's face was getting hotter and hotter. He couldn't take it anymore. He picked up Bulma and walked towards the room. Oops. Bulma was taken aback when she was picked up. She slapped Vegeta's back frantically and scolded with a smile. It's still daytime. Can you come back at night? Vegeta was already so ashamed that he let Bulma slap him on the back, but he didn't say a word and walked faster and faster. Stop it, you scumbag. Damn Vegeta. See how I will deal with you later. Vegeta made up his mind that he would also have a son, and then train his son to surpass Son Gohan and Douglas. Of course, giving birth to a child is not a matter of one person, and Bulma must agree to it. Vegeta thought his Bulma would have a problem, but when he carried Bulma to the room, Bulma turned out to be surprisingly calm. It turned out that Bulma was also very envious of Chi-Chi and her sister having a child, especially when she was destroying the God Realm. She was pushed out of the room by her brother-in-law before she could hug her eldest nephew. Bulma was so angry. She made up her mind she also wanted to give birth to a little guy to play with. So she and Vegeta started working day and night. Vegeta is making a child, while Son Wukong secretly follows Piccolo to see how Piccolo takes his son Piccolo's first day with Gohan. He threw little Gohan in the forest and let Gohan be self-reliant. Little Gohan was only about 2 years old at this time, and he didn't understand anything at all. When Piccolo threw him into the forest, he cried all day by the river in the forest. Sleep when you're tired from crying, and cry when you wake up. Every time Gohan cried, a powerful wave of air would erupt in his body, making the forest shake nonstop. Piccolo, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He really deserved to be that man's son. And Son Wukong, who was hiding in the dark, smiled, and it turned out that his son contained such a powerful force in his body. The first day passed, and little Gohan spent the whole day crying on the second day. When Piccolo took Gohan, Piccolo still didn't show up on the second day. Little Gohan was tired and hungry. He wanted to find his parents. He wanted to eat, but no matter how he shouted, his parents didn't show up. So Gohan started crying again. Son Wukong, who was watching in the dark, felt distressed for a while, and Son Wukong even wanted to take away Gohan for a while, but remembering what Lewis said to him, held back the impulse in his heart. At Kati noon, little Gohan was so hungry that he almost fainted. At this time, Monkey King finally couldn't bear it, and when he was about to take away little Gohan, Piccolo moved. Piccolo found some fruits and secretly put them beside Gohan. Seeing this, Monkey King suppressed the impulse in his heart and then continued to hide in the dark. Little Gohan was crawling by the river. He was so hungry that he couldn't stand it, so he drank a little river water. When he saw the few fruits around him, his survival instinct made him grab those fruits and eat them. During these 2 days, little Gohan ate these few fruits, and the next day ended like this. Day 3. The 4th day, Son Wukong and Piccolo are leading Gohan, while Lewis and Taisai have also returned from the realm of the King of Gods to the realm of God of Destruction. As soon as Lewis came back, he saw a surprise. When Beerus was feeding Douglas, he accidentally put the bottle on Douglas' nose. Douglas burst into tears instantly, and then a powerful force broke out on him. The golden arrogance is surging. The hair color shimmers between gold and silver. With a bang, Douglas's hair color stopped flickering, and his strength also broke through from 1,000 million fighting power to 5 million fighting power. Super Saiyan. That was a surprise for Lewis. He didn't expect his son to be able to transform into a Super Saiyan just over a month after he was born. Seeing her son's breakthrough, Taisai was also very excited. During the year she followed Lewis, she knew early on how difficult it was for a Saiyan to transform into a Super Saiyan. Now that her son can break through to Super Saiyan at this age, it proves how strong her son's talent is. Taisai hopes that her son will be as strong as possible. Not that she wants mother to be more valuable than her son, but that she and Chi-Chi think the same. They all want their son to have the ability to protect himself in this dangerous world, especially as the wife of an alternate god of destruction. Tais knows how dangerous this world is. Moreover, her man had a grudge against the Dark Demon Realm. If Lewis could not take care of their mother and child while fighting the Dark Demon Realm, they would be the only ones he could rely on. When Byron saw Douglas break through, he was stunned for a while, and then he was very pleasantly surprised. This little guy broke through to Super 1 state at a young age, so he'll be able to break through to Super 2 after a while. Beerus knows that Scions can increase their strength by dozens, or even hundreds of times, every time they transform. The stronger the basic combat power, the stronger the Scion after transformation. When Douglas reaches the age where he can practice, he'll be handed over to Weiss to teach him. Then this kid will definitely be stronger if he transforms again. Beerus used to think that the transformation of Scions was a kind of misguided way, and later the old Kai Wangshan said to him, Scion's transformation is actually a manifestation of blood sublimation. Existence is reasonable. Weiss also confirmed this, and Beerus is looking forward to Douglas' future more and more. After the Louises and his wife came back, Douglas didn't let Beerus take him. Beerus took Douglas with him for more than a month, but he was snatched back by Lewis, and he was a bit reluctant, so he proposed a fight to Lewis. Whoever loses will give up Douglas. Hit me? If you don't have the physique to ignore any damage, see if I don't beat you out of shit. Ha ha ha, but I have it. Your mouth is quite stiff. I haven't practiced for more than 2 years. I want to see if your strength has regressed. Beerus snorted coldly. An ethereal smell permeated his body. The silver arrogance covered the sky, and the entire void battlefield was like a boiling pot. Power. The 5th floor of the realm of gods. Status. Freedom. Easy state. Master Beerus. Let me feel the perfect free state. The corners of Lewis's mouth curled up slightly, and silver light erupted from his body, and the silver flames brushed around him, forming a circle of light. Power. The 2nd layer of the realm of gods. Status. Perfect, comfortable, and extreme state of mind. Lewis stepped into the void, took a step forward, and 2 clusters of silver flames collided. Boom dash. The void battlefield kept trembling, and the waves of air slammed against the barriers of the battlefield crazily. Like T this time. Taisai, who was watching on the ground, frowned and said, Weiss, Lewis, and Mr. Beerus are in the same state. So Lewis is doomed. She knew that if Lewis didn't transform, his power would only be at the 2nd level of the god realm, which was incomparable to the power of Byra's 5th level of the god realm. Weiss shook his head. You are wrong. They're not using the same state. Not the same one. Taisai hugged her son, looked at Weiss, and asked doubtfully, Isn't their current state the comfortable state you mentioned before? Master Beerus is indeed using the state, but Lewis is not. Weiss said with a smile, Lewis is the perfect free state, even stronger than the free state. Don't think that Lewis's normal power is weaker than Lord Beerus, but Lewis can use it in a perfect and free state of extreme intent. Lord Beerus may really have nothing to do with Lewis. On the void battlefield, the two of Lewis confronted each other. The terrible whirlwind squeezed each other, was eroded by powerful forces, and the space was distorted. Good boy. In fact, when Lewis was fighting Broly, Beerus saw Lewis displaying the state through the projection of Weiss, but he experienced this state himself and felt more and more powerful in this state. In the eyes of Beerus, Lewis at this moment is like a nimble monkey. Every movement of his body is full of deception. Lightweight and agile. Master Beerus, be careful. Lewis moved. Whoa. A silver light streaked across the void. Countless phantoms appeared on the void battlefield, dyed silver. It's here. Beerus snorted coldly. He also moved, and a destructive energy bombarded one of the phantoms. As expected of Master Beerus, that phantom suddenly spoke. Obviously, it was Lewis's real body. Facing the attacking destructive energy, he twisted his body and naturally avoided Beerus' attack. Boom dash. The destructive energy behind him was exploding, and Lewis was expressionless, chasing the wind and electricity at lightning speed, and suddenly appeared in front of Beerus. Infused with the power of thunder, he raised his knee and kicked Beerus in the abdomen. Boom. The sonic boom sounded. Beerus sneered. In the eyes of others, Lewis's speed seemed to be very fast, but in his eyes, Lewis's movements were no different from that of a turtle. This is the gap between the 2nd level of the god realm and the 5th level of the god realm. Follow your heart. Under the blessing of Zizijing, Beerus turned sideways, and Lewis kicked his knee in the air. Beerus easily dodged Lewis's attack, but the ferocious storm triggered by Lewis slapped him in the face. Beerus was thankful that he was stronger and faster than Lewis. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to deal with this blow easily. Can you escape? When Beerus was rejoicing, Lewis's voice pierced his ears. I saw Lewis kicking his knee in the air and kicking it at a strange angle. Beerus' pupils shrank sharply, and a silver light on his body flourished. Dodge instinctively, but can't escape. Lewis kicked him in the stomach with his knee. Boom. The sounds like a thunderous drum. Beerus flew upside down. This is the power of the realm of perfect freedom. On the ground, Weiss slowed down the scene, just now for Taisai and the prophecy fish to see. Zizijing and Zizijing are both angel control skills. They both combine the reaction with the body's instincts, and can make the most correct actions to the outside world without using the brain at all. However, the former is a weakened version of the latter. Master Beerus has great strength and speed, but his reaction in this state is not as good as that of Lewis. Then, is Lord Beerus going to lose? Taisai asked in surprise. Weiss's mouth twitched slightly. He shook his head and said, No. Have you forgotten what I just said about power? Strength is the foundation of everything. Even if you react quickly, what's the use of your strength if you can't kill someone? Boom. There was an earth-shattering collision sound on the void battlefield above. Sure enough, just as Weiss said, the blow from Lewis just now did not cause any harm to Beerus at all. After Beerus was knocked in the air, he quickly stuck to Lewis. Bang, bang, bang. There was a torrential clash. Fists and shadows intertwined, and the power erupted from the collision was devastating. What Lewis learned in the previous All-King Cosmic Challenge Tour was used in this battle. Although his strength is not as strong as that of Beerus, he's also fighting against Beerus. Beerus was not hurt, but he was getting more and more embarrassed. The main reason is that Lewis's fighting skills are already similar to his, and his reaction is better than him. Boom. Void explosion. Fortunately, there's an energy shield under Weissbu. All the power is wrapped in it, but even so, the terrifying power makes this energy shield tremble continuously. Are you a loach? That death prophecy fish is not as cunning as you. Beerus was punched by Lewis and quickly pulled away with his strength. He hovered in the air, cursing. In the past, Lewis would not be harmed. He could only be beaten. But now it is the other way around. Lewis's strength had no effect on him. But he couldn't react to Lewis's attack at all, and he could only be beaten. That's a shame. Ha ha. Master Beerus, you have today too. Lewis steadied himself and did not rush forward. Don't think I don't know your physical exertion. How long can you maintain this state? Beerus twisted his neck, looked at Lewis in front of him, and sneered, Douglas is mine. Lewis had black lines all over his face. He said, Master Beerus is too naughty. I haven't practiced in the past few years, and I know you want to see if I have regressed. In that case, I will show you my new form. New form? Beerus was taken aback. What new form? Not only Beerus was puzzled, but Weiss on the ground was also a little confused. Super 3 state? Wrong. If it is a Super 3 state, Lewis will definitely not say it is a new form, because he knows that Lewis can transform into a Super 3. Weiss was completely stunned, and he didn't see Lewis transforming into other transformations. Has it developed a new form? Taze, do you know that Lewis can change into other forms? I do not know. Taisai shook her head. She had been following Lewis for the past few years, but she didn't realize this above the void battlefield. Hearing the new form that Lewis said, Beerus suddenly had an ominous premonition and frowned. What form? Super 4 state. Lewis laughed. He straightened his face, lowered his head, and shouted, Wes, let Asin bring Broly, Monkey King, and Vegeta to me. On the ground, when Weiss heard this, although he was very puzzled, he still transmitted the voice to the Kaiwang Shinshin of the Kaiwang God Realm. At the same time, the old Kaishin, Ashin, and Broly who were watching the battle in the KO God Realm heard this. Junior, did you hear that? Hurry up. The old king of the world roared. Some time ago, he discussed Broly's situation with Lewis. It's only been a month now. Could it be that Lewis thought of something? Asin reacted, quickly used teleportation, and first brought the king of the world and God Realm to the God of Destruction Realm. Then I went to the earth again to find Monkey King and Vegeta. Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong already knew the Kaiwang Shinsama. And after hearing the explanation from Zhuang Shinshin, Sun Wukong watched little Gohan for a month, and Piccolo didn't do anything to little Gohan during this month. Sun Wukong was relieved, so he followed the king of the world, Shun Exine, to the world of God of Destruction, S for Vegeta. He stopped making children with Bulma, and followed him to the God of Destruction Realm, inside a cave in the Nanto Islands after Goku and Vegeta left Earth. Shalu, how is it possible? I haven't completely created you yet. Why are you here? No, don't kill me. At the same time, the Temple of Heaven, Quan Mo lay on the ground. He glanced at the direction of the Nandu Islands, and then looked at Bobo next to him. Bobo, where will King Shun Exine take them to? Bobo's eyes were completely blank, and he said, I don't know. Quan Mo bit his little finger. Could it be that something serious happened? Bobo remained expressionless. I don't know. The corner of Quan Mo's mouth twitched slightly. Project me. Yes. Bobo finally reacted, so he projected the scene of destroying the God Realm. Realm of the King of God, and in a moment 7 or 8 people gathered on the empty ground. The atmosphere of destroying God Realm became solemn. The old king of the world glanced at the void battlefield, then looked at Weiss and asked, Mr. Weiss, what did Lewis ask us to do here? Weiss looked at the crowd and said slowly, he said he was going to transform into a new form. What? Goku and Vegeta were shocked. They already knew that Luis would transform into Super 3'd if it breaks through again. Isn't it the Super 4 state? No wonder Lewis asked us to take a look. He must have mastered the method, I said. The old King Kai's eyes lit up. As early as a month ago, he had told Lewis the solution to Broly Berserked. In fact, that method is also suitable for Scions to transform into Super 4. Hearing this, Vegeta asked, what method? Find yourself in a state of extreme rage. As soon as the old Kaiwang Shin spoke, Weiss next to him figured out the key point. Since the battle in the Dark Demon Realm, Lewis's current bloodline level has been sublimated to an extremely terrifying level. Perhaps this method can really be used to make the Scion break through to the so-called Super 4 state. Weiss secretly nodded to the old Kaiwang Shin. The old Kaiwang Shin's vision and insights were terrible. Even he didn't think of a method. The old Kaiwang Shin actually thought of it. At this time, the old Kaiwang Shin looked at Broly, Son Goku, and Vegeta, and said solemnly, Lewis must have mastered this method. That's why he asked you to come and take a look, and you will reach this step in the future. Remember to observe carefully later. Monkey King and Vegeta shook their bodies, and they quickly raised their heads. Even if Luis hadn't started, they still kept their eyes on each other, refusing to let go of any detail. And Broly patted his head. He didn't know what Super 4 was, but he still listened to the words of the old King God and Lewis. He also raised his head obediently, above the void battlefield. Have they all come yet? Lewis saw everyone coming, and he looked at Beerus in front of him again. Master Beerus, you go down first. I will fight you after I transform. He knew that his current state of perfection and freedom could not do anything to Beerus. Even if he transforms into a Super 3, his strength is only the 4th level of the Realm of Gods. After the transformation, it is no longer possible to bless the state of perfection and freedom. With the 4th layer of the God Realm, it is impossible to beat Beerus. Of course, using the power of time and space, erasing these, he can easily defeat Beerus. But at the beginning, he promised Beerus that he could not use these powers then become Super 4. After all, I've been preparing for so long. Hey guy, are you in Super 4 status? Okay, I'll fight after you transform. Beerus showed excitement in his eyes that I end the confrontation just now. Lewis had been dealing with him for so long, relying on the state of perfection and freedom, and he was not enjoying himself at all. And Lewis's power couldn't arouse his desire to fight. If Lewis breaks through again, he will definitely be stronger. Excited to think about it. When Beerus landed on the ground, Lewis in the void battlefield shouted, Vegeta, make me a moon. Under the void, everyone on the ground looked at each other, and they all saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Only the old King Kai and Weiss knew what Lewis was doing. There are 2 conditions for transforming into Super 4. First, the bloodline needs to be sublimated to a certain extent. Second, we must recover ourselves in a state of extreme rage. Lewis's bloodline must have reached the standard level of sublimation. To transform into Super 4, Lewis only needs to recover himself in a state of extreme rage. But Lewis is not like a legendary scion like Broly. Broly is a humanoid giant ape, and he can easily lose control and enter a state of extreme rage. But Luis, like everyone else, is a normal type of scion, but if you want to enter the state of extreme rage, there's only one way to go, and that is to use the Great Ape Transformation. Vegeta, Lewis needs to use the Giant Ape Transformation to transform into Super 4. So hurry up and do it. Old Kai Wangshan explained aside. Only then did Vegeta suddenly realize that he began to condense the artificial moon. Suddenly thought of something. Vegeta turned his head, looked at Broly, and said in a concentrated voice, don't look at the sky. He didn't tell Sun Wukong. That's because Sun Wukong's tail was sealed by the gods long ago. Even if he saw the moon, Sun Wukong would not transform into a giant ape. Monkey King knew very early on that scions with tails would transform into giant apes. So he didn't say anything, but Broly asked, why? There's no moon near Wampa, and Broly has never experienced Gigantopia. Broly is obedient. If you're told not to look at it, just don't look at it. The old King God on the side said, in his observation, Broly is a humanoid giant ape, but he doesn't know whether Broly will transform into a giant ape when he sees the moon. Just in case, it is better to let him not look at the moon. Oh well, Broly smiled and nodded. Except for Lewis, the only one who can make him obedient is the old world King God. By the way, Tai, sister, you also remember to cover Douglas' eyes. Vegeta looked at Ty's next to him again. He wanted to call Ty's by her name, but he was afraid that Ty's would tell Bulma that if Bulma got angry and didn't have a baby with him, it would be a disaster. Seeing Vegeta's uncomfortable expression, Ty's gave a chuckle and nodded. Everything is ready. Vegeta began to mobilize the power in his body, condensing a white light in his hand, and then the white light instantly transformed into a basketball-sized moon. Go to me. Vegeta threw it behind him. As long as he didn't turn around, it didn't matter even if he raised his head. Just like that, a moon appeared in the dark sky, and the bright moonlight fell on all parts of the God of Destruction realm, adding a different glamour to the already beautiful God of Destruction realm but on the void battlefield. Lewis was afloat, looking at the artificial moon rising in front of him. Is it finally here? Lewis has never forgotten the scene where Demigula killed Taisai, and it's not that he doesn't want to practice. The main reason is that his normal strength has broken through to the 2nd level of the God realm, and if he transforms into a Super 3, he has even reached the 4th level of the God realm, which is a true God of Destruction level. Normal is not like turning into a Super Saiyan. Transformation only requires the sublimation of the blood to a certain level, but the power of normality has already reached the bottleneck. It does not mean that you can break through if you want to break through. So in the past few years, Lewis has been precipitating himself, and until now, his normal strength still hasn't been able to break through the shackles. But since normal strength cannot be improved, let's continue to transform. The Super 4 state will definitely bring him a huge improvement. In addition, Super 4 itself is another normal state, and then he will be able to bless the state of perfection and freedom in the Super 4 state. Demigula, just wait. Even if the whole devil wants to protect you, you have to die. It was his greatest regret that Demigula didn't die. Lewis let out a heavy breath. let go of the tail around his waist, and then stared at the artificial moon in front of him. At this moment, the world of God of Destruction suddenly became deathly silent. Everyone on the ground held their breath. Weiss's eyelids twitched violently. For some reason, he always had an ominous premonition. What happened? Could it be that an angel with the power of the second level of the angel realm can't deal with the violent Lewis? Weiss was taken aback, just in case. He shook people quickly. Sister, help me. A message rushed out from Weiss's staff, and then Keisai in the 10th universe received the message. What the hell? Keisai was stunned for a moment. She didn't know why Weiss asked her for help again, but she must have come to her because of something. Keisai couldn't control that much. She said something to Rumsey next to her and left the 10th universe. The 7th universe, destroying the God realm, an artificial moon the size of a basketball hung above the sky, and the entire God of Destruction world was very quiet on the void battlefield. Lewis hovered motionless, and as the white moonlight came into view, his tail began to twitch slightly. This feeling, Lewis just felt his tail itch, and a frenzy raced through his head. Is the effect that exaggerated? Lewis smiled slightly. When Lewis lost his mind, his face suddenly turned ferocious. A boom, boom. The muscles on his body were also expanding, and the God of Destruction costume was propped up. Roar, Lewis yelled at the moon unconsciously, and the sound waves from the masters of the second level of power in the realm of gods impacted and destroyed every corner of the realm of gods. Boom dash, boom dash. Landslides. Weiss on the ground quickly set up an energy shield, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lewis, come on. Tai-Sai covered little Douglas' eyes and looked closely at Lewis, who had a ferocious face in the sky. Although Lewis no longer has a human appearance at this moment, she doesn't think Lewis is ugly at all, and Lewis is still so handsome. Suddenly, Vegeta, I remember you said that superior fighters will not lose their minds. What about Lewis? Sun Wukong remembered something and asked hastily. That's right, Lewis is a high-level fighter, so can he still enter the extreme berserk state? Vegeta also looked at the old King God. Don't be nervous, since Lewis asked us to come. There must be his plan. Old World King God is not nervous at all. After all, Lewis never does anything he's not sure about. Okay, let's continue to watch Lewis transform, especially Monkey King, Vegeta, and Broly. You three must observe carefully. Weiss also said, yes. Over the sky, Lewis kept staring at the artificial moon, and he only felt that the violent emotion in his head was getting more and more terrifying. But even so, that violent emotion did not swallow his consciousness after all. Is this why the superior fighter? Lewis remembered that he was a high-ranking soldier, but at this time his mouth began to show fangs, and brown hair appeared on his body. Boom dash. The power in the body erupted uncontrollably, and the power squeezed into the space, forming a vacuum in the entire void. Hum. The space kept trembling, and the God of Destruction realm also had a strong wind, and countless lakes were covered with waves like huge waves. Roar. Lewis has turned into an ape. It roared. Explosion. The sacred trees that destroyed the God realm were all bent down and cut across, and were crushed into powder by a powerful force in the next moment that Lewis's great ape form is getting bigger and bigger. 10 meters, 20, 50 meters, 200 meters. A 200-meter tall giant ape hovered in the sky. Its silver hair turned brown, and a thick tail flicked in the air. Power. The second layer of the realm of gods. Is this Lewis's great ape form? Vegeta on the ground was taken aback. Generally, the Scions turned into giant apes, and they were only about 120 meters at most, but Lewis's current size is too exaggerated. Little Douglas, your father has grown so strong. Tai-Sai's eyes were shining, but she didn't let go of her hands covering Douglas' eyes, mainly because she was afraid that the little guy would also see the full moon. Douglas said, if I don't let go of my hand, how will I know whether Papa is strong or not? Is there still only the second level of power in the realm of God? Virus frowned slightly. Master Beerus, the great ape transformation of our Scions, can only increase the combat power by 10 times. Vegeta explained. Like this. Beerus nodded, but his eyes were full of worry, because he was afraid that Lewis's transformation would fail. The old Kai Wangshan on the side also became worried. The main reason is that the strength of Lewis's state increase is too low. Can this break through to Super 4? At this time, even if he proposed this breakthrough method, the old Kai Wangshan did not have much confidence. Master Beerus, Lord King of the Old World, don't be impatient. Lewis has not yet entered the state of extreme rage, and when he enters the state of extreme rage, he will know if it will work. Weiss' foreboding became stronger and stronger, and his subconscious told him that Lewis would definitely be able to transform into a Super 4 state. After hearing this, everyone continued to look down, over the sky. Attention, I'm about to enter a state of extreme rage. Lewis in the form of a great ape blinked his scarlet eyes and spoke slowly. He's a superior fighter, able to maintain his sanity even in his great ape form. But staying sane is not what he wants. After Lewis finished speaking, he closed his eyes in the form of a great ape. The world of God of Destruction became quiet again, and now everyone really didn't dare to take a big breath. Hum. A violent breath gushed out of Lewis, like a doomsday tornado, sweeping across the entire God of Destruction realm, and the magnetic field that had just calmed down became chaotic again. Zizizi. Countless electric arcs danced on the giant ape, and with a roar, the giant ape suddenly opened its eyes. At this time, Lewis had lost his mind. How could this be? Isn't Lewis a superior fighter? Why would he lose his mind? On the ground, Vegeta wondered. I see. The old Kai's eyes lit up. Master Old Realm King God, why is this? Sun Wukong also asked. Before the old king of the world opened his mouth, Weiss had already spoken. This is Lewis's initiative to detonate the rage factor in his body. Let him give up resistance, and let the rage completely swallow his consciousness. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, so they all looked at the old realm King God. Yes, that's true. The corner of old Kai's mouth twitched slightly. Weiss is an angel. I didn't expect everyone to question Weiss' words. In just an instant, the brown giant ape turned into a golden giant ape. Whoa, whoa. The golden arrogance brushed over the golden giant ape, and the power of the fifth layer of the realm of gods continued to erupt. The pinnacle of the fifth floor of the god realm. Roar. The golden giant ape roared towards the sky. A blood-red laser light sphere condensed in his mouth and sprayed towards the distant mountains. Boom. The million-kilometer-long mountains instantly turned into powder. The ground is starting to crack. Countless magma began to erupt. The entire world of God of Destruction is crumbling, as if it will explode in the next second. Weiss quickly took everyone to the sky. It's too strong. It's too strong. Beerus felt the power of Lewis, and his words trembled a little, and now Lewis's power completely caught up with him. The golden giant ape is still in the state of the golden giant ape. Vegeta swallowed unconsciously, but found that his saliva had already been swallowed dry. Golden giant ape. Haha, did you see it? This is the expression of sublimation of blood. The old world King God was very excited. If Lewis finds himself in this state, he will definitely be able to break through to the Super 4 state. Only at this moment did the old king know that his guess about the blood of the Scions was correct. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. The look in his eyes was very longing. If only I could have this kind of power. Broly has been silent all the time. His trembling body betrayed him. He's also very excited. Very excited. I can't wait to have a fight with Lewis immediately. At this time, Weiss suddenly said, be careful. Lewis seems to be eyeing us. Everyone looked at the void in front of them. It turned out that when they were taken to the sky by Weiss, they were targeted by the golden giant ape. Roar. In front, the golden giant ape spewed out a beam of laser light, and the laser light carried endless power and struck towards the energy shield set by Weiss. Everyone's pupils shrank sharply, and a threat of death surged in their hearts, and they couldn't help closing their eyes. Boom. The laser light hit the energy shield, where everyone was. Fortunately, this positive energy shield was set up by Weiss, a master who entered the second floor of the Angel. The laser light emitted by the golden giant ape was like a nail hitting the steel plate, only producing a few sparks. There's no more text. Call. Inside the energy shield, Taisai opened her eyes and was relieved to see that nothing was wrong. She lowered her head and said to Douglas in her arms, "Your papa frightened me. Your papa is really disgusting." Fortunately, Mr. Weiss is here. Son Goku and Vegeta also breathed a sigh of relief. However, Beerus kept looking at the golden giant ape in front of him, and his words became more and more trembling. "Don't be too happy." The old King Kai's face had turned pale, and he said in fear, "Lewis has lost his mind, but his original strength has not disappeared." "What do you mean?" Everyone was stunned. Old World King God and Beerus yelled, "Ashin, hurry up and take everyone away." As soon as the words fell, the irrational golden giant ape saw that Weiss' energy shield had not been broken and was instantly furious. The golden giant ape instinctively used the power of light in his body. It's erasure. It's over. At this time, even Weiss, you are shocked because in the battle of the Dark Demon Realm, he has seen Lewis's move, and it is a move that even the master of the Angel Mirror can kill. Dazzling white light strikes. "Big sister, save me." Weiss yelled at the sky. Come on, big sister is here to save you." Suddenly, a little Loli appeared in the sky. She waved her magic staff, and the priest-level power exploded. The silver light formed a crossblade and slashed towards the white light. Collide together. Boom. As if the world had been opened up, the vast power completely destroyed the entire God of Destruction realm, forming a zone of nothingness. The light disappears. A little Loli stood outside the energy shield. "You guys are so bold. You dare to make Lewis lose his mind." Kasai turned her head and smiled. The moment she fought against the golden giant ape, she knew that the golden giant ape was transformed by Lewis. Inside the energy shield, everyone patted their chests with lingering fear. Weiss wiped the sweat off his face and said happily, "Sure enough, my previous ominous premonition is true. Fortunately, I call my eldest sister to come over, otherwise I will die." Old World King God, Asin and Beerus saluted Kasai one after another. They didn't expect Weiss to shake people, and thanks to Weiss shaking people, otherwise they would be doomed this time. Kasai was a little puzzled. "What are you doing?" Naturally, she was referring to why did Lewis lose his mind. Just as everyone was about to speak, Kasai's two small eyebrows twitched together. "I'll subdue it." It turned out that the golden giant ape was flying towards this side, and Kasai turned to meet it. A funny picture appeared in the void. A golden giant ape 200 meters tall attacked a little Loli. Fortunately, little Lolita is very powerful. She can knock back the golden giant ape with a single blow. See this. Lewis won't do things he's not sure about. So why hasn't he transformed himself? Old Kai Wangshin was extremely anxious, hateful. Beerus also gritted his teeth and said, "Could it be that Lewis is going to fail in transformation?" Vegeta clenched his fists and shouted, "Impossible. Lewis is the pride of our Scion family. How could he fail in transformation?" Vegeta, but Lewis has lost his mind now. Not only did he not transform, he even started to attack us. Kakarot, shut up. Lewis can definitely transform. Vegeta tugged on Monkey King's collar. Well, Lewis will definitely be able to transform successfully. Sun Wukong was yelled at by Vegeta, and his eyes flashed with determination. In fact, he hoped that Lewis could break through more than anyone else. At this time, Weiss shook his head and sighed. "I can't wait any longer. Let my eldest sister interrupt Lewis's transformation." Taisai was in a hurry. "Weiss, just wait a little longer. Lewis will definitely be able to do it. He is your proud student." Sun Wukong, Vegeta and Broly are also persuading K. Weiss was unmoved, and his voice was very helpless. "You don't even know what power Lewis possesses. The blow that Lewis just made was not his strongest move. If Lewis uses his strongest blow, even my eldest sister may not be able to stop it." Every time Weiss thinks of the time and space obliteration performed by Lewis, he can't help being afraid. "I'm afraid only the King of Time can display that kind of power." What? The crowd was stunned. Even Weiss couldn't stop Lewis's blow just now, and they were too shocked to speak. Fortunately, eldest sister Weiss arrived in time and rescued them, which is enough to show how powerful eldest sister Wes is. Now Weiss said that his eldest sister might not be able to withstand Lewis's strongest blow. Wes, let your eldest sister interrupt Lewis's transformation." Tais bit her red lips with her white teeth. She really didn't want Lewis to fail in transformation, but if Lewis killed everyone because he lost his mind, she really couldn't accept it. "It is good." Weiss yelled at Kess in front. "Sister, just cut off his tail." "Little Weiss, are you stupid? Lewis is immune to all kinds of damage, and I can't hurt him at all." "Okay." Keith's voice came. "Damn it, we forgot about that." Weiss trembled, and just as he was about to speak, the golden giant ape in front of him roared, followed by a burst of time and space power. "It's time and space obliteration." "Eldest sister, run away." Time and space erasure. Lewis used this trick to deal with Demicula in the Dark Demon Realm back then. Although Demicula was not killed, the entire Dark Demon Realm was blasted into space-time fragments. "Lewis, don't mess around." "Elder sister, run away." At the same time, the Temple of Earth and Heaven. "Master Chihuahua, does Lewis want to transform into Super 4? "Correct. It is indeed a good way to find yourself in a state of extreme rage." Bobo nodded and said lightly, "But what will Lewis do to let him find himself in a state of extreme rage?" "Heck, who knows?" Chihuahua sat on the edge of the heaven, watching the picture projected by Bobo. In the picture, the golden giant ape is using a race on Weiss. Quanimo laughed and said, "I never thought that this little guy would be able to use the power of light, even when he lost his mind." Bobo frowned. "Novice is dead." Quanimo shook his head. "No, Kasai is here to save him." In the picture, Kasai arrived in time, and then stepped forward to subdue the golden giant ape. The golden giant was beaten back and forth, and its erasure was of no use to the priest-level Kasai. However, the golden giant ape is angry. It directly launched a new attack on Kasai. It is time and space obliteration. The power of time and space. This little guy is really perverted, but aren't the great priest and the king still making moves? If the great priest and Lord Quan Wong don't attack, Nax will be seriously injured if he doesn't die. Bobo couldn't help raising his brows. "Those two guys are pushing me." Quanimo sat on the ground. Seeing that the great priest and Quan Wong hadn't made a move, he shook his head, so he directly raised his hand, and a dark force so dense to the extreme soared into the sky. When Bobo saw this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Why is Master Chuanma so meddling in his own business? King's Palace. Lord Quan Wong. You guessed right. Lord Quanimo really made a move. I know exactly what he wants to do. Childlike laughter resounded throughout the entire palace of the king. Destroy the original location of the God Realm that in the Void Zone. A vast force of time and space erupted on the golden giant ape. The silver brilliance penetrated into space and was affected by the power of time and space. The entire void area vibrated and began to be divided into time and space fragments. "Eldest sister, run away." When Weiss' voice came, Kasai wanted to escape, but found that the space in this void had been divided into countless space-time fragments, and she couldn't escape. "Do not." Kess was shocked in the face of this blow. Even she at the priest level couldn't stand it. Just when everyone was in despair, a dark force suddenly struck, and the terrifying silver light was instantly defeated. Immediately afterwards, the fragments of time and space quickly recovered into nothingness, and when they looked again, the world of God of Destruction had recovered. Seeing this miraculous scene, everyone was stunned. Even Kasai was stunned. What happened? Could it be your father, or Lord Quan Wong who helped? No, the power just now was obviously full of dark aura. It couldn't be the power of his father or Lord Quan Wong. Could it be all demons? This is wrong. Lewis obviously has a grudge against the Dark Demon realm. Why did the Quan Demon help him? Just when Keisai was in a daze. A loud roar came from in front of her. Roar. Everyone will be frightened by this sound. Inside the energy shield, Taisai yelled at the golden giant ape in the void ahead. Lewis, don't mess around. Monkey King and Vegeta were also ready to speak out. Weiss breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, don't worry. Lewis seems to be transformed successfully. Hearing this, everyone suddenly looked forward. I saw Keisai hovering in front of the golden giant ape, but the scarlet eyes of the golden giant ape began to show some emotional fluctuations, and at the same time, a golden streamer suddenly appeared on it. Haha, I knew that Lewis would not do things that he was not sure about. Inside the energy shield, although the old king god didn't know how Lewis found himself in a state of extreme rage, but the human expression on the golden giant ape's face cannot be faked. Lewis found himself again. At this moment, old Kai's smile was as bright as a chrysanthemum. For a moment, everyone looked closely at the golden giant ape in front of them. Suddenly a terrifying force erupted on the golden giant ape. The fifth layer of power in the realm of gods. Crack sound. The first layer of power in the angel realm. The power of the first level of the angel realm spread to every corner of the universe, and all the gods of destruction and angels in the universe suddenly raised their heads. It's Lewis's breath. How is this possible? Didn't he only have the power of the fourth layer of the realm of God when he came back from the dark demon realm? How did his power break through to the angelic realm so quickly? Too monstrous. This guy's too monstrous. The seventh universe, destroying the god realm, eye in the sky. The golden streamer seemed to be filled with breath, boiling up in an instant. The size of the golden giant ape began to change. The cold fangs were shrinking, and the ferocious face disappeared. The sacred aura permeated around the golden giant ape, and it roared loudly. Roar. Accompanied by the roar, the golden light and yellow light flourished. Everyone in the energy shield in the distance covered their eyes. Did you make it? He is Lewis. He must have succeeded. The dazzling light slowly disappeared, and everyone slowly opened their eyes. I saw a figure hovering in the void ahead. The man's black hair was draped over his shoulders, except for his face, chest, and palms. Red hair covered his whole body. Every part of his body revealed endless evil charm and wildness. So handsome. Seeing this, Taisai in the energy shield blurted out slightly. When she came back to her senses, she hugged Douglas and flew forward fiercely. Weiss didn't stop him either. He could see that Lewis had regained his sanity. Lewis. Taisai bumped into Lewis's arms with her son in her arms. Her voice choked up. Lewis hugged Tai's mother and child tightly, put his head on her head, and blamed himself. Tais, I'm sorry, I didn't control it well. Taisai didn't make a sound. Remembering the scene of Lewis losing control just now, she couldn't help being afraid. Not because she was afraid of being killed by Lewis, she would die if she died, but she was worried that Douglas would also be killed by Lewis. This was his son. If Lewis came to his senses and saw him kill his son with his own hands, it would be so painful for him. After a while, Taisai wiped the teardrops from the corners of her eyes, shook her head and said, I'm fine, as long as you're fine. Hearing this, Lewis felt even more guilty, and he just wanted to speak AT this time. Everyone gathered around, and Taisai quickly got out of Lewis's arms. Beerus laughed and scolded. You kid really wanted our lives just now. Lewis was very embarrassed and said, Master Beerus, Weiss, Miss Keisai, Mr. Old World King God. Exen, I'm sorry, I thought Lewis wanted everyone to apologize. Beerus actually didn't blame him, and interrupted Lewis's apology directly, and said, Lewis, how did you find yourself in the berserk state? Although Weiss and Keisai were also frightened by Lewis's actions just now, they knew that Lewis didn't do it on purpose. So they waved their hands to show that they didn't care. What's more, this happened in Quan Wong's universe. Even if Quan Mo didn't make a move, the father of the two would do it on the contrary. The two siblings, Keisai, were more concerned about how Lewis found himself in that berserk state. There was a warm current in Lewis's heart. Facing Beer's question, he fell silent. He suddenly didn't know how to explain it. After thinking for a while, he said, after I came back from the dark demon realm, my hair turned silver. The old world king god told me that it was because of the sublimation of my blood. That's when I knew I was able to break through to the Super 4 state. Lewis didn't say anything about Super 5, and when everyone heard this, they all looked at old Kai Wangshin. The old king of the world raised his chin arrogantly, as if to say, you know how powerful I am. Everyone, Lewis ignored the old Kai Wangshin and continued. Later, the old Kai Wangshin told me about Broly's berserk problem and proposed a method to completely solve Broly's berserk, and I also got inspiration from it. Super 4 may also be able to use this method. Lewis glanced at everyone. The old king of the world put away his arrogant expression, looked at Lewis, and said in admiration, yes, at that time I guess that silence might also use this method to break through. I didn't expect you, Lewis, to think of this. Lewis, you're really smart. Lewis was a little embarrassed to be praised by the old world king god. In fact, he learned this from the anime. Lewis coughed twice and continued, speaking of a state of extreme rage, I've been thinking about how to find myself out of this state. Note Douglas' birth. Lewis flew to Tais and hugged Douglas. The moment my son was born, I knew the opportunity had come. What do you mean? People are very puzzled. Use emotion, use fetters. Lewis hugged his son and babbled. Douglas is the most important thing to me. Douglas, you're the thing. Even at any time, I will never forget Tais and Douglas. Lewis opened his eyes and said nonsense. I firmly believe in this, so after I ignited the rage factor in my body, it didn't take long for me to think of them. It is certain that Taisai and their mother and child will not be forgotten, and this was also Lewis's plan at the time. After all, in the GT anime, this is how Monkey King finds himself. But Lewis wasn't telling the truth, he said it was bullshit. In fact, he was able to find himself because of the system. The system made a ding sound in his mind, and his consciousness instantly awoke in a sea of rage. Lewis. When Taisai heard what Lewis said, she was so moved that she didn't care about being shy, and rushed over directly. Lewis hugged Taisai's mother and son, smiling all the time. But the others were shocked. They found themselves by using their feelings and fetters. Think about it. It seems really feasible. Things like feelings and bonds are inherently mysterious, especially among mortals. These things are even stronger than pure power. Seeing that everyone was shocked by his words, Lewis held back his smile and looked at Monkey King and Vegeta. Have you seen my transformation clearly? You have heard the method I said to find yourself. In the future, when your blood is sublimated to this level, you can also transform like this. Lewis said that the method of finding oneself with feelings and fetters will definitely work, because Monkey King in the GT anime does this. Except for Broly, who is stupid, Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong fell into deep thought, and they were all recalling the scene of Lewis's transformation. With emotion, with fetters. I know, I can definitely transform into Super 4. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. When the time comes, I will transform into Super 4, and I will also bring Gohan with me. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Luis, you can do it. So can I. I will continue to make children with Bulma when I get back. Lewis, everyone, you two brats. Beerus was amused by Sun Wukong's ignorance, and he scolded with a smile, then asked, Lewis, has your power broken through to the angel realm? What level is your current power in the angel realm? He couldn't sense Lewis's power anymore. In his eyes, Lewis at this moment was just like Weiss, so unfathomable. I did not know either. Lewis hugged Taisai mother and child, then looked at Weiss and Kess. Wes, to what extent has my strength reached? Weiss and Kess looked at each other, and Weiss said, the first floor of angel realm. Weiss's voice was very flat, but those who were familiar with him knew how shocked Weiss was right now. The main reason is that Lewis's normal state is the second level of the god realm, but after transforming into Super 4, Lewis's power directly broke through to the angel realm. This is too scary, really. Beerus swallowed. No wonder he couldn't sense Lewis's strength. really broke through to the angel realm. Beerus blushed a little. It was so embarrassing. As the real god of destruction of universe, he was overtaken by an alternate god of destruction like Lewis. So embarrassing. Unlike Beerus, the old Kyogami and Asin hugged each other excitedly. Lewis is not like an angel like Weiss, but Lewis can directly shoot in the universe. Mom, an alternate god of destruction with the power of an angel is in the 7th universe. Now who else in the other 11 universes would dare to show him face? The old Kaiwanshan was very happy. A long time ago, the 7th universe was hated by all universes because of Beerus. Now the old man can finally feel proud. At this time, Lewis said with a chuckle, Master Beerus, come on, let's continue our unfinished battle. To be honest, Lewis himself was a little unbelievable. He thought that his power would only skyrocket to the 5th level of the god realm at most. Who would have thought of a power that directly crossed the category of the realm of gods and directly broke through to the level of the realm of angels? Lewis, do you think I'm a fool? Yes. Fuck off. Grandma. I give up. Douglas is yours. Beerus left here cursing, and then flew towards the palace of the god of destruction. Weiss was puzzled and shouted, Master Beerus, what are you doing? Lewis is already riding on my head. Why don't you wait for him to shit and pee on my head? Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Lewis's transformation is over, and Beerus begins to practice. After Kasai helped Weiss block the erasure of the golden giant ape and learned everything, she greeted everyone and did not stay here. Kasai disappeared from the 7th universe, but the direction she went back was not the 10th universe, but the king's palace. Lewis, wait for me. I'm gonna make a baby with Bulma right now, and I'll definitely be able to transform into a Super 4. Vegeta didn't say anything more about surpassing Luis. After all, in the conversation just now, he knew that Luis's current strength had reached the angel level. Angel realm. This power is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Vegeta was very sensible, so he used teleportation to leave here. Son Wukong also proposed to leave. His son is still being taken by Piccolo. He has to go back and guard behind Lil Gohan .as for Super 4. He will naturally arrive one step ahead of Vegeta. The two friends of Son Wukong left here, and only the old Kaiwanshan, Asin, and Broly are left here. Lewis, we're leaving too. When I go to other universes, I'll take you there too. The old king of the world asked Asin to take him and Broly. When he left, his face was full of red. He said he would take Lewis to play, but in fact he took Lewis to show off. Lewis, what are your plans now? Weiss looked at Lewis after seeing everyone leaving. Lewis touched his nose. Why are you looking at me like that? Ties hugged Douglas, biting her red lips with her white teeth. Lewis, don't go to the dark demon realm. She is Lewis's wife. Does she know where Lewis is at this time? Another month has passed since Lewis broke through to the Super 4. A month ago, Lewis's angelic power spread throughout the universe of the king. All the gods of destruction and angels have a new understanding of Lewis. This kid is really a monster. Forehead. No, it is a bit incorrect to say that the new understanding is a bit incorrect. It should be said that Lewis is a monster. Lewis's power has broken through to the angel realm, and the ranking of the 7th universe has also risen to number 3 a few years ago. A series of changes in the 7th universe have made it difficult for the gods of destruction and kings of other universes to accept. They know it's because of Luis. All the gods of destruction also want to have a monster like Lewis in their own universe. But this wish may come true in dreams. But in reality, how is this possible? Since you can't get a monster like Lewis, why don't you secretly come to the 7th universe to snatch a scion back? This is the idea of number 11 Cosmic God of Destruction, Kami in his investigation. The rise of the 7th universe is because of Lewis. But it is more dependent on the race called scions. The strength of the scions is the reason for the rise of the 7th universe. If he snatches a scion back and lets it multiply in the number 11 universe, his universe will rise sooner or later. The idea is very good, but the taste is too delicious, because the scion family is the race of Luis. The last god of destruction who offended Luis has been wiped out by him. Wei Mei thinks that his strength is not as good as that of Ketla, so how dare he play against the scions? This is also the idea of many gods of destruction. Again, they also want to have a monster like Lewis in their own universe. Not only does Lois make an impact in the All-King universe, but in Galactic Patrol headquarters as well. King Vegeta and Bardock learned about Super 4 from their sons. Sure enough, in the Super Saiyan series, Super 3 is not the end, and now Lewis has broken through to Super 4. If someone says that there's still Super 5, King Vegeta and Bardock will absolutely believe this. The existence of Super 4 was also known to the Scion family, and for a while the Scion family completely boiled. The Scion family is guessing who's the one who breaks through to Super 4. Someone guessed it was Monkey King. Some guessed it was Vegeta. Some guessed it was Gogeta. Some people even speculated that it was the mysterious Scion with silver hair and blood-red pupils. Of course, only a few Scions know the identity of Lewis. That it's not that King Vegeta didn't want the Scions to know the identity of Lewis, but that it was requested by Lewis. Lewis once said to King Vegeta that he's an alternate god of destruction and belongs to the gods, and he can no longer interfere with mortal affairs too much. That it is better not to let the Scion family know his identity. Therefore, in the Scion clan, except for some high-level people, basically not many people know the true identity of Lewis. Among the 4 guesses, Gogeta is the most convincing guess of the Super 4. Mainly, Lewis has never used his power in front of the Scion family, as from Monkey King or Vegeta. Although their talents are very strong, they're only monomers anyway. In the future, they may be able to break through to Super 4 with their own talent and hard work. But they certainly cannot do this now, as Gogeta is the most likely Super 4. The impact of Lewis's breakthrough to Super 4 is not limited to this. It also caused huge waves in the universe. Of course, Lewis himself did not know this this time. The 7th universe is in the god realm of destruction. Two figures flickered in the sky, and they kept colliding with each other. These two people are none other than Lewis and Weiss. Boom. Weiss swung his staff and hit Lewis in the abdomen at a tricky angle. Lewis immediately flew upside down. Soon he flew back again, and Lewis raised his fist and rushed straight. Weiss dodged sideways, but Lewis's fist also hit his face at a weird angle. Weiss's face twisted violently, and his whole body was like a cannonball, hitting the ground hard. The attacks of the two seemed ordinary, and the collision did not produce colorful visions. If someone thinks that the strength of the two is weak, it is a big mistake. When they reach the angel realm, their attacks often use the simplest means, directly hitting the opponent's flaws without wasting power. This is the duel between masters. Good boy, with the same strength, you are not inferior to me. Weiss got up from the ground and sighed. This moment. Lewis flew down from the sky and said with a playful smile, "Thank you, Master Weiss, for your guidance over the years." Master, the corner of Weiss's mouth twitched slightly. This was the first time Lewis called him master. This master sounded a bit nasty, but I don't know what's going on, but my heart is warm. Ha, you'll catch up to me soon, and I won't be your master anymore. Weiss smiled helplessly. Also, at the beginning, a little kid was brought to the god of destruction realm by him, and now it has only been more than 20 years, and the power of that little kid is about to catch up to him. Weiss was really helpless in his heart, but he was more pleased and proud. A Beerus from the 5th floor of the realm of gods. An angel and a Lewis on the 1st floor. These two strongest gods of destruction in the universe of kings were all taught by him. The pride is hard to express in words. Hearing Weiss teasing, Lewis just smiled and didn't say much. He returned to the lake and hugged Douglas in Ty's arms. Weiss followed and asked, "Your kid has been staying in the god of destruction realm, doing nothing. What do you want to do?" Lewis kissed little Douglas and rolled his eyes. "What do I want to do?" Weiss said with black lines all over his face. "You know what I'm asking?" Tai-Sai looked at Lewis and said angrily, "That means even I can hear what Weiss is asking you, and you're still pretending." Lewis was stared at by Tai-Sai's angry eyes, couldn't help shrinking his neck, and then said, "Now you plan to go to the Dark Demon realm? I said I won't mess around, don't worry." Naturally, Lewis could hear what Weiss was asking him, and it was nothing more than asking him when he planned to go to the Dark Demon Realm. When he broke through to the Super 4 state, he really planned to go to the Dark Demon Realm to kill Demigula. After all, his strength has already broken through to the level of an angel. Even if he uses time and space erase again, it will not cause irreversible damage to his body. But after thinking about it, there's no rush. In any case, there are masters at the master level in the Dark Demon Realm. Lewis didn't know how Chuanma treated him. Judging from the present, Chuanma had no intention of attacking him. But if he really killed Demigula, who knows if Chuanma will directly attack him? Lewis only has the first level of power in the angel realm. He can't escape from the hands of all demons. Just figure it out. Wes breathed a sigh of relief. Tai-Sai also patted her chest. She was really afraid that the little bastard Lewis would run to avenge her desperately. Now Master Beerus is practicing again. What are your plans now? Weiss said again. Of course, continue to practice. Before Lewis finished speaking, he suddenly frowned. Weiss next to him was also taken aback. Tai-Sai asked, what's wrong with you? The breath of destruction? Such a weak breath of destruction. Is it that the alternate god of destruction came to our 7th universe? It turned out that in the induction of Weiss and Lewis, a faint destructive aura appeared in the 7th universe. Wes, the direction of the destructive breath seems to be in the direction of the earth. Show me what's going on. It is good. Weiss waved his staff and saw a picture projected on the sky. The eye in the picture, an octopus-shaped shuttle appeared on the earth out of thin air, and then 2 figures jumped out of it. Point 1 man and 1 woman. Men are handsome. Women are beautiful. Both of them have one thing in common. That is, they both have blue hair. Bulma. Seeing this, Tai-Sai blurted out that she didn't know the other man. Lewis frowned and said, why are they here? Weiss said solemnly, they're not people from our time and space. How dare they manipulate time? How bold. Okay. Didn't I also travel through time and space last time? I also traveled wrong hundreds of times. It's no big deal. Lewis waved his hand. Weiss said angrily, can you let me finish? This kid is really hateful. He just said that he's his master, but now he's not even given a chance to pretend. Lewis smiled. Okay, I know them. Didn't I drift into a future time and space in the turbulence of time and space before? The two of them are people from that future time and space. But I'm curious how they came here. Before he finished speaking, Lewis patted his head. When he left the future time and space, he always felt that he had forgotten something. He finally remembered that he forgot to bring Sun Wukong's special medicine for heart disease. Lewis, who's that guy next to Bulma? He is the son of Bulma in the future time and space, called Trunks, son of Bulma. Tai-Sai's eyes lit up. No wonder she felt that the man looked so much like Bulma. He turned out to be Bulma's son. Lewis, you said that he's the son of Bulma in the future space-time. Why does he have a faint destructive aura? Weiss is concerned about this. I did not know either. Lewis shook his head. When I left the future time and space, Trunks did not destroy the breath. Now, there's only one possibility. That is, he was accepted as a disciple by Mr. Beerus in the future time and space. This was the only possibility he could think of, and Lewis's guess is also correct. When Lewis left the future time and space, Beerus in the future time and space also wanted to find Lewis in his time and space. But Lewis, who discovered the future time and space, died early. So under Weiss' reminder, Beerus from the future time and space turned his idea on Trunks. The current Trunks is the alternate god of destruction in the future. It's very possible. Let's go. Let's see what's going on. Weiss suddenly became very interested in this future Trunks. Weiss, all the demons are on Earth. I can't be harmed. It doesn't matter if I go to Earth, but you. Don't worry, it's all right. Weiss gave Lewis a meaningful look. Lewis was taken aback. Another riddle. Wes, do you know what I hate the most in my life? What? Weiss asked Lewis to take him to Earth, but was confused by what Lewis said. I hate the Riddler the most. I swear, one day, I will beat up all the Riddlers. Lewis said through gritted teeth. Looking at Lewis's murderous gaze, Weiss swallowed and said, okay, we'll beat you later. Now let's go to Earth first. Tai-Sai next to her was covering her mouth and giggling. Lewis didn't say anything. Since Weiss said that it's okay for him to go to Earth, it should be fine. Also, what Wes said reminded him of something, and if Quantimo really wants to attack him, what's the use of hiding in the God of Destruction realm? Thinking of this, Lewis had nothing to worry about. Let's go back together. Lewis held Douglas Jr., and then left the God of Destruction realm with Ties and Weiss. Earth out in a forest and Shidu, a time shuttle was parked here, and a tame future Bulma jumped out of it. Date looked around and said, is this the time and space of my uncle? The environment is really good. Future Bulma smiled and said, son, didn't Weiss and Beerus tell you not to travel through time and space indiscriminately? You're taking your mother to travel through time and space. I'm not afraid of them blaming me. The T's face was full of black lines. Didn't you let me travel through time and space, Mom? Now you're relying on me again. Hey, it's Mom's fault. Future Bulma stuck out her tongue. At this moment, she looked youthful and lively, not at all haggard like she was back then. I haven't seen my brother-in-law for a long time, and I don't know how my brother-in-law is doing now. Uncle is the alternate god of destruction in this time and space. I'm sure everything is fine. The Tay put away the time shuttle, flew into the sky, and flew in the direction of Shidu. Future Bulma followed suit. Soon the two came to Shidu. The environment here was exactly the same as that before the future time and space. Future Bulma easily found a way home. Brother-in-law, I'm here to find you. Outside the manor of Dr. Breves, Future Bulma yelled, and then she walked in the manor. Date looked at the environment inside the manor. Everything here was very strange to him, because in the future time and space, not long after he was born, the Earth was destroyed by man-made humans, and the manor was bombed to pieces early. Vegeta, who was making a child in the room, was taken aback. Isn't this Bulma's voice? He glanced at Bulma under him, and felt it again. Stunned. Isn't Bulma under him? Why is there a Bulma outside? Not long after, Vegeta and Bulma got dressed and came to the yard. When the two came out, they saw Dr. Breves talking to another Bulma. You say you were Bulma from another time and space. That's right, you and your mother were killed by man-made humans in the future time and space, and you died a terrible death. Then who is this next to you? He's your grandson in the future time and space. Trunks. Call him Grandpa. Grandpa, my name is Trunks. Under the sun umbrella, Breves sat on a chair, pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and took a closer look at the future Bulma mother and child. In the future, Bulma pulled Trunks and sat across from Breves, and kept bringing food to the table with both hands for Date, shouting to eat this, eat that. Date glanced at his grandfather, then at his refugee-like mother, very embarrassed. In my research, parallel time and space should exist. Using the theory of time and space, I have also made a space-time shuttle. If this person is my Bulma, it is indeed possible. Breves looked at the future Bulma, who had the exact same face as his daughter, and his eyes gradually softened. A critique could be seen from his eyes that he believed the words of future Bulma. Who are you? How can you be so like me? Bulma and Vegeta went out to the yard, and she saw another self, and couldn't help asking. Bulma. In the future, Bulma's eyes lit up. She left the chair, ran over, stretched out her salty pig hand, and touched Bulma's face. You are me in this time and space. You really deserve to be the young me. The skin is so tender and smooth. Bulma suddenly showed an expression of lovelessness. How fat is this woman? She looks so similar to her, but she's as sexy as her. This is obviously another her. Bulma looked at Breves under the sun umbrella and asked, Dad, who is she? Bulma didn't know about the parallel time and space yet, mainly because Lewis didn't tell her about the parallel time and space trip before. Vegeta on the side was also full of doubts. Doctor. Breves was about to speak, but suddenly, Shasound. She is you in another time and space. It was none other than Lewis and the others, for more than 2 years. Except for Lewis, who came to the Earth a few times, the others returned to the Earth again. Among these few people, especially Weiss, he really missed the delicacies of the Earth. So without saying a word, he ran to Tai-Sai's restaurant with ease. Hey, as for the destructive aura on Trunks' body, it's not too late to ask him after he finishes eating the delicacies of the Earth. brother-in-law. Seeing the person coming, Bulma and future Bulma were overjoyed together. After finishing speaking, Bulma was taken aback. Why did this person who looked like her call Louis his brother-in-law? Date, who was sitting opposite Dr. Breves, also turned his head suddenly and said excitedly, Uncle. Date suddenly disappeared and appeared next to Louis in the next second, hugging Louis. Uncle, I miss you so much. Seeing this, Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply. He couldn't even notice the kid's movements. When Louis saw Date holding him, Date was obviously very excited, and his whole face flushed red. Trunks, long time no see. Louis patted Dad on the back and let him go to tea this time. Bulma broke free from the grasp of the future Bulma, ran over, pointed at her other self, and asked doubtfully, Brother-in-law, did you just say that she is me in another time and space? Not only Bulma was confused, but Vegeta was also confused. He asked, Louis, what's going on? Louis had no choice but to tell everything about the future time and space. What? There's another time and space. Kakarot in another time and space died of a heart attack. I also died in the hands of those two man-made humans. Louis, are you sure you're not joking? Vegeta froze in place, as if petrified. And Bulma was not much better. He pointed to Tay, and then pointed to himself. Date turned out to be another son of her in another time and space. According to historical development, that is to say, in this time and space, she and Vegeta will also have a Trunks. While the two of Bulma were in a circle, Louis took Taisai to the future Bulma. Bulma, you haven't seen your sister for a long time here. Elder sister, seeing Tai's in real life. Future Bulma covered her mouth with tears in her eyes. Tai's hugged little Douglas, stepped forward and hugged future Bulma. Sister is here. Taisai had learned about the situation of future Bulma from Louis a few years ago, and what happened to future Bulma was really terrible. Her sister had an accident many years ago. Her parents were killed by artificial humans again. Her husband was also killed by a man-made man. The belief that supports her to live is to make a time machine, but the time machine she made does not allow her to go back to the real past, but to a parallel time and space that has nothing to do with the future time and space. Now, Taisai can't help but feel distressed when she sees the future Bulma. This is also her sister. Sister, I miss you so much. Future Bulma also hugged Taisai tightly, her voice choked with sobs. Bulma doesn't cry, my sister is here. It won't be pretty anymore. Taisai saw another sister crying heartbroken, and immediately took out her trump card. Fart, I'm the most beautiful. Future Bulma cried and laughed, and finally saw her sister again. So nice. Only her sister can handle her. Sister, is this? Only then did future Bulma notice the baby in Tai's arms. Taisai touched little Douglas's face and said softly, my son is called Douglas, eldest nephew. Future Bulma's eyes lit up, wiped away tears, and asked, is this your and brother-in-law's child? Taisai was speechless immediately. If it wasn't hers and Louis's, who else could it be? Future Bulma also realized that his words were a bit silly, stuck out his tongue, and looked very cute. At this time, Vegeta and Bulma finally digested what Louis said, and they also surrounded him. Louis, is he my son? Vegeta pointed to Trunks. He is the son of Vegeta from the future, not your son. Speaking so much, it's not Vegeta's son. Vegeta learned everything about the future time and space from Louis. He came in front of Dad, and as soon as he got close, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable feeling in his body. Bulma also looked closely at Date, and she touched her stomach again. When Date saw his parents from this time and space coming in front of him, he was suddenly a little nervous and unconsciously looked at his biological mother. But his biological mother had been talking to his aunt from this time and space and had no time to pay attention to him. Kaori, Date wanted to speak, but he didn't know how to call Vegeta, calling him Vegeta, but he could be said to be his father. Date's face was already flushed from the suffocation. He was a candidate for the god of destruction, and he would have such a nervous day. Louis folded his hands and couldn't help but feel amused seeing this scene, but he didn't disturb the way the three of them communicated. After a while, Date's face became more and more red. Bulma covered her mouth and smiled. She stepped forward and touched the T's head. Call Mom. Mom. Date heaved a sigh of relief. He was so nervous mainly because he didn't know what his parents in this time and space would think of him. Now it seems that the parents in this time and space have accepted his existence. Father. Dotto looked at Vegeta again and called out tentatively. Vegeta nodded proudly. Date suddenly showed a bright smile. But Louis next to him was slightly startled, the second child in 1,000 years. Forehead, still accepting the existence of Date as easily as in the anime. Okay, let's talk about your business later. Trunks, what are you and Bulma doing here? Louis interrupted the communication between the three of them, and then asked knowingly, as soon as these words came out, Taisai and future Bulma also surrounded her. Uncle, I'm here to deliver Uncle Wukon's special medicine for heart disease. He wouldn't say that he came to this time and space because he wanted to see you, Uncle. Date hurriedly took out a universal capsule. Future Bulma nodded vigorously. Yes, if we don't send special medicine for heart disease, Wukon's heart disease cannot be cured with the current medical technology in this time and space. Die of a heart attack. Vegeta directly took the universal capsule from the T's hand and cursed. Kakarot in the future time and space died of a heart attack. A majestic scion will die of a heart attack. Waste. Vegeta glanced at future Bulma, then at Otto, suppressing the anger in his heart, and said, where are those two artificial humans? I'm going to kill them now. Dad, according to the development history of the future time and space, the two artificial humans will appear in 7 years, and it's still early. Date called Vegeta his father, and it was very smooth, and he didn't feel shy at all. Future Bulma doesn't think there's anything wrong with Dotto calling Vegeta that much. Vegeta is indeed his father, of course. Date can call it that in terms of title, but the two time and space are not related to each other. She is Bulma from another time and space. It is impossible to say that something will happen between her and Vegeta. Yes, they will appear on May 7th, 7 years later, on Archipelago in Nandu. Future Bulma said. After 7 years, it wasn't until Louis realized that little Gohan was only 2 years old at this time. According to the normal plot development, Gohan turned into Super 2 around the age of 9, and the artificial man should indeed appear 7 years later. Not yet. Vegeta was furious, and couldn't help being angry at the thought of Son Goku in another time and space dying of a heart attack. What a waste. Thinking of the death of himself in another time and space at the hands of artificial people. This is even more useless. Okay, it's still early now, since we've come to this time and space. Let's play here for a while before going back. Speaking of this, Louis narrowed his eyes and looked at Date. Trunks, what happened after I left the future time and space? Why do you have a destructive aura? At the same time, Wise came out of the dining room of Taisai's house. Are you an alternate god of destruction from another time and space? Vegeta always felt that Louis would be so strong because of the alternate god of destruction that if Beerus had taken a fancy to him at the beginning, he was confident that he would be no worse than Louis, that he has no hope of becoming an alternate god of destruction now. But his son is different. Trunks is now an alternate god of destruction in another time and space, and he is also a teacher of Weiss. Thinking that Trunks is the son of a Scion prince, will Trunks be stronger than Louis? Trunks equals son of. Vegeta equals Vegeta. As long as Trunks is stronger than Louis, that means he is stronger than Louis. Well, it makes sense. Ha 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 ha. In the crowd, Vegeta laughed out of nowhere. What's wrong with this guy? Everyone looked at him like a fool. Vegeta coughed lightly, didn't care about everyone's gaze, looked at Trunks and asked, by the way, how strong are you now? Are you stronger than Louis? You should be better than Louis. You are my son, and you are also an alternate god of destruction. Vegeta said to himself that he couldn't wait to hear an affirmative answer from Trunks. Trunks let go of Bulma's hand and scratched his head in embarrassment. Father, how could I be better than Uncle? A few years ago, he just became an alternate god of destruction, and he might think that one day he could catch up with or surpass Lewis. But after becoming an alternate god of destruction, he learned a lot of things between the gods from Weiss in the future time and space, and Trunks realized that it was impossible for him to catch up with his uncle. What? Impossible? You are my Vegeta's son, and also a disciple taught by Mr. Weiss. How could you not be as strong as Luis? Vegeta shook his head crazily. He kept mumbling, and suddenly said, ouch. It turned out that Bulma had already pulled his ear, and Bulma said coldly, okay, Vegeta, let me call you brother-in-law. You keep calling brother-in-law's name. You're so big or small every day, right? What a fierce girl. How could he find such a wife? Vegeta was pulled and dangled, pretending to say, let go, it hurts. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. After Vegeta's disturbance, the atmosphere in the yard became relaxed and happy. Everyone sat down in the yard. Under the sun umbrella, Weiss took a sip from his teacup, then carefully observed Trunks, nodding his head from time to time. Lewis sat on a chair with little Douglas in his arms, turned his head to look at Weiss, and said with a smile, how is your disciple? Trunks on the side pricked up his ears. He also wanted to know how the master of this time and space commented on him. The strength is mediocre. If you measure it by the combat power in the universe, the normal combat power is only 10 billion what? Hearing Weiss' words, Vegeta couldn't help feeling it. It really was. Why is there such a big gap between the two alternate gods of destruction? And many more. Why can he sense the breath of Trunks? Didn't it mean that the breath of the gods could not be sensed? Seeing Vegeta's expression, Lewis knew what he was thinking and explained, you can sense Trunks' breath. That's because Trunks hasn't become a real god yet. Weiss put down the teacup in his hand, nodded and said, yes, the dimension of Trunks is at most only the level of the Earth god, which is far from the real god. Dimension? What is dimension? Vegeta didn't understand at all. Weiss also didn't explain what a dimension is. He looked at Trunks and said, your power is so weak now. It should be another reason why I let you concentrate on cultivating the dimension and breaking the rules. As expected of another master. You can guess that. Trunks scratched his head with a naive look. That's what you in the future time and space told me. He said that there's no rush to increase your strength. As an alternate god of destruction, comprehending the rules of destruction is the most important thing. Sure enough, it's exactly what I thought. In Weiss' observation, Trunks' talent is actually very good, even comparable to Vegeta and Monkey King. The fact is the same. In the anime, the future Trunks returns to time and space to ask for help. Not to say that his talent is worse than others. Future Trunks belongs to the protagonist of the future time and space. In fact, his talent is no worse than anyone else. The first time I went back to the past time and space to ask for help, because shortly after the birth of Trunks in the future, all his relatives and friends, except his mother and son Wuhan, died. Future Trunks spent his childhood on the road to escape. No one taught him any fighting, and he never received professional training. And the enemy he faces is an artificial human with million fighting power. It may be a bit incomprehensible to say this. To put it another way, this is like Goku, who is still fighting Piccolo, and he directly ran into more than 20 Friesias. In this case, even a man of destiny like Monkey King can't resist it. Therefore, the first time Trunks went back to the past time and space to ask for help in the future, it was because he really had no other way. Moreover, future Trunks was in the past time and space. After a series of training by Vegeta, he returned to the future time and space and killed 2 artificial humans with only 1 person, and Cell behind him also easily killed them. He even received an order from the future king of time and space to prevent the birth of Majin Buu. As for going back to the past for help in time and space for the second time, what Trunks will encounter in the future is Black Monkey King, Zamasu. In fact, if it wasn't for Zamasu's immortal body, Trunks would even be able to kill both of them with his own hands in the future. It's a pity that Zamasu's immortal body is so terrible that he has to go back in time and space to ask for help. But it is no exaggeration to say that the talent of future Trunks already belongs to the level of the protagonist of Dragon Ball. You really have to focus on breaking the rules and dimensions at this stage. Weiss has already regarded Trunks as his disciple, and continued. The essence of an alternate god of destruction is destruction. If you can't even master the rules of destruction, is it still an alternate god of destruction? I know, master. Trunks nodded vigorously. Although your strength is not strong enough, you have cultivated the dimension to the level of an Earth god in just a few years, and you've learned a little bit about breaking the rules. Generally speaking, your talent is very good. Only then did Weiss comment on Trunks. Date was overjoyed immediately. This was another affirmation from his master. However, he glanced at Lewis, who was teasing little Douglas, and said with a wry smile, obviously I'm also a candidate god of destruction, but I'm far worse than my uncle. Lewis raised his head and bared his teeth at Trunks. Weiss rolled his eyes angrily and said, don't compare with him. Even Master Beerus can't compare with him. You should practice your dimension and break the rules. Weiss didn't tell the truth. In fact, even he himself was no match for Lewis. Lewis nodded. Yes, the breaking rules you comprehend now are similar to what I did when I was 7 years old. Come on, Son Yin, 7 years old? Do you want to bully people like that? Trunks was speechless for a moment. When Vegeta next time heard this, he finally resigned to his fate. Trunks at this time is equivalent to the level of Lewis when he was 7 years old. But don't forget that Lewis has just broken through to Super 4. That is the power of an angel. Trunks equals son of Vegeta equals Vegeta. This formula is established, but Trunks can't surpass Lewis. That is to say, he can't surpass Lewis either. Nerve wracking. In this exchange, Weiss was basically talking, and every word he said was appropriate to Trunks' current situation. Lewis can no longer teach him. Obviously, Weiss regards Trunks as his other disciple. It can be seen from Weiss' words that he likes Trunks very much. Soon, this exchange ended. But at the end, Weiss asked another question. Traveling through time and space at will is a felony, even among the gods. It is expressly forbidden that if you travel through time and space at will, once you cause a catastrophe, you'll be judged by the realm of time. As the alternate god of destruction in the future time and space, Trunks naturally knows this. But he really wants to see his uncle so much, so he desperately comes to the past time and space. Vegeta, Bulma, and future Bulma didn't know this, and they were all worried that Trunks would be judged by the so-called realm of time. In the end, Lewis couldn't stand any longer, so he said that there was no need to worry. If there would be serious consequences, it was Lewis who caused them first. Lewis said to Trunks again, if people from the realm of time come to trouble you, come to me directly. Lewis's words were very domineering, causing everyone to stare at him. When Weiss heard this, he showed a smile of success that in fact he didn't lie, because if he travels through time and space at will, he will indeed be judged by the people of the realm of time. Lewis was not judged by the people of time realm the last time. He traveled through time and space, and Weiss probably guessed why. Even the Quan Wong and the Quan Demon didn't care about Lewis, and the people in the realm of that time probably wouldn't care about him either. This is Weiss' guess, and Trunks is not Lewis. If Trunks causes a catastrophe, then he will definitely not be able to escape. In the communication just now, Weiss had already fallen in love with the disciple of Trunks, just in case he had no choice but to let Lewis make the move. As everyone knows, Weiss' approach is superfluous. Not to mention that future Trunks is one of Lewis' favorite anime characters, but that future Trunks is Bulma's son, and Bulma is his sister-in-law. Based on this, Lewis would not allow anyone to hurt Trunks. After the reunion, the cyborgs will not appear until almost 7 years later, and Lewis lets the future Bulma mother and child play in this time and space for a while before leaving. This is mainly to prevent people from the realm of time from coming to trouble the future Bulma mother and child. After explaining, Lewis disappeared. Weiss didn't know where Lewis went, and in the following time, he began to guide Trunks, a new disciple. Vegeta couldn't understand this kind of training at the level of an alternate god of destruction, so he left the manor and flew in the direction of Bowsy Mountain. He wants to tell son Wukong everything about the future time and space, and he also wants to give him the special medicine for heart disease. These are two of the purposes. As for the other purpose, that is of course beating Monkey King. He, son Wukong, a scion, would die of a small heart attack. This is an insult to scions. If this kind of waste is not beaten up, he is Scion Prince, really can't stand it. Soon, Vegeta came to Bowsy Mountain and learned from Chi-Chi that Monkey King had handed little Gohan to Piccolo, and Monkey King followed little Gohan hiding his breath. Vegeta sensed it for a while, but he really didn't notice Monkey King's aura, so he had to tell Kiki about the future time and space. And he also left Kiki with the special heart medicine brought by Trunks and Vegeta. Returned to Shidu, Lewis disappeared, and Vegeta returned from Bowsy Mountain. In the future, Bulma will be stuck with Taisai and Bulma. They're like three sisters in fact. They're also three sisters. Three beautiful beauties and a 4-month-old baby go shopping every day. Along the way, I don't know how many hearts I've gained from thousands of boys. It's a pity that they're all famous and beautiful. On this day, the three of them came to a small town on the edge of Shidu, which is very close to Nandu Islands. Taisai saw that there was no one on the street, and she was little puzzled, huh? Why is there no one in this town? Bulma nodded, and she saw the clothes on the ground again. Yes, why are there so many clothes on the ground? Future Bulma was also a little puzzled, but she suddenly had an ominous premonition. The main reason is that the small town on the edge of Shidu is very close to the Nandu Islands, and artificial humans appeared in the Nandu Islands. A small town on the edge of western capital. The three of Taisai wandered around the town, and they found that there was no one in the town, and there were a lot of clothes on the road that I passed by the store, and when I had a look at IT, was the same situation inside. No one was there, and there were a lot of clothes on the floor. The three of Taisai also found that the chairs in some stores were covered with clothes, but the coffee on the tables was still hot, but on the street. The same is true for some cars. The engine of the car is shaking, but the driver has disappeared, leaving only a suit of clothes there. All of this, it seems that some monster has absorbed the people in the small town, leaving only their clothes. There are more and more such weird pictures. In the future, Bulma was a little worried. Why don't we go back first? Taisai could see that her younger sister was very nervous. If Bulma would show this expression in the future, it must be that what happened in the future time and space had left her with indelible memories. Bulma also felt sorry for the future Bulma, and a thought came to her mind. When I go back, I will ask Vegeta to find Dragon Ball. She will kill all disasters in the cradle, so as not to worry about her sister. Okay, let's go back first. Taisai nodded and stopped shopping. Future Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. The three of them turned around and were about to fly into the air. All had eaten the spiritual fruit, and when they turned around, they saw a monster standing behind them. What? Bulma was taken aback. Future Bulma was not much better. Her face was pale. Taisai hugged little Douglas and stood in front of the two younger sisters, looked at the green monster following them, and said coldly, "What are you?" As the wife of the candidate god of destruction. Although Taisai is still immortal, her body has already been infected with the touch of God's breath, with long golden hair fluttering in the wind. Taisai is like a goddess. It looks majestic and divine. Yeah. The green monster is none other than Sheru, who came here from another time and space. He came to this time and space 3 or 4 years earlier than normal. As for why this is so, it is unknown. At this time, Sheru's whole body is green, and there are dense black spots which look like an insect, but he also has a pair of black wings which are retracted and hung behind him, and there's a tail hidden under the wings. The face is very human-like, and it looks a little evil. Complete body. Cell has evolved into a perfect body. The appearance is complete, but if you observe carefully, you can detect a faint silver light emitting from Sheru's body. Not just full bodies, it's silver Sheru. This change will happen to Sheru. It turns out that he traveled here from the original time and space, and then found Dr. Gero and the sleeping number 17 and number 18 in the cave of the Nandu Islands at that time. Dr. Gero was taken aback when he saw Cell, but Dr. Gero quickly realized that this was Cell from another time and space. So he wanted to control Cell from another time and space. However, an artificial human like Shalu is not like a pure robot like number 16, so how could he be willing to be controlled? Shalu killed Dr. Gero, absorbed the sleeping number 17 and number 18, and completely evolved into a perfect body. This is not over yet. Sheru found him in this time and space in the secret room, and this time and space cell had been cultivated into an embryo, so he swallowed this time and space cell, and finally evolved into the current silver cell. Who are you? Did you do what happened in the small town? Taisai said coldly again. Combat power, 10, 12, 11. Sharu looked at Taisai and the three of them in front of him, and the power of the three of them could be seen at a glance. Suddenly Sheru was shocked. 1,300 million combat power. This baby. In the past 4 months, Douglas Jr.'s strength has grown from 1,000 million to 1,300 million. Sharu was taken aback by the breath emitted by Douglas, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. How could a baby have such great power? Who is this baby? Sheru searched the entire database in his mind, but couldn't find the baby's information. How so? Could it be that Dr. Gero's information is wrong? Shala walked forward step by step, looked at Taisai, and said evilly, "Although I don't know who the baby in your arms is, but since you are here, you can become my nourishment." Seeing Sheru approaching, Bulma finally remembered something, and she was no longer afraid to stand up. "You are tired of work. Do you know my husband and who my brother-in-law is?" Bulma, one of the top scientists on Earth. Sheru stopped to look at Bulma, and then looked at the future Bulma next to him. As for the other Bulma, it should be the same as me, traveling here in another time and space. What? The three women turned pale with fright. They didn't expect this monster to travel here from other time and space. "Isn't your husband Vegeta, the prince of the Scion clan?" "So what? I'm here to kill him." Sheru laughed. "I not only want to kill Vegeta, but also son Wukong. The meaning of its existence is to kill Monkey King. Even if he kills Dr. Gero, he will not forget this task engraved in his genes." You, Bulma, and future Bulma were furious. They suppressed the anger in their hearts and said, "What do you monster want? What do you want?" Sharu suddenly fell into deep thought, and then said, "I originally wanted to devour you, but my current strength is too strong. If I just kill you like this, it would be really boring. I thought a fun game." Sharu didn't move forward any further, and jokingly said, "Don't you people on Earth like the world's number 1 martial arts conference? Since this is the case, then I will hold the world's #1 martial arts conference. If the martial arts masters of your Earth can defeat me in a martial arts conference, then I will let you go. If we lose, what about you?" Taisai said with a relaxed expression, not nervous at all. "If you lose, then there is no need for the Earth to exist. Ha ha ha." After speaking, Sheru disappeared immediately. Only the three of Taisai with confused faces were left in place. Who is this guy? Why does he feel like a fool? Bulma pouted, not afraid of Shalu at all. Seeing Sheru's disappearance in the future, Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. Bulma, he has such a strong sense of oppression, and his strength must be very strong. Aren't you afraid of this guy? Bulma took the hand of the future Bulma, and said with a smile, "Sister, are you stupid? Have you forgotten who our brother-in-law is? Although the brother-in-law doesn't know where he is going, he will definitely pay attention to us." Tais hugged little Douglas, didn't speak, just smiled. "Yes." Future Bulma patted his chest. "Okay, don't worry, with your brother-in-law here, he will definitely not let us have an accident. We will go back and tell everyone about it. Well, let's go." The three flew into the sky. At this time the heaven, Lewis stood on the edge of the heaven, and after he saw Sheru disappear, the power of light in his hand also disappeared. Lewis turned his head, looked at Bobo next to him, took a deep breath, and said, "The former great priest, where's Master Chuemo?" This is the first time he returned to heaven after knowing Bobo's true identity. Back here, there are actually 2 reasons. First, he destroyed the Dark Demon realm last time. If the Quan Demon wants to trouble him, even if he hides in the God of Destruction realm, even if it is the Quan Wong Palace, he may not be able to escape. Lewis thought about this clearly, so he might as well face the whole demon directly. Second, in fact, he has no enmity with the Dark Demon realm. The one who has enmity with him is Demigula. If it wasn't for Demicula, his ties wouldn't have died. Demicula would definitely kill her. But before killing Demicula, Lewis wanted to see the attitude of the whole devil. This is the main reason why Lewis came to heaven. If Chuema disagreed, Lewis would naturally stop and not attack Demigula. But this stop is only temporary. On the day when he succeeds in cultivation, he will kill Demigula and all the demons together. What is the former great priest? Who is Lord Chuema? What are you talking about, Lewis? Bobo's face was calm, and there was no panic of lying at all. Lewis was silent for a while. He didn't know why Bobo still hid his identity. Demicula, I will definitely kill him. Who is Demicula? Lewis was speechless for a moment, but he also roughly understood the attitude of Chuema from Bobo's answer. Silence means default. Lewis was a little shocked. Isn't Demigula a strong man in the Dark Demon realm? Why doesn't the whole devil care about him killing Demigula? I know Lord Chuema's attitude. Lewis really couldn't figure it out. He turned around and prepared to leave the heaven. However, that guy appeared in our time and space just now. Because you traveled through time and space at will what? Lewis was taken aback for a moment. And when he turned his head, Bobo had already disappeared from sky like the same time, inside the heaven, after the cemetery of the gods, in a black space. Master Chuema, why didn't you see him? Bobo stood in front of a small coffin, wondering. Suddenly a little guy jumped out of the small coffin. His appearance was exactly the same as that of the Quan Wong, except that his whole body was black. Not yet. Then he killed Demigula. Don't you care? That idiot, just kill him. At this moment, Quan Mo's eyes were all icy cold, and he looked extremely evil and charming. Bobo nodded. His whole face remained expressionless. Okay, no accident. People from the realm of time will come to him soon. Quan Mo waved his hand and said with a smile, when Lewis comprehends the power of miracles or the power of darkness, this is the time for us to meet. Yes, in the sky towards the west, a man with silver hair and blood-red pupils flew by. Lewis knew the attitude of the whole devil towards him, and he felt relieved. But now he was confused by Bobo's words again. Lewis, he knew that the guy Bobo was referring to as Sharu. In the original book, this cell is actually not the self in the time and space of Trunks in the future, but the self in another time and space. That is, the third time and space besides the future time and space and the main. Time and space. In Sharu's original time and space, number 17 and number 18 have been killed by Trunks. In order to evolve into a perfect body, Sharu attacked Trunks. After Sharu snatched the time-space shuttle from Trunks, he took the time machine to his current time space. According to the development of the normal plot, only when the artificial man appears, this cell will show up. There are still 7 years before artificial humans will appear. Why did Sharu appear in this time period? Correct. It was caused by him and Trunks traveling through time and space at will. It's the butterfly effect. Lewis, now I want to understand what Bobo said. Seeing Louis's smile, Vegeta said coldly, Lewis, what does your expression mean? It's nothing, by the way, where's Trunks? Lewis did not explain. He looked at everyone. Future Bulma said with a smile. West took him to practice. To be valued by Weiss in another time and space. As Trunks' mother, she is naturally very happy. Lewis nodded. Since Trunks is not here, he doesn't intend to tell the news that Trunks in another time and space was killed by Cell, so as to save everyone from getting angry. Anyway, Sharu is dead. Lewis, that Sharu said that he will hold a martial arts tournament. If we win, he will let us go, but if we lose, he will destroy the earth. Taisai said with a smile that if it was before, let alone Cell, even if Frisia said this to her, she would fall into endless despair. But now, Taisai has even seen battles at the level of demon gods. Although she can't see clearly, she knows that Sharu is definitely not as good as Demecula and the others. In her eyes, Sharu's traveling martial arts tournament is just a joke. Since there's such an interesting competition, let's participate. Lewis laughed out loud. He didn't expect that Cell, who was affected by the butterfly effect, would hold a martial arts tournament like in the anime. Lewis hugged his son and looked at Vegeta. His tone was full of meaning. Vegeta, go, bring Bardock and the others here. This will be an important match to test the strength of our Scion clan. 2 big question marks appeared in Vegeta's eyes. Like Taisai, he just took Sharu as a joke. Why did Lewis say that this martial arts conference is very important? Lewis, Vegeta wanted to ask, but Louise cut him off. Just do what I say. Lewis's face became serious. At this moment, there was an aura of superiority around him, full of oppression. Yes, Vegeta nodded involuntarily. This was the first time he saw Lewis like this. Vegeta used teleportation to leave the earth. Bulma and the others were a little worried when they saw this. Brother-in-law, is that guy strong? Taisai looked at Lewis and frowned. Is it troublesome? Future Bulma couldn't help clenching her fists. It may be very strong for you, but among our gods, it's just that. Lewis handed Douglas Jr. back to Tais and said, Sharu is a good opponent. He could just test the strength of our Scion clan. You could just watch the show when the time comes. I'll go to Bowsy Mountain to find Kakarot. You take Douglas first. Well, let's go. Taisai took her son and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She heard the tone Lewis said to Vegeta and thought that Cell was very strong. Lewis disappeared in the next half day. Sharu's traveling martial arts tournament was spread all over the earth through TV stations. Sharu said that he will report a martial arts conference in a week, and if the martial arts masters on earth win him, then the earth can survive the martial arts conference. But once the martial Taoist on earth loses this competition, the earth will be completely destroyed by him. At first, people on earth thought it was a prank, until Sharu spread the picture of destroying the entire city to all parts of the earth through TV stations, and people on earth began to realize that it was true. For a moment, people on the earth panicked. Shal's move was terrible. He destroyed an entire city with a random Qigong wave, which is not something ordinary people can do to die in such a tense atmosphere. Some martial arts masters finally stood up, and they accepted Cell's challenge through the TV station. Especially one of the guys with an afro. He said that the scene where Sharu destroyed the city was just a trick. If he met Sharu, he would definitely expose the secret. As soon as these words came out, all the people on Earth fell into deep thought. Yup, even if the opponent is a very strong martial artist, how could it be possible to destroy the entire city with a single blow? It's not like they've heard of those strong martial arts masters, such as the Earth martial arts god Turtle Immortal. They have heard many legends about such powerful martial arts masters. But even this kind of martial artist might not be able to destroy a city with one blow. As the afro threatened to blow up Cell, more and more people on Earth believe that the scene of Cell destroying the city was just a trick, and it must be fake. The panic-stricken people on Earth have regained their peace of mind. However, it's not that all the people on Earth believe this, especially the residents living near the city destroyed by Sharu, but they witnessed the scene of an entire city evaporate in an instant. The news that Sharu will destroy the Earth is true. A small island 5 kilometers away from Bowsy Mountain, that a small radish head flicked its tail on the beach, shaking its head and grilling 2 big fish. Uncle Piccolo, do you eat fish? Little Ludu picked up a big fish and dropped it in front of Piccolo. Little Ludu was none other than Gohan, that ate tea this time. Little Gohan was 2.5 years old, and he had been taken by Piccolo for almost 5 months. During these 5 months, Gohan initially thought that Piccolo was a big villain, but later discovered that the big green villain was actually not so bad. Especially when he was hungry. This bad uncle would always secretly bring him something to eat. An uncle who can bring him food must not be bad. Brat, how many times have I told you that I don't eat your human food? Piccolo stood on the beach. His face turned green, and every time the little carrot would call him, he obviously only needed to drink water and bask in the sun. I know next time I'll call again, Little Gohan was not afraid of Piccolo, and ate the big fish on his own. Stinky boy. The corner of Piccolo's mouth twitched slightly. In fact, every time little Gohan asked him to eat, there would always be an inexplicable emotion in his heart. That feeling is hard to express in words. Piccolo only knows that his body and mind are warm. Obviously, he said that he would train little Gohan to become enemies with Monkey King. How could this be? Weird. Suddenly, a powerful aura came from the direction of Dongdu. It was the power that broke out from Sheru's destruction of the city. Who? It's scary. Piccolo was shocked, and he unconsciously dodged to the side of little Gohan, and then hugged little Gohan in his arms. This power, Monkey King, who was hiding in the dark, also appeared on the beach. Seeing this, little Gohan in Piccolo's arms was ecstatic. Dad. Well, Gohan is good. Dad is here to see you. Monkey King came to Piccolo and hugged the little radish head in his arms. His tone was very concerned. Piccolo had black lines all over his face. He knew Monkey King would be hiding in the dark, but luckily he didn't do anything to little Gohan. That only. Why does little Luo Badu feel a sense of loss when he's carried away in his arms? Monkey King, who is this man? Can you beat him? Piccolo came back to his senses, looked at Monkey King, and said solemnly, I don't know this person, but his aura is so evil, and I'm a little familiar with many of his auras. Sun Wukong will feel familiar. That's because Cell has many cells of people he is familiar with. Sun Wukong felt it for a while, then frowned and said, I can't beat him. What? Piccolo was dumbfounded. Who is Monkey King? Monkey King is the man who defeated his father. He also saw all the fight between Monkey King and Broly before. The destructive power that broke out from Broly and Monkey King is not something that humans can possess at all. That in Piccolo's eyes. The one named Broly and Monkey King are two monsters. So Monkey King later asked him to take Gohan with him for a year, and he accepted without hesitation. Can you not accept it? If you don't accept it, you will be beaten to death suddenly. Just sounded a man with silver hair and blood-red pupils appeared on the beach. Lewis. Sun Wukong was overjoyed and came forward with little Gohan in his arms. Gohan, call Uncle Lewis. Lewis solo good. Lewis rubbed little Carrot's head. He didn't expect this little guy to be so big. Seeing Lewis's appearance, Piccolo tensed up. He remembered this person in the original battle between Monkey King and Broly. This guy was watching the show, and the power that Monkey King and Broly erupted didn't even lift the hem of this guy's clothes. This one is even more terrifying. Sun Wukong quickly asked, did something happen to Lewis? Lewis glanced at the Buick, then retracted his gaze, and said with a smile, something did happen. Lewis told the story of Bulma coming to this time and space in the future. Lewis knew that Sun Wukong should not have returned to Bowsy Mountain, so he told everything that happened in the future time and space. Monkey King in the future time and space died of a heart attack. The Son Gohan in the future time and space was killed by an artificial man. Future time and space. After Lewis finished speaking, Sun Wukong was already full of anger at this time. Kiki and Gohan were killed. Piccolo, who was next to him, couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard all this. There is actually another time and space in the world. Okay, the other time and space has nothing to do with us. Lewis said it didn't matter, but how could Monkey King really not care? Even in another time and space, Chi-Chi and Sun Wufan in the future time and space are also his family members. Monkey King became more and more angry, but the anger in his heart seemed to explode in the next moment. Since you can't get angry, that's fine. I just have a chance for you to vent. Lewis patted Monkey King on the shoulder, and he told about Cell's martial arts tournament. Red Ribbon Legion? Dr. Gero? Cell. After Sheru said he was going to kill me, he would also destroy the Earth. Sun Wukong smiled, looked at Lewis, and said in a concentrated voice, when we hold a martial arts conference. A week later, okay, I will participate. Haha, I knew you would participate. Not only you, but also Vegeta and your father. Lewis laughed. My father and the others also come. Sun Wukong suddenly looked forward to this martial arts conference. Suddenly, he turned and looked at Piccolo next to him. Piccolo, come too. Let me go too. An enemy that you can't even defeat. Won't it make me die if you let me participate? Piccolo felt dark. Why was he so weak? Piccolo roared full of disappointment. Roll. Bic, you come too. Even if you don't participate in the competition, you can watch the battle between the masters. Lewis also turned to look at Piccolo, and he could see the sense of loss on Piccolo's face. Obviously, Piccolo was complaining about why his strength was so weak. Indeed, at this time, Piccolo only had more than 800 points of combat power, which was quite weak compared to Monkey King and the others. But in the anime, Piccolo is also one of Lewis's favorite anime characters. Lewis didn't want Piccolo to be unable to accept the blow and just be useless like this. You know me? Piccolo was a little surprised. He didn't expect this mysterious strong man to know him. If you feel that you are weak, then you can go to God. He will definitely have a way. Lewis said suddenly. Piccolo frowned. He didn't expect this mysterious strong man to know what he was thinking. Only, what is the use of finding a God? Well, I look forward to seeing you in a week. Lewis withdrew his gaze from Piccolo and looked at Sun Wukong again. The future Bulma has already brought you a special medicine for heart disease, and it is in Kiki's hands. You go back and eat it first. After speaking, Lewis disappeared. Only the Monkey King trio who were still in a daze remained on the beach. Sun Wukong didn't explain too much and asked again, then will you go to that martial arts conference then? Go with. Piccolo narrowed his eyes, looked up at the sky and said, but I'm going to heaven first. In fact, he also wants to become stronger. He also wants to defeat Monkey King, but he has worked hard for so many years, and he can't even see the taillights of Monkey King's car now. The feeling of helplessness is hard to express in words. What Lewis said just now made him hopeful that if he didn't know Lewis's identity, he might still doubt Lewis's words, but Sun Wukong exposed Lewis's identity, and the old guy in heaven might really improve his strength. Okay, I look forward to your arrival. Sun Wukong laughed, hugged Gohan, and flew into the sky. Uncle Piccolo, goodbye. Little Gohan's soft voice came from the sky. Piccolo pursed his lower lip, and he also turned into a stream of light, flying towards the direction of the heaven. After Sheru announced the news of the martial arts tournament on the first day, the people on Earth panicked at first. But on the second day, after the Afro appeared, except for a few people on Earth, everyone began to believe his words that Cell's method of destroying the city must be a trick. Day 3. Sheru has already built the Budokai's arena, which is located in an open space on the outskirts of Shidu. Some TV reporters have already come to the ring and projected this scene all over the world. For a while, it caused an uproar again. People on Earth really didn't expect that Shalu would dare to hold a martial arts conference. Are you really not afraid that others will expose him? So the martial arts masters on Earth, led by Afro, began to organize, and then formed a group to expose Cell's role. On the fourth day, led by Afro, they formed an organization with more than 200 martial arts masters, and then rushed towards the outskirts of the western capital. The news spread all over the Earth, and the people on Earth began to shout the name of Afro. Satan! Satan! At this moment, Satan's prestige reached an unprecedented level, and on a small island in the middle of the ocean, the people in the room couldn't help but snort when they saw this through the TV station. Kellen said, Teacher Wuqian, what about Shalu? Dixie and Ren looked at the picture on the TV. What can I do? I can only leave it to Wukong. Goku. A flash of memory flashed in the bald eyes. T this time. Gay. Sienren spoke again. His voice was very dignified. If Wukong has been standing still, and still only has the power he had a few months ago, I'm afraid Wukong is no match for Cell. A few months ago, the fluctuations of the battle between Monkey King and Broly had spread throughout the Earth, and the Turtle Immortal had already known to what extent Monkey King's power had reached. But if you compare the power that Sun Wukong erupted at that time with the current Cell of forehead, it is simply incomparable. In fact, the same is true. A few months ago, the combat power of Sun Wukong transformed to Super 2 was only 75 billion, but now Bai Xiao's power has directly broken through to 1,000 billion combat power. How to spell? Unless Wukong has a new breakthrough, or the guy who fought Wukong some time ago comes out to help. Otherwise, our Earth will be in trouble. Gixie and Ren had a worried expression on his face at this time, and he was naturally referring to Broly. What should I do? Come on, let's go to Bowsy Mountain to find Wukong. It is good. 90.00% of the people on Earth believe Satan's words, and they all think that Cell is just a sensationalist. Different from this group of ignorant Earthlings, Gixian Rin, Kellen, Yamucha, Tianjin Fan. These Z fighters all flew in the direction of Baozi Mountain. They wanted to ask Sun Wukong if they could solve this Cell. If Sun Wukong's strength is not enough, let him ask his friends for help. After all, in the past, except for the time when Monkey King and Broly fought, Vegeta and Gogeta's powers were also sensed by them, but they didn't know who these people were. But there's no doubt that these people must have something to do with Monkey King. On the 5th day, Satan has brought more than 200 martial arts masters to the outskirts of Western capital. There are more than a dozen TV station reporters following. The entire action of Satan and the others was broadcast live, and at this moment, both the Earthlings who knew the truth and the Earthlings who did not know the truth were all guarding in front of the TV. When Satan and his group went to the outskirts of Shidu, they saw Shalu standing on a 1,000 square meter arena. Satan immediately wanted to go over to expose Shalu's true colors, but before he reached the ring, he was blocked by a shadowless air wall. Shalu on the ring also opened his eyes, and he said something before the time came, and then closed his eyes again. This scene was broadcast to all parts of the earth through the camera, and everyone was puzzled. Why did Satan stop halfway? Didn't you agree to expose Shalu's true colors? The martial Taoist behind Satan also felt very strange about this scene. Little did they know, Satan was already sweating profusely, because no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take one more step forward. This method does not look like a trick. In other words, Cell's method of destroying the city is very likely to be real. But in the face of many martial arts masters and being stared at by more than a dozen cameras, Satan didn't dare to tell the truth at all, so he could only hold back and say it was a trick. He said, wait for 2 more days. After 2 days, he will definitely expose Shalu's true colors. In the explanation of Satan's 3-inch tongue, many people believed his statement. So all the people on Earth are eager for these 2 days to pass quickly. And the other side, that a group of Z fighters went to Baozi Mountain. When they saw Sun Wukong, they asked him if he was sure to destroy this cell. But in Sun Wukong's answer, in these few months, he's been following the little lunch, and he has basically not practiced much. His strength is not much different from a few months ago. He can't beat that Shuru. The fact is also true. Sun Wukong's normal power has only broken through to 8,500 million combat power at this time. Exactly the same as Vegeta. Transforming into Super 2 only has 85 billion fighting power. For a moment, all Z fighters felt desperate. Fortunately, Goacian remembered several times when powerful forces erupted here in Baozi Mountain. He asked Monkey King again. Could he ask his friends for help? Seeing that everyone was worried, Monkey King stopped teasing them as Sun Wukong told the news about his father's participation in the competition, and he told Gixian Rin and the others not to worry. He has a way to destroy that cell. Sun Wukong is naturally not joking. Although he can't defeat that cell alone, he can fuse with Vegeta. What's more, with his father and the others around, without fusion, a Super Saiyan God can be created on the spot. These 2 methods are still not enough. They still have Broly and Lewis. Of course, if the latter is asked to come out to help, it would be like using cannons to beat mosquitoes, which is overkill. In short, there are many ways. When a group of Z fighters heard what Sun Wukong said, they were relieved, because they know very well what Sun Wukong is like. It is impossible for Sun Wukong to joke at this critical moment. On the 6th day, nothing major happened that day, and everyone was waiting for the start of Sheru's traveling martial arts tournament. But a powerful force erupted from the heavens, and even Sheru on the outskirts of the western capital noticed this force. It turned out that Piccolo followed Lewis's words too, days ago, and he went to the heaven to find God. Piccolo found God without asking anything, but asked if there was any way to make him stronger. The gods have been observing the lower realm in the past 6 months, and they also know that Piccolo has undergone different changes. He even knew that it was Lewis who asked Piccolo to come to him. So the god said that there are 2 ways to make him stronger. First, get the 2 of them back together. This will make up for Piccolo's talent defects, and then become a Super Namek again. But Piccolo is unwilling to use this method. He said that if they fit together, the will of the gods will affect him, and he will never allow this to happen. Don't say that Piccolo is unwilling. In fact, neither is the god, because if they fit together, it means that he will disappear from this world. In this way, those Dragon Balls will also disappear. Piccolo asked the god what else he could do. At that time, the god was silent for a while, and then he walked into the temple. Not long after, a dark figure walked out of the temple. It was Bobo. The god said that following him will make you stronger. Naturally, Piccolo went to Bobo without saying a word, without thinking about his own safety, because he and the god share life, and if he dies, the gods will die too. God can't harm him. Popo takes Piccolo into the spirit time room. 2 days later, Piccolo walked out of the spiritual time room, and the moment he walked out, his explosive power soared to 1 million combat power in the spiritual time room. In just 2 years, Bobo raised Piccolo from 800 combat points to -million. Very horrible. However, after Bobo came out of the spiritual time room, he shook his head at the gods and said only one thing. Your separation will only greatly reduce your talents. It turns out that according to Bobo's teachings, if Piccolo is a perfect body, Piccolo's strength will definitely not only increase by a little bit, and it is even possible to reach 200 billion combat power. Hearing Bobo's words, Tianshin just sighed and said nothing. Bobo didn't know what the god was thinking, but he didn't want to know either. The god asked him for help, so he just helped him. Piccolo disappeared after coming out of heaven, and there was still 1 day before the martial arts conference, and on the 7th day, more than 100 surging auras suddenly appeared in the calm sky. It was Vegeta who brought Bardock and the others over. In addition to Bardock, there are more than 100 strong Scions, such as King Vegeta, Raditz, Nappa, Theodore, Bibbert, and Gracie. All of a sudden, the Earth's peaceful atmosphere was broken just like that. Even Sheru couldn't help but look forward to this martial arts tournament. Shidu Taisai's house. Sun Wukong's family has already come here, and all Z fighters are also gathered here. The moment Vegeta brought a group of Scions over, the Z fighters were terrified. In the yard, Kellen swallowed his saliva. What a terrifying power! Yamucha endured the fear in his heart and said, "Are they all Wukong's tribe? This is too powerful." Tianjin Fan clenched his fists and eagerly said, "If only I had this kind of power." Before Gixian Ran had time to speak, Bardock hugged Gohan and came to Gixian Ran. His tone was full of gratitude. "This is Teacher Wu Qian. Kakarot can have today. Thank you for taking care of me before." Bardock once heard Wai say that Sun Wukong's achievements today are all because Sun Wukong practiced martial arts since he was a child, and his teacher taught him that his martial arts level is quite high. After Bardock and Sun Wukong met, Monkey King always kept the names of Gixian Ran and Bobo in his mouth, and Bardock also knew that these 2 were the teachers of Monkey King when he was a child. You know me? Goacian was stunned. He had sensed Bardock's breath before, but it was the first time he had seen Bardock. "Mr. Wu Qian, Kakarot always talks about you when we chat with us. You don't know us, but we always know your existence." Raditz patted Monkey King on the shoulder and laughed. Goacian glanced at Sun Wukong and smiled strangely and relievedly. "AT this time." Sun Wukong also introduced his father and his eldest brother to other friends. Bardock and Raditz also nodded to the Z fighters. The Z fighters were a little flattered, mainly because Bardock and Raditz showed a strong aura from time to time. This kind of strong people are usually very proud, but they didn't expect to be so approachable. During the exchange, the soldier also became acquainted with Bardock and the others. At first I thought, how could there be 2 Wukongs? It turns out that Bardock is Wukong's father. Goacian Rin touched his beard with his chin and smiled. Faced with Gixian Rin's ridicule, Bardock was not angry and said helplessly, "This is the 6,856 times someone has said that. Ha ha." The crowd laughed again. "By the way, Wukong, the enemy is really strong this time. Why don't you let the strong man who fought with you come out to help?" Goacian Rin put away his smile and said seriously, Came Sinjin refers to Broly, Gogeta, and BFF as early as a few months ago. He had sensed the aura of these people. If they came out, that Shallow would definitely be dead. Sun Wukong and Badok looked at each other, and they both smiled at the same time. Badok waved his hand at Gixie and Rin. Don't worry, that guy named Cell is just a tool to test the strength of our Scion clan. Tool? The eyelids of all Z fighters twitched suddenly, with a big tone. According to Gixie and Rin's narration, Nashor's power to destroy the city before was several times stronger than Monkey King's full strength. This may not be Cell's real power. Now Bardock said that Sheru was just a tool for the three of them to test their strength. Wukong, you guys can really? Kellen stepped forward before he finished speaking. Guixian interrupted him, saying, we must trust Wukong. Ha ha ha. Yes, you have to trust Kakarot. At this time, several figures walked out of the room. One man and three women. Two of them are Bulma, and the other is Bulma's older sister. Ties the Z fighters have known about the future time and space for a long time, and they're psychologically prepared, and they're not shocked to see two Bulma. As for Taisai, they also know each other. After all, they have met Bulma's sister in the past few years. These three female Z fighters all know each other, but the man has never seen him. Who is this? This man is of course Lewis. Lewis came forward with Douglas in his arms and said hello to the Z fighters. Hello. The sudden appearance of Lewis surprised the Z fighters, and it's no wonder they were so surprised, mainly because Lewis was meeting them for the first time in the introduction of Monkey King. The Z fighters finally knew the identity of Lewis. The strongest of the Scion clan. The explosive news reached the ears of Z fighters, and they watched Lewis closely. Blood-red pupils, silver hair. It looks extremely evil. From the looks of it, it's okay, but what shocked the Z fighters was that they couldn't feel the breath of Lewis at all, and they felt a faint sense of oppression on Lewis. This feeling of oppression is not a sense of oppression in strength, but a sense of oppression in the soul. In short, very mysterious. By the way, Kakarot, why didn't you see Piccolo? Lewis asked. He had already felt the power that Piccolo erupted in the heavens before. The gods didn't disappear, but Piccolo's power surged again. It must be the gods begging Bobo to do him this favor. I've already felt the power he erupted before. He must have entered the spiritual time room. Sun Wukong laughed. Be able to improve so exaggeratedly in just 2 days. Sun Wukong can't think of any other way to do this except the spiritual time room. Spiritual time room? Hearing this in the ears of Z fighters, they were stunned again. What is the spiritual time room? Then he should have gone to Sheru. Lewis ignored everyone's puzzled expressions and said with a smile, in that case, let's go too. It's getting late. He took Taisai and the others into the air. Looking at the back of Lewis flying into the sky, Guixian sighed. Wukong, he's not an ordinary person. In his observation, Lewis is like an endless abyss, deep and dangerous. At this moment, Guixian really believed in Sun Wukong's words. It seems that Cell is really a test tool for the Scion family. Kellen and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. The Earth is now saved. Grandpa Gixie and Rin, let's go too. Sun Wukong smiled and didn't say much, so he took Chi-Chi into the air. While Bardock was holding Gohan, he and Raditz also flew into the sky. Seeing this, the Z soldiers quickly followed. The outskirts of Western Capital. There's a 1,000 square meter arena here, and Shalu stands in the center of the arena with his hands folded and his eyes closed. There are more than 200 Earth martial arts masters around, and they are led by Satan, waiting to expose Sheru's true face. In addition, there are more than a dozen TV station reporters broadcasting live here. Friends in the audience, it's the 7th day now, and this martial arts tournament will start soon. Our Mr. Satan said that Shalu's all this is a trick. Let us wait and see. Look at how our martial arts master can see through Sheru's prank. Reporters are all explaining in front of the camera. Everything that happened here was also transmitted to all parts of the Earth through the camera, and the people on Earth are increasingly looking forward to Shalu's true face being revealed. However, this time, Shalu on the ring opened his eyes suddenly. He looked up at the sky, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This scene was captured by the camera, and the Earthlings standing in front of the TV couldn't help being stunned with the camera. Switching, the people on Earth saw a group of people flying from the sky. This group of people probably estimated that there were more than 200 of them. What the hell? Someone can fly. Mr. Satan, what's going on? The Earthlings in front of the TV couldn't help being dumbfounded. It wasn't just the people on Earth who were shocked. The eyes of many martial arts masters on the scene also widened. One of the martial arts masters came to Satan and pointed to the sky. Mr. Satan, they can fly. Other martial arts masters stood up one after another. Mr. Satan, what's going on? How can humans fly? Facing everyone's questioning, Satan looked calm, but in fact he was already sweating profusely. Mom, what the hell is this? How can normal humans fly? Satan was silent for a while and said 2 words lightly in his mouth. Trick. A trick again. A group of martial Taoists couldn't help frowning. From their observations, the group of people flying this way didn't seem to have used any tricks. Yes, Mr. Satan is right. This must be a trick again. How can human beings fly? At this time, a martial Taoist stood up, and his eyes were full of mischief when he looked at the sky. How could this kind of trick deceive him? Nonsense. Who is my master? My master is Satan. He said it was a trick, so it must be a trick. A very flirtatious blonde man laughed. The disciple Satan opened his mouth. More and more martial Taoists believed in Satan's words. Yes, it must be a trick. Let's see how we expose them later. This group of people is really hateful. Why do they look like Shalu? They always try to trick everyone. A liar is a liar. Wait to be exposed by us. On the ring, Sharu closely watched the figure flying from the sky. The corners of his raised mouth calmed down and murmured, why are there so many Scions? In his database, except for Son Goku and Vegeta, all Scions were killed by Frieza. When Sheru was puzzled, under the leadership of Vegeta, more than 200 Scions landed next to the ring. Reporters from more than a dozen TV stations hurried to Vegeta and asked, sir, did you fly from the sky just now? Mr. Satan said that the one you flew over was a trick. Do you have anything to say? Gentlemen, roll. Vegeta frowned, and a surge of air erupted from his body, blowing all the reporters away. Seeing this, the mouths of more than 200 Earth martial artists in the distance opened wide. Mr. Satan, what's going on? Why did these reporters fly up when they got close to the man with the bristling hair? Facing everyone's doubts, Satan swallowed secretly, and then said 2 words with a blank expression, trick. Originally, the martial arts masters wanted to ask, but someone jumped onto the ring, and all of them turned their eyes to the ring. You trash said you want to kill me. Vegeta jumped directly onto the ring and said coldly. Sheru came back to his senses, looked at Vegeta, and jokingly said, isn't this our Scion Prince? It seems that you are the same in both time and space, and you are the same arrogant and indifferent, but 8,500 million combat power. You in this time and space seem to be stronger than you in another time and space. Sheru swallowed number 17 and number 18, and he already possessed the combat power detectors in number 17 and number 18. Trash, watch me destroy you. Before Vegeta finished speaking, there was another movement in the sky. It's Lewis and the others. Behind Lewis is Sun Wukong and the group of Z fighters. At the same time, a figure flew from another direction. It was Piccolo. Seeing so many people who can fly, Satan was the first to act before the ring. Looking at the crowd of martial arts masters, he said indifferently, tricks. Martial Taoists on the ring. Sharu finally saw the figure of Sun Wukong. His eyes were full of excitement. Killing Sun Wukong was the task entrusted to him by Dr. Gero. In his observation, Sun Wukong's strength is not strong, and most of it is about the same as Vegeta. And those 2 Scions next to Sun Wukong are weaker. Suddenly, Sharu's pupils shrank sharply. Why was the silver-haired man in the sky breathless? And in the detection of his combat effectiveness detector, the display data is also 0. How can this be? How could he fly without strength? Soon, Sharu saw a baby in the arms of the silver-haired man. This baby was the one he saw in a small town on the edge of Shidu before. 1,400 million combat power. This baby has only passed 7 days, and he has skyrocketed by 100 million combat power. How can that be? Cell showed a hellish expression. Vegeta, I want to ask you something. Who is that scion? On the ring, Cell pointed at Lewis in the sky. At this time, Lewis and his group landed on the edge of the ring, and as soon as they landed, they saw Vegeta rushing towards Cell. Lewis held Douglas Jr., looked at Vegeta in the ring, and said with a smile, "This guy is going to suffer." Lewis, this Cell can still make Vegeta suffer? Is he really that strong? King Vegeta came to Lewis with more than 200 scions. If the historical development has not changed, Cell has nothing to worry about. But at this time, Cell has obviously absorbed the 17th and 18th, and he has this time and space, so he will become a silver state. Lewis saw through Sherry's background at a glance. The scions couldn't understand what Lewis said. What does it mean that historical development has not changed? If you don't understand it, you don't understand it, but Lewis said that Cell can make Vegeta suffer. So this battle will be interesting. So Z fighters and scions stood together and began to watch the battle in the ring. Boom. At this time on the ring, Vegeta rushed to the center of the ring and hit Sherry's cheek with a punch, and Sherry's body was thrown straight back. Boom. Vegeta caught up and punched Cell in the stomach again. Void explosion. Boom. The powerful force sent Sherry flying again. You're so weak. You dare say you want to kill me. Haha. In just 2 rounds, Vegeta saw the details of Cell. Although the opponent's strength was not bad, it was still far behind him. Is it? Sha Lu, who was about to fly out of the ring, suddenly stopped at the edge of the ring. He twisted his neck and made a creaking sound. Cheryl hooked Vegeta's little hand and said contemptuously, "The strength is not bad. Keep coming." Vegeta is not stupid. Seeing this, he didn't know that Cell was hiding his strength just now. Vegeta took another look at the clansman under the ring. Lewis asked him to bring him here. Lewis said that Cell is a good test tool. Ha ha ha. Vegeta laughed suddenly. His face suddenly turned cold. No wonder Lewis asked me to bring the tribe here. It seems that you really have some strength. However, Sha Lu on the opposite side smiled and said nothing. His little hand hooked again. Seeing this, Vegeta's chest kept rising and falling, furious. Court death. I saw Vegeta holding his hands in front of his chest, his 5 fingers spread out, and the surging power gathered in his palms. In an instant, the golden light spot suddenly swelled in his palm. The surrounding pressure increased sharply, and 2 different pressures squeezed together, making a deafening roar. Accumulate energy to maximum power. Flash cannon. The Qigong wave in Vegeta's palm roared towards Cell like a dragon diving out of an abyss. The world suddenly paled. Are you stupid? It takes so long to make a big move. Do you really think I'll wait for you? A cold voice suddenly sounded in Vegeta's ear. Vegeta's pupils narrowed sharply, and at some point, Cell had already appeared beside him. Vegeta tries to retract the flash cannon, but his attack is already blasted out. There's a gap. I'm sorry, you go to die. Sha Lu sneered. He moved, clenching the fist. A silver halo appeared on the fist. A powerful force penetrated into the void, and the magnetic field suddenly became disordered. One punch pierced directly through Vegeta's belly. Vegeta vomited blood fiercely and flew out of the ring fiercely. At the same time, the flash cannon blasted by Vegeta blasted into the sky. Boom dash. It was like tens of thousands of nuclear bombs exploding in the air, forming a mushroom cloud tens of thousands of meters high. The berserk force seemed to tear the space apart. The picture was extremely terrifying. What a scary picture. Mr. Satan, what's going on? Is this still a trick? Under the arena, more than 200 martial arts masters, together with a dozen or so reporters, were overwhelmed by the coercion that erupted. They wanted to get up from the ground, but they couldn't do it. Satan's face was pale, and he was also lying on the ground. It's not a trick, it's real. How dare Satan speak hard? No matter how stubborn he is, if he is called to expose Sha Lu's true colors, he will really die. And the picture of Satan finally no longer being stubborn was also broadcast to all parts of the earth. The people on earth realized that it was not Sheru who lied, but Satan. Liar Satan, die to me. Damn Satan, how dare you lie to everyone? You gave birth to a son without an asshole. For a while, all the people on earth were scolding Satan, but they knew that it was useless to scold Satan. Now they had to find a way to deal with that Sheru, otherwise the earth would be destroyed by him, and they, the earthlings, would not be able to escape. The outskirts of western capital of Vegeta's abdomen was pierced, he vomited blood, and was thrown horizontally from the ring. Vegeta, below the ring, Bulma turned pale with fright. She flew over quickly, trying to hug Vegeta who was thrown out. However, when she touched Vegeta, the terrifying impact instantly shattered her internal organs. Bulma also spat out a mouthful of blood. I could see this moment. Lewis next to the ring waved his finger, and a wave of time power enveloped Vegeta and Bulma. Turn the tide. Vegeta and the 2 of them instantly recovered from the dying state. What? On the ring, Sha Lu frowned when he saw this scene. In his blow, Vegeta is dead. Why did the silver-haired scion just move his finger and Vegeta recovered? How are you? Tai Sai and future Bulma hurried to Bulma and asked how they were doing. We're fine. Luckily we have brother-in-law here. Bulma helped Vegeta stand up from the ground, and Bulma said it was okay. But her face was full of survivors. Vegeta stood up from the ground again, staring at Cell in the ring. Damn careless. No, it's not that you were careless, but this Cell is too strong. Monkey King and the others walked over. According to Sun Wukong's observation, Cell was completely playing with Vegeta just now, and Cell's burst of power may not have reached 1/10 of it. This way you can play Vegeta. This Cellu is so strong. And although the more than 200 scions can't see anything, judging from the scene of Vegeta's defeat, this Cell is really terrifying. You know, Vegeta is one of the strongest members of their scion family. Even Vegeta is not Cell's opponent, and Cell's strength is unimaginable. But IT was not only the scions who were shocked, but also the Z fighters. Vegeta's strength is comparable to that of Monkey King. Since Monkey King said that Cell is too strong, it means that Monkey King is not this Cell's opponent. Fortunately, there's a person named Lewis who sits in town, so the rest will be handed over to this Lewis. Just when Warrior Z thought so. Lewis looked at Warrior Z and said with a smile, "Does any of you want to go up and play? I can guarantee that you will not die. To play, go to hell." The corners of Kellen, Yamcha, and Tianjin fans' mouths twitched slightly. However, Piccolo stood up and said, "I'll do it." After speaking, he flew onto the ring amidst everyone's astonished expressions. Seeing this, Lewis couldn't help but smile, as expected of Piccolo. In fact, Piccolo, like Monkey King, has never been afraid of strong enemies. When everyone retreats, he will always stand in front in the anime. When the Vegeta trio invaded the Earth, Piccolo led the Z fighters to resist Vegeta, and the 3 of them, in the end, he helped Sun Wuhan block Nappa's sure-killing blow. In the Frieza chapter, Piccolo came back to planet Namek after being revived. In the theatrical version, facing the out-of-control Broly, Vegeta chose to back down, but Piccolo didn't. He scolded Vegeta for being soft, and then killed Broly. In GT, there are too many pictures of Piccolo not afraid of powerful enemies. Lewis really appreciates Piccolo. At the same time, the coercion dissipated, and the martial Taoists and reporters who were overwhelmed on the other side got up from the ground. They yelled at Satan and his disciples, but Satan and the others didn't dare to say anything to AT this moment. A martial Taoist finally spoke up, asking what to do now. If they don't defeat Cell, their planet will be doomed. This is also what all viewers in front of the TV are anxious about. AT this time. The TV screen suddenly changed, and only a green figure with a full body flew into the ring. Right? Since all of this is not a trick, it means that the warrior who just fought with Cell, his power, is also real. The blonde warrior before was defeated, so will the green warrior who stepped into the ring be stronger? All the people on Earth, including the martial arts masters at the scene, thought of this, and hope began to rise in their desperate hearts. Come on, green warrior, you must defeat that Cell. Otherwise our Earth will be over. Green Warrior, you are the last hope of our Earth, come on. At the scene, more than 200 martial arts masters, including Satan, were shouting. The noisy voice reached Lewis's ears, and he had seen Satan a long time ago. I didn't expect the writing of history to be so strong. Even after the history has been distorted to such an extent, this afro still appeared here. It's just in the voices of these martial arts masters. It seems that Satan's identity as a liar has been seen through. Lewis shook his head. He wouldn't take these little things to heart. And he looked towards the ring again, but on the ring, Cell also took his gaze away from Lewis. Although he wondered why Lewis could restore Vegeta, but in his database, it seems that there are some races in the universe with special abilities to... it doesn't seem so strange to be able to recover a person from the near death. Bick, a Namekian, has the ability to regenerate a broken arm, and has a strength of -million combat power. Sheriff folded his hands, looked at Piccolo who flew up, and said, Vegeta is not even my opponent. Are you here, Dai? As soon as his words fell, more than 200 Scions in the field began to discuss. What? This Namekian actually has -million fighting strength. -million fighting power. If we don't fit together, we don't even have -million fighting power. This Namek has something. Okay, shut up. Everyone, after Piccolo's battle, it's your turn. Lewis held Douglas Jr. and turned to look at the more than 200 Scions behind him. This was the first time that Lewis gave a lecture to a Scion, and his voice was oppressive without anger. Although the more than 200 Scions did not know him, they unconsciously listened to what Lewis said. This is respect for the strong. But looking at Lewis, all the Scions were very curious about this silver-haired Scion. They remember meeting on Namek, this mysterious Scion who seems to say his name is Luis, and he's also a high-level fighter. It's just that Lewis's hair hadn't turned silver at that time. So could this silver hair be a new form? When all the Scions were puzzled, on the ring, Cell glanced at Piccolo, and then glanced around the people under the ring. In this martial arts conference, there are no rules. You either die or admit defeat. Of course it's best if you can beat me, because then you can survive. Once you all lose, I'm sorry. Even if you can survive from the ring, you still have to die. Not only that, Shala stood in the middle of the ring, opened his hands, and laughed loudly. Your Earth will be destroyed by me too. Sharu put away his smile, and said coldly. So, you should find a way to defeat me. As soon as these words came out, the Scions off the field started to make noise again. It's so arrogant. Why don't we join forces and kill him now? I can't take it anymore. You fit together, then I will transform into a Super Scion God. Don't abolish him. I will take his surname. Fortunately, King Vegeta glared at them, and a group of Scions settled down. And the martial arts tournament begins now. On the ring, Shala laughed. As Sharu's voice fell, Piccolo also took off his weight jacket, and the atmosphere on the ring instantly became dignified. Moved, a ray of purple light shot out from Piccolo's hand, carrying endless penetrating power across the void, and struck towards Cell on the other hand. Sharu, he stayed in the same place as before against Vegeta, and those who didn't know thought he was frightened by Piccolo's power. But it would be a big mistake to think so. Such a trick doesn't work for me. Sharu crossed his arms and faced the attack without changing his face. Stop, boom. The beam of purple light hit Sha Lu directly, but only a little bit of light came out and then disappeared, as if a nail hit the steel plate at an extremely fast speed. -million fighting strength is not bad, but if you only have this strength, then you should die for me. Sha Ru's eyes were fixed, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body, and this aura shot straight into the sky. The magnetic field that had calmed down became distorted again. Waves of air spread towards the surroundings, and ordinary people couldn't stand up at all. There was a crash. Sharu turned into a flash, leaving only a phantom in place, and his body has come to Piccolo. Using the method to deal with Vegeta, Cell clenched his fist and blasted towards Piccolo's abdomen. He wanted to kill Piccolo with one punch. The power of 50 billion combat power blasted out on Sharu's fist. The powerful force set off a violent hurricane, and a sharp wind blade swept the entire arena. In an instant, the arena became scarred. Give me death. Sharu laughed. Piccolo, who has only -million combat power, can't be his opponent, just when Sharu was preparing to face his next opponent. Suddenly, boom, a powerful force penetrated into space, causing a big explosion in the air. However, Piccolo had disappeared from the position where Sharu swung his fist, and Sharu was blown away. The Namekians really have something. Even Prince Vegeta couldn't escape this trick. This Namekian has only 1 million combat power, and he did it. Dared to speak ill of Prince Vegeta behind his back. Do you want to die? It's over, it's over, it's over. The Scions under the ring were talking a lot, and when Vegeta heard the conversation of these Scions, his face turned black into ink. Sun Wukong said excitedly. Lewis didn't expect Piccolo to be so strong that he could dodge the attack that Vegeta couldn't dodge. Vegeta's face got even darker. Lewis hugged little Douglas and smiled. Kakarot, haven't you found anything yet? As soon as these words came out, Warrior Z and the more than 200 Scions all looked over. Bardock asked, Lewis, is there anything special about this Namek? Sun Wukong glanced at the arena and was shocked. He looked back at Lewis and said in shock, ethereal state. The empty spirit state refers to the prototype of the state of ease, and Sun Wukong once received Bobo's teachings and realized this state. In the last sparring with Broly, Sun Wukong also used this state, and even caused a certain amount of trouble to Broly. Under his careful observation, Piccolo also exudes a faint natural smell. Apparently, Piccolo not only entered the spirit time room, Popo also taught him. What? You said that this Namek also learned your Loach state. Vegeta tugged at Son Goku's collar, in disbelief. Free environment. If you can't touch it, you can't hit it, it's slippery. What's the state if it's not a Loach? No, he hasn't reached my current level. Sun Wukong couldn't help but roll his eyes at Vegeta. I didn't expect you to observe Kakarot very carefully. Piccolo has indeed not reached your level, or is far worse than your current level. Lewis said with a smile. No wonder Piccolo dared to go up and fight Cell. It turned out that he relied on this. Warrior Z and the 200 or so Scions couldn't understand what Lewis was saying at all. At this time. There was a collision on the ring, and everyone turned their eyes back to the ring. Boom. Piccolo, who disappeared, reappeared behind Cell, and a powerful blow hit Cell's back. The powerful force shattered the ring, but Cell was not ready, and his body slid forward violently. 2 steps, Sharu turned around, and he stared at Piccolo. Hateful. Even Vegeta couldn't make me so embarrassed. You made me suffer such a big loss. Vegeta under the ring. The Earth is mine. Without my permission, you don't want to hurt my Earth. Get ready to be defeated by me. Looking at Cell opposite, Piccolo's voice was very cold. In order to have the current strength and state, no one knows what he experienced in the spiritual time room. He didn't even dare to recall that kind of pain. Fortunately, the effect is not bad. This empty spirit state is really too powerful. Piccolo clenched his fist, even though this Cell was many times stronger than him. He might be able to use this state to defeat Cell. Fortunately, Lewis didn't know what Piccolo was thinking otherwise. He would definitely say that Piccolo was too naive. If Freedom Realm is really strong, Sun Wukong would have defeated Broly long ago. Again, power is fundamental. Piccolo only has a combat power of -million, which is not known how many times worse than Cell's heyday. This natural moat cannot be crossed by a small empty spirit state. Not to mention, Piccolo has not really reached the prototype of the free state. He has only comprehended a little superficial. Haha, Sharu laughed angrily. Prepare me to be defeated? Do you know what you're talking about? Sharu's eyes were full of killing intent. At the same time, the power of 100 billion combat power exploded in his body. Huge waves rolling over the ring. Feeling this force, Piccolo took a few steps back unconsciously. What a terrible power. No wonder he can beat Vegeta, really strong. Piccolo trembled, but I can't let you destroy my Earth. Piccolo put his hands together around his waist, pouring all his strength into his palms, forming a golden ball of light. Go with. A shockwave like a giant dragon blasted towards Cell at the same time. The shockwave was deceiving, and Piccolo quickly attacked Cell, sticking to the shockwave. Trash, watch how I kill you. Sheru smashed the incoming shockwave with a punch, and he also found Piccolo who was following the shockwave. Hurry up, boom, the two collide. However, don't forget that Piccolo only has dash million combat power, and if he dares to collide head-on with Cell, who has exploded with tens of billions of combat power, isn't this courting death? Just one collision. Accompanied by a heart-piercing cry of pain, Piccolo slammed down on the ring, but a deep pit suddenly appeared in the arena. This scene was broadcast to all parts of the world through the camera. The hearts of the people on Earth are all pulled up, they can't see the movements of Cell and Piccolo clearly. But judging from the results just now, it is obvious that this Green Warrior is not Nashiru's opponent either. It's over, it's over. This Green Warrior is not Sheru's opponent. Can our Earth be saved? Come on, Green Warrior, you must stand up. The audience in front of the TV all prayed. It seems that the prayers of the people on Earth have been answered. On the TV screen, Piccolo stood up from the deep pit, but Piccolo's hands have been smashed to pieces, leaving only a little flesh and blood hanging on them. The picture is very bloody. The Green Warrior stands up, but his hands are gone. This is the end. However, in the picture, Piccolo gritted his teeth and his two tender hands regrown. It's amazing. This Green Warrior can be reborn with a broken arm. Come on, Green Warrior. On the outskirts of Western capital, Warrior Z and the more than 200 Scions were shocked by this scene. Unexpectedly, Piccolo survived the collision with Cell. And looking at him like this, it seems that he has no intention of admitting defeat. So strong resilience. Vegeta suddenly couldn't understand Piccolo. After he came to Earth, he actually knew Piccolo. It's just that garbage with only a few hundred points of combat power can't get in his eyes at all. His current power has grown to dash million combat power. Obviously, he has entered the spiritual time room. He has grown so much in 2 years. This guy is very talented. And the toughness Piccolo showed now moved him. When Lewis saw this, he also nodded. This was the Piccolo he knew in the ring. Piccolo just wanted to try Cell's true power. Who would have thought that Cell's power would be so terrifying? Fortunately, at the most dangerous moment, he used his body to move with his heart and narrowly escaped the killing blow. And the price is a pair of hands. Broken hands can grow back, as long as they are not dead. Now Piccolo no longer dared to confront Cell head-to-head, and soon Piccolo moved again in the ring. A faint silver streamer emanated from his whole body. Using his empty spirit state to launch a new attack on Cell, Sheru suddenly fell into a passive state. Sheru tried to fight back, but found that he couldn't do it, mainly because Piccolo's movements were too slippery. Every time he was about to kill Piccolo, Piccolo could always evade his attack at a critical moment. Vegeta is right. This empty spirit state is really a loach state, slippery. Piccolo is like a loach at this time. The initiative is only in his hands, and he uses body skills to torture Shallow. So strong. King Vegeta was dumbfounded seeing this. Raditz swallowed. I didn't expect this Namek to be so powerful. Although his strength is very weak, but he can deal with Cell like this with his state, which is already stronger than many of our Scions. Bad Doc watched the battle in the ring. However, Sun Wukong shook his head. I can't beat it. What? Everyone looked at Sun Wukong. This time. Lewis said, strength is the foundation. Although Piccolo can keep Sheru in check with his agility, haven't you found that he can't do any harm to Sheru at all? Sun Wukong answered, Lewis is right. I did the same thing when I fought Broly before. Although I can use the ethereal state to fight Broly for thousands of rounds, I can't do anything to Broly at all. Vegeta also noticed this and shook his head. This Piccolo will soon lose his strength, and he will lose. The voice fell. Piccolo has been entangled with Cell for 10 minutes, but Piccolo's face is getting paler and paler. Suddenly, Shala laughed loudly. He caught Piccolo's flaw and blasted out a Qigong wave. Piccolo regrets that he failed to defeat Cell, but he can't hide it this time. Okay, Piccolo, come down. Lewis waved his finger again, and a space moon blasted into the Qigong wave. That Cell shock wave disintegrated instantly. Piccolo heaved a sigh of relief. If he could not die, then of course he hoped that he could survive. Fortunately, this Lewis did what he said, and he can guarantee that he will not die. On the ring, Sheru saw that Piccolo was rescued, and saw his attack disintegrate in an instant. He looked at Lewis and said coldly, come and fight me.